19-year-old Lu Ming stumbled upon a mysterious metallic sphere, the size of an egg, while wandering along the coast. Unbeknownst to him, this encounter would catapult him a millennium into the future. In this advanced world, technology far surpasses that of his own time, with an array of high-tech weaponry emerging at every turn. However, Lu Ming quickly attracts the attention of the new humans, who, discovering his lack of identification, categorize him as an illegal resident and force him to work in a waste processing facility. Yet, this seemingly mundane task of sorting garbage unveils a new frontier for Lu Ming, for he has unwittingly landed in a military logistics waste station, processing equipment salvaged from battlefields. Although much of the hardware is damaged beyond repair, even a single robotic arm could propel the technological capabilities of his homeland, Longxia Kingdom, into an era of unprecedented advancement. Astonishingly, the metallic sphere appears to resonate with Lu Ming's thoughts, transporting the remnants of a robotic arm to the military laboratory in Longxia while simultaneously establishing a trans-temporal communication link. Lu Ming deduces that he has stumbled upon a core component of a time machine. This planet is, in fact, one that boasts a technological level over 1,000 years ahead of Blue Star. In order to survive, Lu Ming toils at the waste facility, sorting through the remnants of war while daringly scavenging for functional high-tech weaponry to send back to his homeland, aiding in its technological ascension. Concurrently, his homeland dispatches the latest advancements in weaponry to him, ensuring his survival against the extraterrestrial beasts and savages that threaten his existence. Yet, the journey proves to be far from simple. Chapter 1. The Iron Sphere takes me to the future. Damn it. Another fruitless day. Lu Ming trudged along the rocky shore, a half-sack of plastic bottles in hand, his feet sinking into the uneven terrain. The sea breeze tousled his hair, and his pockets held a mere 3 yuan and 50 cents. In this era of scarce employment opportunities, where university graduates face immediate unemployment, he resorted to collecting trash by the seaside to scrape by. As dusk approached, he sighed, preparing to call it a day. Suddenly, his foot slipped. Damn it. He tumbled into a crevice between the rocks, his knee striking painfully. As he cursed under his breath, he caught a glimpse of something glowing within the stone fissure. Silver and egg-sized. Ignoring the pain, he reached in and retrieved a cool, smooth orb. Examining it closely, he discovered it to be a metallic sphere, embedded with a glass bead that sparkled like a miniature galaxy. What on earth is this? A child's toy. As he leaned in for a closer look, the starlight within the glass began to swirl. Suddenly, the metallic sphere grew hot, so much so that Lu Ming found himself unable to release it. The coastal landscape warped grotesquely before his eyes, accompanied by a deafening hum. Damn! His vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Ming awoke, bewildered. The sky above was a dark yellow, illuminated by 3 suns. The air reeked of rust and chemicals. He lay amid a heap of scrap metal, surrounded by colossal robotic arms, the futuristic shells of aircraft, and the mangled turrets of tanks, their barrels resembling lobster claws. Everything appeared akin to the weaponry of a science fiction film, albeit in a state of utter disrepair. Unfamiliar components lay scattered in mountainous heaps. Where am I? What the hell brought me here? Struggling to rise, Lu Ming felt his legs wobble beneath him. He checked his pockets. The metallic sphere remained, warm to the touch. Hey, turn around. A sudden, gruff voice boomed from behind him. Turning, Lu Ming beheld a man in a gray uniform striding toward him, his face adorned with metallic patterns, wielding a futuristic firearm. Identity code. The man halted 5 meters away, his weapon aimed squarely at Lu Ming. Code? What are you talking about? Can you repeat that? Lu Ming was utterly confused, unable to grasp the situation. The man's eyes glowed red, as if reaching a conclusion. He lifted a scanner and directed it at Lu Ming. Identity chip not detected, illegal resident, level 3 violation. A mechanical voice emanated from the man. Containment procedure initiated. Wait, what do you intend to do? Before Lu Ming could react, a beam of blue light struck his chest, causing his body to convulse before darkness enveloped him once more. After an unknown duration, Lu Ming regained consciousness to find himself in a small metallic chamber. The door slid open, and a bespectacled middle-aged man entered, clad in a blue uniform adorned with a badge depicting a mechanical hand grasping a planet. Awake. I'm the administrator of this waste station. You can call me Old. Waste station? Lu Ming propped himself up, still disoriented. C-12B-93 waste planet, dedicated to processing battlefield refuse. Old adjusted his glasses. You are an illegal resident. You can either wait to perish in the wilderness or work for me. The choice is yours. Gulping nervously, Lu Ming exclaimed, I'll work. I'll work. Smart choice, Old replied, handing him a transparent panel. This is the operating interface. Input your fingerprint, and you will become a Level 1 administrator. The way station is divided into levels 1 through 9, plus the pinnacle level. Your administrative privileges align with your level. You are now a Level 1 administrator. Do not venture into waste areas beyond your level. It could be fatal. Even if the sentry drones and turrets do not eliminate you, the wild men and beasts among the refuse will. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine, yet he obediently pressed his fingerprint onto the panel, which flashed and confirmed his identity registration. Your task is straightforward. Operate the equipment to sort the refuse. Old led him outside. This is a military logistics waste station, processing the remnants of battlefield debris. Remember 3 points. First, follow the procedures. This light brain tablet will connect to your consciousness, matching your known languages and scripts. Second, the refuse may contain little things from the battlefield, as well as big ones. Your survival hinges on your own capabilities. The sentry turrets will only defend a single location and will not rush to your aid. Drones will automatically seek targets, but will not heed your commands. Moreover, due to excessive damage, drones cannot be replenished, so you must rely on your own wits. Third, I am clocking out now. Everything here is entrusted to you. Strive to survive. If you perform well, as the head of the waste station in C12, I have the authority to elevate your management status and living conditions. I can promote you to level 8 or 9 administrator, or even to the pinnacle level. None of this is a problem, provided you can endure. With that, Old took a swig from a flask before pressing the teleportation button, a cascade of vibrant colors enveloping him as he vanished to another location. Lu Ming, guided by the light brain tablet, traversed the corridor toward the waste station's control room. Peering through the observation window, he beheld a scene of enormous mechanical arms grasping various remnants, the conveyor belts rumbling with activity, and heaps of metallic refuse towering like hills. These were the remnants of high-tech weaponry, ravaged on the battlefield. Is this truly the future world? Old certainly doesn't resemble a blue star human. His nostrils are rather large. Am I on an alien planet? Gazing at the high-tech weaponry before him, even in its severely damaged state, Lu Ming felt his heart race with excitement. If only I could bring these back to Blue Star. Let the scientists investigate the technological prowess of Longxia. Wouldn't it be a marvel to see it ascend to the pinnacle of the world, surpassing the nations of Sakura and America by centuries? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden warmth surged through Lu Ming's chest. That it was that metallic sphere. He stealthily reached into his pocket and discovered the orb emanating a faint glow, the starlight within its glass core swirling rapidly. An idea abruptly ignited within him. Could you return that mechanical arm to Longxia? Iron sphere, is that within your capabilities? No sooner had the thought emerged than the metallic sphere trembled. Immediately, the air before Lu Ming began to warp, giving rise to a vortex the size of a fist. The vortex expanded, ultimately forming a luminescent portal half a meter wide. Through the portal, he could vaguely discern a laboratory, occupied by several individuals clad in white coats. Even more astonishingly, the damaged mechanical arm in the processing tank began to levitate, soaring into the portal. The portal lingered for 3 seconds before vanishing. The metallic sphere dimmed. Lu Ming slumped into his chair, drenched in cold sweat. Did it truly return? Iron sphere, could you possibly send me back as well? Warning, warning, mechanical failure, organic transmission inactive. Forcible transmission may pose a risk to life. All right, please, do not attempt to transmit me. Lu Ming was drenched in a cold sweat, terrified that a mere misstep could spell his doom. However, although self-transportation was not feasible, leaving a note should be manageable. Thus, Lu Ming pinned a note and affixed it to a larger mechanical arm, reactivating the iron sphere's transmission function once more. Chapter 2. Seeking assistance from the motherland in the Dragon Summer Kingdom, beneath the Northwest Military Research Institute, on the 7th subterranean level. Tranquility enveloped the laboratory at 3 o'clock in the morning, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Academician Zhang Jingguo lay asleep at his workbench, his glasses askew. Around him, a dozen researchers were slumped in various positions, having toiled for 20 consecutive hours since receiving the mechanical arm and the accompanying note the previous day. Suddenly, the air in the center of the laboratory began to distort. A point of light emerged, swiftly expanding into a vortex. With a resounding crash, a larger mechanical arm crashed onto the workbench, adorned with a crumpled piece of paper. Everyone jolted awake. Here it comes again. Zhang Jingguo sprang to his feet and rushed to seize the note. The handwriting was hasty yet discernible. I am Lu Ming. I found an iron ball by the seaside and traveled to the future. This is an extraterrestrial civilization known as the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. I serve as an administrator on the C-12B-93 garbage planet. The iron ball can transport objects, but cannot transfer living beings. This arm is more intact, and I hope it can aid our homeland. Additionally, I require defensive weapons, as this place is perilous. Lu Ming, Galactic Year 4721. On the reverse of the note, a smaller line read, I manage dozens of garbage mountains alone, all remnants of war weaponry. Each day, I must navigate through the refuse, where extraterrestrial beasts lurk. Help! Zhang Jiangwo's hands trembled. Dozens of garbage mountains, remnants of war weapons? Extraterrestrial monsters? Quick! Examine the arm. His voice quaked. Shaoli. Notify the commander. Initiate the highest level of emergency response. The laboratory erupted into chaos. The mechanical arm was lifted onto the analysis platform. It was significantly larger and more intact than the previous one, with only the joints showing signs of damage. Professor, the energy core of this arm is still operational. Young researcher Li Wei pointed to the scanning screen, noting that while the output power was only 3% of the normal value, the structure was intact. We can reverse engineer it. The material analysis results are in. Another researcher exclaimed. The exterior is composed of a type of nanocomposite material with self-repair capabilities. Although its current repair function is inactive, the principles can be studied. Look at this transmission system. It completely upends conventional mechanical design. Zhang Jingguo felt a surge of emotion. If they could fully decode this arm, the robotic technology of the Dragon Summer Kingdom could leap forward by 50 years. However, his heart ached for Lu Ming's predicament. A solitary individual crawling through dozens of garbage mountains? What dangers lurked within the refuse of an alien civilization? Weapons. He must provide him with weapons. Zhang Jingguo turned. How's the electromagnetic accelerated Gauss rifle modification coming along? We're still adjusting the energy supply. The head of the weaponry group wiped his brow. Traditional batteries can't sustain that level of energy consumption. We're attempting to utilize the principles of the mechanical arm's energy core, then implement it. Zhang Jingguo slammed his hand on the table. Utilize every available technology. Our compatriot is fighting for survival amidst the refuse thousands of light years away, and we are here. Slowly making adjustments? The entire laboratory fell into a frenzy once more. On the garbage planet, Lu Ming faced his first night. He lay on the hard bunk in the main control room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The control room was modest, approximately 30 square meters. One wall entirely occupied by monitoring screens displaying real-time footage of dozens of garbage mountains. In the dim, yellow light of the moon, the metallic ruins glimmered with a cold sheen, shadows flitting by occasionally. A holographic tablet lay on the bedside, displaying fundamental information. Administrator, Lu Ming. Permission level, 1 star. Jurisdiction area, C12 zone, garbage mountain number 148. Available equipment, 48 basic cranes, 96 sentinel turrets, pending activation. 24 patrol drones, pending activation. Today's task, proceed to garbage mountain number 110, activate the cranes, and set the cleanup program. Lu Ming gazed at the towering heaps of metallic debris on the surveillance screen, a chill creeping up his spine. The mountains of refuse were separated by at least a couple of 100 meters, with chaotic piles of waste in between, leaving no path to traverse. To reach the crane control room, he would need to crawl through the rubbish. Is this truly the work of a human? Lu Ming cursed under his breath. Yet despite his frustration, he felt the metallic sphere in his pocket. The iron ball was warm to the touch. The starlight within the glass orb slowly swirling as if charging. I must survive. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, determined to send back more technology. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. Tomorrow, there would be a fierce battle to fight. At 6 in the morning, a piercing alarm jolted Lu Ming awake. Daytime work mode activated. Nutrient supplement dispensed at main control room's receiving port. Please commence today's task within 1 hour. Lu Ming got up and approached the door. A small hatch in the wall opened, dispensing a tube of gray paste. This was the nutrient supplement. Frowning, he squeezed it into his mouth. It tasted like mashed potatoes mixed with iron powder, but it did provide a sense of fullness. He changed into a sturdy gray uniform found in the control room. Made from some synthetic fabric, Lu Ming tucked the metallic sphere securely and picked up the holographic tablet. The screen displayed a map, marking the location of Garbage Mountain No. 1, approximately 800 meters from the main control room. Setting off, Lu Ming pushed open the control room door. Outside lay a world of metal. The towering wreckage glimmered under the rays of 3 suns, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of rust. Beneath his feet lay assorted fragments of circuit boards, metal casings, and severed pipes. Following the map's guidance, he began his trek towards Garbage Mountain number 1. The so-called path involved finding footholds amidst the heaps of refuse. At times, he had to scale tilted metal plates. At others, crawl through narrow crevices. After barely 100 meters, Lu Ming was already panting heavily. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up. Garbage Mountain number 1 loomed in the distance, resembling a small hill. Atop it stood the crane control room, requiring a climb. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the metal pile to his right. Lu Ming turned sharply. A creature the size of a rat emerged. But it was no mere rodent. It was entirely encased in black exoskeleton, with 6 legs, 2 antennae on its head, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth. Warning: Level 1 alien life form detected. Iron beetle. Threat level: low. Suggestion: evade or employ physical force. The holographic tablet flashed the alert. Upon spotting Lu Ming, the iron beetle twitched its antennae and suddenly surged towards him with alarming speed. Instinctively, Lu Ming stepped back, tripping over a fragment of metal and tumbling onto the debris. The armored beetle charged forth, its jaws agape, ready to strike. Get away! Lu Ming seized a nearby metal pipe and swung it fiercely. Clang! The pipe collided with the beetle's back, producing a resounding metallic sound. The creature was knocked over but quickly regained its footing, lunging once more. Lu Ming rolled and scrambled to evade, feeling the beetle's sharp fangs graze his calf, tearing his work pants. Damn it! Fueled by determination, Lu Ming gripped the metal pipe tightly, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his full strength. This time, the blow landed squarely on the beetle's head. Crack! Its shell shattered, green bodily fluid splattering forth. The beetle convulsed a few times before lying still. Exhausted, Lu Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. His calf throbbed painfully. Glancing down, he saw blood seeping from the shallow cut. Thankfully, the wound was not deep. Successfully repelled a Level 1 extraterrestrial creature. Gained 1 point of management experience. Current experience: 1100. A prompt appeared on the tablet. Experience points? Lu Ming paused, astonished that this ordeal could lead to an upgrade. Struggling to his feet, he examined the beetle's carcass. Though small, it possessed a hard shell and sharp teeth. The thought of being besieged by a swarm sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly dismissed it. Chapter 3. The manager's experience can be upgraded after bandaging his wound. He pressed on, now more cautious than ever. He halted frequently to survey his surroundings, ensuring safety before advancing. Along the way, he encountered 2 more armored beetles, which he dispatched with the metal pipe. An hour later, Lu Ming finally arrived at the base of Garbage Mountain number 1. Towering approximately 50 meters high, this mountain was a chaotic heap of metal debris. The crane control room awaited him at the summit, but how to ascend? Lu Ming stared at the nearly vertical slope, momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, the tablet emitted a notification. Administrator has arrived at the work area. Activating assisted climbing mode. Please follow the guidance of the green light point. A map materialized on the screen, with a winding route marked in green. Upon careful inspection, Lu Ming discovered it outlined a relatively stable section of the mountain, with some areas even featuring metallic steps. Taking a deep breath, he began his ascent. Simultaneously, in the Longshan National Laboratory we did it, Li Wei exclaimed excitedly. Using the principles of the mechanical arms energy core, we have created a miniature high-energy battery. Although it only matches the power of Prototype 3, it is sufficient to power the Gauss rifle. On the experimental table lay a sleek, entirely black rifle, its design exuding a sense of futurism. Next to it were 10 magazines, each containing 30 specially crafted rounds. Testing. Zhang Jingguo, his eyes bloodshot, yet brimming with exhilaration, proclaimed. In the shooting range, the Gauss rifle was secured on a testing stand. The first live-fire test commenced. The researcher pressed the button. Instead of the explosive sound typical of conventional firearms, there was merely a subdued hum. The bullet shot forth at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly striking a steel target 100 meters away. The monitoring screen displayed the data. Initial speed, 2,987 meters per second. Penetration depth, 45 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Recoil, 18 times that of a traditional rifle. It worked. The entire laboratory erupted in cheers. Zhang Jingguo grasped the rifle, its heft slightly greater than that of a traditional firearm, yet its balance was exceptional. He caressed the weapon's body, murmuring, "Comrade Lu Ming, you must hold on. We shall assist you shortly. Professor, there is also this." The weapons team presented a device resembling a wristwatch, a personal shield generator, inspired by the energy release principles of mechanical arms. It could deploy a 1-meter-wide energy barrier for 10 seconds, requiring a 3-minute cooldown. Excellent, excellent, Zhang Jingguo repeated, preparing for transmission. As soon as Comrade Lu Ming contacts us again, we shall send it immediately. However, Professor Li Wei hesitated, but the portal for the Iron Sphere is one way. We cannot reach out to Lu Ming. Zhang Jingguo fell silent. Indeed, they could only wait for that compatriot, struggling thousands of light years away, to reopen the door to home. All personnel, stand by. Zhang Jingguo commanded solemnly. We will operate in shifts around the clock to ensure that whenever Comrade Lu Ming contacts us, we can respond at once. Yes. On Garbage Planet, atop Mount Trash 1, Lu Ming finally ascended, collapsing at the control room's entrance, panting like a dog. The control room was a small iron chamber of 3 square meters, containing only a control panel and a chair. The panel was densely populated with buttons and screens. Overwhelming to behold. Administrator detected entering the control room. Initiating identity verification. Verification successful. Please follow the prompts to activate the crane. The holographic interface projected by the cognitive tablet guided Lu Ming step by step. The first task was to activate the energy core. Lu Ming pressed the red button. The control panel illuminated, and the screen displayed the crane's status. Energy remaining, 23. Mechanical structure integrity, 71. The second task was to set the cleaning target. The screen presented a scanned image of the garbage mountain. Lu Ming needed to select the area to be cleared and establish classification standards: metallic, electronic, energy, and unknown. He followed the tutorial, highlighting a section on the mountainside. The third task was to initiate the cleaning program. After final confirmation, he pressed the start button. A rumbling sound resonated outside the control room. Through the window, Lu Ming observed as a colossal mechanical arm on the garbage mountain began to move, grasping the debris from the selected area and placing it onto a conveyor belt. The belt transported the remnants to the processing pool at the mountain's base, where automatic sorting equipment awaited. Cleaning program for Garbage Mountain 1 has been initiated. Estimated completion time, 12 hours. Please proceed to Garbage Mountain 2. Lu Ming exhaled in relief. At least the step had gone smoothly. He exited the control room, preparing to descend. The descent proved more challenging than the ascent, and he nearly slipped several times. Just before reaching the base of the mountain, Lu Ming suddenly halted. By the processing pool at the foot of the mountain, something glimmered. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a metal plate, not an ordinary piece of metal, but one adorned with intricate patterns resembling a circuit. More importantly, it was largely intact, with only one corner damaged. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. This object, if returned to the homeland, would undoubtedly hold significant research value. He picked up the metal plate, roughly the size of a notebook and quite heavy. Glancing around, he also found several intact electronic components nearby. Iron sphere, Lu Ming mused, retrieving the metallic sphere. Will there be enough energy to transport these items back? The iron sphere emanated a faint warmth, causing the starlight within the glass beads to spin more rapidly. The light brain tablet issued a notification, indicating its capability to assess the condition of the iron sphere. Excellent. Lu Ming gathered the metallic plates and electronic components, focusing his mind as he prepared to transport them back to the Military Research Institute of Longxia. The iron sphere trembled, and the light portal reappeared. This time, Lu Ming was experienced. He swiftly pushed the items through the portal, shouting, "Professor, I need weapons. There are numerous small monsters here. Also, please provide me with some medical supplies. I am injured." The light portal held for 3 seconds before vanishing. The iron sphere dimmed, requiring 24 hours to recharge. Lu Ming slumped to the ground, the wound on his calf beginning to throb anew. He tore a strip from his work attire to rebandage it, then glanced towards the distant second garbage mountain. There were still 47 more mountains to traverse. The day had only just begun. In the Longxia laboratory, the light portal materialized, dropping the metallic plates and electronic components onto the workbench. Lu Ming's voice echoed, "Professor, I need weapons. There are many small monsters here. Also, please provide me with some medical supplies. I am injured." He was hurt. Zhang Jingguo's heart tightened. "Quick, prepare the medical kit. The best trauma ointment. Antibiotics. Get everything ready." The weapons were already in place. Li Wei arranged the Gauss rifle and shield watch together, saying, "Professor, we have also prepared compressed food and water purification tablets. Include those as well." Zhang Jingguo's eyes glistened with emotion. Our compatriot was injured amidst alien debris, and we must provide him with everything possible. All supplies were packed into a single box. Yet, what followed was a prolonged wait. Waiting for the iron sphere to recharge, waiting for Lu Ming to open the portal again. Zhang Jingguo sat before the workbench, observing the metallic plates sent by Lu Ming. The analysis results revealed that this was a high-performance circuit board, exhibiting thermal and electrical properties far superior to existing materials. If used in missile guidance systems, an enthusiastic weapon expert exclaimed, precision could increase 5-fold. What if applied to radar? Another expert inquired. Detection range would at least double. The entire laboratory resumed its research state, for each fragment sent from the future might harbor revolutionary technology. However, Zhang Jingguo's thoughts were elsewhere. He gazed at the empty center of the laboratory on the monitor, murmuring, "Comrade Lu Ming, you must hold on. The motherland awaits your return." At the garbage star, At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Ming had activated 6 cranes atop the garbage mountains. Each mountain required climbing. Each mountain was home to armored beetles or other small monsters. He had sustained 2 more wounds on his legs, and his work attire was torn in several places. Now, he sat in the control room of the 7th garbage mountain, too exhausted to move his fingers. The control panel screen displayed the cleanup progress. The 6th mountain was 23 complete. The light brain tablet issued a notification. Today's task completion rate, 610. Management experience, 12,100. Warning, physical condition has fallen to dangerous levels. It is advised to return to the main control room for rest. Lu Ming smiled wryly. Rest? There were still 4 mountains to tackle. He struggled to rise, gazing out at the 8th garbage mountain. The distance was considerable, with a vast expanse of open land strewn with large debris resembling a labyrinth. Lu Ming descended the mountain, making his way toward mountain number 8. Upon entering the clearing, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It was eerily silent. Previously, every area had been filled with the rustling sounds of metallic insects. Yet here, an oppressive stillness prevailed. Gripping the metallic rod he had carried with him, he slowed his pace. As he navigated around a pile of tank turret remnants, he caught sight of something else, not a metallic insect. The creature was the size of a rabbit, its body resembling that of a lizard. But its back was adorned with metallic scales, and its segmented tail ended in a metallic orb. It lay atop a circuit board, languidly licking the components with its tongue. Warning, Level 2 extraterrestrial entity detected, electro-lizard, threat level, moderate, recommendation, immediate retreat. This creature can unleash high-voltage electric shocks. The holographic tablet flashed a frantic red light. Lu Ming contemplated retreating, but it was too late. The electro-lizard had noticed him, lifting its head with eyes that glowed blue like 2 miniature lanterns. It hissed, opening its mouth, revealing not teeth, but a cluster of tiny electric arcs. In the next instant, a blue-white electric bolt shot forth. Instinctively, Lu Ming dove to the side. Crack! The electric bolt struck the ground where he had just stood, igniting the metallic debris beneath him. Damn it! Lu Ming scrambled to his feet and fled. The electro-lizard pursued him, its speed far surpassing that of the metallic insects. It released electric shocks as it chased him. Although its range was limited to 5 or 6 meters, the force was formidable. Lu Ming zigzagged through the debris, the electric blasts detonating behind him. This escape strategy was not sustainable. He spotted a partially buried mech shell ahead and dove inside. The electro-lizard reached the entrance, unleashing electric discharges into the cavity. Lu Ming huddled deep within, as the electric blasts erupted at the entrance, singeing his arm with searing pain. His work uniform was scorched, and blisters formed on his skin. Damn it! Lu Ming grimaced in agony. The electro-lizard could not enter due to the small opening, yet it stationed itself at the entrance, continuously emitting electricity. Lu Ming was trapped. He reached into his pocket. The iron sphere was still charging, unable to teleport. The power of the holographic tablet was waning. What to do? Await death? Lu Ming gazed at the blue figure at the entrance and suddenly had an idea. He seized a piece of metal from the ground, forcefully breaking off a corner and throwing it toward the opposite side of the entrance. Clang! The metal struck the ground. The electro-lizard instantly turned its head, directing its electricity toward the sound. Now was the moment. Lu Ming burst forth from the mech shell, summoning all his strength to hurl the metallic rod at the electro-lizard. The rod whirled through the air, striking the creature's head with precision. Crack! The scales shattered, and the electro-lizard was knocked over, emitting a piercing shriek. Yet it was not dead. It flipped over, ready to discharge electricity again. Lu Ming was already upon it, raising his foot and stomping down with all his might. Crunch! His foot landed squarely on its head. The electro-lizard twitched a few times before lying still, blue fluid oozing from beneath the shattered scales, crackling with electric arcs. Lu Ming collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his arm trembling from pain. Successfully repelled a level 2 extraterrestrial creature. Gained 5 points of management experience. Current experience, 17,100. Warning, level 2 electrical burn on left arm. In urgent need of medical attention, the holographic display emitted a notification, yet Lu Ming lacked the strength to read it. He sat there, gazing at the carcass of the electric lizard, then at his own burned arm. Tears suddenly streamed down his face, not from pain, but from a sense of injustice, fear, and despair. Alone, he climbed amidst mountains of refuse, pursued by monsters, injured with no one to care, and starving on unpalatable nutrient paste. He yearned to return home, to that impoverished yet at least safe earth. He longed to see his parents. No, Lu Ming wiped away his tears, struggling to rise. He could not perish here. If he died, he would truly never return. He tore off a longer strip of cloth and hastily bandaged his arm before limping toward Garbage Mountain number 8. 3 more mountains remained. Today he must prevail. As the sun set, the 3 suns began their descent. The long night of the garbage planet was once again upon him. Chapter 4. Light in the darkness. When darkness completely enveloped the sky, Lu Ming finally returned to the control room. He nearly crawled through the door. The burn on his left arm throbbed increasingly, each movement akin to being pricked by needles. His calves and other abrasions oozed blood. The gray work uniform stained with dark spots. Administrator detected returning to control room. Task completion rate, 1010. Management experience, 38,100. Permission level, 1 star, not upgraded. Reward, basic nutrient paste X2. A small door in the wall opened, dispensing 2 tubes of nutrient paste, 1 more than usual. Lu Ming managed a bitter smile as he picked up 1 tube, gulping it down. It retained that familiar taste of potato mash laced with iron powder, but today, he devoured it ravenously, driven by hunger. After finishing 1 tube, he hesitated before stowing away the second. What if food ran scarce in the future? Treating his wounds was of utmost importance now. In the corner of the control room stood a medical box, containing only the most basic disinfectant spray and bandages. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming sprayed the disinfectant onto his burned arm. A sharp pain caused him to tremble, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The blisters from the burn burst, exposing raw flesh, a sight that was unsettling. He shakily wrapped the bandages around his arm and tended to his other injuries. Once completed, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly spent. Outside, night descended upon the garbage planet. 3 moons rose, casting a pallid glow. In the depths of the wasteland, howls echoed, closer and more intense than the previous night. Lu Ming stared at the ceiling, his mind a blank slate. The first day had ended in such disarray. What awaited him tomorrow? The day after? A month from now? Suddenly, he sat upright, retrieving a metallic sphere from his pocket. The orb was dim, the starlight within the glass bead rotating slowly, likely still charging. 24 hours. Lu Ming murmured. There were still several hours until the next door could be opened. He turned his gaze toward the surveillance screen. The images of the 48 garbage mountains spread across the display, most areas shrouded in darkness, save for the searchlights of the sentinel turrets that swept slowly across the terrain. Wait a moment. The scene at Garbage Mountain number 7 appeared rather unsettling. Lu Ming leaned closer to the screen. This mountain was the 3rd point he had activated that afternoon, and it should still be undergoing automated cleaning. However, on the display, the crane had come to a halt, its mechanical arm suspended in midair. Moreover, something was stirring at the base of the mountain beside the processing pool, more than one entity. Lu Ming magnified the image, gasping in disbelief. At least 20 metallic beetles were congregating by the processing pool, gnawing at the metallic shell of the sorting equipment. Even more alarming was the sight of additional dark figures advancing from a distance. They were wreaking havoc on the machinery, and a cold sweat began to bead on Lu Ming's brow. The holographic interface emitted a warning. Garbage Mountain No. 7 sorting equipment under attack. Equipment integrity, 73. Estimated damage time, 2 hours. Recommendation, dispatch patrol drones immediately. But how could Lu Ming operate the drones? He had only heard of their existence, yet he had no authority to control them. He frantically searched the tablet for control options, but the interface was maddeningly complex, filled with incomprehensible icons and symbols. Damn it, this wretched contraption. In a fit of desperation, Lu Ming slammed his hand against the bed frame. What would happen if the equipment was damaged? Would his supervisor dock his pay? No. More importantly, if the machinery suffered extensive damage, would he even survive? At that moment, the metallic beetles abruptly ceased their assault. They all turned simultaneously in one direction, their antennae quivering violently, and then scattered in panic. The next second, a larger shadow entered the surveillance frame. The creature was the size of a dog, with an elongated body covered in dark red exoskeleton, and spikes protruding from the joints of its 6 legs. Its head resembled that of a mantis, equipped with a pair of enormous scythe-like forelimbs. It advanced slowly to the edge of the processing pool, extending its forelimbs and effortlessly tearing apart the outer shell of the sorting equipment. Warning, Level 3 alien species scythe mantis detected. Threat level, high. Characteristics, sharp forelimbs capable of cutting metal, high mobility. Active at night. Recommendation, activate sentinel turrets in the area immediately. Level 3. Lu Ming frantically searched the tablet for turret control options. After a lengthy search, he finally found a turret icon in the corner. He clicked on it, and a distribution map of 48 turrets across the garbage mountains appeared on the screen. There were 4 turrets at mountain number 7, but they were all grayed out and inactive. Activate all of them. Lu Ming selected the 4 turrets at mountain No. 7 and pressed the activation key. Insufficient energy. Activating one Sentinel turret requires 1 unit of energy. Current available energy, 0. Please wait for tomorrow's energy replenishment. Damn it. Lu Ming cursed under his breath. He watched as the scythe mantis had already torn apart the equipment's outer shell and was now voraciously consuming the circuit boards within. As if indulging in a snack. The integrity of the sorting equipment plummeted rapidly, 706865. Lu Ming knew he had to take action. Yet, his arms ached too much to lift, and outside, the night was teeming with monsters. If he ventured out, he might die. If he remained, the equipment would be destroyed. And he wouldn't be able to explain himself to his supervisor, making his future even more arduous. Damn it. Struggling to his feet, Lu Ming grasped a metal pipe. The tube was still smeared with the bodily fluids of iron beetles and electric lizards. He bound the tube to his right hand with a bandage, as his left hand was incapacitated. Then, he opened the door to the control room. The night breeze rushed in, carrying a biting chill and the scent of rusted metal. Distant howls echoed, while nearby, there were rustling sounds. Lu Ming activated the flashlight function on his tablet, casting a beam of light to illuminate the path ahead for several meters. The garbage mountain number 7 was approximately 600 meters away from the control room. Even during the day, one had to tread cautiously. At night, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. Simultaneously, in the laboratory of Longsha Nation, Professor, you should take a break, Li Wei said, noticing the bloodshot eyes of Zhang Jingguo, her heart aching for him. Zhang Jingguo shook his head, fixated on the metallic plates and electronic components Lu Ming had sent. Look at this circuit design. It completely bypasses traditional semiconductor concepts. If we could implement this in our chips. But you haven't slept for 30 hours. Li Wei urged. Comrade Lu Ming should at least be contacted after a few hours. You can't continue like this. It will take a toll on your health. Zhang Jingguo finally lifted his head, sighed. Shaoli, do you know? Every time I close my eyes, I see Comrade Lu Ming crawling through the garbage heap. He is injured, alone in a future thousands of years ahead, with no one to turn to. The laboratory fell into a hushed silence. All the researchers paused their work. These top-tier scientists, typically engrossed in discussions about data and technology, were now weighed down by an unshakable burden. We are here studying the materials he sent. Zhang Jingguo's voice was hoarse, while he is out there fighting for survival. This sentiment hung heavily in the air. He shook his head, unable to continue. Professor, a young researcher suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. Comrade Lu Ming mentioned that the iron ball can recharge once a day, and the portal can sustain itself for about 3 seconds. What if we prepare an ultra-compact, high-capacity storage device, compress our technical data, weapon designs, even messages from our families, and send it with him? Everyone turned to him. He must be in dire need of knowledge and information. The young researcher grew increasingly animated. We can provide him with instructions on how to repair equipment, identify dangerous creatures, and produce weapons from the simplest materials. Even a little could significantly enhance his chances of survival. Zhang Jingguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Yes. This is a brilliant idea. Prepare immediately. Compile all potentially useful information. Weapon designs, medical manuals, survival guides. Compress them all. The entire laboratory sprang back into action. Just as everyone busied themselves, Li Wei suddenly pointed at the monitor screen. Professor, look. In the center of the laboratory, the air began to distort. Earlier than before, specks of light appeared, rapidly expanding into a vortex. Less than 24 hours. Zhang Jingguo exclaimed in alarm. Could it be that Comrade Lu Ming is in trouble? On the garbage star, in the desolate night, Lu Ming had traversed 200 meters. Each step was taken with utmost caution. The beam of the flashlight swept across the refuse, illuminating various twisted metallic remnants. Shadows flitted past intermittently, always evading the light. He dared not walk too quickly. The injury to his arm had compromised his sense of balance, and the ground was treacherously slick. Having already stumbled twice, he was fortunate not to have attracted any monsters. Just 400 meters remained to mountain number 7. Suddenly, a series of crackling noises reached his ears. Lu Ming swiftly extinguished his flashlight and crouched behind a pile of metal plates. In the darkness, he discerned a vague silhouette moving. It was small, likely a type of metallic beetle, yet the sound was disconcerting, akin to the gnawing of metal. He waited for half a minute, the noise persisting. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming reignited his flashlight, aiming its beam forward. It was not a metallic beetle. The creature was the size of a cat, with a rotund body covered in a gray, rock-like shell. It was perched on a piece of armor plating, using its mouth, or rather, a rotating drill, to bore into the steel. The drill whirled at high speed, sparks flying as the steel was penetrated at a visible pace. Warning, Level 2 alien life form detected, drill mouse. Threat level, medium. Characteristics, Mouth functions as a high-speed rotating drill capable of penetrating metal. Sensitive hearing. Recommendation: remain still. Avoid making noise. Lu Ming held his breath and began to retreat slowly. However, his foot struck a metal pipe. Clang. The sound was particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. The drill mouse abruptly raised its head, the drill ceasing its rotation to reveal its densely packed, sharp teeth. Its small eyes reflected a crimson glow in the flashlight's beam. In the next moment, it charged toward him. Chapter 5. The weapons of our homeland come to aid. Its speed was not swift, yet the drill resumed its whirring, emitting a piercing buzz. Lu Ming turned to flee, but the drill mouse was already upon him. He swung the metal pipe, but as the creature ducked, its drill impacted directly against the pipe. Zing! Sparks erupted from the metal. Lu Ming felt a jolt in his hands, nearly losing his grip on the pipe. The drill mouse had actually dented the metal pipe. If this continued, the pipe would be perforated. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ming kicked a pile of loose metal fragments to the side. Crash! The debris tumbled down, striking the drill mouse. It became ensnared, thrashing in an attempt to extricate itself. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming raised the metal pipe and swung with all his might. Striking its body was futile, the shell was too hard. Instead, he aimed for the drill mouse's leg. Crack! One leg broke with a sharp sound, eliciting a piercing shriek from the creature. It thrashed wildly, the drill spinning erratically, creating even more sparks against the metal fragments. Lu Ming lifted the pipe once more, targeting its head. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3, until the drill mouse lay motionless. He panted heavily, gazing at the corpse on the ground. The drill still rotated slowly before finally coming to a halt. Successfully repelled level 2 alien life form. Earned 5 management experience points. Current experience, 43. 100. The tablet's notifications flickered in the darkness. Lu Ming paid it no mind, picking up the pipe and pressing onward. The earlier commotion had been too loud. It was likely to draw more creatures. Indeed, distant howls echoed in response. He quickened his pace, nearly sprinting toward Mountain Number 7, the Dragon Summer Country Laboratory. The portal opened, albeit unstable, its edges flickering violently. Lu Ming. Zhang Jingguo rushed to the light gate. How are things on your end? From the other side. Lu Ming's voice emerged, punctuated by labored breaths and the clashing of metal. Professor, I'm outside. I've encountered a monster. There is no time to explain. Can you send the weapons now? I'm in dire need. Outside. At this hour. Zhang Jingguo exclaimed. You're injured and still ventured out? The equipment could be destroyed by the monster. I must go? Lu Ming's voice was laced with urgency. Weapons. Do you have any weapons? Yes. Zhang Jingguo turned. Quick. Bring the Gauss rifle and the shield watch. And a medical kit. Food. The box was pushed to the front of the light gate, but a dilemma arose. It was evident that Lu Ming was on the move, and the position of the light gate was unstable. How could they transmit the items? Comrade Lu Ming, can you stabilize your position? Zhang Jingguo shouted. I can't. I'm running. The monster is chasing me. Lu Ming's breaths grew heavier. Professor, can you just throw the items over? I'll catch them. Throw them? Zhang Jingguo gazed at the light gate. This device was barely the size of a basin and flickered erratically. How could he aim? Let us try. Li Wei picked up the medical kit. Comrade Lu Ming. I will count to 3, 2, 1, and you be ready. All right. 3, 2, 1. The medical kit was hurled into the light gate. From the other side came Lu Ming's voice. Caught it. Next. The shield watch was thrown over. Caught it. Finally, it was the Gauss rifle. Weighing 10 kilograms and possessing an irregular shape. Zhang Jingguo personally lifted the rifle. Comrade Lu Ming. This is heavy. Are you ready? Throw it. The rifle soared into the light gate. Thud. A heavy object hit the ground on the other side, followed by Lu Ming's muffled groan. Comrade Lu Ming. Zhang Jingguo's heart leaped to his throat. I'm fine. I caught it. Thank you, my country. I have to go. The monster is closing in. Be careful. Zhang Jingguo called out. You must survive. Then the light gate vanished. Silence enveloped the laboratory. Everyone envisioned that distant, alien refuse planet, under the cover of night, where a wounded young man clutched the weapons sent by his homeland, fleeing from the pursuing monster. He would surely survive, Li Wei murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Jingguo clenched his fists. We must hasten our progress. Everything he sent must be thoroughly studied. He exchanged his life for these. On the refuse planet. At the base of Garbage Mountain Number 7, Lu Ming leaned against a discarded mech shell, panting heavily while clutching the Gauss rifle. The items that had just been transmitted nearly struck him, but he had managed to catch them. The medical kit and shield watch were already stuffed into his pockets. Now he held the weighty rifle in his hands. In the darkness, the distant screeches of the scythe mantis echoed, continuing its destruction of the equipment. Lu Ming examined the rifle. Its sci-fi design was entirely black, featuring a holographic sight. He instinctively pulled the bolt, which moved smoothly, producing the sound of a bullet chambering. The sight illuminated, displaying standby mode. He raised the rifle, looking through the sight into the distance. In his field of vision, the silhouette of the scythe mantis was distinctly highlighted, accompanied by data. Distance, 87 meters. Threat level, high. Recommendation, aim for the joints or head. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his arm, and positioned the rifle stock against his shoulder. He aimed and squeezed the trigger. There was no deafening gunshot, only a faint hum and an almost negligible recoil. Yet, in the distance, the scythe mantis suddenly convulsed. The scope displayed, hit on right front limb joint, target off balance. The mantis emitted a piercing screech and turned to face Lu Ming. A burst of green fluid erupted from its right front limb joint, causing that scythe-like appendage to droop, but not sever. It charged forward with terrifying speed. At a distance of 87 meters, it could cover the ground in mere seconds. Lu Ming steadied his breath and aimed again, this time at the head. He pulled the trigger. Buzz. The mantis swerved sharply mid-sprint, but did not fall. It merely grazed its exoskeleton. The distance closed to 50 meters. Lu Ming pulled the trigger for the third time. Buzz. This shot struck its chest. The exoskeleton shattered, and green fluid splattered. The mantis slowed but continued its onslaught. 30 meters. Lu Ming could now see the reflection of the flashlight in its compound eyes. Gritting his teeth, he aimed at the already injured right front limb joint and fired 3 consecutive shots. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All 3 bullets struck the same point. Finally, the mantis's right front limb severed. The massive scythe-like appendage fell to the ground, and it lost its balance, tumbling down. Lu Ming rushed forward, aiming at its head as it struggled to rise, and squeezed the trigger. Buzz. The final shot. The mantis convulsed a few times, and then lay still. Lu Ming collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The wound on his arm reopened, and the bandage soaked through with blood. Yet, he paid no heed to it as he glanced toward the sorting equipment. Equipment integrity, 52. It remained above the warning line, but was severely damaged. Struggling to his feet, he approached the equipment. The shell torn by the mantis revealed intricate circuits within, many wires severed. Lu Ming lacked knowledge in repairs, but at the very least, he could temporarily cover the shell to prevent more iron beetles from gnawing at it. After completing this task, he felt darkness encroaching upon his vision. He had to return to the control room. He picked up the severed front limb of the mantis. Its sharpness might prove useful. Slinging the rifle over his shoulder. Heavy though it was, it remained a vital tool for survival. Thus began his arduous journey back. The return path seemed interminably long. Each step felt as if he were treading upon cotton, his arm numb with pain and his head beginning to spin. Halfway through, the tablet emitted a warning. Administrator's life signs detected to be declining. Body temperature, 38. 7C. Heart rate, 132 beats per minute. Recommendation, return to control room immediately and seek treatment. A fever, an infection in the wound. Lu Ming managed a bitter smile. Truly, misfortune seldom comes alone. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward step by step. His vision began to blur, and he nearly stumbled several times. Finally, the door to the control room appeared within his sight. Only 50 meters remained. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the heap of refuse on the right. Lu Ming, in a state of numbness, turned his head and beheld several armored beetles emerging from the debris. They sensed the scent of blood, their antennae quivering with agitation. Lu Ming murmured to himself as he raised his Gauss rifle, yet he lacked the strength to pull the trigger. The beetles closed in around him. Just as one of them was about to leap at him, the shield watch on his wrist unexpectedly activated. A faint blue energy barrier unfurled, forming a semicircular shield that enveloped him. The beetles collided with the shield, rebuffed with a series of shrill cries. The shield's duration was set for 10 seconds. A countdown flickered on the watch's screen. 987 with his remaining strength. Lu Ming dashed towards the control room door. 3-2 just as the shield dissipated. He hurled himself through the doorway, slamming it shut behind him. Bang! Several beetles crashed against the door, producing a dull thud. Lu Ming slid down against the door to the ground, utterly immobilized. Darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness, still clutching the Gauss rifle tightly. The monitoring screens in the control room remained illuminated. Amongst the images of 48 mounds of refuse, some cranes were operational while others had ceased. In the depths of the wilderness, more shadows lurked. Meanwhile, in the distant Longshan nation, Zhang Jingguo and the researchers were burning the midnight oil, examining the remnants of advanced technology. They remained oblivious to the fact that the young man who had dispatched these remnants was now lying feverish and unconscious on the ground. Yet, at least he was alive. At least he possessed a weapon. Chapter 6. Guns and wounds. Lu Ming awoke to searing pain. His left arm felt as though it were ablaze, and his entire being was heavy-headed and light-footed, the world before him shrouded in darkness. He lay on the ground, leaning against the control room door, uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. The light outside was dim, as one of the three suns had just begun to rise, casting a dull yellow glow through the observation window. Administrator consciousness detected. Vital signs monitoring. Temperature 39, 2C, heart rate 128 beats per minute. Infection index 78, high risk. Recommendation: immediate use of antibiotics and wound treatment. The holographic tablet on the bedside flickered, displaying a red warning on the screen. Lu Ming struggled to rise, each movement eliciting a wince of pain. He glanced down to see the Gauss rifle still at his side, its black body glinting coldly in the morning light. The shield watch was affixed to his right wrist, while a medical kit lay a short distance away. Medical kit. He nearly crawled over, using his still-functioning right hand to open it. Within, he found a multitude of items: several tubes of ointment, blister packs of pills, sterile gauze, disinfectant, and even a few syringes along with small vials of medication. Lu Ming seized a blister pack of pills, labeled broad-spectrum antibiotics, 1 tablet every 12 hours. He pried one out and swallowed it dry, his throat aching from the effort. Next, he grabbed a tube of ointment, burn treatment, antibacterial repair. He bit the cap open and squeezed it onto the wound on his left arm. The ointment was cool, initially stinging painfully upon application, but soon began to alleviate the burning sensation. It took him 10 minutes to re-bandage the wound, a challenging task with one hand. The bandaging was haphazard, but at least it was secured. Having completed these tasks, Lu Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Leaning against the edge of the bed, he cast his gaze towards the surveillance screen. Among the images of the 48 garbage mountains, the sorting equipment on mountain number 7 was still operational. Yet its efficiency had markedly declined due to the severe damage inflicted by the scythe mantis the previous night. The cranes on the other mountains were diligently at work, with no anomalies reported for the time being. Today's tasks have been updated. Proceed to Garbage Mountain No. 1120 to activate the crane. Notice: abnormal energy fluctuations detected at Garbage Mountain number 11. Approach with caution. Another new assignment, involving 10 more garbage mountains. Lu Ming let out a bitter laugh. This work was truly unfit for a human. Nonetheless, he struggled to rise and made his way to the storage cabinet. The tube of nutrient solution he had stored away the previous night was still there, and he retrieved it, squeezing its contents into his mouth. The taste remained unpalatable, but with something in his stomach, the dizziness subsided somewhat. Next, he turned his attention to the Gauss rifle. The weapon was approximately 90 centimeters in length, entirely black, with sleek lines. Lu Ming lifted the rifle with his right hand. It was lighter than he had anticipated, weighing around 6 to 7 kilograms. He inspected it, locating the magazine release button, and detached the magazine. Inside was a specially designed round, with a slender, metallic glint. Beside it lay 9 additional fully loaded magazines, each containing 30 rounds, 300 rounds in total. Lu Ming reattached the magazine and pulled back the bolt. The mechanical operation was smooth and nearly silent. He raised the rifle and peered through the scope out the window. The scope illuminated, displaying standby mode. A crosshair appeared in the center of his view, and as he aimed at a distant abandoned turret, data sprang forth beside the reticle. Distance: 217 meters. Material: composite armor. Suggestion: aim for weak points. An excellent piece, Lu Ming murmured. With this tool in hand, his chances of survival today had significantly improved. He then checked his shield watch. The dial was a black liquid crystal screen, indicating energy 100, cooldown ready. There was a button on the side, presumably the activation key. With everything prepared, Lu Ming slung the rifle over his shoulder using a simple strap. He also packed 2 spare magazines into his work uniform's pockets, along with a medical kit. One could never predict if injuries would arise. Lastly, he glanced once more at the surveillance screen displaying Garbage Mountain number 11. Abnormal energy fluctuations? At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Ming set out. His first target for the day was Mountain number 11, located about a kilometer from the main control room, the furthest of all the garbage mountains. Having learned from last night's experience, Lu Ming treaded with greater caution. He paused intermittently to survey his surroundings, his right hand resting on the rifle at all times. The fever left him lightheaded, but at least the pain in his arm had eased somewhat thanks to the ointment. After walking approximately 400 meters, he encountered an open area ahead. This was no ordinary refuse. Instead, it was a meticulously stacked collection of metallic cubes, each measuring 1 cubic meter, their surfaces adorned with intricate patterns, resembling components of some energy cells or reactors. The light brain tablet emitted a notification, entering the perimeter of Garbage Mountain No. 11. Residual radiation detected. 0.3 millisieverts per hour, within safety range. Abnormal energy source detected. Direction due north, approximately 300 meters away. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the rifle, slowing his pace. The metallic cubes were stacked high, forming labyrinthine passages. Following the guidance on the panel, he navigated through the corridors. Suddenly, he halted. There were traces on the ground, not footprints, but drag marks as if something had crawled across the surface, with remnants of dried slime along the edges. Lu Ming crouched down for a closer inspection. The slime was dark green and glimmered faintly in the morning light. He prodded it with the barrel of his gun. The substance was viscous, stretching into fine strands. Analysis in progress. Composition, organic slime, exhibiting slight radiation, origin unknown. Recommendation: avoid this area. Avoid? How? This was the only route to Mount 11. Lu Ming stood up, raised his gun, and disengaged the safety. Through the scope, the corridor ahead appeared desolate. But the drag marks continued around the corner. He advanced slowly, each step nearly soundless. As he turned the corner, a relatively spacious area, approximately the size of half a basketball court, unfolded before him. In the center lay several open metallic cubes, their components strewn about. Amidst the scattered parts, something lurked. Lu Ming's breath caught in his throat. The creature was as thick as a barrel, over 3 meters long, resembling an inflated earthworm. Yet its surface was covered in dark green scales. It had no eyes. Its head was a circular maw, lined with whirling, serrated teeth. It was gnawing on a metallic component, the grinding of its teeth against metal producing a piercing screech. Warning: Level 3 extraterrestrial burrowing worm detected. Threat level: high. Characteristics: jaws capable of crushing metal, adept at subterranean movement, sensitive to vibrations. Recommendation: remain still. Avoid detection. Lu Ming held his breath and began to retreat slowly. However, his foot landed on a loose metal shard. Crack. The sound, though faint, resonated starkly in the silence. The burrowing worm abruptly raised its head, if that could be termed a head. Its maw ceased its rotation and pointed in Lu Ming's direction. Although it possessed no eyes, Lu Ming felt its gaze upon him. In the next instant, the worm lunged, not by crawling, but by retracting its entire body and then springing forth like a coiled spring. Its speed was astonishing for such a large creature. Instinctively, Lu Ming dove to the side. Boom. The worm crashed into the spot he had just occupied, the metallic floor caving in beneath the impact. The maw opened wide, teeth spinning, lunging toward Lu Ming. He rolled on the ground while raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Buzz. The bullet struck the worm's body, shattering scales and splattering green fluid. Yet the worm merely paused momentarily before continuing its assault. Its defenses were too formidable. Lu Ming scrambled behind a pile of metallic cubes. The worm followed, its maw biting into the cube. Creak. A chunk of metal was forcibly severed. Debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming peeked from behind the cube, aiming for the head of the worm, if that could indeed be called a head. However, he noticed that the scales surrounding the maw were particularly thick. Bullets merely sparked upon impact. What to do? He recalled the suggestion from the scope. Recommendation: aim for weak points. Where could it be vulnerable? Lu Ming evaded while observing. Each time the worm attacked, its midsection would slightly swell, revealing scales of a lighter hue. That's the spot. He rolled again, creating distance, knelt on one knee, and raised his weapon to aim. The worm charged once more. Lu Ming steadied his breath, aimed at the lighter area, and squeezed the trigger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 shots fired, all striking the same point. A fountain of green fluid erupted forth. The worm emitted a piercing shriek, not from its mouth, but from the friction of its scales. It writhed violently, its jaws snapping erratically, scattering nearby metal blocks into disarray. Yet it was not dead. Lu Ming changed the empty magazine for a new one and continued to target the wound, unleashing another trio of shots. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, the bullets penetrated. The worm's body was nearly severed in two, connected only by a shred of flesh. It collapsed, convulsing, its fluids pooling around it. Lu Ming slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. The fever was draining his stamina rapidly, and after the preceding battle, darkness began to encroach on his vision. Successfully repelled a level 3 extraterrestrial organism. Gained 8 management experience points. Current experience, 51, 100. Permission level, 1 star, not upgraded. A notification popped up on his tablet. Lu Ming had no time to contemplate his experience points. He struggled to his feet and approached the metal blocks that had been gnawed upon by the worm. Among them, one block contained an undamaged cylindrical component with interfaces at both ends and a surface that displayed energy indicators, albeit dimly flickering. An energy core? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Chapter 7. What lies in the darkness? He carefully extracted the cylindrical object with his still functional right hand. Approximately 30 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in diameter. It was quite heavy. There were scorch marks at the interfaces, yet it remained intact. Additionally, he discovered several pristine circuit boards replete with intricate components from other blocks, clearly high-grade materials. Piling them together, they amounted to about half the size of a suitcase. A metal sphere, Lu Ming retrieved it, pondering whether it could transport these items. Would there be enough energy? The sphere emitted a slight warmth. Transportable item volume, 0.1 cubic meters. Current item volume, 0.08 cubic meters. Transportable, excellent. Lu Ming concentrated, preparing to transport them back to the Military Research Institute of Longshan Nation. He also needed to inform them of his injury and fever, but that he was still alive. Furthermore, he would inquire if there were lighter melee weapons available. As the rifle was too cumbersome for one-handed use, the metal sphere vibrated, and a portal of light materialized. This time, Lu Ming was experienced. He pushed the items into the portal and quickly conveyed his message. The portal remained open for 3 seconds before vanishing. The sphere dimmed. Now, he had to continue his mission. However, gazing at the worm's corpse and then at his still painful left arm, an idea struck him. He approached the carcass, using the knife from his medical kit to slice off a segment of scale. The scale was hard, with sharp edges, perfectly sized to be strapped onto his forearm. Lu Ming used a bandage to secure the scale to the outer side of his left arm, crafting a rudimentary arm guard. Although rudimentary, it is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. After completing these tasks, he cast his gaze toward the direction of Garbage Mountain number 11. A mere 300 meters remained to reach the laboratory of Longshan Nation. Suddenly, a light portal materialized, releasing the energy core and circuit board. The echo of Lu Ming's words reverberated in his mind. I am injured and feverish, yet I remain alive. Furthermore, he pondered whether there might be a more manageable melee weapon, as the rifle was too cumbersome for single-handed use. He had sustained another injury. Zhang Jingwo's heart tightened. Was it a fever? Had the wound become infected? Professor, look at this, Li Wei exclaimed, having already grasped the energy core. The energy structure within this device is astoundingly advanced. Although the output power is minimal, the design philosophy completely surpasses our understanding. Forget about the research for now. Zhang Jingwo bellowed. Prepare the medications. The finest antipyretics. An upgraded version of antibiotics. What about melee weapons? What does he want? A saber? Suddenly, the head of the weapons division interjected. We previously had a project, a high-frequency vibrating dagger. It was inspired by the principles of mechanical arm vibration, with the blade vibrating 50,000 times per second, capable of slicing through most metals. However, we have yet to resolve the energy issue. Utilize the technology from this energy core. Zhang Jingwo pointed at the cylindrical device that had just arrived. Make immediate improvements. I want to see a functional prototype within 24 hours. But there are no buts. Zhang Jingwo's eyes reddened. Our compatriot is over there, suffering from a fever, struggling with a rifle that is unwieldy to wield one-handed, yearning for a melee weapon. We must create it for him. Do you understand? The entire laboratory plunged into a frenzy once more. Yet this time, each individual bore an even heavier burden in their hearts. Comrade Lu Ming had been injured again and was still burning with fever. Alone in the distant future, he must survive. Li Wei murmured to herself, organizing the medications. Tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Zhang Jingwo clenched his fists, gazing at the energy core on the laboratory table. This precious item, acquired at the cost of life, must be thoroughly examined. Noon on Garbage Star. Lu Ming finally ascended to the control room of Garbage Mountain number 11. This mountain towered above the others, and the crane was significantly larger. Inside the control room, the screen displayed that the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations was not within the refuse, but underground. High energy reaction detected at a depth of 15 meters underground. Hypothesis: unexploded energy weapon or reactor remnants. Danger level: medium, unstable. Recommendation: mark the location and avoid excavation, following the guidance. Lu Ming marked the location on the console and then set the cleaning program to avoid the subterranean area. The crane activated and commenced its operation. He slumped into the chair, feeling as if his body had fallen apart. The fever left him alternating between chills and heat, while his wound throbbed painfully. He took the antipyretics from the medical kit, but their effects were negligible. There were still 9 mountains of refuse to traverse. Lu Ming glanced at the time displayed on his tablet. It was merely noon, yet it felt as though an entire day had passed. After resting for 10 minutes, he struggled to stand, descending the mountain towards mountain number 12. The subsequent journey proceeded relatively smoothly. Mountains 12 through 15 did not present any formidable monsters, only sporadic armored beetles, all of which he dispatched with his rifle. His aim had improved significantly, with nearly every 2 shots resulting in a kill. However, the ammunition was depleting rapidly, for magazines had been emptied, leaving him with 6. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Ming arrived at Garbage Mountain number 16. This mountain was peculiar, primarily composed of aircraft wreckage. Broken wings, twisted fuselages, and charred engines lay scattered everywhere. While climbing, Lu Ming discovered a relatively intact component, the nose of an aircraft, roughly the size of a compact car. The cockpit canopy was shattered, yet the dashboard and control stick remained intact. More crucially, beside the control stick was a weapon. It was not a rifle, but something resembling a handgun, albeit with a more futuristic design, featuring an energy indicator beneath the barrel. Lu Ming climbed inside and retrieved the weapon. It was lightweight, approximately 2 kilograms. Upon inspection, he noted that the energy chamber was empty, yet there was a port for recharging. His eyes sparkled with hope. If operational, it would be far more portable than a Gauss rifle. He secured the handgun to his belt and continued his ascent, activating the control room of Mountain No. 16 proceeded smoothly. However, trouble arose during his descent. As Lu Ming reached the mountainside, he heard a series of clicking noises overhead. Looking up, his heart nearly stopped. A dozen drill mice were descending from the peak. Their drill heads whirred as they bored holes into the metallic mountain, drawing ever closer. He was surrounded. Lu Ming quickly raised his weapon, but the sheer number of drill mice coming from all directions overwhelmed him. He scanned his surroundings and noticed a depression formed by a wing wreckage to his lower left, which could serve as cover. He dashed toward it, rolling and scrambling. Just as the first drill mouse arrived, screech, the drill bit plunged into the wing, sending metal shards flying. Lu Ming fired back, and with a thud, the drill mouse was sent flying. Yet, the second and third, and increasingly more drill mice closed in. Lu Ming fired continuously, taking down 2 more. But the magazine was empty. He fumbled to change the magazine, yet the drill mice were already upon him. The nearest one was a mere half a meter away. Just then, the shield watch on his wrist activated automatically. Buzz. A blue shield expanded, and the drill mouse collided with it, bouncing off. A 10-second countdown began. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming swiftly changed the magazine and made a bold decision. Instead of hiding, he charged forward. With 5 seconds left on the shield, he burst from his cover, running while shooting backward. The Gauss rifle's bullets had strong penetrating power, often able to pierce through 2 drill mice with a single shot. However, the numbers were overwhelming. As the shield faded, 6 drill mice continued their pursuit. Lu Ming reached a relatively open area, suddenly turning, kneeling on one knee, and aiming his weapon. No longer fleeing, he prepared for a direct confrontation. Buzz, 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 buzz. 5 bullets struck, resulting in 5 drill mice exploding in a shower of gore. The last one rushed towards him, its drill poised to strike. With no time to shoot, Lu Ming instinctively raised his left arm, shielded by an arm guard made of worm scales. Clang! The drill struck the scales, sending sparks flying. The scales cracked, but did not shatter. The drill mouse was momentarily stunned. Now was the moment. Lu Ming drew the handgun he had just found at his waist. Although it lacked energy, it would serve as a makeshift club. He swung with all his might. Crack! The drill mouse's head shattered. Lu Ming lay on the ground, trembling all over. His left arm guard was cracked, yet it had managed to shield him from a fatal blow. He shuddered at the thought of what might have happened without it. Successfully repelled a group attack. Acquired 12 management experience points. Current experience, 63,100. Warning, body temperature 39. 5C. Please rest immediately. The tablet emitted a notification, but Lu Ming lacked the strength to read it. He reclined on the earth, gazing up at the murky yellow sky. 2 of the 3 suns were sinking towards the horizon, and dusk was fast approaching. For mountains loomed in the distance. But he could no longer muster the energy to move. Today ends here, Lu Ming murmured to himself. He struggled to rise, limping back. The path to the control room felt interminably long, as if stretched over 1,000 kilometers. At 7 in the evening, Lu Ming finally returned to the control room. He barely closed the door before collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. His fever had intensified, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. The wound on his left arm throbbed anew, the additional contusion causing his entire arm to swell. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stand, took medication, and redressed his wounds. Then, he turned his attention to the handgun he had found that day. Its silver body gleamed, designed with an elegant curvature, and featured a connector at the grip. Lu Ming searched the control room and discovered several discarded energy cells, uncertain if they were still functional. He attempted to insert one into the connector. Beep. The handgun vibrated slightly, and a small light on the grip illuminated with a green glow. Energy 5. It was operational. Elated, Lu Ming raised the handgun, aimed at a discarded part in the corner, and pulled the trigger. No bullet was discharged, but a pale blue beam emerged from the muzzle, striking the part and sizzling as it burned a small hole through it. An energy weapon. While its power was modest, its lightweight design was advantageous, and it appeared not to consume conventional ammunition. A splendid find. Lu Ming secured the weapon. Then, he glanced at the surveillance screen. He had completed the task of clearing 10 garbage piles today, leaving 38 remaining. At this pace, it would take 4 days to finish a round. Yet the pressing question lingered. Would his body endure? Lu Ming lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. In his pocket, a metal sphere was slowly charging, requiring several more hours before it could open again. He closed his eyes. Motherland, tomorrow I will bring back more treasures. I must uncover the technology that will take me home. Outside the window, the night deepened. The howls of the wilderness echoed, closer than the previous night. Meanwhile, something lurked in the darkness outside the control room door, sniffing at the crack beneath it. Chapter 8. Fever and Shadows. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring alarm jolted Lu Ming from a state of semi-consciousness. He bolted upright, momentarily blinded before nearly collapsing again. His head throbbed painfully. His throat felt as if filled with sand, and the wound on his left arm burned fiercely. Warning, abnormal vital signs, body temperature, 39. 8C. Wound infection index, 86, critical. Early symptoms of sepsis detected. Recommendation, immediate use of potent antibiotics and medical intervention. The holographic tablet flashed with blinding red light, and the warning text weighed heavily on Lu Ming's heart. Sepsis? Trembling, he rose unsteadily and staggered towards the medical kit. The antipyretic medication taken last night evidently proved ineffective. As the fever intensified, he rummaged through his bag and retrieved a bottle labeled powerful antibiotic, from which he extracted 2 tablets and swallowed them dry. Water. He needed water. In the corner of the control room stood a rudimentary water recycling device, yet the display indicated that only 30 of the water remained. Lu Ming poured himself half a cup of murky water that had been filtered, though it still appeared unclean. He closed his eyes and drank it down, momentarily alleviating the parched sensation in his throat. Daytime work mode activated. Nutrient supplement dispensed. Today's task, activate crane at Garbage Mountain No. 2130. Warning, multiple life signals detected at Garbage Mountain number 29. Damn it, another 10. Lu Ming gazed at the task notification on the screen, feeling an urge to curse. Yet he lacked even the strength to do so. He felt like a mere shell of a man, sustained only by a flicker of breath. However, there was no alternative. Without work, there would be no nutrient supplements, no elevation of privileges, and an eternal entrapment in this wretched place. He approached the door, grasping the vial of nutrient supplement. Today, there was only 1 tube. Evidently, yesterday's extra reward was a one-time offer. He squeezed it into his mouth, still tasting that metallic tang. Yet today he could barely discern the flavor, mechanically swallowing it. He checked his equipment, a Gauss rifle with 4 full magazines remaining, an energy pistol with 5 units of energy, a shield watch with 100 units of energy, and a medical kit, from which he had used quite a bit of medicine. There was also that metal pipe, now bent but still functional. Lu Ming gathered all that he could carry and then pushed open the control room door. The morning light flooded in, causing him to squint. 2 of the 3 suns had already risen, casting a yellowish hue upon the sky. Aside from the metallic scent of rust, there was a noxious odor permeating the air, the source of which was unknown. His first destination today was mountain number 21, located 800 meters from the control room. After only a few steps outside, he sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. Typically, the morning would be alive with the scuttling of iron beetles foraging through the refuse. Yet today, there was nothing. The entire area lay in eerie silence, the only sound being the wind whispering through the crevices of metal. Gripping his Gauss rifle tightly, he disengaged the safety. The scope illuminated, yet there were no signs of life within his field of vision. Something was definitely wrong. However, the task must be accomplished. Lu Ming inhaled deeply, the scorching air filling his lungs as he began to move forward. Each step felt as if he were treading on cotton, the fever impairing his sense of balance, nearly causing him to stumble twice. With his left arm bound to his chest by a bandage, he could only wield his weapon with his right hand. After traversing approximately 300 meters, he arrived at a relatively flat expanse. Here lay a considerable stockpile of armored plates, each the size of a door, riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks. Lu Ming cautiously maneuvered between the plates, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted. 20 meters ahead, on the ground, lay a pool of dark green slime, reminiscent of what he had encountered near mountain number 11 yesterday. However, this puddle was larger and appeared to be writhing. Lu Ming raised his weapon, aiming, as the scope displayed analysis data. Organic slime detected, active status, composition, high concentration acidic. Contains unknown biochemical information. Threat level, moderate. Recommendation, keep distance. Yet this was the only path to mountain number 21. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings and noticed a neatly stacked pile of armored plates to his right, a potential detour. Although it would require an additional 100 meters of travel, it was certainly preferable to stepping into the viscous substance below. He turned to the right and took a few steps when suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way. With a crack, a seemingly sturdy armored plate collapsed underfoot. Lu Ming plummeted downwards. Instinctively, he grasped the metallic edge nearby, but his left arm was incapacitated, relying solely on the strength of his right hand. Below was a pit, unfathomably deep and dark, resembling the maw of a monstrous beast. Lu Ming struggled desperately, his right arm wound tearing open further, blood seeping out. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to climb upwards, finally managing to pull his upper body from the abyss. However, at that moment, he caught sight of something. At the bottom of the pit, creatures were stirring. Not one, but a multitude, each the size of a fist. Their bodies resembled leeches, yet they were covered in fine metallic scales. They congregated at the pit's base, writhing as if sensing the movement above, beginning to ascend the walls with astonishing speed. Lu Ming's scalp prickled with terror as he scrambled upwards. At last, he emerged from the pit and immediately turned to flee in the opposite direction. The swarm of creatures had already clambered out, at least 20 or 30 of them. Lacking eyes, they possessed a suction cup-like mouth, lined with rows of sharp teeth. Warning: Level 2 extraterrestrial acidic leech detected. Threat level: moderate. Characteristics: secretes high concentration acidic mucus. Operates in groups, senses prey through vibrations. Recommendation: immediate disengagement. As Lu Ming ran, he fired behind him. Buzz! A shot struck the foremost leech, causing it to explode in a spray of green mucus. The acidic substance splattered onto the metallic plates, emitting a hissing sound and producing corrosive white smoke. Close combat was not an option. While retreating, Lu Ming continued to shoot. The Gauss rifle's penetrative power was formidable, often piercing through 2 or 3 leeches with a single shot. Yet there were far too many, and they were encircling him. He glanced at the terrain. To the left lay the stacked armored plates, and to the right, an open area. The open ground was unsuitable. There was no cover. He had no choice but to dive into the pile of armored plates. Lu Ming dashed to the left, tumbling behind a slanted armored plate. The acidic leeches pursued him but were blocked by the armor. They began secreting mucus, attempting to corrode the plates. Hiss! White smoke billowed as the metal visibly thinned at an alarming rate. Lu Ming realized he could not linger. He observed ahead and spotted a gap that led to a higher stack of armored plates. However, he would have to dash across a stretch of open ground where several leeches were already lying in wait. It was now or never. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming burst forth from his cover, activating his shield watch simultaneously. Buzz! The blue shield unfolded as he charged toward the gap. Several acidic leeches collided with the barrier and were repelled. Yet, the mucus they secreted splattered onto the shield, depleting its energy rapidly. Countdown: 876. Reaching the gap, Lu Ming scrambled upwards just as the shield's timer dwindled to 3 seconds. He looked down to see the leeches gathering below, unable to ascend. For the moment, he was safe. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he beheld an even graver situation ahead. Below, that group of acidic leeches did not disperse. Instead, they began to congregate. They intertwined, their mucus substances mingling, and astonishingly commenced a process of fusion. 1, 2, 3, dozens of acidic leeches coalesced into a singular, larger entity. It was as thick as a bucket and 2 meters long, its surface no longer scaled, but rather enveloped in a translucent gel, through which molten metallic fragments could be seen swirling. Warning: Level 3 alien biological acidic fusion detected. Threat level: high. Characteristics: formed by the fusion of multiple entities, exhibiting increased acidity, capable of ejecting corrosive fluid. Recommendation: target the core. The fusion entity raised what could be considered a head. A fissure opened in the gel-like surface, revealing a swirling acidic vortex within. In the next moment, a jet of dark green acidic liquid was ejected. Lu Ming abruptly dove to the side. The acid grazed the spot where he had just stood, drenching the armor plate. The metal was instantly corroded, leaving a gaping hole, the edges still hissing with smoke. Its potency was exponentially greater than that of a single leech. Lu Ming crouched behind a pile of armor plates, raising his weapon to aim. The fusion entity prepared to spray again. He targeted the gaping fissure, which appeared to be its offensive organ. He squeezed the trigger. Buzz! The bullet penetrated the acidic vortex, causing the fusion entity to convulse violently, interrupting its spray. However, it did not perish. Instead, it became enraged and began to crawl toward the armor plate. Despite its gelatinous form, it exhibited remarkable adhesion, managing to traverse the vertical surface of the armor. Lu Ming fired repeatedly. But the bullets merely created holes in the gelatinous body, which were swiftly filled by the flowing substance. This creature possessed no definitive weak point. As the fusion entity drew nearer, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and retrieved his energy pistol. Although it possessed only 5 units of energy, it was worth a try. He aimed at the center of the fusion entity, where the gel was thickest and darkest, likely indicating its core. He pulled the trigger. A pale blue beam shot forth, striking the fusion entity. Sizzle. The gel was burned through, and this time, it did not immediately heal. Effective. Yet, the energy pistol's indicator plummeted to 1, almost depleted. The fusion entity, struck at its core, emitted a silent shriek, a sound produced by the violent vibrations of the gel. It writhed frantically, the acidic liquid splattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming swiftly changed the magazine of his Gauss rifle, aiming at the charred hole, and fired in rapid succession. Buzz, 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 buzz. All 4 rounds found their mark within the opening. The fusion entity suddenly stiffened, then began to disintegrate. The gel lost its cohesion, flowing down like melting wax, revealing the dozens of partially fused acidic leeches within. However, these bodies were also severely injured, thrashing upon the ground. Lu Ming did not afford them a chance. He executed them one by one. It was only when the last remained motionless that he collapsed, gasping for breath. That was perilously close. Successfully repelled level 3 alien biological horde. Gained 10 management experience. Current experience, 73,100. Warning, body temperature 401. Please seek immediate medical attention. A notification popped up on the tablet. But Lu Ming was too exhausted to read it. He lay on the ground, feeling as if the world were spinning around him. The fever, coupled with the intense exertion, left him feeling as though he might fall apart. After resting for 10 minutes, he forced himself to rise. The mission was not yet complete. Avoiding the area of slime, he continued his ascent towards mountain number 21. The ensuing hours marked the most agonizing experience of Lu Ming's life. Battling a fever of 40 degrees, he crawled through piles of refuse, halting every 100 meters to catch his breath, his vision intermittently darkening. The wound on his left arm, having reopened from his earlier struggles, oozed blood through the bandages. Upon reaching mountain number 22, he encountered 3 armored beetles, dispatching them with his energy pistol, now depleted of energy. At mountain number 23, he faced a drill mouse, eliminating it with 2 shots from his Gauss rifle. Mountain number 24 brought no monsters, yet he nearly slipped while climbing. By the time he reached mountain number 25, it was already noon. Lu Ming collapsed onto the chair in the control room, lacking even the strength to activate the crane. A glance at the screen revealed a particular item in the cleanup objectives for mountain number 25 that captured his attention. It appeared to be a device, not a weapon, resembling medical equipment. Despite its severe damage, the main structure remained intact, adorned with a Red Cross emblem. Medical equipment? If it could be retrieved, might his homeland not analyze it for superior medical technology? Perhaps even better pharmaceuticals? Summoning his resolve, Lu Ming struggled to his feet and peered out the control room window. The device was located halfway down the mountain, necessitating a descent to retrieve it. However, given his current state, even descending posed a challenge, let alone retrieving the item and climbing back up. After a few moments of hesitation, he made his decision. Retrieve it. The prospect of enhanced medical technology significantly improved his chances of survival. Carefully, Lu Ming descended the mountain and approached the device, approximately the size of a washing machine. Its outer casing was damaged, revealing intricate internal components. Upon inspection, he found the core components relatively intact. Yet, a dilemma arose. The device was far too heavy for a single person to move. After some contemplation, he retrieved a rope from his work uniform pocket, previously found in the control room. He secured the device and tied the other end around his waist, then, like a sled, began dragging it up the mountain. Each step felt akin to traversing through hell. The device scraped against the metallic slope, emitting a grating sound. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming exerted all his strength to pull it upwards. Sweat soaked his clothes, only to evaporate almost instantaneously. His vision blurred repeatedly, and he nearly lost consciousness several times. Yet, against all odds, he managed to drag the device into the control room. Activating the crane, he set the cleanup procedure in motion. Then, he turned his gaze towards the medical device. The iron ball, he extracted the metallic sphere, intending to transport it back home. Informing his country, he desperately needed better medical technology. He was on the brink of collapse. The iron ball vibrated, and a portal of light emerged. The device was pushed through the portal. Once the light gate vanished, Lu Ming could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the floor of the control room. Chapter 9. The terrifying footsteps in the laboratory of Longxia country. The light portal manifested, ejecting the medical device. Accompanied by Lu Ming's faint voice, I need better medical technology. I can barely hold on. His condition had deteriorated. Zhang Jingguo rushed to the device. Yet his greater concern lay with Lu Ming's voice, so frail, so filled with despair. Professor, look at this. Experts from the medical team had gathered, and it was evident this was advanced medical equipment. Despite its damage, the structure remained intact. Look at this scanning module. It surpasses our CT technology by 2 generations. And this treatment unit, my heavens, it employs directional cellular repair technology. Is it reversible? Zhang Jingguo anxiously inquired whether they could produce the medicine he required. We can certainly attempt it, but time is of the essence, the medical expert replied. Moreover, based on Comrade Lu Ming's voice, it is evident that he is suffering from severe infection and dehydration. Merely possessing the medication is insufficient. He requires intravenous fluids and specialized medical care. But we cannot deliver it, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, striking the laboratory table with a fist. The iron ball cannot transport liquids or living beings. A heavy silence enveloped the laboratory. Indeed, no matter how advanced the technology, what use was it if they could not deliver aid? Professor, Li Wei suddenly interjected, could we not transmit the technical documentation? We can instruct him on how to create saline solution using the simplest materials, how to fabricate an intravenous injection apparatus, and even the synthesis method for antibiotics. Another researcher added, if he can procure certain materials, yes. Yes. Zhang Jingguo's eyes brightened. We must condense all medical knowledge to its bare essentials and inform him of every conceivable life-saving method. What about weapons? The head of the weapons group queried. The high-frequency vibrating dagger has been improved, utilizing a new energy core technology that has tripled its endurance. Furthermore, the prototype of the nanotoxin needle launcher has been completed. Albeit with a range of only 20 meters, it boasts excellent concealment. Prepare everything, Zhang Jingguo commanded. During the next transmission, we shall send him all that we can, medical information, weapons, and medications. Everyone hastened to their tasks once more, but a weight of concern lingered in their hearts. Would Comrade Lu Ming be able to endure until the next transmission? On Garbage Star, at 4 in the afternoon, Lu Ming awoke on the floor of the control room. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, but felt increasingly worse. His throat felt as though it were aflame, and every joint in his body ached. Struggling to rise, he noted the display indicating he had been unconscious for 1 hour. 5 mountains remained. Glancing outside, he observed the sky darkening. If he did not complete today's tasks, tomorrow's burdens would accumulate, making them even more difficult to fulfill. With his last reserves of strength, Lu Ming descended the mountain toward Mountain 26. The 26th, 27th, and 28th mountains were relatively manageable, encountering only level 1 monsters, which he dispatched easily with his Gauss rifle. However, he had only 2 magazines of ammunition remaining. As he approached Mountain 29, the display warned him of multiple life signals congregating in that area. By the time he reached the mountain's base, dusk was nearly upon him. He concealed himself behind a barrier to observe. Mountain 29 was primarily littered with the wreckage of small flying vehicles, such as drones and reconnaissance aircraft. Midway up the slope, he spotted the remnants of a relatively intact hangar. The hangar door was partially ajar and shrouded in darkness. The life signals emanated from within the hangar. There were not just 1, but at least 7 or 8. What should he do? Circumvent it? However, the control room was situated above the hangar. He had no choice but to pass through it. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming picked up a metal shard from the ground and hurled it forcefully toward the left side of the hangar. Clang! The metal shard struck the ground with a sharp sound, prompting immediate movement within the hangar. Several shadowy figures darted out, not armored beetles or acid leeches. These creatures were the size of dogs, their bodies resembling wolves but cloaked in dark gray metallic fur. Their heads bore resemblance to hounds. Yet their jaws could unfurl like petals, revealing 3 circles of sharp teeth. Their limbs were mechanical, with hydraulic apparatuses at the joints. Warning, detected level 3 alien biomechanical hounds. Threat level, high. Characteristics, high speed, aggressive, pack hunting. Recommendation, avoid being surrounded. 5 mechanical hounds emerged, not charging directly towards the metallic fragment, but rather dispersing in a fan-like formation to encircle the source of the sound. They exhibited intelligence, aware of the potential ambush. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Ming. These creatures were more cunning than the previous monsters. He began to back away slowly, seeking an alternative route. However, the moment he moved, 1 mechanical hound abruptly turned its head, fixing its gaze in his direction. Discovered. The hound emitted a low growl, more akin to mechanical friction than a bark. The other 4 immediately responded, all turning towards Lu Ming. Run! Lu Ming pivoted and fled, but his fever diminished his speed. The mechanical hounds were incredibly swift, their hydraulic limbs enabling them to leap 3 to 4 meters with each stride. They quickly closed the distance. The first hound lunged at him, its gaping maw aimed at Lu Ming's neck. He rolled on the ground, simultaneously raising his weapon to fire. Buzz! The bullet struck the hound's shoulder, shattering its metallic hide, yet failing to penetrate. The hound merely paused for a moment before continuing its assault. Such formidable defenses? Lu Ming fired repeatedly, forcing the first hound back, but the second and third were already flanking him from either side. He activated his shield wristwatch. Buzz! A blue shield expanded. The two hounds collided with it, being repelled. Yet, the shield's energy began to deplete. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming aimed for the exposed mouth of one hound, where its weakness lay. He pulled the trigger. Buzz! The bullet penetrated through its gaping maw. Emerging from the back of its skull, the hound collapsed, convulsing briefly before lying still. However, the remaining hounds had learned, refraining from opening their mouths to attack and instead resorting to clawing and battering the shield. The shield's energy rapidly diminished, 654 remaining, with 3 hounds still in play. Lu Ming continued to retreat while shooting. The rounds from his Gauss rifle merely inflicted superficial wounds on the hounds. It was imperative to strike their heads or joints. He targeted the joint of one hound's forelimb and fired twice. Buzz! Buzz! The joint shattered, causing the hound to tumble. Lu Ming charged forward, striking its head vehemently with the butt of his rifle until it lay motionless. 2 hounds remained, but the shield had vanished. Both hounds lunged simultaneously. Lu Ming had no time to shoot and could only use his rifle to block. One hound clamped down on the barrel, its sharp teeth grinding against the metal, sparking. The other lunged towards his left arm. Lu Ming sidestepped, yet his left arm was still grazed, leaving a gash. Gritting his teeth, he drew his energy-depleted handgun from his waist and swung it like a club at the hound's head. Clang! The hound was knocked back, but it immediately lunged again. Lu Ming realized he could endure no longer. Fever, blood loss, and exhaustion had begun to cloud his vision. Just as he thought he would perish there, a sudden idea struck him. He rolled backward abruptly, creating distance, and retrieved a powerful analgesic syringe from his pocket, previously taken from the medical kit. This was not a weapon, but Lu Ming hurled the syringe toward the nearest hound. The hound instinctively opened its mouth to bite, shattering the syringe and spilling the medication into its mouth. The hound suddenly froze, then began to tremble, collapsing to the ground moments later as the drug took effect. No, it was more likely that some ingredient was toxic to it. Only one hound remained. Witnessing the demise of its companions, this hound did not continue to attack. Instead, it slowly retreated and turned to flee into the hangar. Lu Ming did not pursue. He slumped to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Successfully repelled the mechanical hound pack. Acquired 15 management experience points. Current experience, 88, 100. Warning, body temperature 40. 3C, multiple traumatic injuries. Urgent medical attention required. Experience points were nearly sufficient. Yet, all Lu Ming desired was a brief respite. He gazed at the control room atop Mountain 29. Just one final stretch remained. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he crawled upward, activated the control room, and set the program. Then, he collapsed onto the console. At 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Ming awoke on the floor of the main control room. How had he returned? Uncertain. Only fragmented memories remained. Descending Mountain 29. Dragging his body back, encountering something along the way, firing a few shots. Irrelevant now. He was still alive. Lu Ming struggled to the bedside and opened the medical kit. There were 2 potent antibiotics left, which he consumed entirely. He then used the last of the disinfectant to treat a new wound, a deep claw mark on his left arm. Exposing bone. After tending to his injuries, he lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. In his pocket, the iron ball was growing warm. Nearing completion of its charge, he retrieved the iron ball. The starlight within the glass orb spun rapidly, almost full. Motherland, Lu Ming murmured. Has the medical equipment I sent back been developed? He longed to return home, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the blood and grime on his skin. Yet, he quickly wiped away his tears. He could not afford to die. Death would mean he could never return. He closed his eyes, awaiting the completion of the iron ball's charge, anticipating the next opportunity to communicate with his homeland. Outside, the night was profound. Something was approaching the control room in the wilderness. It was not a monster. It was the sound of footsteps, human footsteps. Chapter 10. The Night Visitor. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Lu Ming awake, his heart racing. The fever clouded his consciousness, yet the knocking was terrifyingly real. 3 knocks, evenly spaced. Neither too soft nor too hard. Who? No, what was it? He struggled to sit up, the pain from the wound on his left arm nearly causing him to cry out. His right hand reached for the Gauss rifle at the bedside. Its cold metal offered a semblance of security. Knock, knock, knock. Another 3 knocks. It was not a monster. Monsters do not knock. At least, those he had encountered did not. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming rose cautiously, tiptoeing to the door. The control room door lacked a peephole, possessing only a small observation window. He carefully leaned closer to peer outside. There stood a figure, a human, or something that resembled one. A middle-aged man donned a tattered gray jumpsuit similar to Lu Ming's, but more worn, patched over and over. His face bore the marks of weathering, with a crude metallic eye patch over his left eye, while his right eye appeared normal. His hair was unkempt, and his beard was scruffy. Most striking was that his right arm, from the elbow down, was a mechanical prosthetic, rudimentary and rough, with exposed gears and hydraulic tubes visible at the joints, yet it was functional. I know you are inside. The man's voice was hoarse, filtering through the door. Open the door. I am not a monster. Lu Ming remained motionless, gripping his rifle tightly. You are the new administrator, correct? The man continued. They always leave you here without care. I've seen you scavenging alone in the refuse these past few days. He knew the old man. Lu Ming hesitated, but did not open the door. In this cursed place, humans could be more perilous than monsters. I am called Iron Hand. The man seemed aware of Lu Ming's apprehensions. He was also an administrator, overseeing the refuse mound at C12 District 51100, right next to your sector. We are neighbors. Neighbors? How can I trust you? Lu Ming finally spoke, his voice so hoarse he barely recognized it. You do not need to trust me, Iron Hand replied. Yet you are currently running a high fever. Your wound is infected, and if left untreated, it could be fatal. Fortunately, I have procured some medication from the medical refuse. It may be expired, but it is better than nothing. He raised his left hand, holding a small iron box. Lu Ming stared at the box, then at Iron Hand's face. The visage bore signs of fatigue and hardship, yet there was no malice, at least, none that he could discern. Why do you wish to help me? Lu Ming inquired. Because in this wretched place, the survival of one more person adds a glimmer of hope. Iron Hand replied matter-of-factly. And I noticed your prowess. You dispatched a pack of mechanical hounds yesterday? Impressive, far better than when I first arrived. He even knew this. Lu Ming contemplated for a few seconds, ultimately deciding to open the door, albeit just a crack, keeping his rifle aimed outward. The door creaked open, and Iron Hand did not force his way in. Instead, he slid the iron box through the gap. Lu Ming accepted it, opening to find several tubes of ointment, blister packs of tablets, and 2 syringes. The green ointment treats external wounds, the white tablets reduce fever, and the syringes contain a concentrated nutrient solution, superior to the pathetic offerings from the company. Iron Hand remarked, whether you use them is up to you. Having said this, he turned to leave. Wait. Lu Ming called out to him. Would you care to come in and sit for a while? Iron Hand glanced back, a flicker of surprise in his single eye, then smiled. All right, the newcomer shows no fear of death. He stepped inside, and Lu Ming closed the door, still gripping his rifle. Iron Hand settled into the chair naturally, surveying the control room. TSK, still so stingy. They've outfitted you with the bare minimum. Not even a decent bed. Have you known the old man for long? Lu Ming leaned against the wall, remaining standing and vigilant. 3 years. Iron Hand produced a flask from his pocket and took a sip. On this refuse planet, there are no more than 10 administrators like me who have survived 3 years. Most have perished, devoured by monsters, buried by garbage, or gone mad. Lu Ming fell silent. Where do you hail from? Iron Hand asked, observing his appearance. You do not seem like one from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. No implants on your face. No signs of modification. A pure human? I have lost my memory. Lu Ming reverted to his previous excuse. Iron Hand chuckled, not pressing further. Amnesia is a blessing. In this cursed place, remembering too much brings only suffering. He stood up and approached the surveillance screens. 48 refuse mounds, and you alone oversee them. The old man is quite ruthless. When I first arrived, I was given only 20. How did you survive? Lu Ming could not help but inquire. By scraping by. Taisho replied succinctly. If one cannot fight, one runs. If one cannot run, one hides. The refuse heap contains everything. Weapons, medicines, food, provided one dares to sift through it. This arm of mine, he raised his mechanical prosthetic, was salvaged from the wreckage of a mech and assembled by myself. Though rudimentary, it is functional. Lu Ming examined the prosthetic, the gears whirred, and the hydraulic tubes extended and retracted. Though crude, it indeed served its purpose. You didn't come tonight merely to deliver medicine, did you? Lu Ming asked. Taisho turned around, his single eye fixed on Lu Ming, astute. I have come to convey 2 pieces of information. First, the garbage star has become perilous of late. There are reports of a significant battle on the front lines. Within the refuse transported by the clearing vessels, dangerous items have infiltrated. Dangerous items? Creatures above level 4, and possibly even sentient ones. Taisho's expression turned grave. Those beings cannot be dealt with using your rifle. A weight settled in Lu Ming's chest. Second, Taisho gestured toward the metallic sphere in Lu Ming's pocket. Use that little ball sparingly. The garbage star is equipped with a scanning network, though outdated. Excessive energy fluctuations may draw attention. Should the corporation discover you possess a means of transdimensional transport, you would be subjected to dissection for research. Instinctively, Lu Ming covered his pocket. Do not be anxious. I will not speak a word of it. Taisho took another sip of his drink. In this wretched place, who doesn't harbor secrets? I have my own. He moved toward the door. The medicine will last a few days. If you wish to survive, starting tomorrow, do not focus solely on completing the task. Scavenge through the refuse. Seek out usable items, be it weapons, armor, or medicine. How do I scavenge? Lu Ming inquired. Use your eyes. Use your mind, Taisho replied. Every pile of refuse possesses its own value. It depends on whether you can discern it. Remember, surviving is more crucial than fulfilling the task. That old fellow only cares as long as you do not blow up the garbage mound. Your fate is of no concern to him. The door opened, and Taisho stepped out, turning back. By the way, should you uncover anything valuable that you cannot utilize, feel free to trade with me. I have my channels, but it must be something worthwhile. With that, he vanished into the night. Lu Ming closed the door, leaning against it, his heart racing. Taisho, the enigmatic man, the administrator of the adjacent district. How much of his words were true? Yet, at the very least, the medicine should be genuine. There was no reason for Taisho to risk coming at night to poison him. Lu Ming returned to the bedside and opened the iron box. The green ointment emitted an herbal scent, while the white tablets appeared unremarkable. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to use them. The situation could not worsen. The ointment applied to his wounds provided a cooling sensation that alleviated the burning pain. After swallowing the tablet, he felt his body temperature drop slightly after half an hour. At the very least, his head was no longer spinning. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Taisho had mentioned that valuable items could be found amidst the refuse. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lu Ming rose from the bed and approached the energy pistol he had brought back that day. The energy pistol, energy level 0. He disassembled the gun. Noting its straightforward structure, at its core was an energy converter connected to an energy chamber. The chamber was empty, but the converter appeared intact. If only he could find a power source. Lu Ming began rummaging through the control room. Beneath the console lay several drawers containing various odds and ends, old tools, broken data cables, and several components of uncertain purpose. Among them was an energy block, palm-sized, adorned with a dim indicator light that signified its depletion. Lu Ming grasped the energy block and then picked up a handgun. The energy slot of the gun did not align with the energy block's interface. However, he observed two exposed terminals on the energy block. The energy converter of the handgun also bore 2 connection points. Could a manual connection be feasible? Lu Ming retrieved a length of data cable and stripped it to expose the metal wires. With great care, he linked the energy block to the handgun's energy converter. A faint sound emitted. The indicator light on the energy block flickered momentarily before extinguishing. Depleted? Chapter 11. The Roar of a Creature Weight. Lu Ming placed the energy block onto the charging port of the console. The control room possessed its own energy system. The indicator light began to flicker slowly, indicating it was charging. He waited for 10 minutes, and the light turned green, signifying it had charged one segment. He reconnected it to the handgun. This time, the light on the grip of the energy handgun illuminated one segment of energy, 10. A success. Though merely 10, it was operational. Lu Ming, exhilarated, raised the handgun and aimed at the corner, firing a test shot. A soft blue beam shot forth, burning a small crater into the metallic wall. Its potency had significantly increased from the previous 5. Excellent. He charged the energy block until it reached 3 segments and transferred it all to the handgun, raising its energy to 30. That should suffice for a while. Lu Ming placed the energy block back on the charging port to continue replenishing it, then returned to his bed. Tonight had yielded much: medicine, information, and a recharged handgun. He glanced at the holographic tablet. Administrator, Lu Ming, permission level, 1 star. Management experience, 88, 100. Experience needed for upgrade, 12 points, almost there. Tomorrow, if he completed 10 more garbage mountains, he should ascend to 2 stars. A 2-star administrator would possess higher authority, enabling him to manage more advanced levels of garbage, which meant discovering Superior refused to return to his homeland. Yet, Iron Hand had warned of recent dangers infiltrating their midst. Lu Ming closed his eyes. Let fate take its course. Longxia Kingdom Laboratory. Professor, we succeeded, Li Wei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The cellular repair module of the medical equipment has been successfully reverse-engineered. Although we can only produce a simplified version, the efficacy tests are exceedingly promising. On the experimental table, a device the size of a palm was operational. The screen displayed a simulated wound healing process, with cells visibly splitting and reorganizing at an observable rate. Can it be utilized on Comrade Lu Ming? Zhang Jingguo inquired, his concern evident. Theoretically, yes, Li Wei hesitated, but the device requires precise control. It may be challenging for Comrade Lu Ming to operate independently. Moreover, the energy consumption is substantial, necessitating a high-energy battery for support. Then let us prepare. Zhang Jingguo commanded. Gather everything that could possibly save his life. Is the high-frequency vibrating dagger completed? Indeed. The head of the weapons team presented a dagger, inspired by the hydraulic principles of mechanical hounds. With a vibration frequency elevated to 80,000 times per second, and a 5-fold increase in endurance. Additionally, a toxic needle launcher has been equipped with a potent anesthetic, effective against large organisms. What about the nanotoxin injector? It is quite satisfactory, albeit with a range of just 25 meters. However, its concealability is remarkably high. The needle has a diameter of 0.1 millimeters, and, once inserted into the body, releases nanobots capable of disrupting nerves or delivering medication. Excellent. Excellent. Zhang Jingguo repeated the word excellent twice. What about the medical materials? Have they been compressed? They have been compressed to the utmost limit. The information team handed over a small storage chip containing a simple saline solution preparation method, a tutorial on intravenous injection, common wound care procedures, a process for homemade antibiotics, and messages from all of us. Messages? Yes. Li Wei's eyes reddened. Each of us recorded a message for Comrade Lu Ming, assuring him that the motherland awaits his return and urging him to persevere. Zhang Jingguo took the chip, small yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. When is the next transmission? He inquired. According to Comrade Lu Ming, the iron ball recharges every 24 hours. Li Wei glanced at the time, estimating about 4 hours remaining. All personnel, stand by. Zhang Jingguo commanded. In 4 hours, regardless of what Comrade Lu Ming sends back, we must ensure that the prepared items are dispatched immediately. Understood. On the garbage star. At 4 in the morning, Lu Ming awakened, not by natural means, but by the searing heat emanating from the metallic sphere, which had completed its charging and was now burning hot. He sat up, feeling considerably better. His body temperature had dropped to around 38 degrees, although still feverish. He could at least think clearly. The pain from his wounds had diminished significantly due to the ointment provided by the iron hand. The iron ball vibrated in his grasp, stars swirling within. It was time to contact the motherland. Lu Ming rose and approached the control panel. Though he hadn't discovered anything particularly special today, his gaze fell upon the energy pistol in the corner, along with a charging energy block. He intended to keep the gun for personal use. But the energy block could certainly be sent back. If the motherland could develop such high-density energy storage technology, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. He removed a fully charged energy block, then reconsidered and decided to take a tooth from the mechanical hound as well. Its hardness was exceptionally high, potentially useful for material research. Additionally, half of the medications remained in the box provided by the iron hand, which the motherland could analyze for its components. Gathering everything together, he instructed the iron ball to transmit these items back. Lu Ming focused his thoughts, also conveying to the motherland that he had encountered someone named Iron Hand, who warned him of dangerous entities infiltrating the garbage star. Furthermore, he requested more portable weapons and medical equipment. The iron ball vibrated, and a light portal appeared. He pushed the items through the light portal. Professor, I am still alive. The fever has subsided slightly. The medication is effective. However, the situation is becoming increasingly perilous. The motherland must expedite its research. The light portal vanished. Lu Ming slumped back into his chair, watching as the iron ball dimmed once more. In the next 24 hours, at the Longxiao National Laboratory, the light portal emerged, and the energy block, tooth, and medication box tumbled out. Along with it came Lu Ming's voice. I met someone named Iron Hand, who mentioned that dangerous entities have recently infiltrated the garbage star. The motherland must accelerate its research. Iron Hand, a newcomer? Zhang Jingguo furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, he urged, the situation is critical. Quickly, transmit the prepared items. High-frequency vibrating dagger, nano-poison needle launcher, medical repair device, storage chip, high-energy battery, and a large supply of pharmaceuticals and compressed food, all meticulously packed into a specially designed case. Comrade Lu Ming, proceed. Zhang Jingguo called towards the light gate. The dagger and launcher are new. The medical device must be used in conjunction with the battery. The chip contains vital information. It is imperative that you examine it. The case was pushed through the light gate, which then vanished. In the laboratory, everyone prayed fervently, hoping that their compatriot, 2 millennia in the future, would receive these life-saving items and endure. On the garbage planet, at 6 in the morning, Lu Ming gazed at the case before him. Upon opening it, he was met with a dazzling array of contents. The most striking item was a dagger with a black grip and a silver blade, adorned with intricate patterns. There was a switch on the grip, which he pressed. A hum resonated as the blade began to vibrate at a high frequency, emitting a deep, resonant buzz. When it lightly grazed the metallic surface of the table, it sliced into it by a centimeter, effortlessly. What a remarkable tool. Next was the nanopoison needle launcher. Resembling a wristwatch, designed to be worn on the wrist. Concealed within its side was a firing port containing 10 lethal needles. The medical repair device, palm-sized, required connection to a high-energy battery for operation. As Lu Ming attempted to activate it, the device emitted a gentle blue light that illuminated his arm wound, imparting a cool and soothing sensation. The storage chip was inserted into the light brain tablet. The screen illuminated, revealing a catalog of documents. Lu Ming selected the messages folder. The first video was from Zhang Jingguo. Comrade Lu Ming, I am Zhang Jingguo. Our homeland has received everything you sent. Each item is propelling our technological leap forward. You must persevere. We are all working diligently to develop the technology to bring you home. Take care. The second was from Li Wei. Comrade Lu Ming, I am researcher Li Wei. We have thoroughly analyzed the medical equipment you sent back and created a simplified version. The usage instructions are in the documentation. Be sure to read them. You must survive. We await your return. The third, fourth, fifth, dozens of researchers spoke briefly, offering encouragement, concern, and updates on new technologies. As Lu Ming watched, tears began to stream down his face. He was not alone. His homeland stood steadfastly behind him, wiping away his tears. He carefully stored the chip and began to arm himself, the vibrating dagger strapped to his calf, the poison needle launcher on his right wrist, and the medical device tucked into his pocket. The Gauss rifle slung across his back, and the energy pistol secured at his waist, fully equipped. Daytime work mode activated. Nutrient supplement dispensed. Today's mission: activate crane at Garbage Mountain 3140. Note: management experience has reached 88,100. Completing all tasks today will upgrade you to 2-star administrator. Upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Achieving 2-star administrator status meant access to higher-tier garbage sites, where he could unearth even better resources. Approaching the door, he picked up the nutrient supplement. Again, only one vial. He squeezed its contents into his mouth and swallowed. Then he pushed open the control room door. Morning light flooded in, heralding the dawn of a new day. In the distance, Garbage Mountain No. 31 loomed at the edge of his vision. In the distance, a deafening crash echoed from the region where Iron Hand was located, as if a heavy object had plummeted to the ground. Following that was the roar of some creature, deep, prolonged, and laden with menace. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the Gauss rifle. Had danger arrived? Chapter 12. 2-star clearance at 6:30 in the morning. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the control room, his knuckles whitening from the pressure of clutching the Gauss rifle. The distant roar lingered in the air, resonating as if it emanated from the very depths of the earth. He discerned that this sound was of an entirely different caliber compared to the previous iron beetles and mechanical hounds. Much heavier, far more ferocious. A level 4 aberration, perhaps? Lu Ming pondered. Yet, he had no time to hesitate. He needed to accomplish the task of 10 garbage mounds today and upgrade to 2-star clearance. Only with an elevation in clearance could he access higher-level junkyards and retrieve superior items to send back to his homeland. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming stepped outside. Today's objective was to tackle garbage mounds numbered 31 to 40. According to the map, Mound 31 lay approximately 700 meters from the control room, requiring passage through a relatively open expanse of metallic scrap. Equipped with new gear, Lu Ming felt a surge of confidence as he walked. His right wrist bore a nanotoxin injector. His calves were strapped with high-frequency, vibrating daggers. An energy pistol was holstered at his waist. And although the Gauss rifle on his back was heavy, it provided an immense sense of security. After traversing roughly 200 meters, a cluster of new refuse came into view, not wreckage, but neatly stacked metal crates. Each crate measured 2 meters per side, adorned with the markings and insignia of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Several crates were damaged, revealing their contents. As Lu Ming drew closer, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Weapon parts. Crates full of weapon components. Gun barrels, energy converters, targeting modules. And although the magazines were all damaged, their abundance ensured that some would be salvageable. He activated the scanning function on his holographic tablet, directing it at the crates. Military weapon components detected. Integrity assessment, ranging from 1 to 743. Recyclable value. Medium. Recommendation. Mark location for subsequent retrieval. Mark the location. Lu Ming had no intention of waiting. His homeland needed these. He selected several seemingly intact components. An energy converter with a cracked exterior but sound internal structure. A smart scope with a shattered screen yet intact optical components. And several unidentified electronic modules. He stuffed them all into a fabric bag he had brought from the control room. Though it had a few holes, it remained functional. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden crack echoed. It was not caused by him. Lu Ming spun around abruptly, raising his rifle to aim. The sound originated from behind a pile of crates to his left. Who was there? No response came. Yet, shadows stirred behind the crates. Lu Ming cautiously retreated while activating the scope of his Gauss rifle. The thermal imaging mode illuminated a blurry heat source. Not large, roughly the size of a dog, but with a peculiar shape. It had not 4 legs, but 6. Warning, unknown biological signal detected. Threat level, to be assessed. Recommendation, maintain distance. Lu Ming continued to back away, but the heat source surged forth with alarming speed. Darting out from behind the crates, Lu Ming clearly discerned the form of the creature and inhaled sharply. It resembled a spider, yet possessed 6 legs, each terminating not in feet, but in sharp metallic blades. Its body was encased in a dark crimson exoskeleton, devoid of a head, with the front end of its body split open, revealing a whirring maw of serrated teeth. Detected level 3 alien bio-blade spider. Threat level, high. Characteristics, blade-tipped legs sharp enough to slice through metal, high mobility, adept at ambush. Recommendation, target the joint connections. The blade spider halted, its serrated maw slowly rotating, emitting a buzzing sound of metal grinding. It was observing, assessing. Then, it sprang into action. The 6 blade legs screeched against the metallic floor, moving with such speed that Lu Ming could scarcely perceive its motion. Instinctively, he dove to the side as the blade spider charged past his previous position, its blade legs grazing his backpack and tearing a gash in the fabric. Lu Ming rolled on the ground, simultaneously raising his weapon and firing. Buzz. The bullet struck the blade spider's back, shattering its exoskeleton and splattering green bodily fluid. Yet, the creature merely hesitated before pivoting and lunging once more. Its defenses were even thicker than those of a mechanical hound. Lu Ming fired 3 consecutive shots, all hitting their mark, but the blade spider continued its relentless advance. The distance closed to 10 meters. Gritting his teeth, he activated the nano-poison needle launcher on his right wrist. A button on the side of the dial was pressed. Whoosh. A barely audible sound. A needle as fine as a hair shot forth, precisely embedding itself within the fissured maw of the blade spider. The creature suddenly stiffened. Then it began to convulse violently. Its blade legs flailed, sparking against the metallic floor. It emitted a piercing shriek, not from a mouth, but from the friction of its entire exoskeleton. Effective. Yet, Lu Ming dared not approach. He raised his Gauss rifle, aiming at the weak point indicated by the scope at the joint connection of the creature's front end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A trio of shots rang out. The joint shattered, and the front half of the blade spider was nearly torn asunder. It collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before lying still. Lu Ming gasped for breath, gazing at the carcass. Was this truly a level 3 creature? How terrifying would a level 4 be? He approached, using his vibrating dagger to slice off a segment of a blade leg. It was sharp enough to potentially serve as a weapon. He also examined the creature's maw, discovering that its serrated structure was quite unique, resembling a miniature cutting machine. He collected everything, continuing onward. Chapter 13, Close Quarters? That is akin to courting death. At 10 in the morning, Lu Ming completed the tasks at the first 3 garbage mountains. At Mountain 32, he encountered 2 drill mice, dispatching them with his energy pistol, leaving him with 15 units of energy remaining. Mountain 33 yielded no monsters, but he found a small energy core in the control room. Although damaged, it held research value. However, at Mountain 34, trouble ensued. As Lu Ming ascended halfway up the slope, he beheld the control room door torn asunder. Not merely opened, but violently ripped apart. The metal door was twisted and deformed, marked with deep scratches, each 3 fingers wide and over a meter long. As if clawed by a colossal beast. He gripped his rifle tightly, cautiously approaching. The control room lay in utter disarray. The console was smashed, screen shattered, and chairs split in 2. Dark red bloodstains marred the floor, already dried. There were also claw prints. Enormous claw prints, each the size of a basin, with 3 toes and deep indentations at the tips, as if capable of penetrating metal. Biological residue detected. Analyzing. Confirmation. Level 4 extraterrestrial creature. Scythe claw beast. Characteristics. Forelimbs evolved into scythe-shaped massive claws, capable of slicing through armor. Exceptionally swift. Shell hardness is high. Threat level. Extremely high. Recommendation. Immediate evacuation of the area. The scythe claw beast, the perilous entity spoken of by Iron Hand, a level 4 aberration. Lu Ming's heart raced. This creature had been here, and its destructive power was astounding. The control console, made of special alloys, could be torn apart. What if it were to grasp a human? He dared not imagine. Yet, the mission must be completed. The control room was destroyed. But could the crane still be operational? Lu Ming conducted a brief inspection. Although the console was wrecked, the energy interface at the bottom remained intact. He attempted to connect the holographic tablet, which possessed temporary control functions. Connection successful. Detected crane mechanical structure integrity, 82. Remaining energy, 41. Can be activated. It could be activated. Lu Ming exhaled in relief, rapidly setting up the cleanup procedure. The crane roared to life and commenced its task. He did not linger, hastily descending the mountain. However, as he made his way down, he heard a sound emanating from below, a low, guttural noise, reminiscent of a beast's breath, accompanied by the sound of metal being severed. Lu Ming took refuge behind a piece of armor plating, cautiously peering downward. There, below, the creature was in motion, the scythe claw beast. It was larger than Lu Ming had envisioned, exceeding 4 meters in length and standing at least 1.5 meters high. Its body was enveloped in a thick, dark azure shell, glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Most striking were its forelimbs, not claws, but rather gigantic scythe-like appendages. Each scythe measured over 1 meter in length, the edges gleaming with a chilling light. It was using its scythes to slice through a discarded mech. The heavy armor of the mech was cleaved apart as if it were mere parchment. It rummaged through the opening. Was it consuming the internal components or searching for an energy source? Lu Ming held his breath, paralyzed with fear. Just then, the metal plate beneath him emitted a slight creak. The scythe claw beast abruptly lifted its head. It lacked eyes, at least not in the conventional sense. Its head was smooth and armored, adorned with 2 rows of 6 sensory pores, all now aimed directly at Lu Ming's position. He had been detected. Lu Ming turned and fled. The heavy footfalls of the scythe claw beast thundered behind him, its speed astonishing for such a massive creature. Each stride left deep impressions in the metallic ground. Lu Ming hurtled down the slope, tumbling and scrambling. He knew he could not outrun it. He had to find cover. Ahead lay a partially buried tank turret. He dashed forward and rolled behind it. In the next moment, the scythe of the beast swung towards him. Clang! The piercing sound of metal striking metal resonated. The turret's armor was brutally sliced open, a gash 30 centimeters deep. Debris flew in all directions. Lu Ming's heart raced wildly. The power of this creature was terrifying. He peered from the opposite side of the turret, raising his firearm to shoot. Buzz! 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 3 bullets struck the beast's chest armor. Sparks erupted, yet the bullets ricocheted off. They left merely 3 white dots on the shell. Such formidable defense. The scythe-clawed beast, incensed, swung its other scythe down upon him. Lu Ming rolled aside just in time, the scythe crashing into the ground where he had just stood, carving a deep trench into the earth. Engaging in a direct confrontation was not an option. As he retreated, his mind raced with thoughts. The targeting scope indicated a weakness. The scope swiftly scanned, analyzing target. Carapace hardness, extremely high, recommended attack points. Joint connections, beneath sensory pores, abdomen. Joint connections? That would require getting close. The abdomen. This creature remained half upright, rarely exposing its midsection. Beneath the sensory pores? Lu Ming focused on the 2 rows of sensory pores on the beast's head, which pulsed slightly, likely its sensory organs. He squeezed the trigger. Buzz! The bullet struck just below the sensory pores, in a relatively thin area of its carapace. Splurt! Viscous green fluid erupted forth. The scythe-clawed beast let out a deafening roar. It wildly swung its scythe, scattering metallic debris all around. Effective, yet not lethal enough. Lu Ming continued firing, targeting that same spot. However, the beast had adapted, now shielding its head with its scythe. This approach was futile. The ammunition was limited, and the beast's defenses were too formidable. Lu Ming glanced at the vibrating dagger strapped to his calf. Close combat. That would be tantamount to suicide. Chapter 14. Nanotoxin Needle. Wait, the nanotoxin needle? He raised his right wrist, aiming at the scythe-clawed beast. Yet the distance was too great. The needle had a range of only 25 meters, and he was at least 50 meters away. He needed to close the gap. Lu Ming surveyed the surrounding terrain. To his right lay a stack of metal plates that could serve as cover. He had no choice. He dashed to the right, with the beast hot on his heels. The scythe swung toward him. Lu Ming dove to evade, the scythe cleaving through the metal plates, splitting them in 2. Lu Ming scrambled to his feet and continued running, glancing back to see the distance diminish to 30 meters. 25 meters. He pivoted, raising his right wrist, aiming at the sensory pores on the beast's head. Fire! Whoosh! The toxin needle shot forth. But the beast suddenly twisted its head. The needle struck the carapace on its neck, ricocheting off. A miss. Lu Ming's heart sank. And the scythe-clawed beast was upon him. The scythe descended. Instinctively, Lu Ming raised his left hand, not to block, but to press the button on his shield watch. Buzz. A blue shield unfurled. The scythe crashed into the shield, which flickered violently. Energy rapidly depleted. 987. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming rolled backward, drawing the vibrating dagger. He pressed the switch on the handle, causing the blade to vibrate at high frequency, emitting a low hum. 3 seconds remained on the shield. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the scythe-clawed beast. It stood outside the shield, its scythe raised once more. The moment the shield vanished, the scythe fell. But Lu Ming did not evade. Instead, he lunged forward, not towards the scythe, but to the side of the beast. The scythe struck the ground empty, while Lu Ming had already reached the beast's flank, aiming for the joint connections of its forelimbs and body where the carapace was thinner, revealing gaps. The vibrating dagger plunged in. Zing! The high-frequency blade sliced through the joint like butter. Green fluid gushed forth. The scythe-clawed beast let out a pained roar, its forelimbs' movements faltering. Lu Ming withdrew the dagger and struck again, and again. 3 swift stabs. The joint was nearly severed. The left forelimb of the scythe-claw beast drooped down, its scythe-like claws trailing upon the ground. It struggled wildly, and its right forelimb swept towards Lu Ming. He had no time to evade, only able to raise his left arm, which was still bound with a protective sleeve made from the scales of a worm. Clang! A tremendous force struck, sending Lu Ming flying. He crashed heavily into a heap of metallic debris. He felt at least 2 ribs snap. The protective sleeve on his left arm shattered completely, and a searing pain coursed through his arm, likely fractured. Yet, the scythe-claw beast was also in distress. Its left forelimb was incapacitated, impairing its mobility. Lu Ming struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the scythe-claw beast, and noticed it had ceased its assault, instead retreating? No, not retreating. It was adjusting its stance. The beast lowered its body, retracting its right forelimb south scythe, close to its form. Then, it began to rotate. Its body spun with great velocity, the scythe of its right forelimb unfurling, transforming into a lethal spinning blade. It rolled towards Lu Ming. Everything in its path was shredded. Damn! Lu Ming cursed and turned to flee. However, the spinning blade was exceedingly swift, gaining speed. There was no way to outrun it. Lu Ming spotted a narrow gap between 2 massive debris pieces ahead. He sprinted towards it and rolled inside. The spinning blade reached the gap, its scythe striking the debris, sending sparks flying. But it was too large to enter. Lu Ming slumped within the crevice, gasping for air, each breath sending a jolt of pain through his chest. Outside, the scythe-claw beast halted its rotation, using its scythe to hack at the debris, attempting to widen the gap. Metal fragments scattered. Lu Ming knew he could not linger. He scanned his surroundings and discovered that the other end of the gap led outside. Enduring the pain, he crawled forward. Halfway through, he noticed something embedded in the wall of the crevice. It was a cylindrical object, silver in color, with connectors at both ends and a surface adorned with energy indicators that, though dim, still flickered. An energy core, and it was intact. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He forcefully pried the core free and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he continued to crawl, emerging from the gap. He realized he had reached the other side of mountain number 34. The scythe-claw beast remained in its original position, still hacking away, oblivious to his maneuver. An opportunity. Lu Ming raised his Gauss rifle, aiming for the joint of the beast's hind leg. He had observed that its armor was relatively thin during its rotation. Virum, virum, virum. A triad of shots rang out, all hitting their mark. The beast's hind leg buckled, collapsing to the ground. It struggled to rise, but with its hind leg joint compromised, movement became arduous. Lu Ming replaced the magazine with his last full clip. He advanced to the side, aiming just below the sensory cavity of the scythe-claw beast's head. He fired continuously. Virum, 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 virum. 5 rounds struck the same spot. Green viscous fluid erupted like a fountain. The scythe-claw beast let out one final roar before collapsing, convulsing briefly, then lay still. Lu Ming sat on the ground, drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his or that of the beast. Successfully repelled a level 4 alien creature. Gained 20 management experience points. Current experience, 108,100. Upgrade conditions met. Permission level increased. 2 stars, level up. However, Lu Ming found it difficult to feel joy. His injuries were severe. His left arm was likely fractured, 2 ribs were broken, and his body was covered in bruises and abrasions. Trembling, he retrieved a powerful analgesic from the medical kit and administered it to himself, followed by antibiotics. He connected a medical repair device to a high-energy battery and directed the blue light onto his wounds, which provided slight relief from the pain. Chapter 15. The 2-star dump at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Ming completed all his tasks. As the crane at Garbage Mountain number 40 was activated, a notification popped up on his holographic tablet. Today's tasks completed, 1010. Total management experience, 128,100. Permission level, 2 stars, upgraded. New permissions unlocked. Access to the 2-star dump. Maximum number of Garbage Mountains managed increased. 96. Equipment quota increased. 192 sentinel turrets. 48 patrol drones. Rewards, 3 nutritional supplements, 1 medical kit. Lu Ming collapsed into the chair of the control room, lacking even the strength to move his fingers. Just then, the communicator in the main control room buzzed. Hello? Lu Ming? Are you still alive? It was an old voice. Lu Ming struggled to press the call button. I'm still alive. Ah, quite resilient, aren't you? The old voice sounded surprised. I heard you took down a scythe claw today? Level 4? How did you know? The garbage planet has a surveillance network. Although outdated, it can still capture significant events. The old voice continued. Well done. I initially thought you wouldn't last 3 days, but now it seems you have potential. Lu Ming remained silent. Since you've upgraded to 2 stars, I will grant you new permissions, the old voice stated. The west side of Zone C12, Garbage Mountain number 5160, is now a 2-star dump. The refuse there is of a higher grade, containing relatively intact mech components, remnants of energy weapons, and perhaps even exoskeleton equipment. Exoskeleton. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the old voice turned serious. But a 2-star dump means the small creatures inside are also more dangerous. Level 3 beasts are the norm. Level 4 may occasionally appear. And there could even be level 5 ones. Assess your own capabilities. I understand. Starting tomorrow, you will manage both 1-star and 2-star dumps simultaneously, the old voice continued. The workload will double, but so will the rewards. 5 tubes of nutritional supplements daily, plus additional weekly bonuses. If you perform well, I might promote you to 3 stars within 3 months. Thank you. Don't thank me too soon, the old voice chuckled coldly. Let us see if you can survive first. By the way, I heard you had contact with Iron Hand. Lu Ming's heart tightened. The old voice paused. He's not a bad person. But don't trust everything he says. In this cursed place, everyone has their own agenda. All right, I have to go. There's a mountain of work waiting. The communication ended. Lu Ming sat there, processing the information. A 2-star dump meant higher quality refuse, but also more dangerous beasts. Yet, it also implied the potential to send back superior items for his homeland. He gazed out the window as dusk began to fall. It was time to return. The journey back to the main control room felt exceptionally long. Lu Ming moved forward step by step, each stride causing him to grimace in pain. His left arm was secured with a makeshift splint, and his ribs were tightly wrapped in bandages. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he finally returned to the main control room. Upon entering, he noticed something on the floor. It was not a monster. It is an iron box, identical to the one Iron Hand provided last night. However, this time, it does not contain medicine, but rather a piece of meat, dark red and seemingly fresh, wrapped in leaves. Beside it lies a note. Meat of the scythe claw beast, high in protein, edible. Roast before consuming. Consider it a celebration of your upgrade. Lu Ming gazes at the piece of meat, his emotions tangled. Who exactly is Iron Hand? Why is he aiding him? Yet, he lacks the energy to ponder these questions. His hunger is overwhelming, and the nutritional supplements are insufficient to replenish today's expenditure. The control room is equipped with a rudimentary heating device, essentially a metal plate that warms up when electrified. Lu Ming slices the meat and places it on the plate to roast. The aroma wafts through the air, causing him to swallow hard. This is the first time since his arrival on the garbage star that he has encountered the genuine scent of food. Once the meat is cooked, he cautiously takes a bite. It is somewhat tough, yet reminiscent of beef, with a slight metallic taste, perhaps due to the scythe claw beast diet of metal components. Nevertheless, it is indeed meat, protein-rich. He devours it ravenously, feeling a measure of strength returning. Subsequently, he begins to sort through the spoils of the day. The razor legs he harvested from the blade spider are remarkably sharp and could serve as daggers. The shards of the scythe claw beast's carapace possess exceptional hardness, potentially suitable for armor. Most importantly, he has the complete energy core. Furthermore, while completing the last few tasks in the garbage mound, he discovered several relatively intact electronic devices, a data storage module, an environmental scanner, and a few controllers of unknown purpose, all piled together. Lu Ming retrieves a metal sphere and prepares to transmit these items back. The energy core is paramount. He intends to inform his homeland that he possesses intact extraterrestrial energy technology. Additionally, he has upgraded to 2 stars. allowing him access to a more advanced garbage dump starting tomorrow. He will require stronger weapons and armor. The sphere vibrates, and a light portal materializes. He pushes the items through the portal. Professor, I defeated a level 4 beast today. I have leveled up, but I am gravely injured. Homeland, expedite the research. I need equipment to contend with higher-level monsters. The portal vanishes. Lu Ming collapses onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Today has been exhausting, yet he has survived. Moreover, he has leveled up. Tomorrow, he will face the 2-star garbage dump. Chapter 16. Airdrop pod in the Longshan National Laboratory, the light portal appears, from which the energy core and other items tumble out, accompanied by Lu Ming's voice. I defeated a level 4 beast today. I have leveled up, but I am gravely injured. Homeland, expedite the research. I need equipment to contend with higher-level monsters. A level 4 beast. Zhang Jingguo exclaims, shocked. And he is severely wounded. Professor, look at this energy core. The energy team's expert speaks with trembling excitement. 98 integrity. The internal structure is clear. This is a revolutionary energy storage technology. If applied to our weapons, enough about weapons. Zhang Jingguo interrupts. He is injured. Severely. We need something that can save his life. The medical team is improving the repair equipment. Li Wei interjects. But Professor, he mentioned the need for equipment to combat higher-level monsters. A level 4 beast, based on the data he previously submitted, possesses defense and attack capabilities far exceeding those encountered before. Zhang Jingguo remains silent for a few seconds before decisively stating, advance the exoskeleton project. However, Professor, that project has only just commenced. Zhang Jingguo's eyes reddened. Our compatriots are battling level 4 monsters on an extraterrestrial battlefield 2,000 years in the future, even while grievously injured, still thinking of delivering technology to our motherland. And we here are languidly conducting our research. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire laboratory. Zhang Jingguo surveyed the room, declaring, from today onwards, we shall operate in 3 shifts, 24 hours nonstop. The exoskeleton project, energy weapons project, armor project, all must be expedited. We must provide life-saving solutions by the time he contacts us again. Yes, everyone responded, returning to their stations, as the laboratory illuminated brightly. Zhang Jingguo grasped the energy core, feeling its faint energy fluctuations. Comrade Lu Ming, he murmured, you must hold on. Our motherland will surely bring you back. On Junk Star, in the dead of night, Lu Ming lay in a deep slumber in the control room. His fever had surged again, and his wounds had become more infected. Yet he was too exhausted to even feel the pain. Outside, 3 moons hung high in the sky. Deep within the wilderness, roars echoed from multiple directions, rising and falling in a haunting symphony. In the distant night sky, fiery lights streaked across, 1, 2, 3, like meteors, yet their trajectories were askew. They were cargo pods plummeting toward Junk Star, with one descending directly towards Zone C12, only 5 kilometers from Lu Ming's control room. The piercing alarm jolted Lu Ming from his slumber. This was not the usual daytime work alert, but a more urgent, higher-frequency emergency signal. He sat up abruptly, darkness engulfing him as the agonizing pain from his broken ribs nearly caused him to collapse again. The splint on his left arm had loosened, gritting his teeth. He refastened it. Emergency alert. Unidentified object detected falling in Zone C12. Coordinates: X137Y208. Distance from control room: 47 kilometers. Object type: cargo pod. Military specification. Status: hull damaged. Energy leakage detected. Internal life signals identified. Warning: potential presence of high-risk biological entities or hostile units. The screen of the holographic tablet flashed a blinding red light, marking a conspicuous impact site on the map, the cargo pod. The meteors he had seen the previous night. Struggling to rise from the bed, Lu Ming approached the monitoring screen, switching to the external wide-angle camera and adjusting its direction. The feed revealed a colossal metallic structure 4 kilometers away amidst a field of debris, cylindrical in shape, exceeding 20 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Its dark gray exterior bore the emblem of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a fearsome dragon's head entwined with mechanical gears. The whole side had split open, releasing plumes of black smoke. Fragments lay scattered around, some still ablaze. Life signals. Lu Ming's heart raced. Were there survivors? Or monsters? He glanced at the time, 6:10 in the morning. There were still 50 minutes until the commencement of the daily tasks. Yet this matter clearly took precedence. If there were indeed individuals from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire within that pod, whether friend or foe, they represented crucial intelligence. If it was merely a monster, it had to be eradicated to prevent any danger from establishing itself so near. Moreover, the military-grade airdrop pod likely contains remnants of advanced equipment, which the motherland desperately requires. Lu Ming began to arm himself. His left arm was suspended across his chest with a bandage, while his right hand retained some mobility. A Gauss rifle was slung across his back, with the last magazine from yesterday containing 15 rounds. An energy pistol was tucked into his waist, charged to 30. And a vibrating dagger was secured to his right calf. A nanotoxin injector was affixed to his right wrist, and a shield watch indicated a power level of 100. A medical kit was strapped to his back, containing analgesics and antibiotics. He was prepared. Pushing open the door to the control room, the crisp morning breeze rushed in. The three suns had just risen, casting a sickly yellow hue across the sky. The target lay 4 kilometers away. The journey proved more arduous than he had anticipated. Lu Ming was gravely injured. He had to pause for breath every 100 meters. The pain from his fractured rib causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His left arm was powerless, his sense of balance compromised, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate through the debris. After trudging approximately a kilometer, he heard a sound. It did not emanate from the direction of the airdrop pod, but rather from the side. Lu Ming immediately concealed himself behind a pile of metal plates, holding his breath. The sound was a soft rustling, akin to something crawling across the metallic debris. Though faint, the frequency was rapid. He cautiously peered out, scanning for the source of the noise. Nothing was visible. The desolate metal scrapyard lay bare, with only the wind's mournful howl passing through the gaps. Yet, the rustling persisted, and it seemed to draw nearer. Lu Ming raised his Gauss rifle and activated the thermal imaging scope. In his viewfinder, a dark blue metal mass appeared at a low temperature. However, one area displayed an unusual coloration. It was a vague dark red heat signature, slowly shifting. Its shape was peculiar, resembling a person crouched on the ground, yet the proportions of its limbs were excessively elongated. Moreover, the heat signature oscillated in color, sometimes darkening, at other times lightening, as though it were regulating its body temperature. Warning: anomalous biological signal detected. Signal characteristics: unstable thermal radiation. Potential optical camouflage detected. Threat level: high. Recommendation: prepare for combat. Optical camouflage? A tightness gripped Lu Ming's chest. He fixated on the heat source, which continued to approach. Now within 50 meters. Suddenly, the heat signature vanished. It had not fled. Rather, it had disappeared from thermal imaging. Its temperature had aligned with that of the environment. Lu Ming promptly switched to conventional optical targeting. In his field of vision, there was still nothing. However, the rustling grew closer. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Lu Ming abruptly turned, aiming his rifle toward the direction of the sound. Yet still, there was nothing to be seen. Nevertheless, his instincts warned him that something lurked nearby. Very close. Gritting his teeth, he activated his shield watch. Chapter 17. The Iron Hand Buzz. The moment the blue shield unfurled, he beheld it. At the edge of the shield, the air warped. Like the shimmering heat waves over a scorched road, a blurred silhouette materialized. The creature stood merely 5 meters away. Human-like yet hunched, its limbs unnaturally elongated, with fingers resembling sharp bone blades. Its entire body was cloaked in dark gray scales, nearly blending in with the surrounding metal debris. The most terrifying aspect was the head devoid of eyes, featuring only 2 sunken cavities, while the mouth was grotesquely split to the ear roots, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. It was disrupted by the energy field of the shield, rendering its optical camouflage ineffective. Detected Level 5 Alien Shadow Stalker. Threat level: extremely high. Characteristics: optical camouflage ability, extreme speed, sharp bone blades, proficient in ambush. Recommendation: immediate disengagement or full force attack. Level 5. Lu Ming's heart raced. He had barely survived the Level 4 Scythe Claw Beast yesterday, and now faced a Level 5. The Shadow Stalker, realizing its exposure, emitted a piercing shriek that made one's teeth ache. Then it moved. Its speed left behind only an afterimage. The bone blade lunged straight for Lu Ming's face. Instinctively, Lu Ming leaned back, the blade barely grazing the shield, sending sparks of energy flying. The shield's energy began to dwindle. 98. He raised his Gauss rifle, but the Shadow Stalker had already circled to his side. The bone blade struck again. Lu Ming rolled to evade while simultaneously firing. Buzz. The bullet struck emptiness. The Shadow Stalker was too swift, no longer in that position. It vanished once more. Not invisible, but moving too fast, leaving an afterimage in Lu Ming's sight before circling behind him. The bone blade aimed for his back. With no time to turn, Lu Ming could only lunge forward. The blade grazed his back, slicing through his gear, searing pain radiating from the wound. He rolled on the ground, raising his right wrist. The nano-poison needle launcher aimed in the general direction and pressed the button. Whoosh! The poison needle shot forth. Whether it struck its target was uncertain. Yet, The Shadow Stalker's assault hesitated for an instant. Effective? Seizing the moment, Lu Ming stood up, blood streaming from his back, but he paid it no mind. He fixed his gaze on his surroundings. The Shadow Stalker had vanished again. However, this time, he heard faint panting from the left side. Injured? Was the poison needle effective? Lu Ming slowly turned, his gun trained on the left. Suddenly, the Shadow Stalker lunged from the right. A feint. The bone blade aimed directly at his neck. Lu Ming had no time to evade and could only brace himself with his left arm splint. Although it fractured, the splint was metallic. Clang. The bone blade pierced the splint, lodging itself. It was merely 2 centimeters from Lu Ming's arm. The Shadow Stalker attempted to withdraw the bone blade, but it was stuck too tightly. Now was the moment. Lu Ming drew out his vibrating dagger, activating the switch. Buzz. The blade vibrated at a high frequency. With all his might, he thrust it toward the Shadow Stalker's chest. The creature tried to evade, but the bone blade was ensnared, slowing its movement just enough. Thud. The vibrating dagger penetrated the scales. The high-frequency blade sliced through flesh like a hot knife through butter. The Shadow Stalker emitted a chilling shriek. It thrashed wildly, finally freeing the bone blade and leaping back. Yet, a gaping wound had opened in its chest, green fluid gushing forth. It was injured, gravely so. Lu Ming panted heavily, gripping the still bloody dagger. The Shadow Stalker stood 10 meters away, its chest heaving violently, that eyeless face directed at Lu Ming, brimming with fury. It was about to charge again, but at that moment, a gunshot echoed from the distance. It was not the sound of the Gauss rifle, but a duller, explosive sound. The Shadow Stalker's body jolted violently. A massive hole exploded in its chest. It stood frozen in place before gradually collapsing to the ground. It was dead. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, gazing towards the source of the gunfire. 50 meters away, a figure stood atop the metallic wreckage, iron hand. He brandished a rugged, long-barreled firearm in his right hand, the muzzle still exuding smoke. In his left hand, the end of his mechanical prosthetic transformed not into a hand, but into a rotating barrel. His arrival was quite timely. Iron Hand leaped down from the height, moving with a grace that belied his middle age. Approaching the body of the shadow assailant, he gave it a kick, a level 5 foe, proficient in ambush tactics. It's impressive that you survived its attack and even managed to wound it. Lu Ming sat on the ground, the pain from his back wound causing him to gasp. How did you end up here? Just like you, I came to check on the airdrop pod. Iron Hand holstered his weapon, the end of his mechanical arm reverting back to a hand shape. I observed the trajectory of the fall last night. There was more than one. This one in District C12 is the most recent. He stepped beside Lu Ming, inspecting the wound on his back. It's not deep, you 1T die, but it's a serious injury, and you still intend to go to the airdrop pod? I must. Lu Ming gritted his teeth as he stood up. There might be something crucial inside. Iron Hand regarded him for a few moments, a hint of complex emotion flashing in his singular eye. Very well, I shall accompany you for a while. After all, I need to see it for myself. Lu Ming was taken aback. Why help me? I am not helping you. I am helping myself, Iron Hand replied. If there truly is something dangerous in the airdrop pod, allowing it to take root in this area puts my life at risk as well. Having multiple allies is certainly better than facing it alone. He spoke lightly. Yet Lu Ming discerned a deeper meaning. Iron Hand was looking after him, doing so in a manner that preserved his dignity. Thank you, Lu Ming murmured softly. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us move. Iron Hand turned. There are still 3 kilometers to cover, so we must hurry. With Iron Hand by his side, the journey ahead felt considerably safer. Chapter 18. The terrifying silence. Iron Hand was well acquainted with the area, knowing the safest paths and where ambushes might lurk. The long-barreled firearm in his hand possessed immense firepower. Encountering 2 level 3 burrowing worms, he dispatched them effortlessly with a single shot each, obliterating them. Along the way, Lu Ming couldn't resist asking, "Is that gun of yours self-made?" Iron Hand patted the barrel, having modified it from the energy cannon of a mechanized wreck. It could fire 3 rounds per loading. The recoil is substantial, but the power is sufficient. What about your mechanical prosthetic? Also self-assembled. Iron Hand raised his right hand, his mechanical fingers flexing with agility, repurposed from a reconnaissance-type mech with some modifications. It can transform into several tools, pliers, a cutter, and a barrel. In this forsaken place, one must possess some skills to survive. He glanced at Lu Ming. Your equipment appears to be of military grade. Where did you acquire it? Lu Ming hesitated. I found it. Iron Hand chuckled, not pressing further. They walked another kilometer, and as they approached the airdrop pod, Iron Hand suddenly halted. Something feels amiss. What is it? It is too quiet. Iron Hand frowned. The airdrop pod's descent would have generated considerable noise, logically attracting numerous creatures. Yet, throughout their journey, apart from the 2 burrowing worms, they had encountered nothing. Lu Ming felt it too. The area was eerily silent, devoid of even the common armored beetles. Either there is something within the airdrop pod that frightens the monsters, or... Iron Hand spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, a sound echoed from the distance. It was not the roar of a monster, but rather the clattering of metal and the charging of energy weapons. Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Iron Hand and quickened their pace. 1 kilometer away, at the airdrop capsule's landing site. The sight before Lu Ming made him gasp in astonishment. The airdrop capsule appeared significantly larger than it had from afar, its body tilted as it impaled the ground. Surrounded by scattered debris, the hatch had exploded open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. However, what captured their attention was not the capsule itself, but the battlefield outside. Lying on the ground were a dozen corpses, yet these were not ordinary remains. Clad in uniform dark gray combat suits, the exposed parts of their bodies were mechanical. Some bore entire mechanical arms, others half of a mechanical face, while some had their chests opened, exposing energy cores and conduits within. Were these half-mechanical, half-biological soldiers? Surrounding these bodies were even more monstrous carcasses, iron beetles, drill mice, blade spiders, and even a scythe claw beast. It was evident that the occupants of the capsule, whether human or rather cyborgs, had encountered a monstrous onslaught upon their descent, resulting in a fierce battle where both sides suffered losses. Iron Legion, Iron Hand murmured gravely, the elite forces of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, soldiers enhanced through cybernetic modifications. Their combat prowess is formidable. One can contend with 10 ordinary soldiers. He approached a nearby corpse, crouching to examine it, lifeless. The energy core was destroyed, and the biological components had perished as well. Lu Ming scrutinized another body. This soldier's mechanical left arm bore a weapon more exquisite than a Gauss rifle, with an energy indicator along its body. An energy rifle? He detached the weapon for inspection. The side of the rifle featured a port connected to the energy pack on the soldier's back, the indicator light dim, depleted of power. Yet the weapon itself appeared intact. These armaments. Lu Ming cast a glance at Iron Hand. Take as much as you can, Iron Hand replied. The equipment of the Iron Legion is of superior quality. Although currently devoid of energy, the structure remains intact. Bringing it back for recharging or research would prove advantageous. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly gathered 2 energy rifles, 3 arm-mounted shield generators, despite 2 being damaged, 5 tactical scopes, and several electronic devices of unknown function. What thrilled him the most was the discovery beside an exceptionally tall corpse. This body was clad in heavy armor, although severely damaged. It was evident it belonged to a type of exoskeleton system. The power unit at its back was ruined. Yet the mechanical structures of the legs and arms remained relatively intact. A personal exoskeleton. Lu Ming's heart raced. This was precisely what his homeland needed. He attempted to detach the exoskeleton from the corpse, but the connection points were jammed, and it was far too heavy. Estimating over 100 kilograms, he couldn't move it alone. Want this? Iron Hand approached. Yes, Lu Ming nodded. This technology is crucial. Iron Hand assessed the exoskeleton and then glanced at Lu Ming's suspended left arm. You cannot move it. However, you can dismantle the core components. The power unit may be damaged, but the energy converter, hydraulic system, and control chip, these are the essentials. He crouched down, the tip of his mechanical limb transforming into a cutter, expertly beginning to disassemble the exoskeleton. Lu Ming assisted beside him. 10 minutes later, they dismantled the core components of the exoskeleton, an energy conversion unit the size of a basketball, several hydraulic modules, and a control motherboard. Though damaged, their structural integrity remained intact, possessing immense technological value. Is this sufficient? Iron Hand stacked the components together. It is indeed. Lu Ming exclaimed with excitement. Thank you so much. Do not be hasty in your gratitude, Iron Hand replied, rising to gaze towards the cargo pod's door, which had yet to be examined. The two approached the door, revealing a scene of utter chaos within. The control console lay shattered, the seats were contorted, and the walls bore numerous bullet holes and claw marks. It was evident that a battle had transpired inside after the crash. Iron opened a storage cabinet, discovering standard supplies, energy blocks, medical kits, and tools. He took some energy blocks. Although most were depleted, there were bound to be a few with power. In a corner, Lu Ming stumbled upon a data storage device. Akin to a hard drive. Despite the cracked exterior, it may still contain data, which he pocketed. Just as they were about to leave, Iron Hand abruptly halted. Listen. Lu Ming held his breath. Silence engulfed them, yet it was an unsettling quiet. Then, he heard it. A faint sound emanating from the depths of the pod. Chapter 19. Departing the cargo pod. Beep, beep, beep. Was that the sound of a heartbeat monitor, accompanied by a subtle mechanical whirring? Lu Ming and Iron Hand exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their weapons towards the source of the sound. It originated from a sealed isolation door at the rear of the pod, with a red indicator light flashing, signifying it was locked. Yet, something within was stirring. Iron Hand gestured for Lu Ming to step back. He approached the door, transforming his mechanical limb into a cutting tool, ready to force it open. Wait, Lu Ming cautioned. What if they're regardless of whether it's a living person or a creature, it must be addressed, Iron Hand asserted. Leaving it here poses a threat. He commenced cutting the door, sparks of metal scattering. The door was thick, and the cutting progressed slowly. Lu Ming aimed his gun at the entrance, his heart racing. After a minute, a hole was cut into the door. Iron Hand stepped back, weapon raised, awaiting movement. There was none. Cautiously, he leaned in to peer inside. His body froze. What's wrong? Lu Ming inquired. Iron Hand slowly turned his head, his single eye reflecting a gravity Lu Ming had never witnessed before. You should see for yourself. Lu Ming leaned closer, gazing into the isolation chamber. It was small, merely 5 to 6 square meters. Inside, there was a single seat, to which a person was bound, or rather, had once been a person. Now, it was a soldier with over 80% mechanical augmentation. Only the left half of his face remained flesh, while the right half was metallic, an electronic eye flickering with a faint red light. His chest was encased in a transparent alloy shell, revealing a still-functioning energy core and mechanical innards. All limbs were mechanical, yet the right arm was severed at the shoulder, exposing raw conduits. He was still alive. The electronic eye fixated on the door, his half-flesh, half-mechanical mouth barely parted, emitting a faint plea. Kill me. Lu Ming felt a chill run through him. Iron Hand remained silent for a few seconds before raising his weapon. Wait. Lu Ming intervened. He cannot survive. The energy core is damaged, and the biological components are nearing death, Iron Hand replied. He is in agony. Yet, he is intelligence. Lu Ming stated that he was aware of the affairs concerning the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the conditions on the battlefield. Iron Hand gazed at Lu Ming and asked, Do you wish to rescue him? I want to ask him some questions, Lu Ming replied. Iron Hand shook his head. He won't last much longer. And even if you save him, what then? He is the enemy. Enemies can also become sources of intelligence, Lu Ming insisted. Iron Hand scrutinized Lu Ming for a few moments before suddenly laughing. You, my young friend, lack the necessary ruthlessness. In this cursed place, a soft heart can lead to a swift demise. Nevertheless, he lowered his weapon, conceding, Very well, it is your choice. But do not expect me to assist you too much. I must depart. There are other drop pods I need to inspect. He turned to leave. Iron Hand. Lu Ming called out, Thank you. Iron Hand waved his hand dismissively without looking back, vanishing beyond the hatch. Lu Ming stepped into the quarantine pod, approaching the half-mechanical soldier. The soldier's electronic eye rotated, focusing on Lu Ming's face. Upon recognizing the unaltered visage of a pure human clad in scavenger's attire, the soldier spoke in a voice that was a chilling amalgamation of synthetic and organic tones. You are not from the Empire. I am the caretaker of this junkyard. Lu Ming replied. Where do you come from? What has transpired? The soldier's electronic eye flickered several times, seemingly recalling memories. The 7th Fleet encountered the Zerg mothership. We were defeated and escaped via the drop pod, came the fragmented words, yet Lu Ming comprehended their meaning. The fleet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had confronted the so-called Zerg on the battlefield, suffered defeat. And the soldiers aboard the drop pods had plummeted to this desolate junk planet. What are the Zerg? Lu Ming inquired. The soldier's electronic eye suddenly widened, its red light flashing violently as if triggered by a haunting memory. They consume all, metal, flesh, energy, everything, he uttered, his voice growing frantic. His body beginning to convulse as mechanical parts emitted a harrowing hum of overload. Mothership, Planet Class, we are merely a reconnaissance squad. The main force will arrive. When will the main force arrive? Lu Ming pressed urgently. I do not know, but they will come to reclaim technology. Suddenly, the soldier's mechanical hand gripped Lu Ming's wrist with terrifying strength. Kill me, please, I do not wish to become one of them. The red light in his electronic eye dimmed rapidly. Lu Ming realized he was nearing death. Is there anything else you wish to tell me? He finally asked. The soldier's electronic eye fixated on Lu Ming, flickering once more. Beware, the Empire will not overlook any technology. His grip loosened, and the electronic eye darkened entirely. The sound of the energy core ceased. He had passed away. Lu Ming stood there, contemplating the half-mechanical, half-biological corpse before him, his emotions in turmoil. The Empire, the Zerg. War, technological reclamation, such a wealth of information was overwhelming. Yet, he had no time for further reflection. He examined the body and discovered a data interface at the nape of the neck connected to a storage chip. He carefully detached the chip, which likely contained battlefield data. He searched once more, finding several functional energy blocks, along with the soldier's identification tag, which bore a number and rank, Sergeant. After completing these tasks, Lu Ming exited the quarantine pod and returned to the main chamber. He gathered all the items he had collected that day: the exoskeleton core components, energy rifle, tactical scope, arm-mounted shield generator, data chip, and energy blocks. There were too many to transport in one go. He had to make a choice. The exoskeleton components are of utmost importance and must be dispatched. 1 energy rifle and 2 tactical scopes should be sent as well. The data chip is essential and must be included. As for the rest, we can discuss it another time. Lu Ming retrieved a metallic sphere, which had been fully charged, shimmering with starlight. Iron Ball, transmit these back to our homeland. The priority is this data chip, as it may contain crucial intelligence. Furthermore, inform them that the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is engaged in combat with an enemy referred to as the Insectoid. The Empire's fleet may come to this forsaken planet to reclaim technology. We need to hasten our progress. The iron sphere trembled, and a light portal materialized. Items were pushed through the portal. Professor, the situation is dire. The Empire may be on its way. Accelerate the research. I require more formidable equipment. The portal vanished. Lu Ming collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the desolate chamber. In the distance, more roars echoed, lured by the commotion. He had to depart swiftly. Before leaving, however, he cast a glance at the half-mechanical soldier's corpse. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to the isolation pod and draped a canvas over the body. Rest in peace. He turned and exited the drop pod. On his return journey, Lu Ming hurried along, his wounds bleeding and his ribs aching, causing his vision to blur. He dared not linger near the drop pod. The noise would soon attract a multitude of monsters. After walking 2 kilometers, with one more to the control room, the holographic tablet suddenly chimed. Chapter 20. The old emergency communication. Lu Ming, are you at the drop pod? I just left. You've stirred up a great mess. You activated the distress beacon of the drop pod. Now the entire junk planet is aware. The old voice was frantic and furious. The company headquarters has dispatched a patrol team. The Empire may have also received the signal. A distress beacon? Lu Ming was taken aback. He hadn't touched anything. Wait, did that half-mechanical soldier activate it before he died? Listen, the old man shouted. The patrol team will arrive in 3 hours. You need to return to the control room and hide everything that shouldn't be there, especially that little ball of yours. If the company discovers it, you will be treated as a spy. Stop wasting time. Get back now. And is Iron Hand also around? Tell him to hide as well. You two have made quite the commotion today. The communication was abruptly severed. Lu Ming stood frozen, his body turning cold. The distress beacon had been activated. The company patrol team was on their way. The Empire might also come. Trouble was indeed looming. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. He had to return to the control room and conceal everything before the patrol team arrived. He also needed to notify Iron Hand. Lu Ming glanced toward the distance. The direction Iron Hand had departed. Where was that enigmatic man now? Quickly, quickly. Lu Ming nearly crawled back to the control room. The excruciating pain from his fractured ribs felt like knives twisting within him. His left arm splint had long since collapsed, barely held together by bandages. 2 hours had passed since the old warning. In 1 hour, the patrol team would arrive. Bang! He burst through the control room door, stumbling inside and locking it behind him. Then he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his clothes. There was no time to rest. He had to hide everything. Lu Ming struggled to rise, surveying the control room. The 30-square-meter space was entirely visible, with few places to conceal anything. The iron ball was of paramount importance. He retrieved the metallic sphere from his pocket, the starlight within the glass still swirling. If discovered by the patrol team, his fate would be sealed. Where to hide it? Beneath the bed? No, that would be too easily searched. Inside the console? Perhaps. But the patrol team would certainly inspect it. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon a vent in the corner, about the size of a palm, secured with screws. He rushed over, prying open the screws with his dagger and removing the grill. The vent was dark within, accompanied by the sound of airflow. He shoved the iron ball inside and pushed it further to ensure it was invisible from the outside. He then replaced the grill, tightening the screws, but intentionally left one slightly loose for easy retrieval later. Next was the forbidden equipment. The Gauss rifle was too conspicuous and needed to be concealed. But where could he hide such a large weapon? Lu Ming glanced at the cabinet beneath the console, designed for storing tools and filled with various wrenches and pliers. He removed all the tools, stowed the rifle inside, covered it with a dirty tarp, and piled the tools back on top. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary tool cabinet. The energy pistol was smaller and could be hidden on his person. After checking, he noted it still had 15 units of energy, barely sufficient. He tucked it back into his waistband, covering it with his clothing. The vibrating dagger was strapped to the inside of his calf, concealed by his pants. The nano-poison needle launcher was worn on his right wrist, with his sleeve pulled down over it. The shield watch was somewhat conspicuous. He hesitated but ultimately donned it on his left wrist, wrapping it with bandages, as his left arm was already injured and the extra wrappings would remain inconspicuous. Other items, including the energy rifle from the airdrop, now devoid of energy, tactical scope, arm-mounted shield generator, data chip, and energy block, were all stuffed into a cloth bag, ready to be hidden in the vent. Just as he was about to reopen the vent grill, the communicator in the control room beeped. It was not the familiar voice of the old man, but a cold, emotionless tone. C-12 Zone Administrator Lu Ming, this is the company patrol team, Squad 7. We have arrived at the perimeter of your jurisdiction and will reach the control room in 15 minutes. Please open all access doors and prepare for inspection. Repeat. Prepare for inspection. 15 minutes. Earlier than the old man had mentioned, Lu Ming's heart raced. He hurriedly shoved the cloth bag into the vent and secured the grill. Then he quickly checked the control room for any traces of his presence. There was blood on the floor, his own. He hastily wiped it away with a rag. The console was dusty, which he smoothed over. The bed was too neatly arranged, which was also suspicious. He deliberately disheveled the bedding, creating the appearance of a weary worker. Having completed these tasks, he slumped into the chair, gasping for breath. 10 minutes remaining. Suddenly, he recalled Iron Hand. He needed to inform him. Lu Ming activated the communicator, tuning into the secret frequency provided by the old man, intended for urgent communication between administrators, undetectable by the patrol team. Iron Hand, do you hear me? The patrol team is on their way here. A crackling response came through. Iron Hand's voice was calm. I received the notification as well. They will be coming to my location too. Don't worry, my place is clean. Your equipment has been well concealed, I see. Iron Hand remarked, but what about you? Lad, have you hidden that little orb? And the items acquired from the airdrop capsule? They are stashed away. That's good. Iron Hand paused, listening intently. The inspection team primarily seeks to uncover two matters. First, whether there are any privately stashed high-value contraband. Second, whether any unauthorized weaponry threatens the company's assets. You must resolutely claim that you are merely adhering to protocol, knowing nothing of anything else. They won't uncover anything if you maintain this. Should they find anything, deny it vehemently. Iron Hand's tone turned icy. Remember, in this forsaken place, the company is solely concerned with the efficiency of waste management. As long as you can perform your duties, they will not delve deeper. However, if you admit to harboring contraband, they will deal with you on the spot, at best. You'll face demotion and confiscation of your rations. At worst, you'll be cast into the wasteland. Lu Ming swallowed hard, understood. Furthermore, Iron Hand continued. If they inquire about the airdrop capsule, just say you want to take a look, but it was filled with monsters that you could not combat, so you fled. Do not mention retrieving anything. Very well. Take care, lad. Endure. Communication was severed. Lu Ming sat back in his chair, inhaling deeply to calm himself. 5 more minutes remained. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Insectoid. He glanced at the surveillance screen. In the footage, 3 armored vehicles were approaching from the distance. The vehicles appeared robust, equipped with 6 wheels and topped with turrets. The company's emblem, a massive R, symbolizing resource reclamation, was emblazoned on their bodies. They have arrived. The armored vehicles halted at the main control room's entrance. The doors swung open, and 6 individuals clad in black uniforms leapt from the vehicles. The attire was impeccably tailored, seemingly crafted from high-grade synthetic fibers, adorned with the company's insignia, and crossed weapons and wrenches emblematic of the inspection team. Leading them was a bald, burly man, his face marred by a scar that ran from forehead to chin, rendering his visage all the more menacing. He wore a metallic glove on his right hand, with a small screen flickering data on its back. Scarface. Lu Ming recognized the name. Mentioned by Iron Hand, the leader of the 7th Inspection Squad, known for his ruthlessness and efficiency, particularly fond of targeting the administrators. Scarface approached the entrance of the control room, pressed the doorbell, though it was unnecessary, as the door was not locked. Lu Ming took a deep breath and walked over to open the door. As it swung open, Scarface towered over Lu Ming, being half a head taller, his muscular frame resembling an impenetrable wall. Lu Ming? His voice was frigid. Yes. Company inspection team, routine check. Scarface brandished his credentials before pushing the door open, followed closely by 5 team members. Upon entering, they immediately began their tasks. 2 inspected the control console. 2 rummaged through boxes, while 1 stood guard at the entrance. Scarface positioned himself in the center, fixing his gaze on Lu Ming. I heard you visited the airdrop capsule's crash site today? Scarface inquired. I did, Lu Ming replied, striving to keep his voice steady. Upon witnessing the crash, fearing for my safety, I went to investigate. What did you see? The capsule was damaged, and it was filled with monstrous creatures. Lu Ming recounted. Adhering to Iron Hand's teachings, I couldn't fight them, so I fled. Did you retrieve anything? Scarface scrutinized Lu Ming's eyes intently. No. Lu Ming shook his head. It was too perilous. I only wished to survive. Scarface remained silent, moving towards the control console where a team member was examining the data logs. Captain, the data indicates that he completed the task of clearing 10 garbage mounds today. With efficiency deemed normal, reported a team member. Another team member inspected the tool cabinet, rummaged through it briefly, retrieved several wrenches, and then replaced them. The tools were complete, with no anomalies. The team member checking the bunks lifted the blankets and patted the mattress. No contraband found. The scarred man approached Lu Ming, suddenly reaching out to grasp Lu Ming's left wrist, the one adorned with a protective watch. Lu Ming's heart tightened. However, the scarred man merely squeezed his arm before releasing it. You've sustained quite an injury. How did that happen? I fell while climbing the garbage mound, Lu Ming replied. I lost my footing. Is that so? The scarred man scrutinized the bandage on Lu Ming's left arm. I've heard reports of high-level aberrant beasts active in Zone C12. The Scytheclaw, a level 4 creature. There have been sightings of battle traces. I haven't encountered any, Lu Ming replied, maintaining his composure. They might be in another area. The scarred man gazed at him for several seconds before abruptly turning and heading toward the ventilation shaft. Lu Ming's heart raced almost to the point of escape. The scarred man crouched down, inspecting the ventilation grill. He extended his metallic glove and tapped the grill, producing a resonant clang. Has this been checked? He inquired. No. Lu Ming struggled to keep his voice steady. It's just a ventilation shaft. It hasn't been touched. The screen on the scarred man's glove flickered momentarily. He appeared to be scanning something. After a few seconds, he stood up. Indeed, it is merely a ventilation shaft. Lu Ming secretly exhaled in relief. Just then, a sudden deafening roar erupted from outside. Boom. Followed by a barrage of gunfire. The scarred man's expression changed as he dashed to the door. The other team members immediately assumed combat readiness. What is happening? The scarred man shouted into the communicator. Captain, 300 meters to the east. An unknown creature swarm has emerged. There are numerous entities attacking our vehicle. Unknown creature swarm? The scarred man frowned. Aberrant beasts? Doesn't seem like it. I've never seen these things before. They're gnawing on our vehicle. Gnawing on the vehicle? Lu Ming also approached the door for a glimpse outside. 300 meters away, the company's armored vehicle was surrounded by a swarm of creatures. They were not large, each about the size of a small dog. But there were many, at least 20 or 30. Their appearance was peculiar. Their bodies resembled oversized beetles, but their exoskeletons were a dark purple, glistening with a metallic sheen. Their heads bore no eyes, only a circular mouthpart with rotating serrations. 6 legs, each ending not in feet but in sharp, hooked claws. Strangely, they were using their mouthparts to gnaw at the tires and undercarriage of the armored vehicle. The grinding of metal against serrated edges produced a piercing screech. The automatic turret on the armored vehicle opened fire, bullets striking the creatures and sparking, yet failing to penetrate. Their exoskeletons are too tough. What in the world are those things? Exclaimed a patrolling team member in astonishment. The scarred man raised his metallic glove, the screen rapidly scanning. Unknown creature scanning. Exoskeleton composition. Organic metal composite. Energy response. Moderate. Behavioral pattern. Metal consumption. Threat level. High. Everyone. Prepare for battle. The scarred man commanded. Protect the vehicle. 6 patrolling team members immediately charged out, firearms blazing. Their weaponry surpassed Lu Ming's Gauss rifle in sophistication. Bullets struck the creatures, finally penetrating their exoskeletons, sending green bodily fluid splattering. However, the sheer number of these beings and their reckless ferocity overwhelmed the battlefield. For every one that fell, 2 would immediately take its place. Their objective was unmistakable, the armored vehicle, particularly its metallic components. Lu Ming stood at the doorway, observing the fray. He recognized the mandibles of these creatures, reminiscent of those described by the half-mechanical soldier. Were they the Zerg? Was this a small unit of the Zerg? Chapter 22. The communicator buzzed once more. Hey, you! Scarface shouted, turning to Lu Ming. Can you shoot? Lu Ming nodded. Grab a weapon. Help us. Scarface tossed him a firearm, not his Gauss rifle, but a company standard pulse rifle. Aim for their mandibles. That's their weak point. Lu Ming caught the gun. It was heavy yet familiar in his grasp. He raised it, targeting a creature gnawing on a tire. Its mandibles whirled like a miniature grinder. He squeezed the trigger. A blue pulse beam shot forth, striking the mandibles. They exploded, showering green slime everywhere. The creature collapsed to the ground. Effective. Lu Ming continued to fire. His marksmanship had sharpened through days of life and death struggles. Although his left arm was incapacitated, His right hand remained steady. One shot, one kill. He focused solely on the mandibles. The patrol team also unleashed their firepower. With superior equipment and seamless coordination, they swiftly eliminated more than half of the creatures. Yet, at that moment, a rustling sound echoed from afar. More were coming, and this time, they were larger. Emerging from the refuse were creatures twice the size of the previous dog-sized ones. Their shells were a deeper shade of purple, their mandibles larger, and their serrated edges more menacing. Warning: higher energy reaction detected. Threat level: extremely high. Recommendation: concentrated fire. Damn it. There are bigger ones. Scarface cursed. Everyone, switch to armor-piercing rounds. The patrol members quickly replaced their magazines. The new cartridges bore red-tipped bullets, clearly specialized ammunition. The battle reignited. Lu Ming also swapped the magazine for the one Scarface tossed him. He continued to shoot, but this time, the pulse beams struck the larger creatures with diminished effect. Their exoskeletons were too thick. A single shot could not penetrate. Suddenly, a large creature charged at him. Its mandibles opened wide, nearly half a meter in diameter. With serrated edges whirring menacingly, emitting a piercing hum, Lu Ming rolled to evade, the mandibles snapping at his previous position, gouging a crater into the ground and sending debris flying. He scrambled to his feet, aiming for the unprotected interior of the mandibles. He pulled the trigger. The pulse beam penetrated deep within. The large creature quivered violently before exploding, showering the vicinity with green viscera and shattered innards. The shockwave hurled Lu Ming backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Pain flared from his fractured ribs. He sensed at least one more had broken. Hey, are you still alive? A patrol member rushed over, helping him up. I'm managing. Lu Ming gritted through clenched teeth. The battle raged on. Although the large creatures were heavily armored, their numbers were limited. Only 5 or 6 remained. Under the concentrated fire of the patrol team, one creature after another fell. 10 minutes later, the last of the colossal beings was obliterated. A hush descended upon the battlefield. At least 50 carcasses lay strewn across the ground, with greenish slime oozing everywhere. And the air was thick with a pungent, acrid odor. Among the patrol team, 3 members sustained minor injuries, while one suffered a severe wound, having a significant chunk of flesh bitten from his arm and was in the midst of urgent bandaging. The scar-faced man approached the corpse of a large creature, crouching down to examine it. He utilized his dagger to slice through the exoskeleton, revealing the internal structure. Lu Ming also stepped closer to observe. Inside the dismembered body, instead of flesh and blood, there was a hybrid of mechanical and organic materials. There were muscle-like tissues, interspersed with gears, pipelines, and energy conduits. At the core, a fist-sized purple crystal emitted a faint glow. What in the world is this? The scar-faced man murmured. He extracted the purple crystal and placed it on his metallic glove for scanning. Energy crystal, unknown type, energy density, high, structure, organic inorganic composite, speculated use, biological energy core, biological energy core? The scar-faced man frowned. These entities were not products of natural evolution, but constructs. Constructs? Lu Ming recalled the words of the half-mechanical soldier. The Zerg consume everything: metal, flesh, energy. Could they devour metal and transmute it into their own biomechanical structure? If that were the case, that garbage planet would serve as an endless food source for them. Captain, a team member rushed over, holding something in hand. Look at this. It was a metallic fragment, scorched but still revealing the insignia of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It had been found within one of the large creatures. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. Empire's material, he muttered. These entities had dealings with the Empire. And judging by the freshness of the fragment, it had occurred not long ago. He stood up, glancing towards the direction of the airdrop pod. Is it these things that eliminated the mechanized army inside the airdrop pod? Lu Ming remained silent. The scar-faced man turned to fix his gaze on Lu Ming. When you inspected the airdrop pod, did you truly only see monsters? Did you not notice these things? I did not see these, Lu Ming replied truthfully. By the time he arrived, the battle had already concluded. All he had witnessed were corpses, those of the strange beasts and the half-mechanical soldiers. The scar-faced man scrutinized him for a few seconds before commanding, "Clear the battlefield. Collect all these creature corpses and bring them back to the control room. The company headquarters requires samples for research." Understood. The patrol members commenced their tasks. Lu Ming wished to assist, but was halted by the scar-faced man. "You, return to rest," he instructed. "In your condition, do not perish here. We will leave once we finish our examination." Lu Ming paused momentarily and then nodded. "All right." He turned and headed back to the control room. As he reached the doorway, the scar-faced man unexpectedly remarked, "Your marksmanship is commendable. You are not like a typical administrator." Lu Ming halted, not looking back. "I practiced to survive." "Is that so?" The scar-faced man's voice betrayed no emotion. Very well. You assisted in the battle today. I will duly note your contribution in the report. But remember, he stepped closer behind Lu Ming, lowering his voice. Do not conceal anything, especially from these newly emerged creatures. The company requires research, and should you dare to conceal anything, my next visit will not be for inspection. Lu Ming nodded in comprehension and entered the control room, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he could hear the sounds of the patrol team transporting bodies, accompanied by the commanding voice of the scar-faced man. They would not enter for the time being. Lu Ming approached the ventilation shaft, inspecting the grill, which remained undisturbed. Sinking into a chair, he felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. The insectoid menace had indeed manifested, and within his jurisdiction, troubles were merely beginning. An hour later, the patrol team completed their tasks. The scar-faced man knocked on the control room door. Lu Ming opened it. We are leaving, the scar-faced man stated. We will take these biological samples with us. Additionally, the company headquarters has received the alarm and will increase the frequency of patrols. Be wary of these entities. They may return. What are they? Lu Ming could not help but inquire. I do not know, the scar-faced man replied. But they are certainly no good. Headquarters will issue alerts to all administrators. Ensure your defenses are in order. He glanced at Lu Ming's injured left arm. Tend to your wound yourself. The company will not provide medical support unless you achieve a rating of 3 stars or higher. Take care. With that, he turned and departed. 3 armored vehicles started and drove away from Zone C12. Lu Ming watched them vanish from sight before closing the door. He immediately opened the ventilation grill and retrieved the iron ball and cloth bag. Fortunately, they were still intact. However, just as he prepared to examine the contents of the bag, the communicator buzzed again. Chapter 23. Insect Tide. This is old. Lu Ming, are you still alive? I am, he responded. The patrol team has left? The urgency in Old's voice was palpable. Just departed. They took those entities with them. Damn it. Old cursed. I heard from the scar-faced man those things are a new type of organism that consumes metal. The company headquarters has issued a level 3 alert. All administrators must heighten their vigilance. What exactly are they? Lu Ming queried. I do not know, but they are undoubtedly troublesome, Old replied. Listen, from this moment onward, your task priority has been adjusted. Continue with routine waste management, but focus primarily on monitoring the emergence of these new organisms. Report immediately upon discovery. I understand your injuries are severe, Old continued, but there is no alternative. We are short-staffed. Iron Hand has encountered a similar situation, albeit on a smaller scale. You two are the only administrators in Zone C12 capable of working. Hold the fort. Is there any support available? There is none, Old stated bluntly. The company will not provide additional assistance to low-level administrators. If you desire better equipment, more drones, and advanced permissions, you must upgrade. 3-star administrators receive basic medical kits. 4-star administrators receive weapon upgrades, and only those rated 5 stars and above receive genuine support. How do I upgrade? I am currently only 2 stars. Work diligently, Old advised. Process more waste, clear more areas, and survive. Experience points will naturally lead to an upgrade. Well, I must hang up. I have a multitude of matters to attend to. The communication was severed. Lu Ming sat there, staring at the iron ball in his hand, as the starlight within the glass orb gradually swirled. My homeland, he murmured. A new threat has emerged. I require greater strength. He laid bare all the items he had concealed today, spread across the ground. The core components of an exoskeleton. An energy rifle, a tactical sight, a shoulder-mounted shield generator, data chips, energy blocks, and a small shard of purple crystal stealthily severed from a Zerg corpse, which the scarred man had failed to notice. All were amassed together. Iron sphere, transport these back. The focal point is this purple crystal and the data chip. Inform the homeland that the Zerg have emerged. They possess the ability to devour metal and convert it into energy. We require a contingency plan. The iron sphere vibrated, and a portal of light manifested. The items were pushed through the luminescent gateway. Professor, a new threat. The Zerg. It's perilous. I require more advanced weaponry and armor. The sooner, the better. The portal vanished. Lu Ming lay sprawled on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. Outside the window, dusk descended. 3 moons rose in the night sky. Meanwhile, deep within the desolate wasteland, more rustling sounds began to converge. Beep, beep, beep. At 3 in the morning, a piercing alarm jolted Lu Ming from his shallow slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, met with a blurred vision. The fever had not yet subsided, and his head felt as heavy as lead. A sharp pain radiated from the fractured bone in his left arm, and each breath sent a stabbing ache through his ribs. Yet the alarm persisted. Emergency alert. Abnormal biological activity detected. Coordinates. X122, Y195. 32 kilometers from the control room. Biological signal type. Zerg worker bee swarm. Estimated quantity, 30. Activity pattern, clustered consumption. The screen of the neural tablet flickered with a crimson glow in the darkness, mapping out a dense cluster of red dots that were slowly advancing. They were coming again. Clenching his teeth, Lu Ming forced himself to rise from the bed, every movement eliciting a grimace of pain. He approached the monitoring screen and switched to the camera for the corresponding area. The footage revealed, under the moonlight, a swarm of dark purple, diminutive Zerg feasting upon a pile of metallic debris. They swarmed like ants, their mandibles whirring, producing a cacophony of metallic grinding sounds. The devoured metal remnants vanished at an alarming rate, leaving behind only a pool of green slime. This was merely the second day. The frequency of Zerg activity exceeded expectations. Lu Ming assessed his condition. His left arm was fractured, requiring at least another 2 weeks for any semblance of mobility. 3 ribs were broken, prohibiting any vigorous movement. Numerous wounds dotted his body. Despite the medications provided by Iron Hand and the Homeland's medical equipment, recovery would demand time. However, the Zerg would not pause for his recuperation. He had to act. At 6 in the morning, Lu Ming set out, dragging his injured body. Today's task remained the same, the usual cleansing of 10 garbage mountains. As instructed, yet an additional task loomed, monitoring Zerg activity. He first headed to the point closest to the Zerg swarm, garbage mountain number 35. This mound comprised primarily of armored vehicles and light tank remnants, rich in metal, which undoubtedly attracted the Zerg. As he climbed to the halfway point, Lu Ming spotted traces. There were slime trails on the ground, green and not yet dried. Following the traces, he discovered the Zerg, but not alive, only their corpses. 5 worker bee carcasses lay strewn about, their exoskeletons shattered, green bodily fluids having congealed. The evidence suggested they had perished in a mutual struggle. Lu Ming crouched down to inspect. The bodies of the worker bees were far from whole. Some had their mandibles torn apart, while others had their legs severed. More alarmingly, their energy crystals, those violet gems, had been extracted. Did the swarm engage in cannibalism? Was it for the sake of the energy crystals? He recalled Scar's words. These creatures would devour any metal and energy. Thus, the energy crystals of their own kind must also be sustenance for them. The law of the jungle prevailed, consuming even their own kin. A chill ran down Lu Ming's spine. He continued his ascent up the mountain and finally reached the control room. Activating the crane, he set the program in motion. Then, standing by the control room window, he surveyed the scene below through his tactical scope. The equipment he had procured from the airdrop was limited, yet one piece proved effective. Through the scope, he observed the distant swarm still in motion. Indeed, there were around 30 of them, predominantly worker bees. But 3 larger specimens were presumably the same formidable units he had encountered yesterday. Scar had not assigned them names, so Lu Ming referred to them as soldier bees. Were they transporting something? Chapter 24. The Creaks of Not the Swarm? Lu Ming adjusted the focus of the scope. He observed several soldier bees gripping metallic fragments with their mandibles, moving purposefully in a particular direction. The remaining worker bees followed closely behind, much like ants transporting food. Where were they headed? Lu Ming noted their trajectory and began his descent. The path down was more arduous than the ascent. Using a metal pipe as a makeshift crutch, he painstakingly made his way down. Each movement sent sharp pains through his fractured ribs, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he heard a sound. It was not the creaking of the swarm, it was gunfire. The distinctive crackle of pulse weapons emanated from the southeast, not far off, approximately 500 meters away. Iron Hand. Lu Ming quickened his pace, though not significantly. He navigated around 2 piles of scrap metal and finally beheld the battlefield. Indeed, it was Iron Hand, taking cover behind a derelict turret, his long-barreled weapon unleashing a steady stream of fire. Before him, a dozen worker bees were mounting an assault. 7 or 8 of their corpses already lay on the ground. Yet the remaining ones pressed on. Iron Hand's mechanical limb had transformed into a gun, sweeping the area with fire. But the sheer number of worker bees was overwhelming. One had already charged right up to him, mandibles open, poised to bite. In an instant, Lu Ming raised his weapon, using the pulse rifle left by the patrol, which still had half its energy remaining. Zing! A shot struck the worker bee's mandibles, causing them to explode. Iron Hand turned and acknowledged Lu Ming with a nod. Remaining silent as he continued to shoot, Lu Ming joined the fray, aiming precisely at the mandibles of the worker bees, their weak point. Though his left arm was incapacitated, affecting his shooting accuracy, he still managed to hit the targets at close range. The two collaborated seamlessly, and within minutes, they had eliminated all the worker bees. The battlefield fell silent. Iron Hand emerged from his cover, his mechanical limb reverting to a hand shape. He glanced at Lu Ming's injured left arm. You ventured out with such a severe injury? The swarm does not wait for anyone, Lu Ming panted. Iron Hand approached. Assessing Lu Ming's wounds, the bones have not healed properly. If you continue like this, you will be crippled. Is there a remedy? There is, but it will hurt. Iron Hand replied. The bones need to be reset and stabilized with a splint. I have the tools, but no anesthetic. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Let us proceed. The two individuals sought refuge in a relatively secure location, the interior of a half-buried armored vehicle. Iron Hand retrieved tools from his bag, several metal plates, some bandages, and a compact energy welder. Gritting his teeth, Iron Hand grasped Lu Ming's left arm and forcefully yanked and pushed. With a sharp crack, excruciating pain enveloped Lu Ming, causing his vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious. He clenched a piece of cloth in his mouth, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. Iron Hand worked swiftly, clamping the broken bone with the metal plates and rapidly welding the connection points rather than directly on the flesh. He then tightly wrapped it with bandages. The entire procedure took less than 3 minutes. All done, Iron Hand declared. This is far superior to what you could have managed alone. However, it requires healing. Refrain from using this arm for at least half a month. Lu Ming slumped in his seat, trembling, yet the pain had indeed lessened with the bone properly aligned. Thank you, he said weakly. Iron Hand waved his hand dismissively and moved to the vehicle's entrance to keep watch outside. Have you noticed those insects? He inquired. What? They're transporting metal, Iron Hand replied. It's not aimless. They have a purpose. I followed a group and discovered they are concentrating underground. Underground? Yes. Iron Hand's expression turned grave. There are many cavities beneath the garbage planet, accumulated over the years. The lower layers of refuse have compacted into voids. These insects are hauling metal into those cavities. I suspect they are constructing a nest. A nest? Lu Ming felt a weight in his heart. If the insect race were to establish a permanent nest on the garbage planet, the situation would become dire. It must be eradicated, Lu Ming asserted. I understand. Iron Hand replied. But I cannot manage alone. There will undoubtedly be more insects in the nest, and possibly even higher-ranking units. I need assistance. He glanced at Lu Ming. But given your condition, it is best to wait until you are better. I can do it now, Lu Ming insisted, struggling to rise. I have new equipment. Just transmitted from the homeland. Iron Hand raised an eyebrow. Is it that little sphere of yours again? Lu Ming did not deny it. He opened the cloth bag he carried, revealing the new weaponry sent by his homeland the previous night. 3 items. The first was a fist-sized spherical grenade. Its surface smooth with a red insignia. Acid grenade. Releases a high concentration of corrosive acid upon detonation, effective against organic and inorganic compounds. The second consisted of several magazines, the bullets gleaming silver. High-temperature armor-piercing round. Contains thermite, generating a temperature of 3,000 degrees upon impact. Capable of melting through the insect exoskeleton. The third was a small launcher resembling a handgun, but with a thicker barrel. Electromagnetic pulse pistol, single shot, short range, but capable of incapacitating the electronic components within the insect race. Iron Hand examined the acid grenade, then looked back at Lu Ming. Your homeland certainly moves swiftly. They take it seriously, Lu Ming replied. After a moment of silence, Iron Hand said, All right, with this equipment, we can attempt it. However, we must devise a plan. A direct assault is unwise. What are your thoughts? Draw them out, Iron Hand suggested. The insect race is sensitive to energy. We can use a high-energy source as bait to lure them from their nest and eliminate them in batches. Then we can proceed to cleanse the area. Where can we find a source of energy? Iron Hand smiled, raising his mechanical limb, which opened at the palm to reveal a small energy core. This was salvaged from the carcass of the mechanized legion. Although only 10 units of energy remained, it was sufficient to serve as bait. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 25. The Purple Crystal and the Data Storage Disk. The plan was straightforward. Locate the entrance to the Zerg nest and deploy the bait, a core of energy, within a metallic box 50 meters away from the entrance, allowing energy fluctuations to seep out through a small opening. Lu Ming and Iron Hand would lie in ambush on either side, preparing to strike with their new weaponry as the Zerg emerged to seize the energy core. Their first task was to find the nest's entrance. Iron Hand led the way as they navigated through a heap of debris. Despite having received enhancements, Lu Ming's mobility was still hindered, and his pace was slow. Iron Hand was patient, matching his rhythm. After traversing approximately 1 kilometer, they arrived at a relatively flat expanse strewn with the wreckage of numerous spacecraft engines, each the size of a house. Just over there, Iron Hand gestured ahead. Lu Ming looked in that direction and spotted an unnatural opening at the base of a pile of engine debris. It was not a natural crevice. The edges bore signs of gnawing, remarkably neat. The entrance measured about 2 meters in diameter, shrouded in darkness and seemingly bottomless. Surrounding the opening were scattered metallic shards and dried green slime. "This is the spot," Iron Hand whispered. "I observed at least 20 creatures entering and exiting here yesterday. They found cover 80 meters from the entrance, taking refuge in a discarded cockpit of construction machinery, which provided a good vantage point and protection." Iron Hand set the bait, placing the energy core in the metallic box and adjusting the opening to face the entrance before retreating back to their cover. "Ready," he announced. Lu Ming inspected his weaponry. Loading the pulse rifle with high-temperature armor-piercing ammunition, a pulse pistol secured at his waist, and 2 acid grenades tucked in his pocket. Iron Hand's long-barreled gun was also loaded with specially crafted armor-piercing rounds he had fashioned from remnants of a mech. "They're coming," Iron Hand suddenly stated. Lu Ming glanced toward the entrance. In the darkness, several pairs of purple glimmers appeared. Those were the sensory organs of the Zerg, glowing in the shadows. Then, the swarm surged forth. Worker bees, at least 15 of them, were followed closely by 3 soldier bees, all drawn towards the metallic box by the energy fluctuations. "Wait until they are all out," Iron Hand whispered. The swarm surrounded the metallic box, and 1 soldier bee bit through the box, revealing the energy core within. The other insects began to stir, clamoring to devour it. "Now, fire!" Lu Ming and Iron Hand opened fire simultaneously. Zing, zing, zing. The high-temperature armor-piercing rounds struck the swarm, detonating upon impact, the thermite igniting and generating an instantaneous surge of heat. The exoskeletons of the worker bees melted, their green bodily fluids boiling like water. Iron Hand's armor-piercing rounds proved even more formidable, capable of penetrating 2 creatures with a single shot. The swarm descended into chaos. Yet, instead of fleeing, they redirected their fury towards the source of the attack. Leading the charge, the soldier bees rushed forward, their mandibles whirring, moving with astonishing speed. Lu Ming raised his pulse pistol, aiming at the foremost soldier bee, and pulled the trigger. Buzz. No bullets. Only a visible electromagnetic wave radiated outward. The soldier bee suddenly froze. Its internal mechanical components were paralyzed, its movement slowed, and the purple glimmers on its exoskeleton flickered erratically. Effective. Lu Ming switched back to his pulse rifle, firing relentlessly at the mandibles of the soldier bee. The high-temperature armor-piercing projectile melted through the exterior and penetrated within. The soldier bee exploded. However, 2 other soldier bees had already charged forward. Iron Hand fired his long-barreled gun twice, repelling one. The other had already lunged to the front of the cover, its mandibles wide open, ready to bite the bulletproof glass of the cockpit. Creak. A crack appeared in the glass. Lu Ming retrieved an acidic grenade, removed the safety pin, and hurled it through the shooting port. The grenade rolled beneath the soldier bee's feet. Boom. It was not an explosion, but an eruption. A copious amount of green acidic liquid sprayed forth, enveloping the soldier bee entirely. Hiss, 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 the sound of the acid corroding its shell. The soldier bee emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly, but its exoskeleton was dissolving rapidly. Even the internal mechanical structures were melting away. After 10 seconds, the soldier bee collapsed to the ground, transformed into a steaming puddle of goo. The remaining worker bees, witnessing this, finally began to retreat, scurrying towards the cave entrance. "Do not let them return to relay the news," Iron Hand bellowed. The 2 men fired with all their might. The high-temperature armor-piercing rounds proved exceptionally effective against the worker bees, taking 1 down with each shot. The last few worker bees were shot dead at the cave entrance. The battlefield fell silent. Over 30 insectoid corpses lay strewn across the ground, green viscous fluid flowing like a stream. While the air was thick with the acrid scent of acid and burning, Lu Ming slumped in his seat, gasping for breath. Although the battle had been brief, it had been intense, and his wounds began to throb anew. Iron Hand surveyed the battlefield and then stated, "The area around the entrance has been cleared, but there are surely more within. We must go inside." "Now?" Lu Ming inquired. "No, tomorrow," Iron Hand replied. "We have exhausted ourselves today, and you cannot endure any longer. We must return, prepare adequately, and then come back. Moreover, I require better equipment." He turned to Lu Ming. "When is your little orb scheduled for the next transmission?" "Tonight." "Do me a favor," Iron Hand said. "Ask your homeland if there are any weapons capable of dealing with large swarms of insects in a wide area. I can trade for them. What do you have?" Iron Hand pulled a small box from his bag and opened it. Inside were several purple crystalline energy cores from the insectoids, varying in size, numbering around 7 or 8. "These should hold some value," Iron Hand remarked, and then produced a data storage disk. "I obtained this from the command vehicle of the Mechanical Legion. It contains battlefield records. Though encrypted, your homeland should be able to decipher it." Lu Ming gazed at the purple crystals. Indeed, his homeland required research samples. "I will give it a try," he said. "Thank you." Iron Hand tucked away his items. Tomorrow at this time, we will reconvene here. Be prepared to enter and eliminate the nest. Understood. The two men parted ways, each returning to their respective locations. By the time Lu Ming arrived back at the control room, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He felt utterly exhausted. Although his reset left arm was in place, it was swollen and painful. The injury to his ribs had also worsened due to the day's exertions. Yet, he could not rest. He first laid out the items he had collected that day. Several shell samples cut from the insectoid corpses, along with a larger energy crystal from a soldier bee, twice the size of that from a worker bee. Then, he prepared the items Iron Hand had given him, the purple crystals and the data storage disk. He piled them all together. Little orb, transmit these back. Emphasize the importance of this data disk and the energy crystals. Moreover, the motherland requires the development of area of effect weaponry to combat the swarm. The sooner, the better. The iron sphere trembles as the portal materializes. Chapter 26. Eyes are watching him. Objects are being pushed through the portal. Professor, the insectoid species is establishing a nest. Another administrator and I are preparing to clear it tomorrow. We need area weapons. Additionally, the data disk contains battlefield records that may hold vital intelligence. The portal vanishes. Lu Ming lies in bed, awaiting the response from the motherland. 3 hours later, the portal reappears. This time, the items transmitted are few but crucial. A small launcher resembling a rocket launcher, albeit more portable, accompanied by 3 shells. A luminothermic incendiary shell produces a sustained high-temperature flame with a diameter of 10 meters upon detonation, effective against the organic components of the insectoids. A new firearm, similar in design to a pulse rifle, but with a grenade launcher positioned beneath the barrel. Modular pulse rifle, capable of switching to live ammunition pulse mode, equipped with an underslung grenade launcher featuring fragmentation grenades. Additionally, there are several disc-like devices. Smart landmine, motion sensing, triggers upon proximity, explodes to eject metal fragments, as well as a set of rudimentary armor, not exoskeletal, but crafted from advanced composite materials for ballistic protection, covering the chest, abdomen, shoulders, arms, and thighs. Though rudimentary, it offers far superior protection compared to Lu Ming's current work attire. Lastly, there is a vial of serum. Cell repair enhancer. Accelerates the healing of bones and soft tissues, to be used in conjunction with medical equipment. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. He immediately injected the serum and then used the medical repair device to irradiate his wounds. A cooling sensation washed over him, significantly alleviating the pain. Excellent. He examined the new equipment. The aluminothermic incendiary shell launcher is lightweight and can be operated by a single individual. The modular pulse rifle is more user-friendly than the previous model, and the addition of the grenade launcher is a delightful surprise. The smart landmines can be deployed at the nest entrance to prevent escape. He donned the armor immediately. Although his left arm was too swollen to fit, the chest, abdomen, and right arm were well protected, fully armed. Just then, the communicator chimed. It was the old man. Lu Ming, what the hell have you done now? The old man's voice was urgent and furious, but this time it seemed to harbor a hint of a different emotion. What is it? The company headquarters just sent a report. The insectoid samples from Zone C12 have been preliminarily analyzed and confirmed as a completely new species. The threat level is tentatively classified as Grade B, which means the company will allocate resources for its management. Is that a good thing? Lu Ming inquired. It is good news for you, the old man exclaimed, because you are the first discoverer and ongoing monitor. Headquarters has decided to grant you additional support, 2 new patrol drones equipped with heavy firepower. Furthermore, your experience points are sufficient, and you are approved for a 3-star upgrade. 3 stars. Lu Ming's heart raced. Really? Of course. I personally authorized it. The old man continued. You are now a 3-star administrator. With your elevated permissions, you can manage up to 150 garbage mountains. Your equipment quota has also increased. Additionally, 3 stars receive a basic medical kit each month. While it may not be much, it is certainly better than nothing. As for the insectoid nest, headquarters has issued the following directive. All administrators must immediately report any discovery of insectoid nests and are prohibited from taking unilateral action. However, the old man added, if you have already acted, then make sure to do it thoroughly. Leave no traces. Lu Ming discerned the underlying implications. The elder was well aware of his activities, yet chose not to intervene, as long as no significant trouble arose. Understood, Lu Ming replied. The drone will arrive tomorrow. Additionally, after the upgrade, you may apply for access to the 3-star junkyard, where superior materials are available, albeit with greater peril. Weigh your options. Communication was severed. Lu Ming remained seated, processing the information. 3 stars, an elevation of authority, and an increase in support. Yet, the threat of the Zerg was also escalating. Tomorrow, He would clear the nest alongside Iron Hand, followed by a foray into the three-star junkyard. He gazed out the window. Dusk had settled. In the distance, towards the Zerg nest, faint purple glimmers flickered in the darkness, reminiscent of watchful eyes. At 4 in the morning, before dawn broke, Lu Ming stood in the control room, inspecting his gear. The swelling in his left arm had diminished considerably due to the cellular repair agent. Though it still lacked strength, it could now manage slight movements. The fractured ribs continued to ache, yet they could withstand a degree of motion. The newly delivered armor, crafted from composite materials, was lightweight yet robust, enveloping his chest, abdomen, shoulders, back, and thighs. Although the swelling prevented full utilization of his left arm, his overall protection had significantly improved. A modular pulse rifle was slung across his back, accompanied by a grenade launcher loaded with fragmentation grenades. An electromagnetic pulse pistol and an energy pistol, the latter charged to 50%, were secured at his waist. A vibrating dagger was strapped to his right calf, while his wrist shield watch was fully charged. Most crucially, a thermite incendiary launcher with 3 shells hung diagonally from his shoulder, complemented by 5 smart mines stored in his tactical waist pouch. He was fully armed. The holographic tablet displayed the status of the 2 newly acquired reconnaissance drones received the previous night, currently stationed on the landing pad outside the control room. With a streamlined fuselage and 4 rotors, they were equipped with dual-mounted machine guns and small rockets. The control terminal was linked to the tablet, allowing for remote operation. Drone status: ready. Weapon system: dual 762mm machine guns X2, small rockets X4. Endurance: 120 minutes. Control mode: manual automatic patrol, excellent equipment. Lu Ming configured an automated patrol route, directing the drones to cruise over Zone C12, with a primary focus on monitoring the Zerg nest. He then pushed open the door to the control room. Outside, the 3 moons had yet to set, casting a pale light. Iron Hand was already waiting at the designated location, equipped for the day. In addition to his long-barreled firearm, he now carried a metallic box on his back, the contents unknown. His mechanical prosthetic appeared as usual. Yet Lu Ming noticed a subtle difference in the sheen at the center of his palm, as if something had been added. You've arrived? Iron Hand glanced at Lu Ming's new armor, noting its quality. It's a gift from the homeland, Lu Ming replied. Iron Hand nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He then pointed to the incendiary launcher on Lu Ming's shoulder. Is that the area weapon? The thermite incendiary rounds cover a diameter of 10 meters and maintain a high temperature, Lu Ming explained, patting the launcher. 3 shells should suffice. That is sufficient, Iron Hand remarked. I brought some good items as well. He opened the metallic box on his back, revealing several cylindrical devices marked with red warning labels. High explosive mines. Modified by me. Iron Hand remarked that the power of the weapon was twice that of the company's standard issue, designed for blocking roads or targeting clusters. He then revealed a palm-sized device resembling a tablet, yet with a transparent screen, a sonic wave detector capable of identifying subterranean cavities and biological activities. Although its precision was not exceptional, it sufficed for their needs. Lu Ming observed the equipment, realizing that Iron Hand's preparations were far more thorough than he had anticipated. You are quite serious about this operation, Lu Ming stated. Of course, Iron Hand replied solemnly. If the insect race establishes a foothold on the garbage planet, we are all doomed. This is not an exaggerated warning. I have seen some alarming data on that disk. What? Iron Hand fell silent for a few seconds before responding. The insect race will alter the environment. They consume metal and secrete a special viscous substance that transforms ordinary soil and rock into materials suitable for their nests. Once they establish a complete nest, that area will be permanently transformed into a hive of insects, irretrievable. A sense of dread washed over Lu Ming. Then we must act swiftly. Indeed, Iron Hand said, stowing away the equipment as they set off. The 2 advanced toward the entrance of the nest. Chapter 27. New units. The entrance to the nest appeared unchanged from the previous day, yet it bore new markings, more trails of viscous secretions, and some recently gnawed metal fragments. Iron Hand activated the sonic wave detector, scanning the cave entrance. The screen displayed the underground structure. The entrance descended approximately 5 meters before branching into 3 passages. Each passage further extended into numerous branches, resembling a labyrinth, with a depth of at least 30 meters. The complexity of the structure exceeded their expectations. Iron Hand furrowed his brow. Among the 3 main corridors, he was uncertain which led to the core area. Shall we split up? Lu Ming inquired. Absolutely not. That would be too perilous. Iron Hand shook his head. We lack sufficient manpower, and separating would be tantamount to suicide. We must choose one path. He scrutinized the data on the screen. The central passage exhibited the highest concentration of biological signals, accompanied by rhythmic energy fluctuations, potentially from a queen or some core unit. We shall proceed through the central passage. The two checked their gear before entering the cave. The interior of the entrance appeared far more spacious than it had from the outside, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters, allowing both to walk side by side. The walls were not earthen, but rather a dark purple hardened substance, what Iron Hand referred to as the nest material. It felt plastic-like, yet was considerably tougher, with a honeycomb structure on the surface, hinting at the flow of liquid within. The air was thick with a pungent, acrid odor mingled with a strangely cloying sweetness, inducing dizziness. Lu Ming activated the breathing filter on his helmet, a feature of his armor. Iron Hand donned a simple mask as well. They descended the corridor, where every so often, bioluminescent slimes secreted by the insects glowed with a faint purple luminescence, barely illuminating their path. After traveling approximately 20 meters, they reached the first fork in the passage. 3 corridors lay ahead. The central one continued downward while the 2 lateral ones extended horizontally. According to our plan, we shall take the central path, Iron Hand instructed. As they stepped into the central corridor, they were met with unexpected sounds, not the creaking of insects, but the sound of liquid flowing, accompanied by faint bubbling noises akin to the bursting of bubbles. Iron Hand raised the sonic wave detector to scan again. The screen indicated a larger cavity approximately 50 meters ahead, teeming with biological signals, at least 30 entities. Prepare for combat, Iron Hand whispered. The 2 individuals slowed their pace, advancing alongside the cavern wall. The passage began to widen, revealing a luminescence not of fluorescence, but of a bioluminescent organ emitting a blue-white glow. At last, they arrived at the brink of the cavern. Lu Ming leaned forward to gaze inside, drawing a sharp breath of cold air. Before him lay a spherical void approximately 15 meters in diameter, its walls cloaked in a thick layer of nesting material, adorned with dozens of eggs. Each egg was the size of a basketball, translucent, revealing the writhing forms of insect larvae within. The eggs pulsed slowly, emitting a soft plopping sound. Connecting the eggs were tubes that transported a nutrient solution, a hatching chamber. Even more terrifying was the fact that the hatching chamber contained not just eggs. A dozen worker bees were busily utilizing their mandibles to carry metallic fragments, feeding them into the tubes. The tubes absorbed the metal, converting it into the nutrient solution for the eggs. They were reproducing. Taizhan's voice was low and firm. This place must be destroyed. However, it would alert the entire nest, Lu Ming remarked. Sooner or later, it would be noticed, Taizhan replied, suggesting they take action now, catching them off guard. He observed keenly. Do you see those tubes? That is the nutrient delivery system. If we sabotage the tubes, the eggs will cease to develop. Then we can deal with the worker bees. How do we proceed? Lu Ming inquired. First, use a grenade to blow up the area dense with tubes, Taizhan instructed. Then you will deploy an incendiary device to engulf the entire chamber. I will place high explosive landmines at the other 2 entrances to prevent reinforcements. The plan was simple yet effective. The 2 retreated to the passage to prepare their equipment. Lu Ming loaded the incendiary launcher with thermite grenades, while Taizhan retrieved 2 high-explosive landmines, setting them for remote detonation. 3, 2, 1, go, Taizhan shouted as he dashed from the passage, hurling the 2 landmines towards the left and right entrances, adhering them to the cavern walls. He then turned and raised his long-barreled weapon. Lu Ming followed suit, aiming the launcher at the central area dense with tubes in the cavern. Boom! The incendiary device was released, tracing an arc through the air before landing amidst the cluster of tubes. It did not explode immediately. A delay fuse ticked down. 2 seconds. Retreat, Taizhan yelled. The 2 withdrew back into the passage. Kaboom! A deafening explosion ensued. The entire cavern trembled, not an ordinary blast, but the instantaneous eruption of thermite generating temperatures of 3,000 degrees. From the entrance, one could witness the cavern transformed into a sea of flames. The blue-hot fire consumed everything. The tubes melted, the eggs burst, and the worker bees struggled in the flames, their exoskeletons rapidly carbonizing. Yet, the insectoid response was swifter than anticipated. The surviving worker bees emitted a piercing shriek, a sound that reverberated throughout the cavern, echoing into the depths. They were sounding the alarm. They are coming. Taizhan fixated on the detector screen, observing a surge of biological signals emerging from 3 passages. The left and right entrances had been temporarily sealed by the landmines, but signals were also emerging from the central passage, the direction they had come from. They were surrounded. Withdraw. Retreat deeper, Taizhan decisively commanded. They could not return to the entrance, for there would surely be insects there as well. The 2 sprinted toward the deeper recesses of the cavern, not taking the central passage they had entered, but veering into a small fork on the opposite side of the cavern. As they dashed into the fork, an explosion erupted behind them. The high explosive landmines had been triggered. Then came the cacophony of creaking and shrieking sounds. Reinforcements from the insectoids had arrived. The passage was narrow, allowing only a single individual to traverse it. Two figures sprinted forward, one behind the other, with the ominous sound of an approaching swarm growing ever closer. After running approximately 100 meters, a luminous cavity emerged ahead. Yet, this void was unlike any other, vast, with a diameter of at least 30 meters. The ceiling was adorned with numerous tentacle-like appendages, each dripping with viscous fluid that pooled on the ground, forming small reservoirs. Within these pools, larvae of the insectoid species writhed. At the heart of the cavern lay a colossal creature, the queen. Lu Ming had encountered soldier bees before, which were already formidable in size. However, compared to this behemoth, the soldier bees appeared as mere toys. The queen's body resembled an enlarged maggot, yet more robust, stretching over 10 meters in length. With a girth of 3 meters at its widest point, its entire form was encased in a thick, dark purple exoskeleton, adorned with bioluminescent organs that pulsed rhythmically with light. Rather than a traditional head, the front of its body split open into a massive maw, measuring at least 2 meters in diameter, lined with rows of serrated teeth. What stood out most was the swollen posterior of the creature, ballooning in a semi-translucent manner, revealing a multitude of eggs forming within. Every few seconds, several mature eggs were expelled from an orifice at its rear, plummeting into the adjacent pools of slime. Surrounding the queen were a dozen specialized insect units. Neither worker bees nor soldier bees, but a new breed altogether. Chapter 28. Sample collection. One type was slender and elongated, reminiscent of a mantis, with sharp, bony blades for forelimbs, moving with astonishing speed. Lu Ming recognized it as a variant of the shadow stalker, though with deeper colors and thicker armor. Another variety was stout and robust, akin to a beetle, with a heavy shell on its back resembling a shield. Its movements were slow, but its defensive capabilities were unmistakably high. The third type hovered in the air like a wasp. However, instead of a venomous stinger, it possessed a hollow tubular organ from which green acidic liquid dripped. New insectoid units detected. Unit 1, Scythe Guardian, Melee Specialization. Threat Level 4. Unit 2, Shield Beetle, Defensive Specialization. Threat Level 4. Unit 3, Venom Wasp, Ranged Acid. Threat Level 4. All three types were classified as a threat level of 4, and their numbers were considerable: 8 Scythe Guardians, for Shield Beetles, and 6 Venom Wasps. In addition to the queen. This is a dire predicament, Iron Hand remarked gravely, as the sound of pursuers grew increasingly closer behind them. In front loomed the queen and her guardians, leaving them in a perilous stalemate. Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings. This cavern featured several exits, the one they had entered. 2 behind the queen, and 1 on each side. We must engage, Lu Ming stated, but with strategy. What are your thoughts? Iron Hand inquired. Lu Ming contemplated swiftly. The queen moves slowly, but her defenses are undoubtedly formidable. The Guardians pose the primary threat. We should first eliminate them using area of effect weaponry. You handle the Shield Beetles and Scythe Guardians, while I will deploy electromagnetic pulses and incendiary grenades against the Venom Wasps. And the queen? Iron Hand asked. She will be dealt with last, Lu Ming replied, but we must prevent her from summoning further reinforcements. He glanced toward the cavern's entrance. The pursuers were nearly upon them. We need to seal off the path we came from. Iron Hand nodded and retrieved the last high-explosive mine, setting it at the fork in the path for remote detonation. Then, the two burst forth from their cover, opening fire. The battle erupted instantaneously. The iron-handed marksman aimed his long-barreled gun at a shield beetle and fired a specially crafted armor-piercing round. The bullet struck the beetle's shell, creating merely a dent without penetrating it. So resilient, Iron Hand exclaimed in astonishment. The shield beetle slowly turned, its heavy shell resembling a moving fortress, advancing toward Iron Hand. The other 3 beetles closed in as well. Meanwhile, the Scythe Guard, swift as lightning, charged forward. The bone blade swung down. Lu Ming rolled to evade, the blade cleaving into the ground, carving a deep trench in the nest material. He raised his electromagnetic pulse pistol, aimed at the nearest Scythe Guard, and pulled the trigger. Buzz. Electromagnetic waves radiated outward. The Scythe Guard hesitated for a moment, but only for 2 seconds before regaining its formidable resistance, surpassing that of the soldier bee. At that instant, the poison stinger bees launched their attack. Their acid tubes sprayed forth. Green acid shot toward him like a water gun. Lu Ming activated his shield wristwatch. Buzz. The shield expanded, the acid splattering against it with a hissing corrosive sound. The shield's energy rapidly diminished. 987. He lifted his modular pulse rifle, switching to grenade launcher mode, and aimed at the swarm of poison stinger bees, firing. Boom. A shrapnel grenade erupted in midair. Metal fragments scattered. 2 poison stinger bees were struck down, plummeting from the sky. Yet, fur remained. Moreover, they had learned and began to disperse, spraying acid from various angles. Iron Hand was also embroiled in a fierce battle. The shield beetle's defenses were too formidable for his armor-piercing rounds to penetrate. The scythe guards were exceedingly swift, forcing him to retreat while firing, his mechanical limbs morphing continuously. Sometimes transforming into a barrage of gunfire, other times into a cutter for defense. This won't suffice. Iron Hand bellowed, we need heavy firepower. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and removed the thermite incendiary grenade launcher. Only 2 shells remained. Cover me. He dashed toward the center of the hollow, targeting the mother insect. But the slime pool surrounding her posed an obstacle. He needed to close in within 20 meters to ensure a hit. Iron Hand comprehended his intent and fired continuously from his long-barreled gun, diverting the guard's attention. Suddenly, the front end of his mechanical limb morphed. Not into a gun barrel or a cutter, but into a disc-shaped device. Buzz. A pale blue energy barrier expanded from the disc, forming a shield 2 meters in diameter. Though smaller than Lu Ming's wristwatch shield, it was sturdier. Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Iron Hand shouted. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming sprinted. He evaded the acid spray, maneuvered around the scythe guard, and reached a position 25 meters from the mother insect. The mother insect noticed him. Its massive mandibles turned toward him, the serrated edges began to spin, producing a deafening roar. It was preparing to attack. Lu Ming raised the launcher, aiming at the midsection of the mother insect's body, where the shell was relatively thin and close to the ovipositor. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The incendiary grenade was launched. But at that moment, a shield beetle suddenly charged forward, intercepting the projectile's path. Boom! The incendiary grenade struck the back of the shield beetle, exploding. The thermite flames enveloped it instantaneously. Under the searing temperature of 3,000 degrees, the beetle's thick shell began to melt. Yet, astonishingly, it was still alive, thrashing about. It blocked it. A sense of despair washed over Lu Ming. Only 1 incendiary grenade remained. Meanwhile, the mother insect's mandibles had locked onto him, the serrated edges whirring faster, preparing to unleash something far more perilous than acid. Lu Ming, get away! Iron Hand shouted. Lu Ming instinctively threw himself to the side. A dark purple viscous mass erupted from the mouthparts of the mother bug, moving slowly yet thickly, quickly spreading upon contact and corroding everything it touched. The nest material was dissolved into a gaping pit. Even armor could not withstand a direct hit. Lu Ming rose, observing the dire situation on Iron Hand's side. The energy shield flickered perilously under the acidic assault and bone blades, on the verge of collapse. A swift resolution was imperative. He surveyed the battlefield. Numerous pools of viscous liquid surrounded the mother bug. If only he could ignite the pools with incendiary grenades, triggering a chain reaction with thermite. But how could he maneuver the mother bug? Or how to bypass the armored insects? His gaze fell upon the airborne stinging wasps. Inspiration struck. He raised his modular pulse rifle and aimed at one of the wasps, firing in rapid succession. His intention was not to kill it, but to provoke it. The wasp struck, turned angrily towards Lu Ming, spraying acid. Rather than evade, Lu Ming charged towards the mother bug. The wasp pursued him, spraying acid in its wake. Upon reaching within 30 meters of the mother bug, he suddenly pivoted and fired at the pool of viscous liquid beneath the wasp. Zing! Zing! The pulse beam struck the pool, splattering the viscous substance. The wasp flew directly into the fray, getting doused in the corrosive liquid. It shrieked in agony, spiraling out of control, and fell squarely into a large pool of liquid before the mother bug. Now was the moment. Lu Ming raised his last incendiary grenade launcher, not aiming at the mother bug, but at the pool of viscous liquid. Boom! The grenade was launched in a parabolic arc, soaring over the armored insects, landing in the pool. Kaboom! A more tremendous explosion ensued. The thermite ignited the entire pool of viscous liquid. Flames surged forth like gasoline, licking up to 5 meters high, engulfing the lower half of the mother bug. It emitted a terrifying shriek, not merely a sound, but an ultrasonic wave that vibrated through the air. Lu Ming felt his eardrums painfully rupture, blood streaming from his nose. The mother bug thrashed wildly, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet the thermite flames clung fiercely, refusing to be snuffed out. Its exoskeleton began to melt, exposing its ovipositor, and the eggs within burst under the intense heat. The guardian insects, witnessing the chaos, went mad. They charged recklessly towards the mother bug in a desperate bid to save it. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Hand retaliated. He aimed his long-barreled gun at the joint of a scythe-wielding guardian and fired 3 times, severing a leg. Then, his mechanical limb transformed into a cutting tool. Advancing into close combat, Lu Ming joined the fray as well. The electromagnetic pulse handgun incapacitated enemies, while the pulse rifle fired in bursts, and the vibrating dagger delivered lethal strikes up close. 10 minutes later, the last wasp fell from the sky. The battlefield fell silent. The mother bug continued to burn, but had ceased its movements. Its colossal body lay limp in the sea of flames, its exoskeleton charred, internal organs reduced to cinders. All guardians lay dead. Lu Ming and Iron Hand collapsed onto the ground, battered and exhausted. Yet, their ordeal was not over. They needed to collect samples, tissue from the mother bug, energy crystals, and specimens of the new guardians. Their homeland required these. Lu Ming nodded, and the two began to gather the remnants of the battle. Chapter 29. The ethereal purple halo in the heights. From the depths of the insect mother, a fist-sized, deep purple energy crystal was unearthed, tenfold larger than that of a soldier bee, pulsating with a more potent energy fluctuation. A few fragments of exoskeleton and some biological tissues accompanied it. The new guards also collected samples, all meticulously sealed in bags. "It is time to withdraw," Iron Hand proclaimed, noting the instability of the cave structure, which was at risk of collapse. Indeed, the intense heat from the flames had softened the nesting material of the cave walls, with cracks already forming in several areas. The two hastened toward an exit, not the one they had entered, but a passage behind the insect mother. No sooner had they rushed into the tunnel than the ominous sound of collapse echoed behind them. The main cavity where the insect mother resided had caved in. They quickened their pace. The winding passage ascended, seemingly leading to the surface. After approximately 5 minutes of running, a luminous exit came into view. They burst forth into the outside world, finding themselves in a desolate wasteland of refuse. Glancing back, the exit was concealed behind a metallic mound, well hidden. The two collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. They were still alive. By evening, Lu Ming returned to the control room, laying out all the samples collected that day: the insect mother energy crystal, exoskeleton fragments, tissue samples from 3 new types of guards, and an unexpected find: several partially digested metallic components discovered beside the insect mother's carcass, emblazoned with the emblem of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It appeared the insect race could assimilate even Imperial equipment. All items were piled together. "Iron Ball, transmit these back. The focus is on the insect mother energy crystal and the new guard samples. Inform the motherland that we have destroyed an insect nest, but there may be many more." Additionally, the fact that the insect race can digest Imperial technology indicates a perilous ability to absorb technology. The iron ball vibrated, and a portal of light materialized. The items were pushed through the shimmering doorway. "Professor, the nest has been cleared. Yet, the insect race is more terrifying than anticipated. They can evolve and absorb technology. The motherland must expedite its research." The portal vanished. Lu Ming sank onto his bed, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to move his fingers. Today had been exhausting, yet it was worth it. He glanced at the holographic tablet. Administrator, Lu Ming. Permission level, 3 stars. Management experience, 247,300. Today's task completion, 810. 2 refuse mountains to be completed tomorrow. Insect nest clearing task, completed. Reward, 50 experience points. 5 nutritional agents, 2 medical kits. Experience had increased, and resources had multiplied. However, Lu Ming could not find joy in it. The insect race posed a significant complication. Today had merely been 1 nest. Given the vastness of the refuse planet, how many nests could there be? Moreover, although the insect mother had perished, the insect race would cultivate new ones. This was an unending war. In the deep of night, as the iron ball completed its recharging, the motherland transmitted new information. It was not weaponry, but rather an analytical report. The holographic display of the light brain tablet revealed preliminary analysis results of the insectoid species. The insectoid represents a highly evolved biomechanical complex, possessing a collective consciousness. Energy crystals serve as the biological quantum computing core, storing genetic information and technological data. The insectoid can assimilate technology through consumption, which manifests in subsequent evolutionary generations. The insect queen functions as a regional command node. Its destruction can temporarily incapacitate insectoid activities within that area. Warning: traces of an unknown civilization's technology have been detected within the insectoid's genetic information, prompting an escalation in threat level. Unknown traces of civilization as technology? Lu Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating the implication that a more advanced civilization lurked behind the insectoids. He continued reading. Progress on new equipment development, exoskeleton system, 40 completion, requiring additional complete samples. Targeted weapons against insectoids, 60 completion. The next batch will deploy sonic shock projectiles, which disrupt the collective consciousness of the insectoids. Armor upgrade, 30 completion. Research is ongoing into insectoid shell composite technology. There was an additional message from Professor Zhang Jingguo. Comrade Lu Ming, the insect queen sample you returned has astounded us. The technological assimilation capacity of this organism far exceeds our expectations. We must accelerate our research. Otherwise, the consequences of a large-scale emergence of insectoids would be unimaginable. Hold on. The motherland is striving. Lu Ming clenched his fist. The motherland is striving. He, too, must exert himself. The following morning, Lu Ming was roused from sleep by a communication. It was his superior. Lu Ming, have you truly eradicated the insectoid nest? The incredulity in his superior's voice was palpable. Yes, well done. It's rare for you to receive praise. Headquarters has received your report, and the evaluation is very high. Furthermore, a significant decrease in insectoid activity signals in Sector C-12 has been detected, indicating that the destruction of the insect queen was indeed effective. However, there may be other nests. Lu Ming replied. I am aware, his superior stated. Thus, headquarters has decided to increase investment. Your quota for drones has been raised to 4. Additionally, access to the 3-star junkyard has been officially opened in the northern section of Sector C-12, garbage mountain number 101120, which is now yours. The 3-star junkyard. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. The refuse within possesses a higher grade, capable of returning better resources to the motherland. However, there is one issue. His superior's tone turned serious. Last night, the orbital monitoring station of the junk star detected an anomalous signal. It did not originate from the Empire, nor from any corporation. It was an unknown signal source that lingered in a synchronous orbit for 3 hours before vanishing. An unknown signal source? Lu Ming recalled the traces of unknown civilization technology mentioned in the analysis report. What could it be? He inquired. We do not know, his superior responded. But it certainly does not bode well. Headquarters has raised the alert level. All administrators must exercise heightened caution. Understood. The communication was severed. Lu Ming approached the window. Gazing at the sky, the 3 suns rose as usual. Yet, it seemed as though something additional lingered in the heavens. It was neither cloud nor bird but a faint purplish glow, flickering in the upper atmosphere. Chapter 30. The Hound Squad 3-star junkyard. Lu Ming stood atop a metallic peak. Surveying the new area below, the northern side of Sector C-12, garbage mountain number 101120. Unlike the previously chaotic heaps of debris, the refuse here was more intact. Instead of fragments, it consisted of substantial remnants. The complete mech torso was embedded at an angle in the ground, with a fractured turret still poised for battle. And even the remnants of a small transport vessel lay scattered, though broken into 3 parts, its contours still discernible. The air was thick with energy fluctuations. Some remnants still possessed energy cores that had yet to be fully depleted, emitting a faint hum. A promising location, murmured Lu Ming. Yet, a promising location also signified greater peril. The holographic display revealed that the biological signal intensity in this area was double that of a 1-star junkyard. And the variety was greater as well. His objective today was Junk Mountain 101, situated 2 kilometers from the main control room, the nearest one available. Before setting off, Lu Ming meticulously checked his equipment. The injury on his left arm had healed by 30% thanks to the cellular repair agent, although he could not exert full strength. It could at least assist in movement. His armor was intact, weaponry complete, and 4 drones were patrolling 500 meters overhead. Additionally, there was a new weapon dispatched by his homeland last night, sonic shock rounds. The size of a fist, silver gray in color, with wave patterns on the surface. The instructions were straightforward. Release directional high-frequency sound waves to disrupt the collective consciousness of the insectoid species, exerting a suppressive effect on biological nervous systems. He had brought 2 of the 3 available. Ready to commence, the path to Junk Mountain 101 necessitated traversing a vast metallic plain, littered with massive debris, tank turrets, mech arms, and even the half of a spacecraft's engine nozzle. Lu Ming navigated cautiously among these colossal remnants, ever vigilant. After approximately a kilometer, he detected voices. They were not the chittering of insects nor the sounds of metal scraping. Human voices? Hurry. There's a supply crate over there that hasn't been opened. Be careful. There might be armored bugs nearby. Damn it. There are only a few compressed biscuits in this crate, not enough to fill a gap. Lu Ming swiftly concealed himself behind a derelict mech, peeking out to observe. 50 meters away, 5 individuals were rummaging through a pile of scattered metal boxes. The boxes varied in size, some bearing the emblem of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, while others resembled military supply crates. All 5 appeared to be human, at least at first glance. They were clad in a hodgepodge of attire, featuring tattered military uniforms, modified work clothes, and some even sported makeshift armor crafted from canvas and metal scraps. They wielded an assortment of weapons, 2 pulse rifles, seemingly old but functional, a modified shotgun, and 2 individuals brandished homemade spears with sharpened metal tips. A survivalist team. Lu Ming held his breath, observing intently. At the forefront stood a bald giant, standing at least 9 meters tall, his bare torso covered in scars, his muscles as solid as steel. He wore a rudimentary metal eye patch over his right eye, while his left eye glimmered with the sharpness of an eagle. A rugged machete was slung across his back, its blade stained dark red, the origin of the discoloration unknown. He was directing his companions. Leopard, check the left for any medical supply boxes. Monkey, climb up high to keep watch. Old dog, assist me with this large one. His voice was gravelly, imbued with an undeniable authority. The man referred to as Leopard was lean and agile, darting like a cat towards a stack of boxes on the left. Monkey, short in stature, quickly scaled a wrecked mech, scanning the surroundings with caution. The seasoned man, known as Old Dog, bore a ghastly scar across his face and was currently engaged in prying open a partially buried supply crate alongside a bald companion. The 5th member of the group was a woman with short hair, her face smeared with grime, rendering her features indistinct. She crouched nearby, wielding a modified crossbow, its bolts glinting with a dark green hue, likely coated in poison. This was the hunting dog squad. Lu Ming recalled the name mentioned by Iron Hand, a notorious survivor team in Zone C12. Composed of 5 individuals known for their ruthless tactics in seizing supply points and pharmaceuticals. Iron Hand had advised that it was best to steer clear of them. These individuals would stop at nothing to survive, resorting to both monster hunting and human slaughter. Lu Ming had no desire to attract trouble and intended to slip away unnoticed. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from above. Boss. 10 o'clock. Movement. The bald man immediately turned, his sharp single eye scanning the area where Lu Ming was concealed. Who is there? Step out. Discovered. Lu Ming felt a weight settle in his heart. Slowly, he rose and raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostility. The 5 members instantly shifted into a combat stance, 2 pulse rifles aimed at him, the crossbow drawn, and the bald man's hand resting on a large machete at his back. Who are you? The bald man demanded, scrutinizing Lu Ming from head to toe. A new administrator, I see. Quite well dressed. Lu Ming noted the man's gaze linger on his armor and weaponry, a modular pulse rifle, a flare launcher, an armor that starkly contrasted with the ragged gear of the survivors. I am Lu Ming, the administrator of Zone C12. I'm merely passing through. Not intending to disturb you, he replied, striving to keep his voice steady. Passing through? The bald man scoffed. This territory belongs to the hunting dog squad. If you wish to pass, a toll must be paid. A toll? Lu Ming inquired. Weapons, ammunition, medicine, food. Just leave something behind, the bald man stated, eyeing Lu Ming's gear. You surely aren't short of supplies. Lu Ming frowned. This was outright extortion. I have nothing extra, he asserted. Nothing extra? A cold glint flashed in the bald man's eye. Then we'll strip you of what you have. He turned to his comrades. Get ready. Wait, Lu Ming interjected. You're searching for supplies, aren't you? I know of a location with an abundance of food and medicine, 10 times better than rummaging through these crates. The 5 members froze in surprise. What did you say? The bald man narrowed his eyes. Mount Garbage 101 holds the wreckage of a transport ship. I scanned it with a drone yesterday. There's an intact kitchen cold storage in the midsection, likely stocked with frozen goods, along with a medical room fully equipped with supplies. This was a fabrication. Lu Ming had never been to Mount 101. But it was indeed true that the 3-star garbage dump housed wrecked transport vessels, and the presence of a kitchen and medical room was plausible. The bald man's single eye bore into Lu Ming, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. Boss, don't trust him, Old Dog whispered. No administrator is trustworthy. They're all company dogs. Exactly. There must be a trick, Leopard added. Yet, the bald man remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Ming for a full 10 seconds before finally declaring, lead the way. If it's true, you may leave unharmed. If false, he patted the machete at his back. The consequences are yours to bear. Lu Ming set off towards Mount Garbage 101, leading the hunting dog squad behind him, enveloped in a menacing formation. He could sense that at least 2 guns were consistently aimed at his back. This was not cooperation, it was coercion. However, Lu Ming had his own intentions. Mount 101 indeed held the wreckage of a transport ship, and it was plausible that food and medicine could be found there. Yet, if there were dangers such as formidable alien beasts, it would be difficult for him to confront them alone. Having 5 individuals as expendable resources would not be unwelcome. Naturally, such thoughts must remain unspoken. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the garbage mountain of 101 came into view. This was a mountain formed from various large debris, towering over 100 meters in height. At its summit, a transport ship, approximately 50 meters long, was embedded at an angle, broken into 2 segments. The bow was buried within the refuse while the stern jutted out. That's the one. Lu Ming pointed at the transport vessel, indicating that the kitchen was located in the midsection of the ship, accessible through the fissure. The bald man followed Lu Ming's finger and indeed saw a massive gash on the side of the ship, as if it had been penetrated by heavy weaponry. The edge is charred. Monkey, go take a look, the bald man commanded. Chapter 31. The obedient monkey. The monkey nimbly ascended the garbage mountain, swiftly reaching the fissure. He peered inside, and then turned back to shout, "Boss, it really looks like a kitchen. There are facilities, but it's pitch dark, can't see a thing." The bald man turned to Lu Ming. "You go in first." Without hesitation, Lu Ming began to climb. His left arm was injured, making his ascent slow. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The bald man and the 5 others followed closely, maintaining their distance. Upon reaching the gash, Lu Ming peered inside. It was indeed a kitchen, spacious, roughly the size of a basketball court. To the left stood stoves and equipment. To the right were storage cabinets and the door to the cold storage. However, chaos reigned. Equipment lay collapsed, cabinets overturned, and various containers scattered across the floor. Moreover, there were bloodstains, dark red, dried, and pervasive. Claw marks marred the walls, not from metal but rather the scratches of a creature. "Something has resided here," Lu Ming murmured. The bald man noted the same. He sniffed the air. The stench of blood has yet to dissipate. "Be cautious." The 5-member team entered the kitchen, dispersing. The leopard examined the stove area, while the old dog and the woman, whom Lu Ming heard the bald man refer to as Poison Fong, inspected the storage cabinets. The monkey stood guard at the entrance, with the bald man and Lu Ming heading toward the cold storage. The door to the cold storage was ajar, with cold air seeping out. Was it still operational? Had the energy supply not been interrupted? The bald man pried open the door with the tip of his knife. Inside, the space was considerable, lined with shelves that indeed held an assortment of items. However, they were not the fresh ingredients one might expect. Instead, they were canned goods, various military rations piled into at least dozens of boxes, meats, vegetables, fruits, along with energy bars and compressed biscuits. Although most boxes were damaged and cans littered the floor, the quantity was astonishing. "We've struck gold," the old dog exclaimed with excitement. The leopard rushed over, picking up a can of meat and wiping the label. "Beef. Still not expired." Yet, the bald man frowned. He moved deeper into the cold storage, using his knife to pry open several boxes. "This is strange," he remarked. "With so much food, why haven't any creatures come to consume it?" The insectoid species, armored beetles, and drill mice would have cleared this place out at the scent of food long ago. Lu Ming also sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. In a place so starved for sustenance as this garbage planet, such an abundance of food felt like a treasure. Why had no beasts laid claim to it? Unless the monsters occupying this place deter others from approaching, retreat. The bald man suddenly shouted. But it was too late. From the depths of the cold storage, a low, guttural growl emerged from the shadows. It was not just one, it was a pack. 6 pairs of crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, and then 6 creatures slowly emerged. They were neither insectoids nor the usual aberrations. These beings resembled wolves, but were of a larger stature, standing at least a meter tall at the shoulder. Their bodies were covered in dark gray scales, the edges of which were as sharp as blades. Their heads resembled those of hyenas, with mouths stretching to their ears, revealing 4 rows of interlocking fangs. Most terrifying of all were their forelimbs, which were not claws but scythe-like bony blades reminiscent of a mantis, glinting with a cold sheen. Warning: Level 4 extraterrestrial species detected, scythe wolf. Characteristics: social, high speed, scythe-like forelimbs capable of slicing through metal. Adept at ambush attacks. Threat level: high. Recommendation: immediate evacuation. The 6 scythe wolves were all level 4. It was evident they regarded this place as their den and food storage. Those canned goods were their provisions. Damn! The leopard cursed, raising his pulse rifle. The bald man had already drawn his machete. Prepare for battle. The conflict erupted instantly. The 6 scythe wolves lunged simultaneously, moving with such speed that they left only afterimages. 2 charged at the bald man, 2 at the leopard, 1 at the old dog, and the last at Lu Ming. Lu Ming rolled to evade, the scythe of the wolf slicing through the spot where he had just stood, carving a deep gash into the metallic floor. He raised his pulse rifle and pulled the trigger. Zing! Zing! 2 shots struck the scythe wolf, shattering its scales, yet they failed to deliver a fatal blow. Its defenses were thicker than those of the insectoids. The scythe wolves lunged again. Lu Ming activated his shield wristwatch. Buzz! The shield unfolded, and the bone blade of the scythe wolf struck it, sending sparks of energy flying. Shield energy level, 87. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming aimed for the eyes of the scythe wolf, its weak point. But the creature moved too swiftly. It tilted its head, and the bullet grazed its cheek. Meanwhile, the bald man was already engaged in a fierce struggle with two scythe wolves. His machete swung with tremendous force, landing a blow on one's shoulder, shattering its scales and splattering green fluid. However, another wolf lunged from the side, its bone blade slicing into his waist, cutting through armor, blood gushing forth. "Boss!" The monkey called out from the entrance, wanting to help, but was shouted at by the bald man. "Stay back. Guard the entrance. Don't let them escape." The situation was dire for the old dog. His modified shotgun was powerful but slow to fire. He managed to repel one scythe wolf with a shot, but another was already upon him. The bone blade thrust directly at his chest. The venomous arrow of the crossbow shot forth, striking the scythe wolf in the side of its neck. The toxin acted immediately, causing the creature to falter, and the old dog seized the chance to fire again. Yet, more troubles loomed. From the depths of the cold storage came another growl. "More. Damn it, this is their lair." The leopard retreated while firing. They couldn't fight here. The space was too confined. Lu Ming also recognized the dilemma. Although the kitchen was spacious, it was cluttered with debris, restricting their movements. The 6 scythe wolves had already thrown them into disarray. If more appeared, it would be disastrous. "Withdraw," the bald man shouted, to the open area outside. The group fought while retreating. Lu Ming provided cover fire. The bald man held the rear, and the old dog and the leopard forged the path, with the venomous arrow and the monkey in the middle. Withdraw from the cold storage, retreat from the kitchen, and move beyond the fissure. 6 scythe wolves emerged in pursuit. However, upon reaching the expansive refuse mound, their speed advantage became even more pronounced. One scythe wolf flanked to the side, lunging at the monkey. The monkey, unable to evade in time, was on the verge of being pierced by the bone blade. Lu Ming raised his hand and fired the electromagnetic pulse pistol. Buzz! The scythe wolf's movement faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the monkey rolled aside, while the poisonous fang's crossbow bolt struck true, hitting its eye. The scythe wolf let out a wretched howl and collapsed. Yet, 5 remained. Furthermore, from the depths of the refuse, 3 more emerged, bringing the total to 8. "This cannot be sustained." The old dog barked. "Our ammunition is dwindling." The bald one swept his single eye across the battlefield, suddenly fixing his gaze upon Lu Ming. Do you possess heavy firepower?" Lu Ming hesitated for a fleeting second. He had a flamethrower, but only 1 round remained. He possessed 2 sonic disruption rounds. Yet he had never tested their efficacy against scythe wolves. "Yes," he gritted his teeth, "but I require you to draw them in." "How?" the bald one inquired. "Lure them towards me, within 30 meters. The bald one wasted no words, bellowing as he swung his great blade to repel 2 scythe wolves, then turning to dash towards Lu Ming's position. The other scythe wolves, seeing this, began to pursue. The leopard, the old dog, the poisonous fangs, and the monkey simultaneously retaliated while retreating, guiding the scythe wolves into a singular area. The 8 scythe wolves gradually converged. Now is the moment. Lu Ming withdrew 2 sonic disruption rounds, removed the safety, and hurled them towards the heart of the scythe wolf pack. "Close your eyes. Cover your ears," he shouted, shutting his own eyes and pressing his hands over his ears. Buzz! It was not an explosion, but an excruciatingly sharp sound wave. It felt as though 1,000 needles pierced through the eardrum simultaneously. Even with his ears covered, Lu Ming felt as if his mind were being hammered. The scythe wolves reacted even more violently. They emitted anguished howls, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The scythe-like bone blades flailed wildly, with some even turning to attack their kin. The sound wave disrupted their nervous systems, plunging them into chaos and agony. Effective. Although the duration would not be long, the manual stated a maximum of 10 seconds. But that would suffice. Lu Ming raised the flamethrower, aiming at the densest cluster of scythe wolves, and pulled the trigger. Boom. The final aluminum thermite round was unleashed. Kaboom. A sea of flames engulfed the 8 scythe wolves. Under the searing heat, their scales melted and flesh carbonized. The scythe wolves struggled within the inferno, but soon fell still. 10 seconds later, the sound wave ceased. The battlefield fell silent. The corpses of the 8 scythe wolves burned, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. The 5 members of the hunting dog squad collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their ears still ringing. The bald one stood, approaching Lu Ming. His waist wound still bled, yet he paid it no mind, fixing his single eye upon Lu Ming. "What manner of weapon is that?" "Sonic rounds," Lu Ming replied, "specifically designed to combat swarm creatures." The bald one remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "You have saved us." "Mutual assistance," Lu Ming stated. The bald one glanced at the still burning corpses, then towards the cold storage. "The provisions within, I shall grant you 30%. Lu Ming was taken aback. It is customary, the bald one explained. You provided intelligence and exerted effort, thus you deserve your share. Though our hunting dog squad is fierce, we do not owe anyone a debt of gratitude. He waved at the old dog. Go, tally the food and medical supplies as per our agreement. The old dog nodded and led the leopard into the cold storage. The bald man approached Lu Ming, lowering his voice. You are a nuisance, Lu Ming. Yet, you possess value. Consider today as incident as our debt to you. In District C12, as long as you do not obstruct our path, we shall not provoke you. What if I do? Lu Ming inquired. The bald man's single eye flashed with a cold glimmer. Then we shall see who possesses the stronger fate. He turned to leave, but paused after a couple of steps, adding, by the way, let me remind you, in the 3-star garbage dump, there are other survivor teams like ours. To the north lies the Vulture Gang, and to the east, the Bloodblade Gang. Both are far more ruthless than we are. Do take care. With that, he departed, accompanied by Poison Fong and Monkey to assist in the inventory. Lu Ming remained stationary, observing their retreating figures. The hunting dog squad were neither friends nor enemies, but for the time being, they were not adversaries. In this wasteland of refuse, such a relationship could be deemed satisfactory. Chapter 33. This woman is not simple help. The Bloodblade Gang is attacking. Energy Core. The voice was faint, yet unmistakably female, laced with desperate gasps. Suddenly, the transmission was severed, leaving only the crackling of static. Lu Ming sat up, glancing at the holographic panel. The signal source indicated it was located on the east side of Garbage Mountain number 102, approximately 3 kilometers from the control room. The Bloodblade Gang. Mentioned by the bald man yesterday, they were a survivor group more ferocious than the hunting dog squad. To go or not to go? Lu Ming hesitated for 3 seconds before donning his gear. He was not one to abandon those in peril, and if the Bloodblade Gang was seizing an energy core, it undoubtedly held significance. His homeland was in dire need of energy technology. More importantly, he needed to comprehend the intricacies of these competitors. Fully armed, he secured the newly delivered personal shield belt around his waist. Although it was merely a prototype sent from his homeland last night, capable of sustaining only 15 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. He checked his plasma cutting gun, energy at 37. Sufficient for several uses. He had 3 magnetic adhesive grenades. All other standard equipment was accounted for. Drones ascended. 2 remained to patrol near the control room, while 2 accompanied him. He set forth. The terrain of Garbage Mountain number 102 was more intricate than that of number 101. It was strewn with large mechanical debris, shattered engineering mechs, toppled cranes, scattered giant gears, and drive shafts, resembling a forsaken factory of titans. Lu Ming advanced cautiously in the direction of the signal source. His left arm had healed to about 40%, enabling him to assist in gripping his weapon. After approximately a kilometer, he detected the scent of blood. An overwhelming aroma mingled with the odor of rust, particularly pungent in the morning's chill. He slowed his pace, concealing himself behind an overturned excavator, peering out to observe. 50 meters ahead, in a relatively open space, lay 5 corpses, all human, clad in tattered survivor garments. Their bodies bore gunshot and knife wounds, with blood still fresh, indicating they had died not long ago. Their gear had been stripped away, weapons, backpacks, even shoes had been taken. At the center of the clearing stood a modified armored vehicle, its body riddled with rust, yet its wheels had been recently replaced. And a heavy machine gun was welded atop the roof. The vehicle's exterior was adorned with a sinister red paint, showcasing a bloodied dagger, the emblem of the Bloodblade Gang. Beside the car stood 7 individuals, led by a tall, gaunt man clad in a grimy leather jacket. A scar, stretching from his forehead to his chin, rendered his expression perpetually sardonic. In his hand, he wielded a long knife, not the brutish cleaver type, but a slender katana, its blade a dark crimson. Stained by countless lives taken, Bloodblade, the gang's leader, crouched beside a corpse, using the tip of his blade to pry open the victim's clothing, scrutinizing its contents. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, "Damn it, nothing here. Where did that wretched woman hide it?" A burly, bald man nearby responded, "Boss, she surely can't have gone far. With such severe injuries, she won't last long. Search." Bloodblade rose, his gaze cold as ice. That energy core had been excavated from the depths of the 3-star junkyard by the Vulture Gang, at least of ship-grade caliber. If we acquire it, we can forge true energy weapons, perhaps even revive that derelict ship. A flicker of realization sparked within Lu Ming. Did they intend to activate the spacecraft and escape this garbage planet? Split up and search, Bloodblade ordered. She was shot in the leg. She can't have gone far. We must see her alive or dead, but the core is essential. The 6 men dispersed, sifting through the nearby refuse. Lu Ming held his breath, gradually retreating. He had no desire to confront the 7 members of the Bloodblade gang directly, each armed and dangerous. A head-on clash would be unwise. Yet the prospect of obtaining that ship-grade energy core to return to his homeland was tantalizing. He resolved to circumvent the Bloodblade gang and locate the wounded woman himself, hoping to secure the core first. Stealthily, Lu Ming departed from the wreckage of the excavator, maneuvering towards the depths of Garbage Mountain number 102. The hill, a conglomeration of various heavy machinery, offered numerous crevices and cavities for concealment. He activated the life signal scanner on his tablet, though its precision was lacking. It could detect nearby signs of life. After traversing approximately 200 meters, the scanner emitted a soft, beeping sound. 30 meters ahead, behind a half-buried compressor wreckage, faint life signals flickered. Lu Ming approached cautiously. The compressor was massive, akin to a small house, with a fissure on its side providing entry. He pressed against the crack to peer inside. The space within was limited, cluttered with discarded parts. In the shadowy corner, a figure curled up, a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, with short hair, her face smeared with blood and grease. She wore dark work attire, a strip of cloth tightly bound around her left thigh, soaked with blood. Gripping a small handgun in her right hand, she aimed the barrel toward the fissure. Though her hand trembled, exhaustion from blood loss evident. She had clearly heard the noise, raising her weapon, her voice weak yet wary. "Who asked there?" "I'm not one of the Bloodblade gang." "Please, don't shoot," Lu Ming whispered. The woman scrutinized him for several seconds before lowering her weapon slightly. "Who are you?" "I am Lu Ming, an administrator from Sector C12. Lu Ming cautiously stepped into the crevice. "Did you just send a distress signal?" The woman forced a bitter smile. "I did, but I never expected anyone would come, let alone an administrator. You shouldn't have come. The Bloodblade gang is searching for me, and they will kill you." "Why are they pursuing you?" Lu Ming inquired. The woman hesitated momentarily before retrieving a small cloth pouch from her bosom and opening it. Chapter 34. The shipborne energy core. Within the fabric pouch lay a metallic sphere, the size of a clenched fist. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, and at its center nestled a deep blue crystal, within which luminous points danced like a miniature cosmos. This was the energy core, a high-grade one at that. Lu Ming could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from it, stronger and purer than those of the Queen's energy crystal. This shipborne energy core was excavated from the wreckage of a reconnaissance vessel, the woman stated. Our Vulture squad spent 3 days acquiring it, only to encounter the Bloodblade gang immediately after. Everyone else perished. I was the sole survivor. She gazed at the core, her expression a mixture of emotions. This object has the capacity to power a small spacecraft. The Bloodblade gang intended to seize it and escape this wretched place. Yet, I refused to let them profit from the deaths of my comrades. Lu Ming remained silent. The survival laws of the garbage star were indeed ruthless. "Do you want it?" the woman suddenly inquired. Startled, Lu Ming responded. I can give it to you," she continued, "for I have little hope left. But you must promise me one thing. Do not let the Bloodblade gang acquire it. If possible, use this to escape the planet or destroy it. In any case, do not allow it to fall into the hands of those beasts." Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the energy core. His homeland desperately needed this. "I promise," he finally said. The woman smiled faintly, handing him the pouch. As he accepted it, the core felt heavy in his hands, its energy fluctuations causing a slight tingling sensation. "And this?" she added, passing him a small storage chip. "It contains technical data our Vulture squad has collected over the years, some salvaged from the refuse, others traded from fellow survivors. It may prove useful to your country." Lu Ming took the chip, his emotions complex. "Thank you. There's no need for thanks," she replied, leaning against the wall, her complexion pale. "I won't last much longer. You should leave while the Bloodblade gang has yet to find this place." Lu Ming hesitated. He retrieved a hemostatic agent and bandages from his medical kit. "Let me tend to your wounds." "It's futile," she shook her head. "The bullet remains lodged inside. And I've lost too much blood. Just go, don't worry about me." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice echoed from outside. "There are bloodstains here. Check inside." The members of the Bloodblade gang had arrived. Lu Ming's heart raced. He glanced at the woman, who returned his gaze and shook her head, urging him to flee. But it was too late. At the fissured entrance, 2 figures emerged, a bald, muscular man and a leaner accomplice, both armed. "Found you." The bald man sneered at the woman. "And what do we have here? A little mouse." His eyes fell on Lu Ming and the pouch in his hands. "The energy core is in his possession," the thin man shouted. Both raised their weapons simultaneously. Instinctively, Lu Ming activated his shield belt. A soft hum resonated as a pale blue energy shield expanded from his waist, enveloping him and the woman in a protective cocoon. Zing, zing. 2 pulse bullets struck the shield, sending ripples through its surface. The shield's energy readout displayed. 13 seconds, 12 seconds. A shield? The bald man paused. Then let out a chilling laugh. Let us see how long you can hold out. He replaced his magazine, preparing to fire again. Lu Ming knew the shield could only withstand 15 seconds. He had to strike back. He raised his plasma cutter. This marked his first real combat experience. The weight of the gun was substantial, and the blue liquid within the energy chamber surged with increased velocity. Aiming at the bald, muscular man, I squeezed the trigger. There was no gunshot, only a low hum. A plasma beam, as thick as an arm, shot forth, traversing 5 meters in an instant to strike the bald man. Ah! A horrified scream erupted. The intense heat of the plasma beam melted through the man's chest, vaporizing armor, flesh, and bone alike. A charred gaping hole appeared in his chest, smoke wafting from its edges. The bald man's eyes widened as he glanced down at the wound, then collapsed to the ground. He was dead. A single, fatal blow. The thin man, paralyzed with fear, turned to flee. I redirected the gun, unleashing a second plasma beam. This time, I misfired, still unaccustomed to the weapon's recoil. The plasma beam grazed the thin man's shoulder, instantly carbonizing his entire arm. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony, writhing in pain. Yet, the gunfire and cries had already attracted the attention of others. Outside, a furious shout echoed. They're in there. Surround them. At least 5 individuals encircled the remnants of the compressor. I glanced at my shield belt. Only 3 seconds remained. The woman weakly said, "There's a ventilation duct at the back that leads outside." I followed her gaze. Indeed, there was a duct opening behind the compressor, half a meter in diameter, just barely wide enough to crawl through. "We should go together," I insisted. "I can't go on." She shook her head. "You must leave me." I gritted my teeth, fully aware that I could not carry her. Her injuries were too severe. "Tell me your name," I urged. She paused, then smiled faintly. "Ling. Just call me Ling Ling." "I promise I won't allow the Bloodblade gang to obtain the core," I vowed. The shield showed only 1 second remaining. I turned and squeezed myself into the ventilation duct. The passage was narrow, filled with rust and dust. I crawled forward with great difficulty. The sounds of the Bloodblade gang rushing in behind me, followed by gunfire as they executed Ling. A pang of sorrow struck my heart, but I pressed on. I had to survive and deliver the core. After crawling about 20 meters, I spotted a glimmer of light ahead. I emerged to find myself on the other side of Garbage Mountain number 102. Just as I caught my breath, I heard footsteps approaching from the side. 2 members of the Bloodblade gang were rounding the corner. I raised my pulse rifle, but they fired first. Zing, zing. I rolled behind a derelict generator. Bullets ricocheting off the metal casing, sending sparks flying. I swapped in a fresh magazine, preparing to retaliate. However, at that moment, gunfire erupted from another direction. It was not a pulse weapon. It was the thunderous crack of real firearms. Boisterous and resonant. The 2 members of the Bloodblade gang collapsed, shot. I was momentarily stunned, then turned toward the source of the gunfire. 50 meters away, Iron Hand stood atop a heap of scrap metal, wielding his long-barreled gun. Smoke still rising from its muzzle. "Kid, you've gotten yourself into trouble again?" Iron Hand leaped down with agility. "What are you doing here?" I inquired. "Heard the gunfire, and came to check it out." Iron Hand approached the 2 fallen members of the Bloodblade gang, confirming their demise. He then glanced at the cloth bag in my hand. "Is that what they stole?" I nodded, opening the bag to reveal the energy core. Iron Hand's eyes lit up, a ship-grade treasure. No wonder the Bloodblade gang went mad. Chapter 35. The insectoid experiment. Ling has perished. Lu Ming stated that the Vulture squad has been utterly annihilated. All for this. Taisho fell silent for a few seconds before remarking, "This is what the garbage star is like. To survive, to escape, one can resort to anything. The Bloodblade gang has been particularly reckless of late. Driven by the discovery of a small transport vessel in the east, one that could still be repaired, yet lacking this very type of energy core. It is indeed a desire to flee. What shall we do now?" Lu Ming inquired. A furious roar from Bloodblade echoed from the direction of the compressor wreckage. They had realized the core had been taken. "Run," Taisho stated decisively. "The Bloodblade gang still has at least 5 members. The 2 of us cannot handle them. Moreover, they are surely lying in wait nearby. Where shall we run to?" Taisho pointed towards the direction of Garbage Mountain 103. "There lies an entrance to an underground warehouse, a relic from the old era, serving as a temporary refuge. With a robust structure. We shall hide there and deliberate further." Lu Ming nodded, and the 2 swiftly retreated. The entrance to the underground warehouse was concealed beneath a heap of tank wreckage. Taisho removed several camouflage panels, revealing a metal staircase leading downward. The 2 descended, and Taisho carefully covered the entrance once more. The warehouse was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, filled with outdated supplies, rusted tools, damaged equipment. and a few empty crates. Yet, it possessed an independent ventilation system and an old generator, which, though no longer operational, remained structurally intact. After surveying the surroundings and confirming their safety, Taisho sat down. "Let me see the core," he requested. Lu Ming handed it over. Taisho examined the energy core meticulously, a gleam in his singular eye. It was indeed a valuable item, with a completeness of at least 80%. If paired with the appropriate converter, it could enable a small spacecraft to traverse several light years. "Do you wish to leave?" Lu Ming suddenly asked. Taisho glanced at him. "I do, but it is not that simple. Even with a spaceship lacking a star map, navigation, and supplies, venturing out would be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, the company will not easily permit our departure. The administrators of the garbage star and the survivors are, to the company, free labor, mere expendables." He returned the core to Lu Ming. "What do you intend to do with this?" "Return it to the homeland," Lu Ming replied. "They require energy technology." Taisho nodded. "Very well. However, before that, we must first deal with the Bloodblade gang. They will not rest easily. What is your plan?" "Wait," Taisho stated. "They will not find us and will undoubtedly widen their search. At that time, we shall seize the opportunity to strike them down one by one. But we require assistance." "Assistance? Who?" Taisho chuckled. "That bald fellow. Though ruthless, he is trustworthy. Moreover, the Bloodblade gang has a vendetta against the Dog Squad. Last month, they pillaged a shipment of medicines from him and killed 2 of his men. If he learns that the Bloodblade gang is searching for this core, he will surely be intrigued." Lu Ming grasped the concept, to ally with the Dog Squad against the Bloodblade gang. "But be cautious," Taisho warned. "The bald man is no saint. Cooperation is viable, yet complete trust is unwarranted, especially concerning the core. Do not let him know it is in your possession." Lu Ming nodded. He glanced towards the depths of the warehouse, where another door remained locked. "What lies beyond that?" "The inner chamber of the old warehouse. Once used for storing hazardous materials," Taisho replied. "The lock is broken. I have never ventured inside." "What? Are you curious to see?" Lu Ming indeed felt a spark of curiosity. In the underground warehouse of the 3-star junkyard, there might be treasures hidden within. He approached the door and deftly severed the rusted lock with a vibrating dagger before pushing the door open. Inside, the space was even more cramped, approximately 30 square meters, filled with boxes, most of which were empty. However, something in the corner caught his attention. It was a half-human-sized metal canister. Its surface marked with warning symbols, the radiation emblem. The canister was empty, its lid flung open. As Lu Ming drew near, illuminating the interior with his flashlight, he discovered it was devoid of contents, but scratch marks on the interior walls suggested something had been clawed out from within. Traces were visible on the ground, not dust, but a viscous residue, green and dried, yet Lu Ming recognized that hue. It was the slime of the insectoid species. The presence of the insectoids here was undeniable. Lu Ming murmured. Iron Hand approached, crouching to examine the marks. It was evident that the insectoids had emerged from the canister, which might serve as some form of dormant container. He glanced at the label on the canister. Though blurred, a few characters were discernible. Sample Containment Canister Code Z7. Samples? Lu Ming furrowed his brow, speculating on the insectoid samples. Who had placed them here? Unknown, Iron Hand replied gravely, but certainly not a good omen. If the insectoids had escaped from here, it implied that those on the junk planet might not have appeared naturally. Someone must have brought them. Lu Ming recalled the traces of unknown civilization technology mentioned in his homeland's analysis report. Could the insectoids be a deliberate release from some civilization? He scanned the surroundings and discovered scattered documents in another corner. The paper had severely deteriorated, yet some content was still legible. Experiment Log Day 47. Sample Z7 exhibits remarkable adaptability, consuming metal and transforming it. Warning: sample may possess collective consciousness. Experiment termination advised. Log interrupted. Experiments. Were the insectoids products of experimentation? A shiver coursed through Lu Ming. If the insectoids were artificially created, what was their purpose? Why release them onto the junk planet? Chapter 36. The Bloodblade Gang's Lair. This document must be returned. Lu Ming carefully stored the papers. Just then, a sound emerged from the direction of the warehouse entrance. Not from outside, but from the ventilation ducts. Creaking and gnawing, the sounds of insectoid feeding. Iron Hand immediately raised his gun, aiming at the vent. Lu Ming also lifted his plasma cutter. Though it was down to 15 units of energy, only one shot left at most. The sounds grew increasingly near and dense. More than one. Prepare for battle, Iron Hand whispered. However, just as the insectoids were about to emerge from the vent, the noise abruptly ceased. Then, there came the sound of retreat. Had they left? Why? Iron Hand and Lu Ming exchanged glances, both contemplating the same possibility. The insectoids were searching for something, and that something might be within this warehouse or nearby. Lu Ming glanced at the energy core in his hand. The insectoids were sensitive to energy. Were they seeking this? An hour later, Lu Ming resolved to contact his homeland first. He retrieved the iron sphere, its energy fully charged, and placed the energy core, storage chip, and experimental log papers together. Iron sphere, transmit these back. The priority is the energy core and the experimental log. Inform the motherland that the Zerg may be a product of human experimentation, potentially aimed at harnessing advanced energy sources. Furthermore, the situation here is intricate, necessitating additional combat equipment. The iron sphere trembles, and a luminous portal materializes. Professor, a significant discovery. The Zerg could indeed be experimental organisms. They are in pursuit of advanced energy sources. I require non-lethal weaponry capable of countering human adversaries. The portal vanishes, leaving Lu Ming slumped on the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. The Iron Hand offers him a vial of nutrient solution from his own reserves, superior to what the company provides. Take a sip. For the next few days, we must remain here. The Bloodblade gang is undoubtedly searching outside, and the Zerg are also active. We'll venture out only when the situation stabilizes. Lu Ming nods, consuming the nutrient solution and feeling a modicum of his strength return. Iron Hand, why have you assisted me so much? He inquires suddenly. The Iron Hand falls silent for a few moments before responding. I have a daughter. No. I should say I once had a daughter. She perished during an Imperial purge before we arrived on this garbage planet. He touches his mechanical prosthetic, adding, this hand serves as a memory of her. She adored machinery and often expressed her desire to become an engineer when she grew up. I came to this desolate place, seeking a spot to await death. But since I cannot die, I must strive to survive. To endure, one must have something to believe in. You have shown me something different. A fool who still believes in the motherland, desperately yearning to return home. The Iron Hand smiles, a blend of bitterness and warmth gracing his features. Let this be a chance for my daughter to witness whether a good person can receive just rewards. Lu Ming is at a loss for words, managing only to say, thank you. Do not express gratitude too soon, the Iron Hand replies, rising to stand guard at the entrance. We are not yet out of danger. 3 hours later, the portal reappears, delivering new supplies from the motherland. Several uniquely designed firearms arrive, their transparent magazines revealing blue liquid within. Anesthetic rifle fires high-concentration anesthetic rounds, effective on adult humans for 3 hours without causing permanent harm. Included, tracking projectiles that can lock onto targets. A few disc-shaped devices are also included. Sonic Stun Mine. Upon activation, it releases directional sound waves, stunning nearby organisms for 10 minutes. Additionally, a new set of armor components features leg enhancements, albeit rudimentary, capable of improving mobility and jumping ability. Most importantly, there is a letter, an original note from Professor Zhang Jingguo, a scanned copy. Comrade Lu Ming, the energy core has been received. Its technological value is immeasurable. The experimental logs are under analysis. Preliminary assessments suggest that the Zerg are biological weapons, with their deployment purpose unclear, yet undoubtedly linked to advanced energy sources. Please exercise utmost caution. If necessary, abandon the mission. Your survival is paramount. The motherland needs you to return alive. Furthermore, anesthetic weapons have been urgently developed. Please use them judiciously to avoid harming innocents. Hold on, we are making efforts. Lu Ming gazes at the letter, his eyes welling with warmth. The motherland is concerned for him. Clenching his fists, he vows to survive, to relay more technology back, and finally, to return home. In the dead of night, intense gunfire and explosions erupt outside the warehouse. The Iron Hand observes through a vent before turning back. It has begun. The Bloodblade gang seems to be engaged with what appears to be the Hound Squad, with the Zerg mixed in. A three-way melee ensues. Lu Ming approached the ventilation shaft and gazed outside. Under the moonlight, flickering flames danced upon the mountain of refuse, accompanied by the sporadic sounds of gunfire. Shadows of figures could be seen darting about, shooting, along with the erratic movements of the purple silhouettes of the insectoid creatures. What shall we do? Lu Ming inquired. We wait, replied Iron Hand. Let them fight it out. Once the chaos settles, we can emerge to clean up the remnants. But the Hound Squad is not easily dispatched. Iron Hand cautioned. Moreover, this presents an opportunity. The main forces of the Bloodblade gang are engaged outside. Their stronghold must be vulnerable. If we can locate that transport ship. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are we to raid their lair? Iron Hand chuckled. Precisely. Amidst the turmoil, we shall head east, seek out that vessel, and see if we can procure some valuable items. At the very least, we can deplete their supplies. The plan was audacious, yet it was worth the risk. The two prepared their gear. Tranquilizer rifles, sonic disorientation mines, and leg enhancement devices were donned. They then quietly opened the warehouse exit and shrouded by the night and chaos, stealthily advanced eastward. In the distance, the three-way skirmish raged on, while Lu Ming and Iron Hand slipped away like phantoms into the shadows of the refuse mountain. Their objective, the lair of the Bloodblade gang. The potentially existing transport ship, and additional technology to bring back to their homeland. Chapter 37. The raid at 2 in the morning. Under the deepest veil of night on Garbage Star, Lu Ming and Iron Hand moved like two nocturnal cheetahs, swiftly traversing the shadows of the metallic ruins. The leg enhancement devices emitted a faint hum, allowing each stride to cover 3 meters in near silence. To the east lay the stronghold of the Bloodblade gang. According to Iron Hand's intelligence, this location had once been an abandoned maintenance station, fortified with walls and several partially collapsed structures. Most crucially, within the hangar behind the station rested a small transport ship that the Bloodblade gang had been covertly repairing over the past months. 500 meters to go, Iron Hand whispered, pausing behind an overturned crane and signaling Lu Ming to crouch. The two peered from their cover. Ahead, illuminated by the moonlight, the outline of the maintenance station stood starkly visible. There were indeed walls, though many sections had crumbled. Inside, 3 buildings were discernible, a 2-story small house, presumably a living quarters, a rectangular workshop, and the largest structure, the hangar, its entrance ajar and cloaked in darkness. 2 individuals patrolled the perimeter, armed yet seemingly distracted, frequently glancing towards the west where the 3-way battle continued, punctuated by the sounds of gunfire and explosions. There aren't many left behind, Iron Hand remarked quietly. Most have gone to the fight. At most, there are 5 or 6. How do we get in? Lu Ming asked. Iron Hand pointed to a gap in the northeast corner of the wall. Through there. Then we split up. You head to the hangar. Search for that ship and the database. I will scour the workshop and living quarters for supplies and create a diversion to draw attention. Is the tranquilizer gun viable? Lu Ming checked the newly supplied tranquilizer rifle from their homeland, observing the transparent magazine filled with a flowing blue liquid. Try to avoid killing, Iron Hand advised. Though the Bloodblade gang are no saints, it is best not to take lives if it can be avoided. Merely incapacitate them. Lu Ming nodded, sharing the sentiment. The tranquilizer gun was indeed fitting. Let us proceed. The two separated, approaching the wall from different directions. Lu Ming moved stealthily along the shadow of the wall, swiftly arriving at a narrow gap. Though modest in size, it was ample enough for a person to slip through. He cautiously peered around. The courtyard lay desolate, scattered with tools and parts. 2 patrolling guards stood at the hangar entrance, smoking, their backs turned towards him. An opportune moment. Lu Ming raised his tranquilizer rifle, the scope illuminating. In his sights, the 2 targets were encircled in red. He selected the one on the left and squeezed the trigger. A muted pop, barely audible. A tiny tranquilizer dart was propelled, striking the left guard at the nape of his neck with precision. The man's body stiffened as he instinctively reached for his throat. He slumped down, unconscious. The guard on the right momentarily froze, glancing down at his comrade. Hey, what is wrong with you? The second tranquilizer dart had already found its mark, hitting him on the side of his neck. He too fell down. Lu Ming swiftly traversed the courtyard. Reaching the 2 men, he checked their breathing. They were merely unconscious. Dragging them into the shadows, he proceeded towards the hangar door. Inside the hangar, darkness enveloped the space, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a dim red glow in the corners. Lu Ming activated the night vision mode of his helmet, an upgraded feature of his armor. The view transformed into shades of green. The hangar was expansive, measuring at least 50 meters in length and 30 meters in width. At its center rested a vessel, a small transport ship, approximately 25 meters long, resembling an elongated droplet, though marred by numerous damages and patches. The left engine cover had been entirely removed, exposing its mechanical innards. The right hull bore a deep gash, crudely welded shut with rough metal plates. Surrounding the vessel were heaps of tools, parts, and several welding devices. Clearly, the Bloodblade gang was indeed in the process of repairing this ship. Lu Ming approached with caution. The ship's landing hatch stood ajar, light spilling out from within. Gripping his tranquilizer rifle tightly, he sidled into the cabin. The interior of the ship was more spacious than he had imagined. The front housed the cockpit, the middle comprised the cargo and living area, while the rear presumably contained the engine room. Despite the pervasive dust and rust, the fundamental structure remained intact. In the cockpit, several indicator lights illuminated the control panel, with some systems still operational. Although most of the dashboard screens were dark, one flickered, displaying backup energy 17. Lu Ming stepped closer to the control panel. The keyboard and buttons appeared archaic, yet functional. He attempted to operate it, but a password was required. The database, he recalled Iron Hand's words. What the Bloodblade gang sought might very well be aboard this ship. He began rummaging through the cockpit, storage cabinets, document boxes, even beneath the seats, but found only outdated charts and maintenance manuals. Then he noticed a nondescript metal panel beneath the control console, its edges barely revealing a slight gap. It did not seem like a factory-installed component. Lu Ming carefully pried open the panel with his vibrating dagger. Inside lay a hidden compartment containing a small metal box. The box was palm-sized, its surface smooth with no visible ports, only a fingerprint scanner and a keypad. An encrypted database. This was it. But how to unlock it? Lu Ming attempted the fingerprint scanner, but it proved futile. What about the password? He was utterly at a loss. He recalled the storage chip given to him by Ling, which contained technical data gathered by the Vulture Core. Perhaps it held the key to bypassing the security? He retrieved his holographic tablet and inserted the chip, swiftly scanning through the file directory. Most of the contents consisted of weapon schematics and mechanical maintenance guides, but there was one folder titled Imperial Military Equipment Hacking. Upon opening it, several documents appeared. One was entitled Universal Hacking Procedure for the TR-7 transport ship. This was it. Lu Ming followed the steps outlined in the document. First, he located the maintenance interface on the console beneath the co-pilot seat. He then connected a data cable between the tablet and the interface. The tablet screen displayed a coding interface. The document noted that the security system of this older model transport ship had a backdoor universal password used by maintenance personnel. Although most had been disabled, it could be reset through physical means. The reset method involved short-circuiting two specific pins at the back of the console. Lu Ming crawled beneath the console and found the two circuit boards. Carefully, he touched the two copper points with the tip of his dagger. A faint electric spark crackled. Suddenly, the main screen of the console went black and then rebooted. During the reboot process, a blue interface appeared. Maintenance mode. Success. Lu Ming returned to his seat and quickly operated the system. In maintenance mode, he could bypass most security restrictions. He found the database connection option and selected to read the metallic box. The progress bar began to scroll. 15. Very slow. It would likely take a few minutes. Just then, sounds emerged from outside. Not gunfire, but footsteps. Many people. Lu Ming immediately became alert. He hid behind the cockpit door, peering through a gap to look outside. 3 individuals burst into the cargo hold, all clad in the attire of the Bloodblade gang, their faces menacing, weapons drawn. Leading them was a one-armed man, his left arm a mechanical prosthetic, rudely constructed and far inferior to iron hands. His right eye was an electronic implant, glowing red as it scanned the cabin. Someone has been here, the one-armed man declared in a low voice. Look at the footprints. They had discovered Lu Ming's traces. Search. They must still be on the ship. The 3 dispersed, one headed to the living quarters, another to the engine room, while the one-armed man himself advanced toward the cockpit. Lu Ming held his breath, aiming the tranquilizer rifle at the doorway. The one-armed man pushed the door open, his electronic eye sweeping over the cockpit. He spotted the flickering screen on the console and the metallic box being accessed. Damn, he asked, stealing the database. The one-armed man raised his gun to shoot at the console. Lu Ming pulled the trigger. Thud. The tranquilizer dart shot forth. Chapter 38. The Insectoid Excavation Unit. However, the one-armed man reacted swiftly. With a swing of his mechanical limb, he knocked the tranquilizer dart aside. Found you. The one-armed man turned, his electronic eye locking onto Lu Ming's hiding spot, and fired his pulse rifle. Zing. Zing. Lu Ming rolled to evade, bullets striking the console and showering sparks. One screen shattered. Progress, 35. It couldn't be interrupted. Lu Ming activated his shield belt. Buzz. The shield expanded, blocking subsequent bullets. Seizing the moment, he dashed out from behind cover, his tranquilizer rifle firing in rapid succession. The one-armed man deftly dodged, the end of his mechanical limb transforming into a whirring saw blade, charging directly at Lu Ming. Close combat. Lu Ming drew his vibrating dagger, ready to engage. Clang. The dagger collided with the saw blade, sparks flying. The one-armed man's mechanical prosthesis possessed immense strength, causing Lu Ming to stagger back 2 steps, the wound on his left arm throbbing anew. At that moment, the other 2 individuals, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the cockpit. 3 against 1. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming retrieved 2 sonic stun grenades from his waist pouch, removed the safety pins, and tossed them onto the ground. Closing his eyes, he shielded his ears. Buzz. A piercing wave of sound erupted. The entire cockpit trembled. The one-armed man and his 2 subordinates were caught off guard, struck directly by the sound waves. They screamed in agony, clutching their ears, losing their balance. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming lunged forward, bringing his tranquilizer rifle in close for a shot. Thud, thud, thud. 3 tranquilizer darts struck the sides of their necks. The one-armed man attempted to resist, but the sedative took effect swiftly, His gaze grew vacant as he collapsed to the ground. The other two fell as well. Lu Ming, panting heavily, turned his attention to the control panel. Reading progress, 68. Thankfully, it had not been interrupted. He inspected the three captives, confirming they were unconscious and breathing steadily. He dragged them to a corner and secured them with the found cables. Then, he returned to the control panel to wait. 728593 finally, 100. Reading complete. Database decrypted. Shall I copy? Lu Ming selected yes. The tablet began downloading data. The file was substantial, estimated to take 2 minutes. Seizing the moment, he quickly browsed the database directory. The contents were astonishing. Not only the ship's navigation logs and maintenance records, but also a plethora of technological blueprints, designs for energy weapons, principles of shield systems, and even theories for miniature warp engines. More importantly, there was a folder titled Garbage Star Exploration Report. Lu Ming clicked on it. Inside were a dozen documents, spanning from 50 years ago to 3 years ago. The earliest report indicated that Garbage Star C-12B93 was not a naturally occurring junkyard, but rather an experimental site. Log. Year 4671. The exploration team discovered anomalous energy reactions within the planet, hypothesized to be naturally occurring planetary energy crystal veins. The Imperial Academy of Sciences ordered a media blackout, establishing a surface waste processing station as a facade while secretly conducting extraction research. Planetary energy crystals? Lu Ming's heart raced. Was this what the Zerg were searching for? He continued reading. Log. Year 4695. An energy surge was triggered during extraction, resulting in the collapse of the mining area and the deaths of 300 workers. The project was suspended. Log. Year 4710. The project was restarted under the codename Deep Blue. Attempts were made to control the energy crystals using biological technology, introducing experimental subject Z-Series, Zerg prototype. Log. Year 4718. The experimental subjects went out of control, breaching containment. The project was urgently terminated, personnel evacuated, and the mine entrance sealed. Permanent abandonment was recommended. The truth was laid bare. The Zerg were the byproducts of Imperial experimentation, aimed at controlling the energy veins within the planet. However, the experiment spiraled out of control, leading to the Zerg's escape and the Empire's withdrawal, leaving behind this mess. The waste processing station was merely a superficial disguise to conceal the secrets below. A chill coursed through Lu Ming. If the Zerg's objective was indeed the planetary energy crystals, they would inevitably discover the entrance to the mine. What would happen then? The database copy was complete. Lu Ming withdrew his tablet and stowed away the metal box. Just as he was about to depart, an enormous explosion echoed from outside. It was not gunfire. It was a genuine detonation, the kind that shook the very earth. He rushed to the cockpit window to peer outside. To the west of the maintenance station, flames soared into the sky. Amidst the blaze, he could vaguely discern the purple silhouettes of the insectoid creatures darting about, accompanied by the anguished cries of humans and the crackle of gunfire. The insectoids had launched an attack here, and it was no small-scale incursion. Seizing his equipment, Lu Ming dashed out of the cockpit. He needed to locate Iron Hand and evacuate. Outside the hangar, chaos reigned. At least 20 insectoid units had breached the maintenance station. Worker bees, soldier bees, and 2 unfamiliar large units resembling oversized scorpions, their tails not equipped with stingers but rather cannon-like appendages, were unleashing green energy blasts. Boom. An energy projectile struck the workshop's outer wall, creating a substantial breach. The Bloodblade Gang's defenders scrambled to retaliate, but their firepower was insufficient, and they were forced to retreat. In the midst of the turmoil, Lu Ming searched for Iron Hand. At last, he spotted him beside the workshop, taking cover behind a pile of metal barrels, his long-barreled gun firing continuously to fend off several worker bees. 2 bulging backpacks lay beside him, evidently filled with supplies. Iron Hand, Lu Ming called out as he rushed over. Did you manage to gather everything? Iron Hand inquired. Yes, I secured the database and the box. But the insectoids, Lu Ming replied. I know. Iron Hand's expression turned grave. They were drawn here. Look over there. He pointed towards the back of the hangar. There. The ground trembled, and earth and metal debris were heaved upward, as if something were about to emerge from beneath. The insectoids are burrowing. Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. They aim to locate the underground mines. We must prevent them, Iron Hand asserted. If they reach the energy veins, who knows what calamity will ensue? How can we stop them? Lu Ming asked. Iron Hand retrieved several cylindrical high-explosive mines from his backpack. We can bury them underground and detonate them when the insectoids dig through, collapsing the passage. But we need time to set them. I will buy you that time. Iron Hand rose, his mechanical limb transforming into a gun barrel. Hurry, find a suitable spot to plant the mines. Lu Ming took the explosives and sprinted towards the rear of the hangar. The ground shook with increasing severity. Insectoids had already begun to emerge from the depths. But they were not worker bees. They were a new type of digging unit, stout and short-bodied, with massive drill-like forelimbs, frantically boring into the earth. Chapter 39, A Catastrophic Dilemma. Lu Ming identified several locations, swiftly burying the mines and setting them for remote detonation. As he planted the third mine, a digging bug detected him, its drill swiveling and charging directly at him. Lu Ming raised his weapon to fire, but the bullets ricocheted off the drill's armor. This creature had formidable defenses. He rolled backward while activating his shield belt. Buzz! The shield deployed, and the digging bug's drill collided with it. The tremendous force sent Lu Ming flying. The shield's energy plummeted to 5. He crashed to the ground, his ribs aching, and his vision blurred. The digging bug lunged at him once more. Just then, a blue beam shot forth, striking the side of the digging bug. It was not a pulse weapon. It appeared to be a plasma beam. Lu Ming turned his head to see Iron Hand's mechanical limb had transformed again, no longer resembling a gun barrel, but rather a compact plasma projector. Though smaller than Lu Ming's cutting gun, its power was remarkable. The excavating worm was struck, its shell melting as it screeched in agony. Iron Hand dashed over, pulling Lu Ming up. Is it buried? One more to go? Hurry! Lu Ming gritted his teeth and rushed toward the final location. The ground had already cracked open, revealing the writhing forms of the insectoid creatures below. He planted the last mine and completed the setup. Retreat! Iron Hand shouted. The two turned and fled. Just 50 meters away, Iron Hand pressed the remote. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. The mines detonated, causing the ground to collapse. A multitude of insects were buried beneath. The excavation operation was temporarily thwarted. However, the cost was steep. The entire maintenance station was crumbling. Half of the workshop had collapsed, and a fallen metal beam blocked the hangar's entrance. The ship. Lu Ming recalled the transport vessel. Forget it, Iron Hand urged, dragging him onward for survival. They sprinted from the maintenance station, racing back the way they had come. Behind them, the screeches of the insectoids intertwined with the sounds of explosions. After running several hundred meters, Lu Ming glanced back. The maintenance station had transformed into a sea of flames and ruins. The insectoids were rummaging through the debris, while the Bloodblade gang members were either dead or fled. That transport ship was likely destroyed as well. A pity, but at least they had secured the database. Upon returning to the underground warehouse, dawn was approaching. The two collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Lu Ming checked himself. His armor bore numerous damages, yet he was relatively unharmed. Iron Hand's mechanical limb was smoking, clearly overloaded. What an exhilarating day, Iron Hand chuckled wryly. Lu Ming nodded. He retrieved the database box and the tablet used for data copying from his backpack. Within this lies the truth of the garbage planet, Lu Ming stated. The insectoids are products of the Empire's experiments, aimed at the subterranean planet-level energy veins. Iron Hand listened in silence, a complex expression flickering in his single eye. So we are all part of an experiment, he murmured. The Empire created monsters, lost control, and fled, leaving us, those who deal with waste and survivors, to await our doom. Perhaps not just awaiting death, Lu Ming countered, if we could acquire the technology for that energy vein. And then what? Iron Hand gazed at him. Can your homeland come to your rescue? 2,000 years away, countless light years apart. Lu Ming remained silent. He understood the hope was slim, but there was no harm in trying. First, we must handle this data, Iron Hand suggested. Send it back to your homeland. Then we can devise a plan. Lu Ming nodded. He produced a metal sphere, fully charged with energy. He placed the database box, the tablet, and several crucial chips dismantled from the transport vessel's console together. Sphere, transmit these back. The priority is this database. It contains intelligence on the planet-level energy veins and a wealth of technological blueprints. Additionally, the insectoids are nearing the mining area. The situation is dire. We urgently require weaponry capable of confronting large swarms of insects. Swiftly, the sphere vibrated, and a light portal materialized. They pushed the items through the portal. Professor, major discovery. There are energy veins beneath the garbage planet. The insectoids are products of Imperial experiments. The database contains extensive technology. Please prioritize research. Furthermore, the insectoids are about to breach the mining area. I need heavy firepower. The light portal vanished. Lu Ming slumped against the wall, staring at the warehouse ceiling. Today had been overwhelmingly exhausting. Yet he understood that the true crisis was merely commencing. The insectoid race was in pursuit of energy veins. What calamity might ensue should they acquire planetary-level energy? It was too dire to contemplate. 3 hours later, the light gate reappeared. The motherland had dispatched new provisions. A box was opened, revealing several pieces of equipment. The first was a device the size of a backpack, adorned with multiple cables and interfaces. Portable electromagnetic pulse generator emits a directional EMP, incapacitating electronic devices within its range, particularly effective against the mechanical components of the insectoids, with a radius of 50 meters. Single use only. The second item consisted of several magazines, the projectiles gleaming silver, etched with intricate patterns. Armor-piercing incendiary round combines armor-piercing and incendiary effects. Highly effective against the thick exoskeletons of the insectoids. The third was a wrist-mounted device. Upgraded personal shield generator. Increases shield strength by 50, lasting 20 seconds. With an 8-minute cooldown. Additionally, there was a compact holographic projector, accompanied by a letter from Professor Zhang Jingguo. Lu Ming opened the letter. Comrade Lu Ming. The database has received your information and is working diligently to decrypt it. The intelligence regarding planetary-level energy veins has astonished the entire research team. It is a discovery potent enough to elevate civilization. However, the threat posed by the insectoids has also reached an unprecedented level. Should they obtain the energy from the veins, they may evolve into forms beyond imagination. Targeted weaponry is being urgently developed, with the first batch now dispatched. The electromagnetic pulse generator is effective against the insectoid machinery, but it will also incapacitate your electronic devices, so exercise caution in its use. Recent analyses indicate that the insectoids may operate under a collective consciousness controlled by a central brain. If we can locate and destroy this brain, it may paralyze the entire insectoid network. Prioritize the search for the brain's location. Take care. The motherland needs you to return alive. Technology can be sought again, but life is singular. Lu Ming clenched the letter tightly. The motherland was concerned for him and was fully supporting him. He glanced at Iron Hand, who was inspecting the electromagnetic pulse generator. This device should possess considerable power, Iron Hand remarked, but the EMP is indiscriminate after its use. Our electronic devices will also be rendered inoperative, including my mechanical arm. What shall we do? Lu Ming queried. It must be employed at a critical moment, Iron Hand replied. For instance, when the insectoid brain appears. The brain. Lu Ming recalled certain records from the database. In the early stages of insectoid experimentation, a control core was indeed designed to manage the entire species. If that core were still operational, we must locate the brain, Lu Ming asserted. How do we find it? Iron Hand inquired. Lu Ming retrieved a map from the database depicting the subterranean structure of the garbage planet. Several potential locations were marked. The deepest one, 3 kilometers beneath the C-12 sector, was codenamed Deep Blue Core. Here, Lu Ming pointed to the spot, the experimental control center. If the brain still exists, it should be located here. Iron Hand examined the map, then looked at Lu Ming. Are you planning to go down there? 3 kilometers deep. And it is surely guarded by heavy insectoid forces. It is essential, Lu Ming declared. If the brain controls all the insectoids, destroying it could eliminate the insectoid threat. Moreover, there may be direct data regarding the energy veins. Iron Hand remained silent for a prolonged moment before breaking into a smile. Very well. After all, I'm tired of living. I'll accompany you on this reckless venture. At that moment, the communicator beeped. It was old. The urgency in the voice was palpable, tinged with a hint of panic. Lu Ming, where are you? In the underground warehouse. What's the matter? A grave situation has arisen, the elder exclaimed. The company has detected a massive energy reaction in Zone C-12 underground. It isn't the Zerg, but something far deeper. The energy readings are escalating rapidly. The headquarters has dispatched an elite team, but they won't arrive for at least 12 hours. 12 hours is far too long, Lu Ming responded. I am aware. Thus, the headquarters has ordered all administrators to do whatever it takes to prevent the energy from spiraling out of control. If whatever lies beneath is unleashed, the entire garbage planet could face annihilation. What is it? The elder fell silent for 2 seconds before replying. You should have received the database, correct? The Deep Blue Project was not merely an attempt to control the energy veins. It aimed to create a deity. Instead, they birthed a monster, sealing it underground. Now, the seal is weakening. A monster? The ultimate form of a biological weapon. The elder's voice trembled, codename, Abyss Devourer. If it emerges and comes into contact with the energy veins. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Lu Ming and Iron Hand exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the severity of the situation. This is troublesome. Monumentally troublesome. Chapter 40. 3 kilometers underground 12 hours? Are you serious? Iron Hand's fist struck the metal wall, leaving a shallow dent. His single eye was bloodshot, and his mechanical limb was still smoking due to overload. The elder's urgent communication had been terminated, yet the sense of despair lingered in the air. The seal below was weakening. The Abyss Devourer was on the verge of awakening. and the company's elite force would not arrive for 12 hours, while it would take at least 2 hours to reach the deep blue core 3 kilometers underground. This did not account for the Zerg obstacles along the way. We must descend. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the underground structural diagram on the tablet. His voice calm to the point of surprising himself. If the Devourer comes into contact with the energy veins, the entire planet could be drained. I understand. Iron Hand ran a hand through his hair in frustration. But just the two of us? Charging into the Zerg's lair? That's not just reckless, it's suicidal. At that moment, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the warehouse entrance. It was not the gnawing of Zerg, but a pattern of 3 short knocks followed by 1 long, repeated twice. Iron Hand immediately aimed his gun at the door. Who is it? Open the door, Baldy, came a familiar voice, raspy yet weary. Lu Ming and Iron Hand exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, Iron Hand removed the concealment panel at the entrance. The door swung open to reveal 5 members of the Hound squad, but they appeared in a dire state. The Baldy had a fresh bandage wrapped around his single eye, still oozing blood. Old Dog had his left arm in a sling. Clearly fractured, Leopard bore a deep gash on his face, exposing bone, while Poison Fong and Monkey, though lacking visible injuries, were tattered and covered in blood and mud. Most startling was the bounty they dragged behind them. 3 energy crystals from soldier bees and a uniquely designed energy rifle, its body shimmering with a dark purple glow. Unmistakably extraordinary. The Bloodblade gang has been wiped out. The Baldy stepped inside, unceremoniously taking a seat on a crate and taking a swig from a flask he produced from his coat. It's from the Zerg. We took advantage of the chaos. He turned to Lu Ming, his single eye sharp. I hear you are planning to descend underground? How do you know? Iron Hand asked warily. The entirety of Zone C-12 was abuzz with news. The bald man scoffed as the old man issued a full-frequency emergency announcement. All administrators and survivors received word that something was about to emerge from the depths. The company promised a reward. Anyone who aided in averting the impending disaster would be granted an immediate elevation to 5-star status, along with an opportunity to escape the wretched star. Lu Ming felt a jolt of alarm. Was the old man truly cornering everyone? A bounty? The Iron Hand furrowed his brow. Indeed, the bald man retrieved an electronic certificate from his pocket, embossed with the company headquarters seal and a holographic anti-counterfeiting mark. Those who assisted in halting the Abyss Devourer, regardless of outcome, whether life or death, would see their families liberated, and they themselves, or their remains, would be allowed to depart from the trash star, should they have kin. He glanced at the Iron Hand. I know your daughter perished at the hands of the Empire. Should we succeed this time, the company promises to unveil the truth to you, along with compensation. The Iron Hand's mechanical limb tightened abruptly, producing a creaking sound of metal grinding against metal. How do you know? I've spent 8 years on this forsaken star. What information can I not acquire? The bald man took another sip of his drink. So what do you say? Let us collaborate. We 5, you 2, let us form a small team. It is certainly preferable to going solo. Lu Ming pondered swiftly. The Hound squad possessed formidable combat prowess. Familiar with the underground structures, the bald man had previously been a miner, and now they shared a common objective. But the question remained, what do you seek? Lu Ming inquired. Besides the company's bounty, I desire that. The bald man pointed at the plasma cutting gun that Lu Ming had placed on the table. And we also require a copy of the technical data that your homeland will subsequently transmit. Technical data? The Iron Hand frowned. What do you intend to do with that? To depart this accursed place. We cannot leave empty-handed, can we? The bald man's solitary eye gleamed with determination. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire has no place for us. Yet the universe is vast, and surely there exists a sanctuary somewhere. With some technology, at least we can barter for sustenance. That seems reasonable. However, Lu Ming could not fully acquiesce. I cannot provide the technical data directly, but I can assure you that if we succeed, I will petition my homeland for a package of technology sufficient to establish a foothold in the civilized world. The bald man scrutinized Lu Ming for 10 seconds, then nodded. Very well, I shall trust you this once. After all, we are as good as dead regardless. Let us take a gamble. He rose and extended his hand. The Hound squad officially joins. From this moment until the mission's conclusion, we shall heed your command. Lu Ming regarded the scarred and calloused hand, hesitating for a moment before grasping it. May our collaboration be fruitful. An hour later, the 7-member team was fully prepared. Equipment was redistributed. Lu Ming allocated 2 sonic shock grenades to the bald man and 3 magnetic adhesive grenades to the old dog. The plasma cutting gun had only 15 units of energy remaining, which Lu Ming kept for himself, though he promised to give it to the bald man after the mission's completion. The armor-piercing incendiary round magazines sent from his homeland were distributed, with each member receiving 2. There was only 1 energy shield belt, which Lu Ming claimed for himself, but the Iron Hand's mechanical limb possessed a small shield function, while the bald man wielded an alloy shield seized from the Bloodblade gang. Most crucial was the electromagnetic pulse generator, which Lu Ming carried on his back. This device was pivotal, yet could only be utilized once. As for the route, the bald man etched a rudimentary map into the ground with his dagger. The nearest entrance was a derelict mine shaft elevator, located 2 kilometers east of Garbage Mountain 102. It was operational 20 years ago. Its current status, however, was uncertain. And if it is unusable? The leopard queried. Then we shall descend by climbing down. The bald man spoke coldly, noting that while there was a maintenance ladder in the mine shaft, it would take at least 4 hours to descend the 3 kilometers. Too long. Lu Ming shook his head, insisting they must take the elevator. Then let us pray that contraption still functions. The bald man rose and set off. On the eastern side of Garbage Mountain number 102 lay an area nearly forgotten by time. It was strewn with the remnants of mining equipment, massive drill bits, broken conveyor belts, and rusted mine carts. The air was thick with the acrid scent of oil and metal rust. Leading the way, the bald man navigated the ruins for half an hour before finally locating the entrance. It was a concrete structure partially buried underground, resembling an inverted bowl with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. The entrance was a heavy explosion-proof metal door, now rusted shut. A sign on the door read, Deep Blue Project Number 3 Mine Entrance. Help me, he urged. The bald man and Iron Hand worked together, using a crowbar and cutter to force the door open. Inside lay a sloping tunnel leading downward, its walls adorned with antiquated light fixtures, all extinguished. At the tunnel's end, the outline of the elevator shaft could be faintly discerned. The 7 of them switched on their headlamps and cautiously entered. Chapter 41. The insectoid hive mind. The tunnel was eerily silent, save for the echoes of their footsteps and breaths. Graffiti marked the walls. Remnants of miners who had once toiled here, their messages ranging from complaints about work to profanities. Blood handprints marred the surface. What transpired here? Poison Tooth asked in a hushed tone, his crossbow already drawn. An accident, the bald man replied, his voice reverberating in the tunnel. During the final phase of the Deep Blue Project, the energy vein surged uncontrollably, resulting in numerous fatalities. The Empire suppressed the news and sealed off the entire mine. They arrived at the elevator shaft. The elevator doors were ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior. Shining their flashlights within, they could see the elevator car suspended about 20 meters below. The top of the car had been torn open, as if some force from within had ripped it apart. The elevator is out of order, Monkey remarked, peering down. Noticing the frayed cable as well. Let us use the maintenance ladder. The bald man pointed to the corroded metal ladder affixed to the side of the shaft. Some rungs already missing. 3 kilometers, we must climb down. I will go first, Iron Hand declared, his mechanical limb gripping the ladder as he began his descent. His prosthetic, equipped with enhanced grip, offered him more stability than the others. Next was the bald man, followed by Lu Ming, Leopard, Old Dog, Poison Tooth, and Monkey bringing up the rear. The ladder was in worse condition than anticipated. Many sections were severely rusted, creaking ominously underfoot, as though they might give way at any moment. Some rungs had completely fallen away, requiring them to swing across. After descending approximately 500 meters, Lu Ming found his hands bloodied, the gloves torn, his palms cut by the rusty metal. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued downward. Suddenly, Iron Hand's voice echoed from below. Stop. Everyone froze. What is it? The bald man inquired. There's a noise, Iron Hand replied, indicating movement below. Lu Ming held his breath, straining to listen. Indeed, there was a sound. Unlike the skittering of insects, it resembled metal scraping against metal, accompanied by the sound of liquid dripping. Proceed cautiously, the bald man commanded. Descending another 200 meters, they reached the source of the noise. A large hole had been violently breached into the side of the elevator shaft. The edges of the opening were jagged, as if smashed through with brute force. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet they could hear rustling sounds and chewing. An insectoid nest, they realized. Iron Hand murmured, they have hollowed out the mine. We must circumvent them. Baldy cautioned, do not disturb them. Yet, it was too late. From the darkness of the cave's mouth, several pairs of violet glimmers flickered to life, sensory organs of the insectoid swarm. Then, the horde surged forth. Not worker bees, nor soldier bees, but a new type of unit. No larger than a cat, yet in overwhelming numbers. They poured forth like a tide from the cavern, scaling the shaft walls towards them. Detected new type of insectoid unit, speed bug. Characteristics, small size, high speed, numerous, adept at swarm attacks, threat level, medium, high in clusters. Recommendation, area attack, open fire. Baldy bellowed. The 7 of them unleashed a volley simultaneously. Yet, the speed bugs were too numerous. They surged from all directions, some even falling from above. Lu Ming activated his shield belt, the barrier expanding to block the onslaught of several speed bugs. He raised his weapon to shoot. But the speed bugs were too small and agile, making them difficult targets. Use incendiary grenades. Iron Hand shouted. Lu Ming retrieved the last of the aluminum thermite grenades, removed the safety, and hurled it into the densest part of the swarm. Boom. Flames erupted. Dozens of speed bugs were charred to cinders. Yet, many more remained. To make matters worse, the vibrations and lights startled larger units within the cavern. A low, menacing roar reverberated through the air, and then a colossal creature emerged. It resembled an oversized centipede, stretching over 5 meters in length, its body composed of numerous segments, each equipped with 2 pairs of scythe-like appendages. Its head was a rotating drill, a diameter of nearly half a meter. Detected level 5 insectoid unit. Burrowing centipede. Characteristics: specialized in excavation, extremely high defense. Drill capable of shattering rock. Threat level: extremely high. Recommendation: avoid frontal engagement. The burrowing centipede detected them, its drill accelerating with a deafening roar. It charged forward, easily tearing through the metallic structure of the shaft. Scatter! Baldy commanded. The 7 leaped in different directions. Some grasped the ladders to swing across, while others secured themselves with grappling hooks. The burrowing centipede barreled through their midst, crashing into the wall of the elevator shaft and creating a massive crater. Target its joints. Lu Ming yelled, hit it segment by segment. He raised his plasma cutter, aimed at the midsection of the centipede, and squeezed the trigger. Buzz! A blue plasma beam shot forth, melting through the segment's exterior. Green fluids gushed forth. The centipede writhed in agony, but did not perish. The others concentrated their fire. Baldy's alloy shield deflected one of the centipede's swipes. Old Dog blasted its joints with his shotgun at close range, while Leopard nimbly flanked it, delivering vicious stabs with a dagger. Yet, the centipede was remarkably resilient. Even with its shell severely damaged, it continued its frenzied assault. To make matters worse, 2 more emerged from the depths. 3 level 5 units, accompanied by countless speed bugs. This onslaught was relentless. Poison Fong cried out, her crossbow empty. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, glancing at the electromagnetic pulse generator on his back. This device was intended for the main brain. Using it now would pose a dilemma when facing the main brain later. But if they didn't use it, they might not survive long enough to confront the main brain. Chapter 42. Unseen Insectoid Behemoths. Iron Hand. Prepare the EMP. Lu Ming roared, everyone, close your eyes. Find cover. Iron Hand understood the gravity of the situation. His mechanical prosthetic swiftly transformed, connecting to the EMP generator on Lu Ming's back, as only his prosthetic possessed a compatible interface. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. It was not merely a sound, but a pure electromagnetic eruption. The entire elevator shaft was instantly filled with blue and white electromagnetic waves. All lights, electronic devices, and even headlamps extinguished in an instant. The swarm of speed bugs appeared frozen. Their movements halted as their mechanical components were incapacitated and their biological systems severely disrupted, leading them to plummet. 3 burrowing centipedes were likewise affected, their movements slowed. Drill heads ceasing rotation, bodies convulsing. Yet, this came at a cost. Iron Hand's mechanical prosthetic emitted black smoke, the internal circuitry irrevocably disabled. Lu Ming's shield belt, tablet, and all electronic devices were rendered inoperative. The pulse rifles of the others fell silent, leaving only their ballistic weapons functional. Now's our chance, the bald man shouted, drawing a large machete and charging toward the nearest centipede, aiming a fierce strike at its joint. Lu Ming unsheathed his vibrating dagger, lunging at another. Despite the failure of their electronic devices, the dagger, being mechanically structured, remained operational. The 7 of them launched a full frontal assault on the incapacitated centipedes. 5 minutes later, all 3 centipedes lay dismembered. However, their losses were substantial. Iron Hand's mechanical prosthetic was destroyed, their electronic equipment obliterated, and ammunition severely depleted. How much further? Leopard gasped. The bald man glanced at the mechanical depth gauge, still functional. 2 kilometers remaining. 2 kilometers. With no electronic devices, insufficient ammunition, and injuries among them. Continue, Lu Ming insisted. There's no time to waste. The descent that followed proved increasingly arduous. Without headlamps, they relied solely on cold light sticks for illumination. The latter grew more dilapidated, requiring them to swing or leap across numerous gaps. The old dog's fractured arm hindered his movement, compelling Monkey to support him. After descending approximately 1 kilometer, they reached the first level of the mining area. Once a site of extraction, it had now been entirely repurposed by the insectoid race. The entire space was suffused with nesting material, walls adorned with insect eggs, and the ground littered with metallic debris and bones. An acrid, sweet odor saturated the air. "The main brain is not here," the bald man remarked, examining the structural blueprint on the tablet. Thankfully, they had prepared in advance. Deeper below lay the core zone. "But there are surely guards here," Iron Hand stated, his mechanical limb now merely a weight, utterly immobile. No sooner had he spoken than a purple light ignited from the shadows. It was not the speed bugs, but a more advanced unit. 6 scythe guards, the kind previously encountered with the insect mother, for shield beetles, and 2 new entities. The latter hovered in the air, their bodies resembling jellyfish, semi-transparent, revealing a glowing energy core within. Lacking any apparent offensive organs, the surrounding air distorted as if releasing some form of energy field. New type of insectoid unit detected. Energy jellyfish. Characteristics: energy manipulation, capable of releasing shields or energy shocks. Threat level: high. Recommendation: prioritize elimination. This is troublesome. The bald man tightened his grip on the machete. The 6 scythe guards charged forth. Their speed was astonishing. Combat erupted once more. This time, devoid of electronic devices and shields, they relied solely on hand-to-hand combat and live ammunition. The bald warrior's alloy shield deflected a scythe-wielding guard strike, countering with a mighty swing of his cleaver that severed a leg. The leopard, nimble and agile, evaded attacks while targeting joints with its dagger. The old dog unleashed a barrage from his shotgun, yet the beetle's defenses proved too formidable, yielding little effect. The most troublesome adversaries were the energy jellyfish. Suspended in the air, their bodies adorned with a faint purple energy shield that repelled incoming bullets. Moreover, they augmented the shields of other insectoid units. "We must eliminate the jellyfish first," Lu Ming shouted. Though he was left with only a vibrating dagger and a conventional handgun, his plasma cutter depleted of energy. "How do we proceed?" asked the venomous fanged one, her crossbow ineffective against shields. Lu Ming turned to Iron Hand, who met his gaze and nodded. Together, they charged at a jellyfish. Iron Hand grasped a broken metal beam with his still-functioning left arm and hurled it with all his might. The beam struck the jellyfish's shield, causing its energy to flicker and drain. Now, Lu Ming leapt forth, thrusting the vibrating dagger at the shield with all his strength. Zzz. The high-frequency blade grated against the energy shield, emitting a piercing sound. Cracks appeared on the shield. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming poured every ounce of strength into the strike. With a final push, the shield shattered. The vibrating dagger pierced the jellyfish's translucent body. The jellyfish emitted a silent shriek, its form convulsing violently before it exploded, not in a spray of flesh, but in a burst of energy. A violet shockwave radiated outward. Lu Ming was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground, his armor shattered in multiple places, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Yet, the jellyfish was vanquished. Upon witnessing this, another jellyfish began to retreat. However, the bald warrior surged forward, swinging his cleaver with all his might. Clang! The blade met the shield, but with a furious roar. The warrior, muscles bulging, cleaved through the shield. The edge of the blade penetrated the jellyfish's body. The second jellyfish detonated, with the loss of energy support. The remaining insectoid unit's combat capability diminished significantly. The 7 of them combined their efforts and spent 10 minutes clearing the area. Yet, each bore wounds. Lu Ming's ribs likely fractured anew. The bald warrior's shoulder was slashed deeply to the bone by the scythe. The leopard suffered a broken leg, and the old dog's old injuries had worsened. "Can you still walk?" Iron Hand inquired, his mechanical limb utterly incapacitated, but his body remained relatively intact. "I won't perish." The bald warrior grunted, biting down on a strip of cloth to bandage his wound as he pressed on. Having descended another kilometer, they finally reached the lowest level, the deep blue core. Exiting through the final maintenance hatch of the elevator shaft, they encountered an immense subterranean expanse. This was not a natural cave, but rather an artificially constructed colossal facility. The dome soared nearly 100 meters high, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters. The entire space was circular, with a massive cylindrical structure at its center, housing the main brain container. However, this container had been transformed by the insectoids. The originally transparent alloy shell was now encrusted with a thick layer of nest material, pulsating with violet luminescence. Countless tubes extended from the container, connecting to the surrounding insect cultivation pools. Within the pools, various insectoid units writhed and grew. Inside the container, a colossal biological brain was faintly discernible, not merely flesh and blood, but a hybrid of biological and mechanical structures, adorned with metal plates and pulsing energy nodes. The insectoid main brain was still operational. Every few seconds, a powerful energy pulse emanates from the container, reverberating throughout the facility via the conduits. With each pulse, The surrounding Zerg units move in unison, as if pulled by invisible strings. That is the control core, Lu Ming murmured. The 7 of them concealed themselves behind a dilapidated control console, observing the main brain's vicinity. The number of guards was staggering. Just within sight, there were at least 20 shielded beetles, 30 scythe guards, 10 energy jellyfish, and even more speed bugs patrolling the area. More ominously, for colossal units, never before encountered, loomed around the brain's container. Chapter 43. The aftermath of the ultimate elixir. Those creatures resembled magnified spiders, but instead of feet, each leg ended in energy cannon barrels. At the center of their bodies lay a massive purple crystal, evidently the energy core, towering at least 8 meters high, dwarfing even the burrowing centipedes. Detected level 6 Zerg unit, cannon spider. Characteristics: heavy firepower, energy cannons capable of continuous fire. Extremely high defense. Threat level: extremely high. Recommendation: avoid direct engagement. The bald man swallowed hard, pondering how to confront this menace. Lu Ming was also deep in thought. The EMP had already been deployed, the plasma cutter was out of energy, ammunition was scarce, and all were injured. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, the brain had to be obliterated. I have a plan, Lu Ming declared, but it requires someone to make the ultimate sacrifice. All eyes turned toward him. The brain's container has energy supply conduits. Lu Ming pointed towards the bottom of the container. If we could plant explosives there and detonate them, it might destroy the brain. However, we need someone to draw the fire, allowing the demolition team to approach. I'll go, Iron Hand volunteered first. My mechanical arm is incapacitated, and my combat capability is severely diminished, but I can still attract fire. I'll join as well, the bald man added. After all, my daughter has long since passed. I have no ties left. Boss. Leopard began to protest, but the bald man raised his hand to silence him. Listen to me, he said, his gaze sweeping over the rest of the hunting hound squad. If I perish, Leopard will take over as captain. You must survive and escape this wretched place. He turned to Lu Ming. Kid, don't forget the tech package you promised me. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. I swear. Then that's settled. The bald man grinned, a smile both fierce and sincere. After living 38 years, he finally had the chance to die like a hero. It was worth it. Wait. Iron Hand interjected suddenly. Perhaps it doesn't have to end in death. He retrieved a small box that he had taken from the transport ship. Inside were high-concentration energy crystals originally intended for weapon modifications. If we bind this with the explosives, the power could be amplified tenfold. We might not need to get close. We could detonate it remotely. How far? Lu Ming inquired. 200 meters, Iron Hand replied, but we must ensure we hit the conduit interface. 200 meters in this open expanse would make it challenging to remain undetected. We still need to draw fire, the bald man insisted. I'll take that role, he stated. No, this time it will be me. Lu Ming stood up decisively. I have armor and am the fastest. Moreover, my homeland has bestowed upon me one final piece of equipment. From the depths of his backpack, he produced a metal cylinder he had hesitated to use until now. Opening it revealed a syringe filled with a golden liquid. Ultimate Cell Activator, an extreme enhancement of bodily functions by 300, lasting 5 minutes. Followed by a 24-hour state of unconsciousness and a 30 risk of permanent damage. This was the last resort mentioned in Professor Zhang Jiangwo's letter. Advised to be used only in dire circumstances. Now, it was indeed a moment of desperation. I will inject this to draw fire. Taisho, you are in charge of the explosion. Guang Tu, provide cover for Taisho. Have you lost your mind? Taisho grasped Lu Ming's hand. That thing could cost you your life. Better than all of us perishing together. Lu Ming pushed his hand away, steeling himself for what was to come. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe into his neck. The golden liquid surged into his veins. In an instant, the world transformed. Pain vanished, replaced by an explosive sensation of power. His vision sharpened, his hearing heightened, even able to discern the energy pulse frequencies of the mainframe. His body felt as if it were ablaze, every cell roaring with vitality. 3 minutes. Lu Ming bellowed, his voice hoarse from the transformation. We must complete the explosion within 3 minutes. He burst forth from his cover, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage in his wake. The mainframe guards immediately detected him. For energy cannons of the artillery spiders pivoted in unison, unleashing purple energy beams. But Lu Ming was faster. Like a specter, he weaved through the energy blasts, dagger vibrating in hand, charging directly toward one of the artillery spiders. Clang! The dagger pierced the joint of the spider's leg. The high-frequency vibrations combined with the enhanced strength severed the limb with brute force. The spider lost its balance, tilting precariously. Other guards surged forward. The scythe-wielding guard, the shield beetle, and the energy jellyfish all rushed at Lu Ming. This was precisely the plan to attract all firepower. Now, Taisho roared, hoisting the bomb laden with energy crystals, sprinting toward the mainframe container. Guang Tu, Baozi, Lao Go Duya, and Houzi opened fire with all their might to provide cover. Though ammunition was scarce, their precise shots repelled the swiftly approaching speed bugs. Taisho reached a distance of 200 meters, kneeling on one knee to place the bomb on a discarded equipment base, adjusting its angle. Then, he produced a makeshift slingshot crafted from metal tubing and springs. It must hit, he muttered, pulling back the spring. Whoosh! The bomb soared, arcing through the air, accurately aimed at the energy conduit of the mainframe container. But at that moment, an energy jellyfish darted in from the side, blocking the bomb with its body. No. Taisho's eyes widened in disbelief. The bomb collided with the jellyfish, bouncing off and falling to the ground. Failure. Despair washed over everyone. But Lu Ming remained undaunted. In a state of extremity, he perceived an opportunity. The artillery spider with its severed leg was toppling, its fall directed toward the mainframe container. Summoning all his strength, Lu Ming dashed towards the spider, leaping onto its body and seizing the purple crystalline energy core on its back. Turn for me. With all his might, he forcibly redirected the spider's trajectory. The path of its descent altered, its massive form crashing into the mainframe container. Boom. Impact. The energy core on the spider's back shattered upon collision, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. More crucially, the bomb that had fallen to the ground was caught in the blast, igniting as well. Rumbling. A series of explosions ensued. The energy conduit of the main brain container has been severed. The container itself has developed a massive crack. A purple liquid, akin to blood, gushes forth. The main brain emits a silent shriek, not sound, but a direct assault on the psyche. Everyone feels as though their heads have been struck by a hammer. Blood oozing from their orifices. The biological brain within the container convulses violently. Metallic plates detach from the surface, and energy nodes explode one after another. The entire underground facility begins to collapse. The dome fractures, debris plummeting. Run! Lu Ming shouted, but the extreme state began to fade. Waves of pain and weakness crashing over him like a tide. His vision darkened, and he nearly fell. Iron Hand rushed over, hoisting him up with his still-functioning left arm. Let us go. The seven of them sprinted towards the elevator shaft from whence they came. Behind them, the main brain container erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, shockwaves pursuing them. They plunged into the elevator shaft, grasping the ladder and climbing upward. Yet, the tremors began to sever the rungs. Hurry, hurry, hurry. They ascended approximately 100 meters when a more powerful explosion resonated from below. The energy veins had been destabilized by the shockwave of the main brain's detonation. The entire subterranean space was collapsing. They clawed desperately upward. Rungs snapped one by one. Some fell, only to be caught by others. Their palms were raw, nails torn, yet no one paused. Time lost meaning until they finally glimpsed the light at the entrance. They burst forth from the elevator shaft, emerging from the tunnel, and escaping the mine's entrance. Outside, it was the dawn of a garbage star, with 3 suns just rising. A thundering noise echoed behind them. The ground shook violently before beginning to sink. Centered around the mine's entrance, the ground within a 500-meter radius collapsed, forming a colossal sinkhole. Dust and smoke soared skyward. The 7 lay prostrate on the ground, gazing at the abyss, survivors of a harrowing ordeal. The main brain had been destroyed. But at what cost? Lu Ming felt his consciousness rapidly fading. The aftereffects of the extreme potion were setting in. The last thing he saw was Iron Hand's anxious face and the distant figures of elite troops from the corporation appearing in the sky, finally arriving. Then, darkness engulfed him. Chapter 44. The graveyard of starships. Lu Ming was roused by the jarring sound of metal grinding against metal. As he opened his eyes, he was met not by the control room's monitoring wall, but by a low, rust-covered metallic ceiling. The air was thick with a heavy, acrid odor, reminiscent of burning plastic mixed with machine oil. Awake? A voice emanated from the left, raspy as sandpaper against iron. Lu Ming jolted upright, the movement causing his vision to darken. The burn on his left arm still throbbed, but it had been rewrapped. The bandage was a coarse, grayish hue. Only then did he take in his surroundings. A cramped iron shed of less than 10 square meters, adorned with a few grimy work uniforms hanging from the walls. The sole piece of furniture was a metal frame bed, accompanied by a rusted stool nearing disintegration. The speaker sat on the stool, a man in his 50s, bearing a scar that sliced from his left brow to his right mouth corner, bisecting his face. He wore a deep blue jumpsuit, with an emblem embroidered on his chest depicting a mechanical hand grasping a shattered spacecraft. Where am I? Lu Ming croaked. The 7th shipbreaking yard. The scarred man rose to his feet, retrieving a set of work clothes from a hook on the wall and tossing them over. 10 minutes later, he was ready for work. The shipbreaking yard? Have you finished your meaningless chatter? The scarred man approached the door, glancing back at Lu Ming. Your former supervisor sold you to us, claiming you performed well, but often stirred trouble. We exchanged you for 3 boxes of energy cells. Lu Ming's mind buzzed. Sold? Why was he clinging to the edge of the bed? I was doing just fine at the junkyard, he protested. Because they are short-staffed here, the scarred man interrupted, his tone devoid of emotion. Every month, a dozen or so die. If we don't buy new ones, how can we operate? The door swung open, and the cacophony from outside rendered Lu Ming rigid. It was a deafening, relentless sound of metal being torn apart, as though a colossal beast were gnawing at steel. Interspersed were the shrill cries of cutting torches and the thunderous crashes of heavy objects falling, causing the very air to vibrate. The scarred man stepped outside, turning back to deliver one final remark. Your name is Lu Ming, right? Remember, there are only 2 types of people who work here, those laboring and those waiting to be tossed into the furnace. With that, the door closed, plunging the metal shed into dimness. Lu Ming sat on the bed, absorbing the infernal noise from outside for a full minute. Then he reached into his pocket. The metal sphere remained, warm against his chest, with the starlight within it slowly swirling. He cradled it in his palm, the warmth creeping up his arm, calming his racing heart. I'm still alive, he murmured. I must continue to survive. The work clothes were gray, crafted from a sturdier material than his previous set, with additional wear-resistant layers at the shoulders and knees. The chest bore the emblem of a mechanical hand grasping a spaceship, accompanied by the inscription, C-12B-937 Disassembly Workshop. After changing, Lu Ming pushed open the door, only to be taken aback. He stood on a massive metal platform suspended in midair. Looking down, he beheld an abyss of darkness, punctuated by sporadic welding sparks flickering below. Gazing upward, he was confronted by a vessel. No, calling it a ship was an understatement. It resembled a mountain of steel, suspended beneath the vaulted ceiling. Lu Ming had never witnessed anything of such magnitude. It stretched at least 800 meters in length, its hull a somber shade of black-gray, riddled with scars, laser-burned pockmarks, jagged tears from metal being ripped apart, and a profusion of bullet holes. The ship's body was cleaved in 2, with the rear section lost to the unknown. The front half appeared as if a giant had forcibly snapped a metallic bone, exposing twisted pipelines, a fractured keel, and unrecognizable mechanical structures. 3 colossal cranes loomed on the overhead track, their mechanical arms tearing at the ship's shell. Each time a large segment was ripped away, sparks cascaded like a waterfall into the abyss below, followed by distant thuds. New here? Someone spoke from beside him. Lu Ming turned to see a man in his 30s leaning against the railing, smoking what could barely be called a cigarette. It was a white, stick-like object that burned without producing smoke, only a pungent chemical odor. The man's left arm was mechanical, crafted from silver-gray metal from shoulder to wrist, with grease staining the joints of his fingers. I'm Old Chun, he exhaled. The scarred man sent me to guide you. Lu Ming, he replied. I know. Old Chun flicked the cigarette but into the darkness, his metallic fingers tapping against the railing. Follow me, he commanded. Lesson 1. Do not dawdle here. If you fall, no one will come to your rescue. At the edge of the platform stood a lift, its iron gate rusted to the point of disintegration. Old Chun opened the door and stepped inside, with Lu Ming trailing closely behind. The lift began its descent, the creaking sound grating on the nerves. What kind of ship is that? Lu Ming could not help but inquire. A Naminia-class destroyer, an antiquated model from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, over 3 centuries old. Old Chun replied, his tone as casual as if he were discussing last night's dinner. It was rendered inoperative during combat and brought here for parts. Usable components are sent back to the front lines, while the unusable ones are melted down for steel. 3 centuries ago, Lu Ming gazed at the ship's hull, pondering what the Empire currently employed. You asked too many questions. Old Chun shot him a sidelong glance. The Shanghai class, twice the size of this one. Why else would we be dismantling it? It's outdated. The lift came to a halt at a platform suspended in midair, bringing them closer to the ship's hull, so near that they could discern the details of every scar on its surface. Lu Ming noticed a tear, the edges of the metal plate as thin as torn paper. What kind of weapon could inflict such damage? Your tool, Old Chun replied. He walked to a corner of the platform, where a pile of equipment lay. He retrieved a metal box the size of a suitcase and opened it. Inside was a set of gear, a helmet resembling a welding mask, a pair of thick gloves, and what appeared to be a gun. A laser cutter, basic model, Old Chun explained, lifting the weapon. The barrel was as thick as a wrist, connected to a hefty cable, the other end plugged into the platform's power source. At a lower power setting, it can cut through steel. At a higher setting, it could burn through your arm. He handed the cutter to Lu Ming, who felt its weight, at least 20 kilograms. The gun's body was cold metal. the grip worn from previous use, a testament to countless hands that had grasped it. Today's task: cut off that plate. Old Chun pointed towards the hull. Approximately 5 meters away, a roughly 2-meter square outer plate hung loosely, swaying slightly in the airflow. An emblem adorned the plate, a black dragon with wings spread, accompanied by a string of numerical codes. That is the ship's insignia, Old Chun remarked. Cut it off, and do so as intact as possible. The higher the integrity, the more extra points you can earn. Points? Points can be exchanged for food, upgraded tools, and for a night without sleeping in a metal shack, Old Chun replied monotonously. Or, save enough to be promoted to a second-tier worker. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cutter. What does a second-tier worker do? Enter the ship, Old Chun stated. Dismantle the equipment inside. It pays more than cutting the outer hull, but the risks are greater. Having said that, he moved to the other side of the platform, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes, as if to catch up on sleep. Lu Ming stood still, gazing at the swaying steel plate, then at the cutter in his hands. The cable was just long enough to reach the plate. He donned the helmet, its dark visor tinting the world in shades of deep green. The gloves were thick, with anti-slip particles on the fingertips. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming approached the edge of the platform. Below lay an abyss. He peered down, catching a glimpse of a lower platform in the darkness. Appearing as small as a matchbox, workers moved about there, their shadows indistinct. He could not afford to fall. He raised the cutter, aiming the barrel at the junction of the steel plate's edge. There were 2 buttons on the grip. He pressed the left one. The hum of the cutting machine reverberated as a crimson dot illuminated the tip of the gun. Following Old Chun's earlier demonstration, Lu Ming aimed the dot at the seam of the steel plate and pressed the right button. A blinding beam of blue-white light shot forth, no thicker than a pencil, striking the metal with an eerie silence. In an instant, the weld seam glowed white-hot, vaporizing the metal and leaving behind a molten incision. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air, sending waves of warmth that were palpable even through his face shield. Steadying his hand, Lu Ming cautiously moved the beam. The cutting proved more challenging than anticipated. The steel plate was 3 centimeters thick, requiring the beam to remain focused on a single spot for over 3 seconds to penetrate. A momentary tremor in his hand resulted in a misaligned cut. Sweat trickled into his eyes. Midway through, the steel plate emitted a creaking groan, losing some of its support, and began to tilt. Damn! Lu Ming instinctively recoiled, but the cable ensnared his ankle. He stumbled, nearly tumbling off the platform. A hand grasped the back of his work uniform, yanking him back with force. It was Old Chun, the man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, had somehow appeared behind him. With his mechanical left hand gripping Lu Ming, he effortlessly took the cutting machine with his right, without a glance, and unleashed another beam. The light sliced through the last 2 connection points of the steel plate with precision. The plate completely detached, but did not fall. Old Chun, with his mechanical hand, caught its edge before it plummeted. The metallic fingers sank into the steel, producing a disconcerting screech. He dragged the 2-meter square plate back onto the platform and discarded it onto the ground. As a supplementary lesson, Old Chun returned the cutting machine to Lu Ming, his expression still inscrutable. Here, a single mistake could prove fatal. Lu Ming, panting, nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, Old Chun pointed to the steel plate, indicating that the cut was too unsightly. At this level of quality, it would merit, at most, half a portion of nutrient supplement. With that, he returned to his position against the wall, as if nothing had transpired. Lu Ming gazed at the steel plate on the ground. The black dragon emblem glimmered coldly in the dim light, and the jagged edges of the cut were indeed unsightly. He tightened his grip on the cutting machine and turned towards the next target. This time, his hand was steadier. Chapter 45. The first meal. As Lu Ming reached the 4th steel plate, his arms began to tremble. Although the laser cutter was not heavy, maintaining a steady hold for an extended period was a torment for his muscles. The burn on his left arm throbbed beneath the bandage, each lift of his hand akin to a needle's prick. Sweat had thoroughly soaked the lining of his work uniform. The visor fogged up, forcing him to lift it periodically to wipe it clear. Each breath carried the acrid scent of burnt metal, as if his lungs were stuffed with cotton. Rest, came Old Chun's voice from behind. Lu Ming switched off the cutting machine, and the beam of light vanished. He removed his helmet, his hair drenched and clinging to his forehead. In the corner of the platform was a water trough, essentially a pipe connected to the system, with a slow trickle of rust-colored water. Lu Ming leaned over and took a few sips. The water bore a metallic taste, but at least it was cool. Here, Old Chun tossed him something. Lu Ming caught it. It was a tube of nutrient supplement, identical to what he had consumed at the refuse station. A gray paste, devoid of any labeling. Half an hour for lunch. Old Chun took a tube for himself, leaning against the wall as he forced it into his mouth, swallowing without even chewing. This afternoon, He aimed to cut enough for 20 pieces. Lu Ming gazed at the nutritional supplement in his hand. He was so hungry that his stomach felt like it was pressed against his back, but the thought of that metallic, potato mash flavor churned his insides. Is there nothing else to eat? Old Chin glanced at him, his expression resembling that of someone looking at a fool. There is, he replied. For workers of level 2 and above, the cafeteria supplies synthetic meat and vegetable paste. You are a level 1 worker. Lu Ming silently unscrewed the cap. As he squeezed the substance into his mouth, the same taste returned. He forced himself to swallow, an indescribable, industrial-like texture sliding down his throat into his stomach. The feeling of fullness came swiftly, yet it was followed by a profound emptiness, physically satiated, but psychologically hungrier. Where's the cafeteria? He inquired. Old Chun gestured in a direction. At the other end of the platform, there is an iron ladder extending upwards. You cannot go there now. Your clearance is insufficient. Level 1 workers are restricted to this platform, and the 3 refuse disposal points below. If you wander about recklessly, the sentry's machine guns will turn you into a sieve. Lu Ming followed his finger and noticed in the shadows at the edge of the platform 2 cylindrical structures, topped with red sensor lights that rotated slowly. Just how large is this place? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Old Chin paused for a few seconds. The 7th shipyard. Responsible for dismantling all large warship wrecks from Planet C-12B-93, he explained. We are currently in workshop number 7, specifically for dismantling destroyers. There are 12 such workshops. Some dismantle cruisers, others aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers? Lu Ming recalled the wreckage he had seen earlier at the refuse station. Compared to this Nanomania-class vessel, those seemed like mere toys. Yes, Old Chen nodded. The Shanghai-class aircraft carrier measures 5 kilometers in length. When it was brought in, it obscured half the sky. Lu Ming could not fathom that image. He looked up at the broken destroyer above him, an 800-meter-long steel behemoth that might appear as just a speck in the vastness of space. What would a 5-kilometer-long aircraft carrier look like in the cosmos? Why not use robots for dismantling? He asked. Wouldn't robots be more suitable for such repetitive tasks? This time, Old Chin chuckled, if the twitch of his lips could be deemed laughter. Do you think the Empire doesn't want to? He said. But there are still remnants of life aboard this ship. Lu Ming's heart tightened. What remnants? The main optical brain. Old Chin pointed deep within the ship's hull. The intelligent control core of the warship. The ship may have been rendered inoperative, but the optical brain could still be alive, trapped within the wreckage. If a robot goes in, it could be hacked and turn against us. Isn't it more dangerous to send a person inside? Humans possess intellect. Old Chun tapped his temple. The optical brain can hack systems, but it cannot override human instinct. Moreover, he paused. Moreover what? And humans are expendable. Old Chin's tone remained calm. The death of a level 1 worker would yield enough compensation to purchase 10 basic robots. However, losing a military-grade anti-hacker robot would cost enough to support 100 workers. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. Thus, only workers of level 2 and above are permitted inside the ship, Old Chin continued, to dismantle the internal equipment and shut down the subsystems that are still operational. Certainly, one may encounter not entirely deceased defense robots, drones, or even worse entities. Worse? Lao Chen did not respond, merely gazing at Lu Ming. Do you aspire to ascend to a secondary worker? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then let us first survive this month. Lao Chun rose to his feet, stating that the mortality rate for primary workers in the first month is 30%. Most fatalities result from falls or being struck by dislodged metal plates. He approached the cutting machine, preparing to commence work. Lu Ming observed his silhouette and suddenly inquired, "Why do you assist me?" Lao Chen did not halt his stride. "I am not assisting you," he replied. "I simply do not wish for a novice to perish on their first day, as that would result in a deduction of my points." The afternoon's cutting proved even more arduous. The fatigue in Lu Ming's arms accumulated. Each lift of the cutting machine felt like bearing an immense burden. By the time Lu Ming reached the 12th steel plate, his hands trembled beyond stability, causing the beam to veer off course and scorch an ineffectual deep pit into the hull. Lao Chen cast a glance, but remained silent. Upon reaching the 16th plate, Lu Ming's visor was entirely obscured by sweat, forcing him to pause and wipe it clean. In those fleeting seconds, a cacophony of twisted metal reverberated above as a substantial structural component detached from the vessel's height, plummeting toward him. "Dodge!" Lao Chen's bellow echoed. Instinctively, Lu Ming flung himself toward the inner side of the platform. Boom! The structural piece crashed into the spot where he had just stood, causing the platform to shudder violently, the metallic floor warping beneath the impact. Debris scattered like bullets, with one shard grazing Lu Ming's cheek, eliciting a sharp sting. He lay prone, his ears ringing. Lao Chen approached, using a mechanical hand to lift the structural piece embedded in the floor. The object, roughly the size of an office desk, still emitted smoke from its fractured edge. "Are you unharmed?" Lao Chen inquired. Lu Ming rose, feeling his face, and found his fingers stained with blood. The wound was not deep, yet sufficiently alarming. "I'm fine," he gasped. Lao Chen glanced at the injury on Lu Ming's face, then at the structural piece, and abruptly declared, "That will suffice for today." "What? You have cut 16 plates, plus the 4 from this morning, totaling 20. Lao Chen turned to gather his tools, instructing Lu Ming to tend to his wound at the medical station before returning to his metal shelter. "Tomorrow at 6. Do not be late." Lu Ming stood in a daze, noting there were still 2 hours until the end of the shift. "I can continue." "Continue to court death?" Lao Chen replied without turning back. "In your current state, another cut could result in severing your own arm. I do not wish to escort a disabled individual tomorrow." Lu Ming fell silent. He indeed had reached his limit. Chapter 46. The disparity between primary and secondary workers. Lao Chen secured the cutting machine back into its case and locked it, then retrieved a small metal badge from his pocket, tossing it to Lu Ming. "Your work badge." The front side granted access through security, while the reverse featured a map, highlighting restricted areas marked in red. The Chile badge bore Lu Ming's name, indicating him as a primary disassembly worker, workshop number 7. The rear displayed a simplified three-dimensional map, denoting the locations of the platform, elevators, and the medical station, with several areas marked in red as unauthorized zones. The medical station lay 2 levels below, indicated by a yellow sign. After imparting this information, Lao Chen proceeded toward the elevator, with Lu Ming following suit. As the elevator descended, he peered through the iron bars at the vessel's body. From this vantage point, one could discern the intricate details of the gaping wounds, revealing exposed conduits that still glimmered faintly. A turret base had been entirely uprooted, leaving behind a grotesque void. Along the hull's side, a series of inscriptions were barely legible, charred beyond recognition, with only Nia discernible. "How did this ship come to such a fate?" Lu Ming inquired. Old Chen fixed his gaze upon the vessel, remaining silent for a few moments. "The Zerg," he finally uttered. Lu Ming's heart raced. The Zerg's bioships had penetrated its shield with acidic spore rounds. Old Chen gestured towards the honeycomb-like craters along the hull, explaining that the boarding party had surged through the breach, engaging in combat for 3 days. By the time the Imperial rescue fleet arrived, there were no survivors within. Only a sea of corpses and defense robots that had yet to power down. "The Zerg were annihilated," Old Chen continued, "but this ship is beyond salvage. It took 6 months to tow it here, and even now, certain areas remain off-limits." The lift came to a halt at a platform that was more spacious than the work area, featuring several rooms, each marked with distinct symbols. One door bore a green cross, indicating a medical station. Old Chen pointed towards that door before heading in another direction. Lu Ming pushed open the door to the medical station. The space was modest, less than 20 square meters, adorned with basic medical supplies. A middle-aged woman in a white coat sat behind a desk, engrossed in her tablet. "What injuries do you have?" she queried without lifting her head. "My face and left arm are burned," Lu Ming replied. The woman glanced up briefly, gesturing to a chair by the wall. "Sit." She retrieved a spray can from a cabinet and approached, applying a cool mist to the wounds on Lu Ming's face, the sting quickly dissipating. "Let me see the burn," she instructed. Lu Ming unwrapped the bandage on his left arm. The burn was healing slightly better than the previous day, yet remained red and swollen, with blisters at the edges. The woman frowned. "You need to rest. You shouldn't be working." "Is it possible to rest?" he asked. "Not unless you lose a leg," she replied with bluntness. She meticulously re-disinfected the wound, applied ointment, and replaced the bandage, her movements practiced but lacking in gentleness, completing the task in under 5 minutes. "All done," she announced. "Come back tomorrow for a dressing change. It will cost you 5 points. "Points?" Lu Ming inquired. "Your worker card is scanned here." She indicated the card reader on the desk. He swiped his worker card, and the reader's screen displayed. "Points balance, 20, today's wages, 5, medical fee, 15. "Is the daily wage 20 points? He asked. "Yes," she confirmed, having returned to her seat. "It's the base wage for a level 1 worker. There are additional bonuses for cutting steel plates based on completeness, but you missed out on those today. Your completeness was too low." Lu Ming exited the medical station. On the platform, several workers were heading in the same direction, presumably towards the cafeteria. He glanced at the map on the back of his worker card, locating his metal shed further down, near the refuse disposal point. He proceeded towards the lift, passing an observation window that offered a panoramic view of the shipbreaking yard. Lu Ming paused, captivated by the expansive sight of the 7th shipbreaking plant. It was a colossal, bowl-shaped space, with a diameter of at least 5 kilometers. At the bottom lay a furnace, flames leaping skyward, molten metal flowing like lava. The bowl's walls were layered with platforms, stacked like terraced fields. On every platform, numerous vessels lay scattered, over a dozen warship wrecks of varying sizes, hoisted aloft by cranes, with workers diligently attending to them. Some ships remained relatively intact, while others had been stripped down to mere skeletons. At the highest platform, he beheld the aircraft carrier, the Star Sea class, as described by Old Chun. Its enormity was surreal, resembling a floating city. Even from this distance, one could feel the weight of its presence. Further away, at the edge of the bowl-shaped space, massive conveyor belts operated, transporting dismantled metal fragments towards the furnaces. Beside the furnaces, tracks ran, with trains laden with metal ingots vanishing into the depths of darkness. The entire area was shrouded in a dim red light, a blend of the furnace's flames and emergency illumination. Metal dust floated in the air, akin to an everlasting snowfall. Lu Ming stood there for a long while, contemplating. Then he proceeded towards the elevator. Upon returning to the corrugated iron hut, night had fallen, or rather, the shipyard's lighting had switched to nighttime mode. The ambience was dim, with only a few emergency lights illuminating the corridor. The room was devoid of light. Lu Ming fumbled in the dark, settling onto his bed, retrieving a metallic sphere from his pocket. The orb radiated a slight warmth in his palm, and the starlight within the glass seemed to whirl a tad faster. As he gazed at the celestial glow, he suddenly recalled the visage of Professor Zhang Jingguo, along with the researchers clad in lab coats. What were they doing now? Were they examining the items he had sent back? How was his homeland faring? Was the war still raging? He longed to activate the light gate, but the iron sphere had not yet fully charged. The energy core's consumption was excessively high, and based on prior experience, it would require at least several more hours. Lu Ming pressed the sphere against his heart and closed his eyes. The iron hut was not soundproof. An array of sounds pierced from outside. Distant cutting, the roar of cranes, the occasional clatter of metal, and the continuous growl of the furnaces further away. In this ocean of noise, he felt like a speck of dust. Yet he was alive. Moreover, he had cut 20 steel plates, earning 15 points. Though he was uncertain of their purpose, it was nonetheless a beginning. Tomorrow, he must work faster, ensuring cleaner cuts. He needed to accumulate points to advance to a level 2 worker. He aimed to delve deeper into the vessels, seeking more valuable items to send back to his homeland. He needed to survive and return home. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt for his work badge in the darkness. The metal edges were sharp, cutting into his hand. He grasped the badge tightly, as if wielding a blade. Outside, footsteps approached, drawing nearer before halting at his door. Then came the sound of a key inserting into the lock. The door opened, flooding the space with corridor light. The scarred-faced man stood at the threshold, holding a bag. "Your dinner," he said, tossing the bag onto the ground. "Tomorrow at 6. 1 minute late, and you lose 10 points. The door closed once more. Lu Ming picked up the bag, finding 2 tubes of nutritional supplements, identical to what he had for lunch. He opened one tube and squeezed its contents into his mouth. This time, he did not rush to swallow. Instead, he chewed slowly, if one could call it chewing. The paste crumbled between his teeth, the metallic taste of rust becoming more pronounced. He recalled Old Chin's mention of synthetic meat and vegetable puree, reserved for those at level 2 and above. After swallowing the last morsel, he crumpled the empty tube. In the darkness, his eyes shone with an eerie brightness. Chapter 47, Nocturnal Sounds. At 3 in the morning, Lu Ming awoke, not from natural slumber, but roused by a faint, rhythmic tapping sound emanating from the walls of the iron shed. Thud, thud, thud. A brief pause. Then it resumed. Lu Ming opened his eyes in the obscurity, remaining still. He held his breath, listening intently. The sound originated from the corridor outside, resembling someone gently striking metal with an object. The rhythm was peculiar. 2 short knocks, one long, followed by a pause, then repetition. He sat up slowly, his hand reaching for the work badge at the bedside, the only item in the room that could serve as a weapon. The noise ceased. Lu Ming waited for a minute, yet it did not return. He stealthily descended from the bed and approached the door, pressing his ear against it. Outside, only the distant rumble of the furnace could be heard, accompanied by the whispering wind threading through the crevices of the metallic structure, producing a mournful whistling sound. The earlier noise had vanished. He returned to his bed, unable to find rest again. The wound on his left arm throbbed subtly, and the scratch on his face burned fiercely. He closed his eyes, his mind flooded with images from the day, the shattered destroyer, the sparks that nearly struck him, and Old Chun's mechanical hand gripping the steel plate. Second-class worker, he murmured to himself. By 5:50 the following morning, Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the platform. The dawn had yet to break, and the shipyard's overhead simulation system remained in nighttime mode, with only a few blue navigation lights flickering. The work platform was deserted. The cutting machines and toolboxes locked in an iron cabinet in the corner, the key with Old Chun. Leaning against the railing, Lu Ming gazed at the Naninia-class destroyer. In the dim light, it resembled a fallen giant beast. The scars on its hull had transformed into deep black shadows, and the exposed pipelines resembled veins laid bare. The cavernous gash in the middle of the hull, pierced by the insectoid creatures, appeared ominously dark and bottomless. He recalled Old Chin's words. Some areas inside are still deemed too hazardous to enter. What lies within? Good morning, a voice called from behind. Lu Ming turned to see Old Chin approaching with a toolbox in hand, still clad in his deep blue work uniform. His mechanical left hand carrying the box while his right held a data pad. Good morning, Lu Ming replied. Old Chin did not inquire why Lu Ming arrived so early. Instead, he walked to the iron cabinet, unlocked it, and retrieved the cutting machine, checking the energy readings. Lu Ming observed closely as Old Chun meticulously inspected the gun barrel. Cable connections, heat sinks, and every button on the grip. You'll be cutting in Zone B today. Old Chun handed him the cutting machine, gesturing to the other side of the hull where the panel was relatively smooth, making it easier to cut. Where's Zone B? Old Chun turned the data pad towards him. The screen displayed a three-dimensional model of the hull, with different areas marked in various colors. He pointed to a green section. Here. It's far from the break and structurally stable. Lu Ming accepted the cutting machine, feeling slightly more adept than the previous day. At least psychologically. That hole. He couldn't help but ask. The large gash in the middle of the hull. Can one enter? Old Chin paused momentarily in his actions. You wish to go inside? Just asking. Only those above the third level, equipped with protective gear, are permitted to enter. Old Chin closed the toolbox and remarked. If you wish to perish, feel free to jump in and test your fate. I assure you, you won't last more than 10 seconds. Why? Residual radiation, Old Chin replied. The acidic spores of the insectoid species contaminate metals, and the radiation levels in that area are sufficient to render you unconscious within 3 minutes and cause organ failure within half an hour. Moreover, there may be remnants of insectoid corpses that, despite being lifeless, still harbor biological toxins. Lu Ming shivered. So, don't wander off, Old Chin glanced at him. The task for a level 1 worker is merely to cut the outer shell. The radiation levels there are comparatively low and relatively safe. When you ascend to level 3, others will naturally inform you of what you ought to know. At 6 o'clock sharp, other workers began to arrive at the platform. Lu Ming counted. And with himself and Old Chun, there were a total of 17 individuals. Most were taciturn, merely nodding at one another before heading off to gather their tools. A few clustered together, whispering while occasionally glancing in Lu Ming's direction. Who are those people? Lu Ming asked quietly. Old Chin scanned the group. Members of other teams. That bald man is called Iron Hammer. His team achieved the highest output last month and received an additional reward. Indeed, the man named Iron Hammer was conspicuous. Not merely due to his baldness, but because of his imposing physique. Towering above the others, his broad shoulders seemed capable of tearing through his work attire. His arms were adorned with scars and tattoos. He was engaged in jovial banter with his subordinates, his booming voice occasionally punctuated with expletives. Iron Hammer seemed to sense Lu Ming's gaze and turned to face him. Their eyes met. Iron Hammer flashed a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He gestured with a tilt of his chin and made a slicing motion across his throat before resuming his conversation. What did he mean by that? Lu Ming inquired. He means to warn you to be cautious, Old Chun replied nonchalantly. This workshop has a monthly performance ranking, and the bottom teams incur point deductions. As a newcomer and an injured worker, you lower our team's average efficiency. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cutting machine. I will catch up. You had better. Old Chun replied. Now, let us get to work. Indeed, Zone B was more manageable than the area from yesterday. The hulls here were relatively intact, and the weld seams between the steel plates were orderly. Lu Ming adjusted the power of the cutting machine, narrowing the beam for a more precise incision, which demanded a steadier hand. After cutting the first steel plate, he inspected the edge. It was far neater than yesterday's, with smooth edges and only a few minor burn marks. He glanced at Old Chun, who was focused on cutting another plate, and did not look this way. Lu Ming dragged the steel plate to the collection area at the edge of the platform, where other teams' cut plates were already piled. He noticed each plate bore a label indicating its number and the worker's ID. He fetched a label sticker, wrote his worker ID 0715, and affixed it to the corner of the steel plate. Returning to the hull, he selected his next target. This plate was larger, approximately 3 meters wide, with the outline of a hatch, though the door was long gone, leaving only an empty void. Lu Ming measured the plate, noting it was secured by 6 weld points, requiring him to cut around its perimeter. He activated the cutting machine. The beam sliced through the metal, vaporizing it, and sending plumes of smoke into the air. The visor automatically darkened to shield his eyes. Lu Ming moved his arm, slowly advancing along the edge of the hatch. As he transitioned to the third welding point, a sound reached his ears. It was not the clamor of cutting nor the distant roar of the furnace, but rather a low, resonant hum emanating from deep within the ship's hull, sending a tingling sensation through his feet. Lu Ming halted his actions and switched off the cutting machine. The humming persisted, seemingly intensifying. He glanced at Old Chun, who had also ceased his work, fixated on the hull. The other workers on the platform gradually stopped as well. "What is happening?" someone inquired. A voice from the hammering area swore, "Damn it, here we go again." The hum abruptly transformed into a shrill wail, reminiscent of metal straining to its utmost limits. The hull began to tremble, and fine metal shards cascaded from above. "Retreat!" Old Chun shouted. All the workers swiftly withdrew to the inner side of the platform. Chapter 48. The gaping hole in the hull. Lu Ming observed that around the large hole in the hull, the metal plates were visibly warping and bulging, as if something were attempting to emerge from within. The wailing reached a crescendo, piercing their eardrums with its intensity. Then, with a tremendous roar, a plume of black smoke erupted from the gaping hole, mingled with sparks and metal debris. The shockwave swept across the platform, striking Lu Ming like a forceful blow, causing him to stagger backward. The black smoke continued to erupt for several seconds before gradually dissipating. An eerie silence enveloped the platform. Lu Ming coughed, brushing off the dust that had settled on him. He gazed at the hole, now observing that the edges of the opening had been further torn, resembling a twisted iron flower. "Damn it," the hammerer spat. "This is the third time this month." "What is it?" Lu Ming asked Old Chun. "Residual energy leakage." Old Chun replied, his gaze fixed on the opening. "A certain energy storage unit within the ship has not completely failed and overloads periodically. The military's hazard response team has visited twice, declaring the structure too unstable to explore further." "What now?" "We wait for it to burn itself out," Old Chun stated. "Or for the day it detonates more violently, collapsing that entire area." He turned and walked back to his cutting machine as if nothing had transpired. The other workers gradually returned to their stations. Lu Ming remained rooted in place, casting another glance at the black void. The smoke continued to waft outward, resembling a dying serpent in the dim light. He recalled the knocking sounds from the previous night. Thud, thud, thud. Could it be connected to the recent explosion? "Get back to work," Old Chun's voice called out. Lu Ming took a deep breath and raised the cutting machine once more. During the lunchtime break, Lu Ming did not see Old Chun on the platform. He took his nutrient supplement and settled in a relatively quiet corner. The wounds on his face and arms still ached, but they were somewhat improved compared to the previous day. He opened the nutrient supplement, squeezing out half a tube and consuming it slowly. On the other side of the platform, the hammerers group had gathered, their voices resonating loudly. "If you ask me, we should apply to have that wrecked ship towed away," a tall, lean worker exclaimed. "Explosions every few days. Who can stand it? Where would we tow it to?" The hammerer replied, gnawing on a synthetic meat pie, a meal fit for workers of grade 2 or above. "Our workshop is the only one handling the destroyer. If it gets towed away, we'll all be reassigned to the furnace to move ingots. Are you willing to do that?" The tall worker fell silent. Moreover, Iron Hammer lowered his voice, yet Lu Ming could still hear him. "I have heard that there are still some valuable items aboard that vessel." "What items?" he inquired. "The recorder from the command cabin," Iron Hammer replied. "It's an older model of the Naninia class, utilizing a physical storage core. If we could extract it intact, it would be worth this much." He extended 5 fingers. 500 points? Someone asked. 5,000. Iron Hammer grinned. "That should be enough for our entire team to advance to the second level, and we could enjoy synthesized meat for 3 months. However, the command cabin lies deep within the ship's structure, requiring a level 3 worker to access it. Therefore, we must devise a means to elevate ourselves to level 3. Iron Hammer scanned his subordinates. "This month, we must secure first place in performance. Achieving first place grants us extra points and allows us to apply for an early assessment." While he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming lowered his head, feigning ignorance. 5,000 points. He recalled the pitiful 15 points on his work badge. If only he could obtain that recorder. "Stop dreaming," Old Chun's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Lu Ming looked up to find Old Chun seated beside him, holding a nutrient solution. "Did you hear Iron Hammer's words? He is merely spinning tales. The command cabin is located at the most critical point of the ship. To reach there, one must traverse at least 3 security zones, each equipped with operational defense systems. Last month, 2 level 3 workers attempted entry, one lost a leg, and the other is still lying in the medical station, his mind fried by radiation." Lu Ming fell silent. Furthermore, Old Chun bit into his nutrient solution. "Even if you did manage to obtain it, do you think you could keep it for yourself?" The workshop supervisor, the safety officer, The military representatives, layer upon layer of exploitation, would leave you with maybe 500 points. But 5,000 points. Lu Ming countered. That is the official purchase price. Old Chun regarded him intently. But that is contingent upon it being extracted intact. Do you understand what intact means? The storage core must be without a single blemish. The casing must be unscathed, and the interfaces must remain unaltered. Do you believe that is feasible? That vessel was pierced by the bug race and has been dragged for half a year. It is a chaotic mess inside. Lu Ming remained silent. Here. Survival outweighed the pursuit of profit. After finishing his nutrient solution, Old Chun crumpled the empty tube in his hand. People like Iron Hammer will inevitably perish in their avarice. Do not emulate him. The afternoon cutting session proceeded more smoothly. Lu Ming gradually mastered the technique, reduced the power slightly, slow the movement speed, and steady his hands. The fifth steel plate he cut had an almost perfect incision, its edges as smooth as if machined. As he dragged the steel plate to the collection area, the supervising foreman cast a couple of extra glances. 0715. Is this yours? The foreman, a bald old man wearing thick glasses, asked. Yes. The old man scanned the steel plate with a device, measured the incision, and recorded the data. Completeness 92. Quite good. With this quality, each piece can earn you an additional 2 points. Lu Ming's heart quickened. How much? Base 20, plus a quality bonus of 2 points, making it 22 per piece. The old man did not look up. How many have you cut today? This is the 5th piece. You could cut 3 or 4 more this afternoon. The old man tapped a few times on his data panel. Today, you should be able to earn approximately 170 to 180 points. An improvement over yesterday. Lu Ming felt his heart race. 180 points. If one can maintain this efficiency, do not rejoice too soon. The old man cast a glance at him. There are not many boards in Zone B that are easy to cut. Tomorrow, you may have to head to Zone C or D, where the cutting is difficult and the integrity will not be up to par, resulting in fewer points. How can one consistently remain in Zone B? The old man chuckled, revealing a sparse set of teeth. Either you must lead your group in performance, gaining priority in zone selection, or you must offer favors to the supervisor. Which do you possess? Lu Ming tightened his lips. Young man. The old man remarked as he put away the data board. Here, everything must be seized. Seize the easier tasks, seize the complete components, seize the opportunities for advancement. Those with a soft heart cannot survive. With that, he moved on to the next collection point. Lu Ming stood still, watching the old man's retreating figure, then glanced at the group in the distance, led by Hammer, who were also cutting in Zone B, specifically the most even section. His 4 subordinates collaborated around a massive ship hull section, their efficiency evidently surpassing that of other groups. Priority in zone selection. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Half an hour before quitting time, an unexpected incident occurred. Not on Lu Ming's side, but with Hammer's group. They were cutting a steel plate with portholes. The reinforced glass had long shattered, leaving only the metal frame. Midway through, the frame suddenly detached, causing a large section of the hull to cave inward, and the entire plate burst away from its fixed point, slamming towards the platform like a door. Get out of the way. Hammer's voice shifted in pitch. Among his 4 subordinates, 3 reacted swiftly, rolling and crawling to safety. However, the lanky one was a beat slow and was swept by the edge of the steel plate. Crack! The sound of a clean fracture echoed. The lanky man fell, screaming, his left leg twisted at an unnatural angle. The plate crashed onto the platform with a deafening roar, causing the entire structure to tremble. Everyone rushed over. Old Chun was at the forefront, with Lu Ming trailing behind. By the time they arrived, the lanky man was pale with pain, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. My leg. Don't move. Old Chun crouched down to examine him. Both the tibia and fibula were broken, and there might be internal bleeding. He looked up at Hammer. Call for the medical team. Hammer's face turned ashen as he pulled out his communicator, barking a few commands. 5 minutes later, a circular medical hover platform arrived, flashing red lights. 2 medical personnel secured the lanky man and swiftly transported him away. Silence enveloped the platform. Hammer glared at the troublesome steel plate and suddenly kicked it. Damn. The plate did not budge, and his boot produced a dull echo. The foreman approached, inspected the scene, and recorded on the data board, Group 0712, 1 workplace accident. Deducting 100 points from the group. Damage to the hull structure incurs an additional 50-point deduction. Hammer whirled around. Why is that? It was an accident. According to Safety Regulation Article 37, the old man's expression remained unchanged. Cutting a plate with portholes must first involve removing the frame. You violated the protocol. I will deduct another 50 if you continue to argue, the old man stated. Hammer clenched his teeth, his fists cracking, but he refrained from speaking further. The old man then turned to Lu Ming and the others. That will be all for today. You may leave early. Tomorrow, we shall commence at 6 as usual. The workers silently gathered their tools. As Lu Ming returned the cutting machine to the iron cabinet, he overheard the group from the hammer speaking softly not far away. This is it. Our performance is bound to plummet. The thin monkey will need at least 2 months of rest, and with one less person in our team, our output will surely lag behind. Should we find a way to get rid of that newcomer? One voice was lowered. Didn't Scarface say that at the end of the month, the group with the worst performance would have to cut the least competent member? If that kid is worse than us, shut up. The hammer's voice was firm. I have my own plans. Lu Ming closed the cabinet door and locked it. Old Chen approached, handing him his work badge. Your points have been credited today. Check for yourself. Lu Ming swiped the badge. The screen lit up. Today's points, 228176. Total points, 191. 191. He stared at the number for a few seconds. Tomorrow. Old Chen warned. Be careful. Careful of what? The hammer. Old Chen glanced toward the direction the group had departed. His team had sustained injuries, and the likelihood of them ending up at the bottom was quite high. To avoid being cut, he might cause misfortune for other teams. Lu Ming recalled the words he had just heard. Are you saying he will target us? Not us. But you. Old Chen turned towards the elevator. You're the newcomer, and you're injured. You're the one most likely to encounter an accident. As the elevator descended, Lu Ming gazed outside at the darkening night. The shipyard's ceiling simulation system switched to dusk mode, casting a deep red light upon the hull, the scars resembling freshly formed scabs. By the time he returned to the metal shed, the night was completely dark. Lu Ming closed the door, enveloping the room in total darkness. He felt his way to the edge of the bed and sat down, retrieving a metal sphere from his pocket. The sphere was warm, with the starlight within the glass beads swirling, seemingly faster than the previous night. The charging progress should be nearly complete. He clenched the iron ball, focused his mind, and attempted to activate the light gate. No response. Almost there. Lu Ming pressed the iron ball against his forehead and closed his eyes. He wished to inform Professor Zhang Jingguo that he had discovered a new location, filled with numerous shipwrecks and abundant items to send back. He wanted to ask how the motherland was faring, whether the war was still ongoing, and if everyone was all right. He also wished to inquire about the research on the energy core. However, the light gate refused to open. He could only wait. The night deepened. Lu Ming lay down, forcing himself to sleep. He needed to rise early tomorrow, cut steel plates, and be cautious of the hammer's group. He had to survive. He needed to accumulate points. Advance to a level 2 worker. He needed to enter the ship and find something of value. He needed to return home. In a half-dream state, he once again heard that sound. Thud, thud, thud. It emanated from outside the walls, maintaining the same rhythm as the previous night. Lu Ming abruptly opened his eyes, holding his breath. The sound ceased. He waited for a minute, then 2. It did not return. In the darkness, he stared at the ceiling until his eyes grew weary. He lost track of time before finally closing his eyes again. This time, he dreamt of standing in the command cabin of a Nanminya-class destroyer, surrounded by flickering control panels. A voice whispered in his ear, "Retrieve the recorder." He turned to see Hammer standing behind him, brandishing a bloodstained wrench. "Newcomer," Hammer grinned. "Hand it over." Lu Ming felt an urge to flee, yet his legs remained immobile. Hammer raised the wrench and swung it down, awakening Lu Ming from his nightmare. Outside, the dawn at the shipyard had just begun, casting a dark blue light into the room. He sat up, drenched in cold sweat. The identification badge on the bedside flickered, displaying the time, 5:10 a.m. Chapter 49. The first counterattack at 6:10 a.m. Lu Ming cut his first steel plate of the day. The incision was precise, the edges smooth. As he dragged the steel plate to the collection area, the foreman, an elderly man, cast a glance and noted it on the data board. 0715. Completeness 90, quality acceptable. Lu Ming remained silent and turned towards the next piece. His movements were swifter and steadier than the previous day. The injury on his left arm still throbbed, yet it no longer hindered his grip on the cutting machine. The scratch on his face had scabbed over, itching, but he resisted the urge to scratch. At the other end of the platform, Hammer's group was also hard at work. Following an injury, only 4 members remained. Yet their efficiency had not waned. Hammer himself had assumed the cutting position. His calloused hands gripped the cutting machine, his movements rough yet effective. As the beam sliced through the metal, creating deep, straight cuts, Lu Ming observed that Hammer's cutting area was now alarmingly close to his own. The 2 cutting zones, previously separated by several meters, had been shifted by Hammer to within 5 meters of Lu Ming's position. Old Chen noticed this as well. He approached and tossed a bundle of new cables at Lu Ming's feet, lowering his voice. "Be cautious. They are encroaching on your space." "Why?" Lu Ming feigned ignorance. "Creating an accident," Old Chen replied. "For instance, accidentally dropping a cut plate on you, or carelessly allowing the cutting beam to sweep over your way." As long as it does not result in a fatality, the foreman may merely deduct a few points from them. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cutting machine. What should I do? Keep your distance, Old Chin advised, or outpace them. Lu Ming opted for the latter. He selected his next piece. A curved hull plate affixed to the side of the ship, resembling a massive fish scale. Such plates were challenging to cut, as their curvature caused the beam to scatter, necessitating constant angle adjustments. However, a high completeness score would yield additional points. Lu Ming adjusted the power of the cutting machine, setting the beam to a medium thickness. He crouched down and began from the lower left corner, slowly advancing along the curve. The beam made contact with the metal, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Molten metal dripped, sparking tiny flames on the platform floor. He concentrated intently, his eyes fixed on the point of contact, his hands steady as if welded to the machine. 3 minutes later, the first weld seam was severed. He shifted to the lower right corner. At that moment, he overheard a conversation from Hammer's group. That piece, yes. Push it over there in a moment. The voice was faint, yet Lu Ming caught it. He did not turn back, continuing his cutting. But from the corner of his eye, he noticed one of Hammer's subordinates cutting a large rectangular steel plate, measuring at least 4 meters wide. If it were to fall, it would land directly on Lu Ming's current position. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He quickened his pace, the beam slicing through the metal with greater swiftness. As the second cut reached halfway, he heard a metallic creaking sound behind him, indicating that the rectangular steel plate had become dislodged. Be careful, Old Chin's voice echoed from a distance. Lu Ming reacted almost instantaneously, shutting off the cutting machine, lunging forward, and rolling to the side. Boom. The rectangular steel plate crashed down to the spot where he had just crouched, its edge a mere 20 centimeters from his feet. The shockwave reverberated, causing his ears to buzz, while metallic shards rained down upon his work attire. A hush fell over the platform, all eyes drawn to the scene. Lu Ming rose, brushing the dust off himself, and gazed at the steel plate, which was wedged at an angle on the platform, one end still attached to the hull, the other embedded in the metal flooring. Had he not evaded in time, the consequences could have been dire. The crew from the Hammer team approached, feigning concern. Oh dear. Are you all right, newcomer? How did that plate just fall? You nearly scared me to death. I apologize, it was unintentional. Lu Ming paid them no mind, instead focusing on the foreman who was making his way over. The old man surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed. He examined the steel plate, glanced at the Hammer crew, and finally turned to Lu Ming. Are you injured? No, Lu Ming replied. The foreman noted on his data board, Group 0712, operational error led to steel plate falling, nearly causing workplace injury, 50 points deducted. The Hammer team's expression shifted. Foreman, this was truly an accident. The welding point was rusted and just fell apart upon contact. Why didn't you check the welding point before cutting? The foreman interjected. Safety regulation number 22 mandates that the workpiece's stability must be inspected prior to cutting. You have violated protocol. The Hammer team leader clenched his jaw, refraining from further argument. The foreman turned back to Lu Ming. Continue your work. Exercise caution. The crowd dispersed, and Lu Ming returned to the previously untouched curved steel plate. It remained there, unscathed. He restarted the cutting machine, the beam illuminating once more. This time, his hands were steadier. By the time the lunch whistle blew, Lu Ming had completed 7 steel plates. He removed his helmet, his hair drenched as if he had just emerged from water. His work attire clung to him, soaked through. Approaching the water basin, he splashed his face with cool water, feeling somewhat revitalized. Old Chun handed him a nutrient supplement. This morning, you managed 7 plates, all of commendable quality, he remarked, at this pace. You might break the record today. Lu Ming squeezed half a tube of the nutrient into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. What about the Hammer team? 5 plates, Old Chin replied. They were short 1 person and slowed down due to the earlier incident. However, they will catch up in the afternoon. Why? Because the Hammer team is desperate, Old Chin stated, glancing at the group in the distance. With one of their own injured and points deducted today, their performance was at risk of falling to the bottom by the month's end. To preserve his position as team leader, he would employ any means necessary. Lu Ming silently finished the remaining nutrient supplement. He recalled the dream from the morning, where the Hammer team leader wielded a bloodied wrench, hurling it at him. I'll switch areas this afternoon, he declared. To where? Old Chin inquired. The entire B zone has limited easy-to-cut plates. The Hammer team occupies the best spots. If you move to zone C or D, your efficiency will drop by at least 30%. What should I do then? Old Chin remained silent for a few moments, intently gazing at Lu Ming before finally uttering, Follow me. He rose and proceeded toward a secluded corner of the platform, with Lu Ming trailing behind. In that corner stood an abandoned tool cabinet, its doors rusted shut. Old Chun grasped the handle with his mechanical hand and forcefully twisted it, producing a sharp crack as the lock mechanism broke. He pulled open the cabinet door to reveal a jumble of old parts and cables. Crouch down, Old Chun instructed. Lu Ming complied. From the bottom of the cabinet, Old Chun retrieved an object wrapped in cloth. Unwrapping it revealed a palm-sized metallic box. Its surface bearing signs of wear yet appearing remarkably sturdy. What is this? Lu Ming inquired. A signal jammer, Old Chun replied, handing the box to Lu Ming. It's short range. Effective within a 10-meter radius. When activated, all wireless communication and electronic devices within that distance will malfunction for 3 seconds. Lu Ming accepted the box, feeling its weight. Where did you acquire this? He asked. I salvaged it from the wreckage of a drone, Old Chun explained. I initially intended to trade it for points, but never found a buyer. Now it's yours. Why give it to me? Lu Ming questioned. Because I find you irritating. Old Chun stated flatly, his disdain for Iron Hammer even more pronounced. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the box. How does it work? Quite simple. Press this button. Old Chun indicated a red button on the device. But remember, it can only be used once. This is military equipment, and I've repaired it with civilian parts. It won't withstand a second use. Once is sufficient. Old Chun lowered his voice, and do not let anyone see it. Possessing military gear is a serious offense. If caught, you could lose at least 500 points, or worse, be thrown into the furnace. Lu Ming tucked the box into the inner pocket of his work attire, securing it close to his body. Thank you, he said. Old Chun waved his hand dismissively. Do not thank me. If you get caught, I will deny ever giving you anything. He turned and walked back to the break area. Lu Ming remained where he was, feeling the cool metal of the box against his skin, which soon warmed with his body heat. He glanced over at Iron Hammer's group, who were engaged in a loud reprimand, with several audible phrases. You must catch up this afternoon, or else. Lu Ming averted his gaze and made his way to the edge of the platform, where an entrance to a maintenance passage awaited. The door was locked, but a shadowed area beside it provided sufficient concealment from any prying eyes on the platform. He needed to contact his homeland. The energy charge for the metal sphere should be complete. Stepping into the shadows, he turned his back to the platform and retrieved the metallic sphere from his pocket. The sphere felt warm, and the starlight within the glass orb swirled rapidly, resembling a miniature vortex. He concentrated and recited silently. Open the light gate to contact Professor Zhang Jingguo. The sphere vibrated, and a faint glow emanated from the glass orb, expanding in the air to form a light point the size of a fist. This point quickly enlarged, transforming into a basin-sized portal. On the other side lay the familiar sights of a laboratory, yet something felt amiss. The space was devoid of personnel, with only the instruments humming to life. Lu Ming waited a few seconds, but no figure appeared. Professor? He called out, lowering his voice. There was no response, and his anxiety surged. The light gate could only remain open for a brief moment. Waiting any longer would result in its closure. In haste, he withdrew a note from his work attire. A simple account of his predicament that he had penned the previous night, complete with a rough sketch of the shipyard and the battleship. He tossed the note into the light gate. At the very moment the note vanished, a figure burst into the laboratory. It was Li Wei. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were swollen, as if she had just been weeping. Upon seeing the light gate, she froze for a second before rushing over. Lu Ming, is that you? Sister Li Wei? Lu Ming hurriedly replied, Where's the professor? How is our homeland? The professor is in an emergency meeting, Li Wei's voice trembled. Lu Ming, we have deciphered the energy core you sent back, but it has also brought us trouble. What trouble? The 9-nation allied forces have learned of it. Li Wei was on the verge of tears. They attacked our offshore research platform yesterday and stole some of our data. Now they are assembling a fleet in the Pacific, claiming they will completely eliminate the threat. Lu Ming's mind buzzed. Then the professor. The professor said we need more technology, and we need it faster. Li Wei wiped her face. Lu Ming, where are you now? Are you safe? Can you send back more? Lu Ming glanced at the platform behind him and lowered his voice. I'm at a shipbreaking yard, surrounded by many warship wrecks. But I'm currently a level 1 worker, so I can only cut the outer shell. I can't access the interiors. You must get inside, Li Wei urged. The professor said if we can obtain a complete warship weapon system or power system, we can create equipment to counter the allied forces. However, the light gate began to flicker, its edges growing unstable. We don't have enough energy, Li Wei shouted. Lu Ming, we've prepared new equipment for you. A powered exoskeleton that will enhance your strength and endurance. And a basic medical kit. Catch. She turned and grabbed a package from the experimental table, tossing it through the light gate. The package passed through the gate and landed at Lu Ming's feet. It was small, resembling a climbing backpack. Lu Ming, you must be careful. You must survive. Li Wei's voice was drowned out by the humming of the light gate. The gate flickered violently before vanishing with a pop. The metallic sphere dimmed, and the starlight within the glass orb slowed its rotation, entering a charging state once more. Lu Ming stood rooted to the spot, staring at the place where the light gate had disappeared, his mind filled with Li Wei's words. The 9-nation allied forces had attacked the research platform. They were gathering a fleet. The homeland needed technology, and it needed it swiftly. He bent down to pick up the package, which felt heavy, at least 20 kilograms. He unzipped it and glanced inside. There was a set of silver-gray metallic supports, neatly stacked, along with several small boxes that presumably contained accessories and medical supplies. He quickly zipped it back up, hiding the package in the shadows beside the maintenance corridor door, covering it with a few scrap metal plates. After completing this, he returned to the rest area, his heart racing. Old Chen glanced at him. "You don't look well." "I'm fine," Lu Ming replied, sitting down with slightly trembling hands. His mind replayed Li Wei's words repeatedly. "We must get inside the complete warship weapon system or power system." But he was currently just a level 1 worker, unable to even access the hull. The whistle signaling the start of the afternoon shift sounded. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the cutting machine, his movements somewhat stiff, his mind in disarray. The crew handling the hammer had already taken their positions and began cutting. Indeed, their pace had quickened this afternoon. The beam moved swiftly across the ship's hull, slicing off steel plates that were then dragged away. Lu Ming forced himself to concentrate. He selected a new steel plate and activated the cutting machine. The beam illuminated. Upon reaching the third section, a mishap occurred on the hammer's side once again. This time, it was not the steel plate that had fallen, but rather a cable that had inadvertently swung into his path. As Lu Ming was making the final incision on a plate, he suddenly stumbled over a thick cable that lay across his feet, nearly causing him to lose his balance. He staggered forward, the cutting machine slipping from his grasp. Cursing under his breath, he lunged to catch the machine, but the beam had already swept across the hull, leaving an unsightly burn mark on the steel plate. This piece was ruined. Lu Ming switched off the cutting machine and turned to glare at the source of the cable. One of the hammer's subordinates stood there, feigning innocence while collecting the cable. "Oh dear, I apologize. The cable was too long. I didn't notice." The foreman approached, inspecting the damaged steel plate, his brow furrowed. 0715. "What happened?" "He tripped over my cable." The subordinate interjected hastily. I shouted for him to be careful, but he didn't hear. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on him. "You didn't shout at all." "How could I not shout? Everyone heard me." The subordinate glanced at his team. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, he did shout. Several times, in fact. The newcomer wasn't paying attention. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cutting machine, his knuckles turning white. Chapter 51. Vowing to obtain the box, the foreman glanced around and noted on the data board, 0715, operational error resulting in damage to the workpiece. Deduct 20 points. 0712 team, improper cable management, deduct 10 points. The subordinate grinned, as if trading a deduction of 10 points for Lu Ming's 20 was a lucrative deal. Lu Ming remained silent, turning towards the next steel plate. Yet, his hands trembled, not from fear, but from anger. At 3 in the afternoon, an opportunity presented itself. While Lu Ming was cutting a steel plate embedded with pipes, he noticed something reflecting deep within the pipe. He switched off the cutting machine and leaned down for a closer look. It was a metal box, wedged tightly between the pipe and the hull. Roughly the size of a briefcase, adorned with the Imperial Army's eagle insignia. A military supply box. Lu Ming's heart raced. Such boxes typically contain precision instruments or critical components, and if he could extract it intact, it would be of considerable value. However, the box was firmly lodged, requiring the surrounding steel plates to be completely cut away for retrieval. He estimated that it would take at least an hour, and any mistakes during the cutting process could result in the box falling deep within the hull, rendering it irretrievable. He glanced at the hammers group. They were busy cutting a large plate and were oblivious to his actions. Lu Ming decided to take a gamble. He adjusted the power of the cutting machine, narrowing the beam to its finest setting, and began to meticulously cut around the box. The first incision was successful. The second incision went smoothly. As he approached the third cut, he heard footsteps approaching. The hammer was coming over. Discovered a treasure? The hammer squatted beside Lu Ming, peering into the pipe. A military supply box, in good condition. If it's intact, it could be exchanged for a significant number of points. Lu Ming ignored him and continued cutting. The hammer did not leave, remaining there to observe. His subordinates gathered around, partially encircling Lu Ming. The pressure intensified. Sweat pooled in Lu Ming's palms. The beam traversed the metal surface, requiring his utmost concentration, devoid of distractions. Yet, the hammer incessantly prattled nearby. "You're new. Your skills are lacking. Look at that crooked cut. Be careful not to ruin the box. Shall I assist you? We could split the earnings." Lu Ming gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear. As he reached the fourth cut, the box began to loosen. He braced the edge with his foot to prevent it from sliding. With his left hand free, he attempted to adjust the cutting angle. At that moment, The hammer inadvertently kicked a loose metal plate. The plate slid over and struck Lu Ming's calf. His body jolted, and the cutting machine slipped from his grasp. "Watch out!" Old Chen's voice bellowed from afar. However, it was too late. The machine flipped through the air, its beam not aimed at the box, but rather at the stack of steel plates where the Hammer S group had assembled them. Searing sounds erupted as the beam sliced through several already cut plates, leaving deep burn marks. Those plates were rendered useless. The Hammer's face turned an ashen hue. "You bastard!" he barked, seizing Lu Ming by the collar. The foreman rushed over. "What is going on? Let go." The Hammer released Lu Ming but glared at him with a ferocious intensity. The foreman inspected the damaged plates, glanced at Lu Ming, and finally turned to the Hammer. "What happened?" "He did it on purpose," the Hammer shouted. "He ruined our Group S plates. He kicked the plate that hit me," Lu Ming retorted. "Nonsense. Who witnessed it?" The Hammer looked to his subordinates, who all shook their heads in disapproval. The newcomer couldn't steady the cutting machine. "We all saw it. He did it intentionally," the Hammer's men insisted. Old Chen approached and stood beside Lu Ming. "I saw you kick the plate." The Hammer's expression changed. The foreman surveyed both sides, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating, "There are no surveillance cameras here. Each party has their own narrative. However, the damage to the plates is undeniable. These plates belong to Group 0712, so points will be deducted from 0715. He manipulated the data board. 0715, damaging another's labor output, deduct 50 points. Group 0712. Improper stacking of materials, deduct 10 points. That's unjust," Lu Ming blurted out. The foreman shot him a glance. "Here, I am the embodiment of fairness." With that, he departed, leaving the two factions in a standoff. The Hammer glared at Lu Ming, grinning maliciously as he lowered his voice. "Newcomer, this is merely the beginning. By the end of the month, I will ensure you are expelled from this workshop." Lu Ming clenched his fists. The Hammer and his subordinates departed, leaving a parting kick to the military supply box, which became lodged in the pipeline, unmoving. Lu Ming stood rooted in place, staring at their retreating figures. Old Chen patted his shoulder. "Get back to work." "I know," Lu Ming began, but Old Chen interrupted. "So, I advise you to be cautious." For the remainder of the afternoon, Lu Ming worked slowly, replaying the scene in his mind, the Hammer kicking the plate, the cutting machine slipping, the destruction of the steel plates, and the foreman's bias. It was profoundly unjust, yet he felt powerless. He was merely a novice worker, lacking connections or support, with no right to lodge a complaint. At 5:30, the whistle signaling the end of the workday sounded. Lu Ming returned the cutting machine to the iron cabinet and secured it. Today, he severed 12 steel plates. However, due to the damage incurred and the penalties imposed, the actual points he earned were rather meager. He swiped his work badge, and the screen displayed today's points: 212, 264, deduction for damages, 50, net points, 214, cumulative points, 405. 405. He remained far from achieving the status of a second-tier worker. He approached the elevator and, as he passed the maintenance passage, cast a glance at the package concealed in the shadows. A gift from his homeland. An exoskeleton, capable of enhancing strength and endurance. How much would his cutting efficiency improve if he donned it? Yet, he dared not take it now, as there were still individuals on the platform tidying up their tools, and the group with the hammer had yet to depart. So he waited. He lingered until he was the sole occupant of the platform, until the overhead simulation system transitioned to twilight mode, casting a dark red hue over everything. He stepped into the shadows, lifted the scrap metal sheet, and retrieved the package. It felt weighty in his hands. He unzipped it to unveil the exoskeleton, a sleek silver-gray metallic framework, elegantly designed, with intricate mechanical structures at the joints. Accompanying it was a black bodysuit, presumably intended as a cushioning layer worn beneath. Lu Ming shed his work attire and donned the bodysuit. The fabric was thin yet remarkably elastic, snug against his form without constricting him. He then began to fit the exoskeleton. The framework extended from his back along the spine, branching out into 4 segments that enveloped his torso, further extending to his limbs. The joints automatically locked into place with a subtle click. Once fully equipped, Lu Ming sensed an increase in weight. The exoskeleton itself bore heft. However, when he attempted to swing his arm, he discovered minimal resistance, almost imperceptible. He clenched his fist, and the mechanical structure of the exoskeleton responded in unison, tightening around his hand, transmitting strength back to his muscles. He picked up a discarded metal pipe from the ground. It was heavy. Ordinarily, he would struggle to lift it with both hands. Yet now, he effortlessly raised it with one hand. He experimented with it, swinging the pipe through the air, which cut through it with a whistling sound. His strength had increased at least 3-fold. Lu Ming set down the metal pipe and gazed at the Nininia-class destroyer. Its hull glimmered with a cold light in the dusk, and the scars upon it resembled gaping mouths. He recalled Li Wei's words. The complete ship's weapon systems or power systems must be accessed. Now, he possessed a measure of leverage, but it was insufficient. He needed more, an opportunity. An opportunity to silence the hammer once and for all. Lu Ming removed the exoskeleton, carefully folded it, and returned it to the package, concealing it once more in the shadows. He donned his work uniform and made his way to the elevator. As it descended, he glanced at the military supply crate, still lodged in the pipe, untouched by anyone. Tomorrow, he would cut it free. Regardless of whatever tricks the hammer might have up his sleeve, he was determined to secure that crate. Chapter 52. The initial experience of the exoskeleton. At 4 a.m, Lu Ming awoke, not stirred by noise, but by his own consciousness. Lying in bed, he stared at the pitch-black ceiling, mentally rehearsing the plan for the day. Step 1. Don the exoskeleton. Step 2. Sever the military supply crate. Step 3. Avoid direct confrontation with the hammer. Step 4. Seek an opportunity to transport the crate back to his homeland. Every step entails risk, particularly the third. Yesterday, when Hammer departed, his gaze resembled that of a vengeful beast. Lu Ming understood that today, that fellow would undoubtedly seek trouble. He sat up, groping in the darkness to retrieve his package from beneath the bed. The exoskeleton glimmered faintly, reflecting a metallic sheen in the shadows. He donned the form-fitting suit and adeptly fastened the exoskeleton to his back, torso, limbs, the sound of the joints locking echoing distinctly in the silence. Fully equipped, he attempted to move. He found himself more accustomed than the previous night. The intelligent system of the exoskeleton seemed to be adapting to his motion patterns, offering reduced resistance and more precise feedback. He clenched his fist, and the mechanical structure tightened in sync, a surge of strength coursing from his arm muscles to his shoulders. He removed the exoskeleton and returned it to the package, concealing it once more. Then, he sat at the edge of the bed, awaiting dawn. At precisely 6 o'clock, Lu Ming was the first to arrive at the platform. The supervisor had yet to arrive, and Hammer's crew had not shown up either. Only a few scattered workers were preparing in the distance. Lu Ming opened the iron cabinet and retrieved his cutting machine, checking the energy reading. It was fully charged. He approached the pipe from yesterday and peered inside. The military supply crate remained lodged tightly within, a thin layer of dust coating its surface. The eagle insignia still discernible in the dim light. Up early to work. A voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned to see Old Chun approaching with a toolbox. Today, Old Chun had changed to a new pair of gloves, fresh insulating tape wrapped around the mechanical fingers of his left hand. The sooner you start, the sooner you finish, Lu Ming remarked. Old Chun glanced at the crate within the pipe. Are you planning to cut this today? Yes. An hour might be pushing it, Old Chun estimated. Observing the thick steel plates surrounding the crate and the complex structure of the pipe, a misstep could damage the crate. I am confident, Lu Ming replied. Old Chun regarded him quietly for a moment, then patted his shoulder before heading to his workstation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming activated the cutting machine. The beam illuminated the surroundings. He did not immediately cut into the crate, but first addressed the obstructive broken pipe supports and some loose metal fragments. Clearing these debris would allow for a better view of the crate's securing points. He proceeded with caution, the beam gliding closely along the edge of the crate. Although he had yet to don the exoskeleton, the sense of strength from yesterday lingered in his muscle memory, rendering his hands steadier than usual. The first securing point was severed. The crate loosened slightly, but remained stuck. Lu Ming adjusted his angle, preparing to cut the second point. Just then, he heard heavy footsteps approaching, deliberately slow. Hammer had arrived. He swaggered over with 3 subordinates, crossing his arms and observing in silence. Lu Ming pretended not to notice and continued cutting. The second beam sliced through the metal, sparks flying onto the crate without causing any damage. Oh, the newcomer seems to be improving, Hammer finally spoke, his tone laced with mockery. Yesterday, you damaged our steel plates, and today you can tackle such intricate work? Lu Ming ignored him. I'm talking to you. Hammer stepped closer. Lu Ming shut off the cutting machine and turned to face him. What do you want? There's something. Hammer grinned. This area was already targeted by our crew yesterday. According to the rules, first come, first served. Step aside. Rules? Lu Ming fixed his gaze on him. Which rule? My rule. A subordinate behind Hammer stepped forward and tapped the adjacent hull with a cutting machine. What Hammer desired was his to claim. Do you understand? Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cutting machine. In the distance, Old Chin's voice resonated. Hammer, get to work. Don't waste time. Hammer turned around. Old Chun. This is none of your business. The overseer has arrived. Old Chun pointed towards the platform entrance. The old overseer ambled over, a data pad in hand. Hammer clicked his tongue, shot Lu Ming a glare, and turned to leave with his subordinates. However, they did not venture far. commencing their work a mere dozen meters away. Casting furtive glances in this direction, Lu Ming restarted the cutting machine. He was aware that Hammer would not relent, but at least for now, he had managed to buy himself some time. At 9:30 in the morning, Lu Ming severed the third fixed point surrounding the crate. The crate had loosened by 70%. Yet the most critical part, the bottom, was still lodged against a thick beam with a diameter of at least 15 centimeters. Cutting directly would risk transmitting high temperatures into the crate, potentially damaging its contents. He needed to devise another approach. As he pondered, the overseer approached. 0715. The old man glanced at the datapad. Your efficiency today is lacking. You've only cut 3 panels this morning. I'm dismantling this crate. Lu Ming gestured towards the pipeline. The old man squatted to inspect. The military supplies crate is in decent condition. However, you are spending too much time. At this rate, you may not complete the basic workload today. I will make up for it. Best you do. The old man stood up. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I will check your progress for the day. If it's below 10 panels, points will be deducted. He departed. Lu Ming glanced at the time. There were 5.5 hours until 3 o'clock. He needed to cut at least 7 steel plates in that time, in addition to resolving the crate. The pressure surged. He gritted his teeth, deciding to set the crate aside and focus on cutting the steel plates. He walked towards another section, selecting a relatively flat hull plate. He activated the cutting machine, and the beam projected forth. This time, he donned a helmet, not a standard mask, but an exoskeleton-compatible helmet. Inside, a miniature display showcased cutting angles, power, estimated time, and other data. He adjusted the beam's thickness and aligned it with the weld seam. The exoskeleton's arm supports responded in sync, counteracting the cutting machine's recoil. His hands were remarkably steady, and the beam traced a straight path across the metal, barely trembling. In 30 seconds, the first seam was cut. This was at least 50% faster than usual. He moved to the next seam, repeating the action. The second seam took 20 seconds. The third, 25 seconds. The entire steel plate detached from the hull, the cut smooth as a mirror. Lu Ming glanced at the helmet's display, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Typically, this would require at least 3 minutes. He dragged the steel plate away, affixed a label, and immediately turned to the next one. By 11 o'clock, he had completed 6 steel plates. Adding the 3 from earlier, the total reached 9. At this pace, finishing 10 before 3 in the afternoon posed no challenge. Yet he did not pause. Chapter 53. The green liquid. He noticed that Hammer's group had been observing him intently. With each piece of metal he sliced, Hammer's expression grew increasingly grim. When the midday break signal sounded, Lu Ming had just completed his 11th steel plate. He removed his helmet, and beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. The exoskeleton's cooling system was operational, releasing a gentle breeze from behind. Yet the intensity of the labor left him thoroughly drenched. Old Chin approached, offering him a nutrient supplement, and whispered, "You are cutting too quickly this morning." "Isn't that a good thing?" Lu Ming inquired. "It draws too much attention," Old Chin replied. "Hammer's group managed only 8 plates all morning. Your pace surpasses theirs, and they will devise ways to impede your progress." Lu Ming glanced towards Hammer's direction. Hammer was fixated on him, his gaze filled with not only ire but also a hint of confusion. Perhaps he could not fathom why this clumsy newcomer from yesterday had suddenly transformed into a different individual today. "What can they do to slow me down?" Lu Ming asked. "There are numerous methods," Old Chin explained. "For instance, they might create a sudden noise to distract you while you are cutting, or they could carelessly let a cable fall at your feet. Alternatively, they could file a complaint with the foreman about your supposed violations, even though you have done nothing wrong. The investigation would waste your time." Lu Ming silently consumed the nutrient supplement. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the work signal sounded. He donned his helmet once more and made his way to the cutting machine. His objective for the day was crystal clear: to slice 5 more plates before 3 o'clock. Then focus intently on that box. The first plate was a success. The second plate went smoothly as well. However, as he began cutting the third plate, Hammer's group sprang into action. The 4 members simultaneously activated their cutting machines, cranking the power to its maximum. For thick beams of light sliced through the hull, producing a cacophony 3 times louder than usual. The piercing, high-pitched shrieks filled the platform. Although Lu Ming's helmet had noise-canceling features, the overwhelming volume still distracted him. He forced himself to concentrate, yet the trajectory of the beams faltered slightly. The cut was not perfectly straight. He switched off the cutting machine and took a moment to steady his breathing. Hammer's group continued unabated, showing no signs of diminishing the noise. Several workers from other groups cast disapproving glances, yet none dared to speak up. The foreman approached. 0712, lower the power. "But sir, this plate is thick. We must use high power." Hammer retorted, his tone assertive. The foreman furrowed his brow, observing that indeed, Hammer's group was cutting through an exceptionally thick armor plate. He felt unable to counter and simply walked away. The noise persisted. Lu Ming inhaled deeply and restarted the cutting machine. This time, he heightened the noise-canceling level of his helmet. The external sounds were largely filtered out, leaving only the rhythm of his own breathing. The beam illuminated once more. He moved his arm, relying solely on the data feedback from the helmet's display regarding angles, distances, and power. Everything was guided by numbers. The exoskeleton provided stable support, and his hands were no longer trembling. The third steel plate was cut flawlessly. He dragged the plate away without even glancing at Hammer's group. The fourth and fifth plates followed. By 2:40 in the afternoon, he had completed his 15th steel plate of the day, exceeding his targets. He switched off the cutting machine and headed towards the pipe opening. The box remained lodged, its bottom caught on the beam. He crouched down to scrutinize the situation and discovered a narrow gap between the beam and the box, just wide enough for a thin blade. Recalling the multi-tool knife that old Chun had given him the previous day, he retrieved it from his pocket, unfolding the thinnest blade. With determination, he extended his arm into the conduit. The motion was awkward, as the opening was constricted. He had to position himself sideways, his arm twisting uncomfortably. The joints of his exoskeleton emitted faint sounds of adjustment, accommodating the pose. He inserted the blade into the crevice, cautiously probing until the tip encountered something solid. It seemed to be the box's locking mechanism. Gently, he pried it. A soft click echoed. The box shifted slightly, changing his angle. He pried again. Another click. The box's bottom was completely freed from the beam. Now, it remained precariously held by mere friction on its sides. He retracted his arm and picked up the cutting machine. Cutting was unnecessary now. He merely needed to direct the beam gently along the sides of the box to induce slight thermal expansion, allowing it to slide free. Lowering the power, the beam transformed into a slender line. He aimed at the left side of the box, applying a brief touch for a second. The metal warmed and expanded. He then targeted the right side, repeating the procedure. The box began to slide. Reaching in, he grasped the handle and pulled with vigor. Clang. The box was dragged out of the conduit and landed heavily on the platform floor, weighing at least 30 kilograms. Apart from the eagle emblem on its surface, a line of small text read, Precision Instruments, Shockproof and Magnetic Shielding, Logistics Department, 7th Fleet. Military grade, and sourced from the front lines. His heart raced. Inspecting the exterior, he noted only superficial scratches. Overall, it remained intact. The lock was a mechanical combination, beyond his ability to open. But the absence of damage suggested the contents were likely unharmed. He glanced at the time, 2:50 p.m. 10 minutes remained until the supervisor's inspection. He needed to hide the box immediately. On the platform, a few discarded material barrels, typically used for metal shavings, caught his eye. Utilizing the assistance of his exoskeleton, he swiftly lifted the box and approached an empty barrel, placing it inside and covering it with a layer of debris. Having completed this task, he returned to his workstation. Feigning continued cutting. At 2:55 p.m., the supervisor appeared punctually. He assessed the progress of each group, recording notes on his data board. Upon reaching Lu Ming, he glanced at the number of steel plates in the collection area, nodding in approval. 15 pieces, exceeding expectations. What about the quality? He inquired, randomly selecting 2 pieces and examining their cuts with a scanner. Integrity at 93 and 91, quite commendable. The supervisor tapped a few notes into the data board, stating, You'll earn a considerable score today. Just as he was about to leave, he abruptly halted, directing his gaze at Lu Ming. What of the box? A pang of anxiety gripped Lu Ming, yet his expression remained stoic. What box? The military supply box. The supervisor's stare intensified. I saw you dismantling it this morning. Did you succeed? No. Lu Ming shook his head. It was too challenging. I abandoned the effort. The supervisor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him for several seconds before glancing at the conduit. Indeed, the box had vanished. Abandoned it? He reiterated. Yes, it was too time-consuming. Lu Ming suggested cutting several more steel plates. The old supervisor did not inquire further. He merely nodded and proceeded to the next group. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, yet he was acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. The foreman was no fool. He undoubtedly harbored suspicions. However, without evidence, it was unwise to say anything. Half an hour before the end of the afternoon shift, an unexpected incident occurred. This time, it was not a hammer at play, but a genuine accident. On the opposite end of the platform, a group of workers was engaged in cutting a massive ship structure, the outer shell of an Aminia-class engine compartment, exceeding half a meter in thickness. Midway through the process, a dull explosion reverberated from within. Boom. While not particularly loud, the shockwave sent tremors throughout the entire platform. Almost immediately, a fissure appeared in the engine compartment's outer shell, from which a dark green liquid erupted. It was coolant. Toxic. Someone shouted. The liquid splattered onto the platform, instantly producing billowing white smoke. The metallic floor was corroded, leaving pockmarks, and a sharp, acrid scent permeated the air. Evacuate. Everyone, evacuate. The supervisor's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. The workers abandoned their tools and rushed toward the lift. Lu Ming, too, grabbed the cutting machine and dashed towards the iron cabinet. Tools must be returned, or penalties would ensue. He secured the cabinet and glanced back. The pool of green liquid was spreading, having already engulfed a corner of the platform. More alarmingly, it appeared that something was writhing within the liquid. Hurry! Old Chun grasped his arm, pulling him along. The lift was packed with people, the iron door shut, and began its descent. Lu Ming peered through the iron bars toward the platform. The green liquid had spread near a row of material barrels, including the one where he had concealed the box. His heart sank. If the box was corroded, the lift reached the bottom floor, and the workers surged out, racing toward the safe zone. Lu Ming was swept along with the crowd, unable to do anything but follow. He looked back once more. On the platform, the pool of green liquid continued to extend. Chapter 54. The box was corroded. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Ming returned to the metal shed. The shipyard had issued a temporary ban. Workshop No. 7 was closed for 24 hours due to a toxic substance leak to facilitate cleanup. All workers were given a day off, with operations resuming the day after tomorrow. For Lu Ming, this was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing was that he had an entire day to deal with the box. The curse was that the box might have already been corroded. He sat on the bed, replaying the afternoon's events in his mind. The speed at which the green liquid spread, the positioning of the material barrels, the depth of the box within the barrel. He estimated that the liquid had likely seeped into the barrel. However, the box contained military supplies and should have undergone anti-corrosion treatment. Furthermore, there was a layer of debris within the barrel, which might serve as a buffering effect. He needed to return to inspect it. Yet, the platform was sealed off, with safety personnel on duty, rendering entry impossible. He lay down, closing his eyes. The exoskeleton was still donned, though he had not removed it. The suit was quite breathable, making it comfortable enough to sleep in. He needed to remain combat-ready at all times. As the night deepened, Lu Ming remained awake, waiting for an opportunity. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he sat up, quietly opening the door. The hallway was deserted, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a dim green glow. He pressed himself against the wall, making his way to the window at the end of the corridor. Beyond the window lay the exterior wall of the workshop, equipped with a maintenance ladder for climbing. During the daylight hours, he had observed that by exiting through this window and ascending 3 stories, he could reach a maintenance passage beneath the platform. This passage was likely to lead to the platform itself. He pushed open the unlocked window. The dilapidated structure of the shipyard meant many window locks were broken. The night breeze surged in, carrying a metallic scent mingled with chemicals. He craned his neck for a glance outside. The exterior presented a sheer metal wall, the maintenance ladder rusted, yet seemingly sturdy. Below him lay an abyss. The flickering glow of the furnace at the bottom dancing in the darkness, akin to the eyes of hell. Taking a deep breath, he swung himself out of the window. The magnetic boots of his exoskeleton activated, securing themselves to the metal surface. He did not need to rely solely on the maintenance ladder, granting him greater agility. He ascended like a gecko. Reaching the 3-story height took him 3 minutes. Upon arriving at the entrance of the maintenance passage, he discovered the door was locked. But it was an antiquated mechanical lock. From his work uniform pocket, he retrieved a set of military tools and selected a slender lock-picking tool. This had been given to him by Old Chun, who had insisted it would prove useful one day. He inserted the tool into the lock and turned it slowly. Click! The lock sprang open. He pushed the door ajar and slipped inside. The passage was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of a distant emergency light. It was narrow, accommodating just one person, flanked by hefty pipelines and cables. He proceeded along the corridor, recalling his memory. He knew the passage should lead to a maintenance shaft beneath the platform, from which he could ascend to the platform itself. After traversing approximately 50 meters, he spotted the light ahead, filtering through the grating of the maintenance shaft. He quickened his pace. Upon reaching the base of the maintenance shaft, he paused, straining his ears for any sound. There were noises above, mechanical sounds indicating the operation of a cleaning robot, accompanied by the rushing sound of liquid, likely flushing the platform. Safety personnel might be present, or perhaps not. He waited a few minutes, but the sounds remained unchanged. Gradually, he climbed the maintenance shaft's ladder and pushed open the grating cover. The cover was heavy, yet his exoskeleton allowed him to ease it open just enough. Peering through the gap, he observed 2 cylindrical cleaning robots on the platform, spraying a white foam over an area contaminated by green liquid. The foam reacted with the liquid, producing more white smoke. There were no safety personnel in sight. Presumably, they assumed the toxic area would deter anyone from approaching, hence only the robots were deployed. Lu Ming pushed the grating cover aside, climbed up, and gently replaced it. He moved stealthily within the shadows, quickly locating the material barrel. It had toppled over. Likely dislodged by the liquid, debris was strewn across the ground, and a box had rolled out, lying 2 meters away from the barrel. The surface of the box was smeared with green liquid and was emitting smoke. A sense of dread washed over Lu Ming. He hurried over, picked up a discarded steel pipe from the side, and used it to nudge the box, flipping it over. The bottom was also corroded, though to a lesser extent. The metal shell of the box had an anti-corrosive coating. Although it was eroded, it had yet to penetrate through completely. He glanced around to see the cleaning robots still busy at work in the distance, oblivious to his presence. He swiftly removed one of the gloves from the exoskeleton, which also possessed protective capabilities, and enveloped his hand with it to grasp the box. It was heavy, yet manageable. Cradling the box, he quickly made his way towards the maintenance shaft. Just as he reached the mouth of the shaft, preparing to descend, a mechanical voice echoed behind him. Unauthorized personnel detected. It was a cleaning robot. It had spotted Lu Ming, its cylindrical body rotating as the scanning light illuminated the area. Lu Ming had no time to ponder. He leaped directly into the maintenance shaft. Thud! He landed on the corridor floor, the exoskeleton's cushioning system activating, his knees slightly bending to absorb the impact. He immediately turned around and closed the grating cover. The sounds of the robot's movements resonated above, its scanning light beam penetrating through the gaps of the grating. Clutching the box, Lu Ming pressed against the wall, remaining utterly still. After a few seconds, the robot seemingly concluded that the target had vanished and ceased its scanning. The sounds of movement faded away. Lu Ming exhaled with relief. He glanced down at the box in his arms. The surface was still emitting smoke, though it had significantly diminished. He wiped it with his glove, revealing the eagle emblem. There was still time. He cradled the box and hastened back. Upon returning to the metal shed, it was already 3:30 in the morning. He locked the door and placed the box on the bed. Then, he rummaged through his pack to retrieve a medical kit containing small bottles of cleaning agent and protective cloth. He first laid the protective cloth beneath the box to prevent the corrosive liquid from damaging the floorboards. Then, he sprayed the surface of the box with the cleaning agent. The agent reacted with the green liquid, producing a thicker white smoke accompanied by a pungent odor. Lu Ming held his breath and continued to spray. Minutes later, the liquid was neutralized. The surface of the box was marked with patches of white corrosion, yet the shell remained intact. The lock was also unharmed, and the combination dial still turned. Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He examined the overall structure of the box. Aside from surface damage, there was no evident deformation. The contents inside should be safe. The pressing question now was, how to open it? The mechanical combination lock eluded him. He did not know the code. Forcing it open could potentially trigger a self-destruct mechanism, a common design in military boxes. After some contemplation, he resolved not to take that risk. The best course of action was to have the entire box sent back to his homeland, allowing experts there to open it. He retrieved a metal sphere. The charging process should not have been completed yet, but he decided to give it a try. Clenching the iron ball, he focused his mind, connect with Professor Zhang Jingguo to transmit the item. The metal sphere warmed slightly. The starlight within the glass orb began to swirl, albeit at a slow pace. A soft glow emanated, forming a point of light in the air. The point expanded to the size of a fist, then halted. It was insufficiently large to transmit the box. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming concentrated further. The light portal gradually widened, and upon reaching the size of a basin, it began to flicker violently, its edges unstable. Professor, Lu Ming whispered urgently. On the other side of the light portal, an image of the laboratory materialized. This time, it was not Li Wei, but Professor Zhang Jingguo himself. The professor appeared a decade older, with more gray hair and pronounced bags under his eyes. Upon seeing Lu Ming, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming, are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Ming quickly replied. Professor, I have found a military supply box that may hold significant value, but I cannot open it and need to transmit it in its entirety. How large is the box? The suitcase was of substantial size, weighing approximately 30 kilograms. Zhang Jingguo glanced at the shimmering portal. The energy is insufficient, Lu Ming. The portal is unstable and can sustain for no more than 5 more seconds. Attempt to push the suitcase through, though I cannot guarantee its complete transmission. 5 seconds. Lu Ming cast a glance at the suitcase, then at the flickering portal. It was a gamble. He hoisted the suitcase, aimed it at the portal, and thrust it with all his might. As the suitcase traversed halfway through the portal, it began to contract violently. Hurry! Zhang Jingguo shouted from the other side. Lu Ming exerted every ounce of strength to push. The suitcase successfully passed through the portal, vanishing from the laboratory. Simultaneously, the portal closed. The iron sphere dimmed, plunging into a state of complete dormancy. Lu Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He had succeeded. The suitcase had been delivered. Lying on the floor, he stared at the pitch-black ceiling and suddenly erupted into laughter. He could not stop, despite the wounds on his face, the aches throughout his body, and the looming challenges he might face the following day from the foreman. Yet he had achieved it. He had secured the suitcase and returned it to his homeland. This marked his first true victory since arriving at the shipbreaking yard. As he laughed, tears streamed down his cheeks. He wiped his face and sat up. Outside the window, dawn was approaching. Chapter 55. The cost of the suitcase. On the third day after the suitcase was transmitted, Lu Ming awaited the recharging of the iron sphere. During these 3 days, 2 significant events transpired at the shipbreaking yard. The first, the platform had been cleared, and the green coolant had been completely neutralized. However, the contaminated area required a replacement of the metal flooring, extending the work period by an additional day. Consequently, the workers enjoyed an extra day of leave. The second, the foreman, Hammer, had been reassigned. Not all had been removed, but Hammer himself was transferred to the furnace workshop due to repeated violations of safety protocols, which posed a risk. His 3 subordinates remained, dispersed to other teams. The exact reasons were shrouded in mystery, yet rumors circulated that during the investigation of the incident, the supervisor discovered that the cutting operations conducted by Hammer's team had grossly violated regulations. They had failed to drill pressure relief holes in a thick armor plate, opting instead for a direct cut to expedite progress, resulting in an internal pressure explosion that ruptured the cooling pipes. Deservedly so, was Old Chen's assessment. He remarked this while assisting Lu Ming in inspecting the wear on the joints of the exoskeleton within the metal shed. Lu Ming remained silent, fully aware that the situation was far from simple. Hammer had been violating protocols for quite some time, and the supervisor had previously turned a blind eye. The sudden severity of the response indicated that there were underlying reasons. However, he did not wish to delve deeper. Hammer's departure was a boon for him. The joint wear was minimal, albeit insufficiently lubricated. Old Chen retrieved a small oil can from his toolbox and applied a few drops of oil to the exoskeleton's drive shaft, emphasizing the need for regular maintenance due to its high precision. "I will teach you next time." "Thank you," Lu Ming replied. Old Chen glanced at him. "Have you disposed of that suitcase?" Lu Ming's heart tightened, yet he maintained a calm facade. "What suitcase?" "The military supply box." Old Chen set down the oil can. "I noticed it was missing during the evacuation. The barrel had also toppled. The traces of liquid corrosion indicate that the box had been tampered with." Lu Ming fell silent. "I did not report it." Old Chen continued. "But the supervisor is bound to notice." He refrained from elaborating, not due to a lack of evidence, but because the matter concerning the hammer required immediate attention. "As for that box, I do not care how you handle it." Old Chen interjected. "Let me say this. Here, any anomaly will be observed. You must exercise greater caution in the future." He tidied up his toolbox and prepared to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, he paused and turned back. "By the way, work resumes tomorrow. There will be newcomers to fill the gap left by the hammer." "Who?" "I do not know." Old Chen opened the door, adding, "Regardless of who it is, keep your distance. Here, trust is a luxury you cannot afford." The door closed. Lu Ming sat on the bed, gazing at the meticulously donned exoskeleton. The silver-gray metallic framework gleamed with a cold light in the dim illumination, and the lubricant at the joints reflected faint glimmers. This apparatus was indeed exquisite. Over the past 3 days, he had worn it for various tests: strength, endurance, and agility, all enhanced beyond threefold. While cutting steel plates, he could lift the cutter with one hand and work continuously for 2 hours without fatigue. Yet, as Old Chen remarked, this device was too conspicuous. He resolved to wear it only during critical moments, relying on his own skills for regular cutting tasks. He removed the exoskeleton, carefully wiped it clean, and returned it to its packaging, concealing it deeper beneath the bed. Then, he retrieved the metal sphere. The charging was complete. The starlight within the glass orb resumed its normal rotation, and the sphere radiated warmth. He grasped the iron ball tightly, focusing his mind. A light gate materialized. This time, it was stable, roughly half a meter in diameter. On the other side of the gate, Professor Zhang Jingguo sat at the experimental table, holding an open metallic box, the very one Lu Ming had transmitted. "Professor," Lu Ming whispered urgently. Zhang Jingguo suddenly looked up, spotting the light gate, and immediately approached. His eyes were red-rimmed, as if he had been deprived of sleep for an extended period, yet they sparkled with remarkable brightness. "Lu Ming, you are safe." The professor's voice quivered. "We have received the box. How are you? Are you injured?" "I'm fine. The liquid did not touch me," Lu Ming replied quickly. "Is what's inside the box useful?" "Extremely useful," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. It contains the fault diagnosis module for the shipborne fire control system. With a completeness of 95. Although the model is outdated, the underlying technological principles are still applicable. Our weapons specialists have been researching it for 2 days and nights and have made significant breakthroughs. Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's good. Lu Ming, do you understand what this means? Zhang Jingguo leaned closer to the light gate, lowering his voice. With this module, we can reverse engineer the fire control logic of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's warships. Our missiles and laser weapons accuracy could improve by at least 50. The pressure on the front lines will be significantly alleviated. How is the war faring on the front lines? Lu Ming inquired. Zhang Jingguo's expression darkened momentarily. Not well. The fleet of the 9-nation allied forces is advancing towards the East China Sea, and there was a minor skirmish yesterday. Our new warships have not been fully deployed, and we can only rely on existing equipment to withstand the assault. He paused, looking at Lu Ming. However, everything you have sent back is changing the course of the battle. That energy core has resolved our energy bottleneck, and this fire control module will address the accuracy issues. Lu Ming, you are a hero of our homeland. Lu Ming felt a pang of emotion and quickly lowered his head. I merely did what was necessary. No, you have contributed more than anyone else, Zhang Jingguo replied, lifting a tablet from the workstation to show Lu Ming. Behold, this is the next-generation individual combat system we designed based on the technology you sent back. It is lighter and more powerful than the exoskeleton you currently use and integrates communication, reconnaissance, and medical functions. The tablet displayed a three-dimensional design of a streamlined black armor, exuding a sense of futurism. Once we construct a prototype, it will be sent to you, Zhang Jingguo continued, though he hesitated for a moment. What is it, Professor? The front lines are in urgent need of a particular technology, Zhang Jingguo said gravely. The coalition fleet has developed a new electronic warfare system capable of interfering with our radar and communications. We require the technical principles of an anti-jamming module. Lu Ming, can you find something similar on your end? Lu Ming's mind raced. On the Naninia-class destroyer, such modules should be installed in the command or electronic warfare compartments. But he was merely a first-level worker and could not even access the hull. I will do my best, he replied. Do not overexert yourself. Zhang Jingguo interjected immediately. Safety comes first. Lu Ming, our country needs you alive. It needs you to continuously and consistently deliver technology. Do not risk everything for immediate needs. Do you understand? Lu Ming nodded. I understand. The portal began to flicker, indicating that the energy was running low. Lu Ming, we have prepared new supplies for you, medical kits, nutritional agents, and a set of simple tools. Catch. A package was tossed through the portal. Lu Ming caught it. It was lighter than the last. Take care. Zhang Jingguo shouted in parting. You must survive. The portal closed, and the iron sphere dimmed. Clutching the package, Lu Ming sat in the darkness, motionless for a long time. The following morning, Lu Ming arrived at the platform half an hour early. The platform had been repaired. The contaminated area was fitted with new metallic flooring, slightly lighter in color than the surrounding area. A faint scent of chemical cleaners lingered in the air, but it was not overpowering. An elderly supervisor stood in the center of the platform, holding a data pad, accompanied by a stranger. The newcomer was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, tall and slender, clad in a brand-new gray work uniform, devoid of any group insignia. He had his head bowed, hands clasped behind his back, and exhibited a reserved demeanor. As Lu Ming approached, the elderly supervisor glanced at him. 0715, come here. Lu Ming stepped forward. This is the new recruit, employee number 0720. The old man indicated the young man. He has been assigned to your team, under Old Chen's supervision. Please look after him. The young man raised his head briefly to meet Lu Ming's gaze before quickly lowering it again. Hello, my name is Shaolin, he spoke softly, his voice revealing palpable nervousness. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming. Shaolin had previously worked as an assistant in the furnace workshop and had some foundational knowledge, though he had never engaged in cutting. The elderly supervisor instructed Lu Ming, Old Chen isn't here yet. You should familiarize him with the environment and teach him the safety protocols. Understood. After the supervisor departed, Shaolin continued to bow his head, his fingers entwined nervously. Lu Ming studied him for a few seconds. How old are you? 19, Shaolin replied. Why were you transferred to the ship dismantling yard? Shaolin paused in silence, his voice barely above a whisper. I made an error in the furnace workshop and nearly fell into the molten pool. The supervisor said I was too timid and ill-suited for the high-temperature environment, so I was reassigned. Lu Ming remained silent, leading Shaolin on a tour of the platform, introducing various areas: the cutting zone, the collection area, the tool cabinet, emergency exits, and the location of the medical station. Shaolin listened intently, nodding occasionally. Yet he dared not meet Lu Ming's gaze. The basic operation of the cutting machine will be taught to you when Lao Chen arrives, Lu Ming stated. But you must memorize the safety regulations now. He retrieved a small folded booklet from his work uniform pocket, a gift from Lao Chen, filled with safety precautions. The first rule, Lu Ming opened the booklet, is that at no time should the cutting machine's nozzle be directed at a person, including oneself. Xiaolin nodded vigorously. The second rule states that before cutting, one must check the workpiece's fixation, surrounding environment, and cable positioning. The third rule mandates wearing a helmet and adjusting the face shield to an appropriate tint. Lu Ming recited each rule, and Xiaolin diligently noted them. Midway through, Lao Chen arrived. Upon seeing Xiaolin, he merely nodded before addressing Lu Ming. Today's workload is heavy. The platform has been idle for 3 days, and we are required to make up for lost progress. Each person's basic workload has increased to 20 steel plates. 20 plates? Lu Ming frowned. What about quality requirements? No changes, Lao Chen replied. But those who fail to meet the target will have their points deducted at double the rate. The pressure intensified. Lao Chen glanced at Xiaolin. You should head over to the tool cabinet and inspect the cutting machines, replenish the energy. If you encounter difficulties, ask me. Relieved, Xiaolin hurried off. This child. Lao Chen shook his head. He's been frightened out of his wits in the furnace workshop. Can he manage the work? I'm not sure, Lao Chen admitted. But since he has been assigned to our team, we must guide him. Today, you should cut a bit more to compensate for his shortcomings. Lu Ming nodded. The work whistle sounded. Lu Ming approached his usual cutting zone, Zone B, and activated the cutting machine. Today, he decided to forego the exoskeleton and observe for a day. Assessing the situation, he cut the first steel plate with precision. After 3 days of inactivity, his technique felt somewhat rusty, but he quickly regained his rhythm. The cut was neat, with an integrity estimated at over 90%. As he began the second plate, he glanced over at Xiaolin. Lao Chen was instructing him on how to grip the cutting machine. Xiaolin held the device with both hands, trembling violently, causing the beam to sway erratically across the hull and leaving behind a crooked mark. Relax, Lao Chen advised. Apply pressure with your wrist, keep your arms steady. Xiaolin nodded, but his trembling intensified. Lu Ming redirected his focus to his work. By 10 in the morning, Lu Ming had completed 8 steel plates. Although his efficiency was slightly lower than before, the quality remained stable. In contrast, Xiaolin had managed to cut only 1 plate in 2 hours, with a dismal cut quality estimated at below 60%. When the foreman approached to inspect, his furrowed brow could have crushed a fly. 0715. The foreman remarked to Lu Ming, your team's progress today is somewhat sluggish. The newcomer needs time to adapt, Lu Ming explained. Time waits for no one, the foreman noted. Scribbling on the data board. Your team's basic workload remains at 20 plates, but the newcomer can be assigned half, 10 plates. The remaining 30 will be split between you and Lao Chen. 30 plates. Lu Ming assessed the situation in his mind. Old Chen typically managed to cut 12 to 13 pieces a day, while he himself could achieve around 15. Together, they totaled 27 pieces, still 3 short. I will make up the difference, he declared. The old man glanced at him and asked, is your left arm healed? Almost, Lu Ming replied. Don't push yourself too hard, the old man cautioned before moving on to the next group. During the lunch break, Lu Ming finished cutting his 11th steel plate. Old Chen had completed 6, and Xiaolin had managed only 2. The second was slightly better than the first but still deemed subpar. The 3 men sat in the break area, silently consuming their nutritional supplements. Xiaolin ate very little, squeezing only half a tube and holding the remainder in his hand. Staring blankly at the ground. Can't eat? Old Chen inquired. Xiaolin shook his head, then nodded, finally murmuring, I'm dragging you down. Quit talking nonsense. Old Chen retorted. In the afternoon, push harder. Aim for 5 pieces. If the quality isn't there, at least make up the quantity. My hands are shaking. I can't control them. Then practice until they stop shaking, Old Chen said sternly. Here, no one is obligated to do your work for you. If you can't manage, go back to the furnace workshop, or better yet, straight into the furnace. Xiaolin trembled and lowered his head. Lu Ming cast a glance at Old Chen, whose expression remained impassive. As the afternoon work commenced, Lu Ming quickened his pace. He understood that exceeding his quota today was essential to compensate for Xiaolin's shortfall. He chose the easiest steel plates to cut, increased the power, and prioritized speed over precision. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. By 3 in the afternoon, he had completed his 18th steel plate of the day. Old Chen had cut 10, and Xiaolin had managed 4, albeit of poor quality. At least their numbers were up. They were still 8 pieces short. With 2 hours left before quitting time, Lu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and focused on his next target, a complex curved plate that typically required at least 20 minutes to cut. However, today he needed to compress that time to under 15 minutes. He powered up the cutting machine. As the beam illuminated, the platform suddenly vibrated. It was not an explosion, but rather a low-frequency tremor emanating from deep within the ship's hull. Almost immediately, a creaking sound of metal distortion echoed from somewhere in the ship's structure. All the workers halted their tasks, turning towards the source of the noise. It originated from the midsection of the vessel, near that ominous black hole. A massive section of the hull was slowly deforming, concaving inward as if pressed by an invisible hand. "Retreat!" shouted the foreman. The workers quickly withdrew. The indentation persisted for several seconds before, with a resounding crash, the entire plate collapsed inward, revealing a dark void behind it. Dust and debris erupted forth. As the dust settled, Lu Ming beheld that beside the black hole, a new aperture had formed. The diameter of this new hole was approximately 3 meters, its edges twisted, leading into an unfathomable abyss. "Damn, here we go again," someone muttered under their breath. The foreman approached swiftly, using a scanner to inspect the opening. A few minutes later, he turned back and called out, "Radiation levels are normal. No toxic gases. This is a newly exposed compartment." He looked at the workers. "Who will go in to investigate?" No one moved. They all understood that an unknown compartment meant unknown dangers. There could be machine gun traps, radiation leaks, or perhaps remnants of the insectoid species. The foreman frowned. "Enter to explore, and you will be rewarded with 100 points. Upon discovering valuable items, an extra reward of 100 points was offered. Many were intrigued, yet none dared to be the first. Lu Ming gazed at the dark, gaping entrance, recalling Professor Zhang Zhengwo's words. "We require the technical principles of counter-interference modules." Such a module could very well reside within the electronic warfare or command compartments of the warship. The newly exposed chamber might be one of them. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. "I will go." All eyes turned to him. Old Chun grasped his arm. "Are you out of your mind?" "I need the points," Lu Ming replied. "Which is more important, points or life?" "Both are important." Lu Ming broke free from Old Chin's grip and approached the foreman. "I am going in, but I need a helmet, lighting, and a radiation detector." The foreman regarded him and nodded. "That is acceptable. There's an exploration kit in the tool room. Go retrieve it." Lu Ming collected his gear from the tool room, an enhanced helmet equipped with powerful lighting and air filtration, a handheld radiation detector, and a military combat knife, not a cutting tool, but a weapon for close combat. Fully equipped, he advanced toward the entrance. The metallic edge of the opening was still quite sharp, and he cautiously slipped inside. The interior was a narrow passage, presumably a maintenance duct within the ship's hull. Pipes lined both sides, some severed and dangling. The ground was thick with dust and debris, yielding softly beneath his feet. The beam from his helmet sliced through the darkness. Lu Ming proceeded cautiously, the radiation detector firmly in hand, its readings consistently within the safe range. After traversing approximately 20 meters, he encountered a door ahead. The door was designed to be airtight, yet it had warped and jammed within its frame, leaving only a narrow gap. Lu Ming pushed with all his strength, but the door refused to budge. He retrieved a hydraulic expander from his tool bag, also part of the exploration kit, and wedged it into the crevice of the door, activating it. With a groan of metal, the door was forcibly pried open just enough for him to pass through. He squeezed through sideways. Inside was a chamber, modest in size, roughly 30 square meters. Against the wall stood a row of control consoles, all dark. Scattered across the floor were documents, components, and several skeletal remains, human remains, clad in Imperial military uniforms, now weathered to skeletons. Judging by their postures, they had suffered sudden deaths. Some lay sprawled across the consoles, while others had collapsed onto the floor. A tightness gripped Lu Ming's heart. He checked the radiation levels and found them normal. The air composition was also normal, devoid of toxic gases. But how had these individuals perished? Approaching one of the skeletons, he noticed a hole in the skull, not a bullet wound, but rather a corrosive injury with irregular edges. The insectoid species. He recalled Old Chun's words. This ship was boarded by the insectoid species, and the interior was under siege for 3 days. These individuals must have been the crew, dying at their posts. Lu Ming shifted his gaze to the control consoles. The markings on the consoles were faded, yet he could distinguish several keywords: communication, detection, interference. The electronic warfare compartment. His heart raced. The counter-interference module was likely here. He began to search. The drawers of the consoles were locked, and he pried them open with force. Inside, he found mostly paper documents, operation logs, equipment manuals, and duty records, along with a few scattered electronic parts, all severely damaged. There was no complete module to be found. He remained undeterred, continuing his search. In the corner of the chamber stood a storage locker, its door locked. Employing a hydraulic expander, he pried it open. Inside lay several metallic boxes of varying sizes, which he opened one by one. The first contained a spare battery, leaking acid, The second held repair tools, rusted and dilapidated. When Lu Ming opened the third box, he paused. Inside was a black metal cube, roughly the size of a hand, adorned with interfaces and indicator lights. A label affixed to the inner side read, ECM-7 Anti-Jamming Core Module, Spare. He had found it. He carefully extracted the module, finding it light, approximately 1 kilogram. Its exterior was intact, showing no visible damage. The indicator light was off, yet the interfaces were free of corrosion. He placed it in his exploration backpack and zipped it up. Just as he prepared to depart, he heard a sound, a faint rustling emanating from the depths of the chamber. There was another door, ajar, leading into deeper darkness. Gripping his short knife tightly, Lu Ming advanced cautiously. The space beyond the door was smaller, resembling a storage room. It was cluttered with boxes and the desiccated corpse of a bug-like creature. Its exoskeleton had turned a dark brown, its 6 legs curled inwards, while a massive wound on its head suggested it had been pierced by energy weaponry. However, Lu Ming noticed something beneath the creature's claws. It was a data storage disk. Military grade, with a silver casing and roughly the size of a cigarette box. He hesitated briefly before using his knife to pry open the bug's claws and retrieve the disk. The disk was cold to the touch, its surface marked with scratches. Yet the interface remained intact. He placed it into his backpack as well. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of a small object beside the bug's corpse. It was a metal badge. He picked it up. The badge was circular, emblazoned with the image of a black dragon entwined around the emblem of the Star Empire's military. The reverse side bore an inscription, Lieutenant Kane, 7th Fleet, to the death. Had this officer been slain by the creature? Lu Ming tucked the badge away as well. He exited the chamber swiftly, retracing his steps along the corridor. Emerging from the opening, the sun's rays forced him to squint. Workers gathered around the entrance, visibly relieved upon seeing him. How did it go? The foreman inquired. Lu Ming removed his backpack and produced the anti-jamming module. An obsolete model? The foreman's eyes brightened as he examined it. Though the ECM-7 is an older version, its integrity is remarkable. Excellent. Very good. He turned to Lu Ming. You'll receive a base reward of 100 points, and this module is worth 300 points at salvage value. A total of 400 credited to your account. 400. Gasps arose from those nearby. Many earned less than 50 points in a day. Lu Ming nodded. Thank you, foreman. Were there any other discoveries? He hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing else. He concealed the data disk and badge, intending to handle those himself. The foreman, suspecting nothing, waved his hand. Go return your equipment, then get back to work. There's still an hour until quitting time. How many steel plates does your team still need? Lu Ming glanced at the data board. 5 plates. Make haste. He proceeded to the tool room to return his equipment before returning to his cutting station. Old Chin cast a glance at him. Found it? I'm lucky. Lu Ming remained silent as he activated the cutting machine. In this final hour, his speed was particularly swift. Though he wasn't wearing the exoskeleton, the sensation of power seemed to linger. The beam moved rapidly across the ship's hull, slicing off steel plates one after another. When the whistles signaled the end of work, he had completed his 23rd plate of the day, surpassing expectations. Along with Xiao Lin's 5 plates and Old Chun's 12, their team had collectively achieved 40 plates, exceeding their quota. The overseer, while recording on the data board, wore a rare smile. Not bad. We continue tomorrow. The workers began to depart in succession. As Lu Ming headed toward the lift, Xiao Lin caught up with him. Lu Ming, thank you for today, he said softly. If it weren't for you exceeding the quota, our team would have been in trouble. Lu Ming glanced at him. Tomorrow. Strive on your own. I will. Xiao Lin nodded vigorously. The lift descended. Lu Ming gazed at the darkening sky outside, his hand reaching for the data storage device tucked in his pocket. Cold and hard, he was uncertain of its contents, but intuition told him it was of great significance. Tonight, he aimed to find an opportunity to send it back to his homeland along with the anti-jamming module. His country needed them, and he needed his homeland to win this war. The data storage device felt weighty in his hand. Upon returning to the metal shed, Lu Ming's first action was to lock the door and draw the tattered curtain, which was merely a piece of filthy cloth. He then sat at the edge of his bed and retrieved 2 items from his pocket, the black anti-jamming module and the silver data storage device. The module was intact, with clean interfaces, while the surface of the storage device bore scratches, yet it should not impede data retrieval. He needed to send them back to his homeland. However, the iron ball had just finished charging and been used for transporting the box. It surely had not yet recovered. Based on past experience, it would require at least 2 days. He carefully wrapped the 2 items and concealed them in a hidden compartment beneath the bed, a space he had excavated himself, usually reserved for storing the exoskeleton's casing and assorted odds and ends. Once hidden, he lay back and stared at the ceiling. replaying scenes from the day in his mind like a film. The control panel, the skeleton, the carcass of the insectoid, and the badge inscribed with "Until Death." Until death. He turned over and fished out the badge from his work uniform pocket. The metal was cold, glimmering dully in the dim light. The design of a black dragon coiling around a planet adorned its surface, with the name of the lieutenant, Kane, inscribed on the back. These individuals had perished aboard this ship centuries ago at the hands of the insectoids. Their war had concluded, but humanity's struggle persisted, on Blue Star, in the East Sea. And in those places he had never seen, yet constantly worried about. He gripped the badge tightly until the metal pressed painfully into his palm. The following day, the atmosphere on the platform was palpably different. News of Lu Ming's discovery of the anti-jamming module had spread. A reward of 400 points was significant in the shipbreaking yard, a sum that many workers wouldn't earn in a month. As soon as he arrived at the platform, he felt countless gazes upon him. Envy, jealousy, curiosity, and even malicious intent. Ah, the hero has arrived. The speaker was a bald man, once a subordinate of Iron Hammer, now assigned to a different team. Leaning against the tool cabinet, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming. "I heard you struck it rich yesterday?" Lu Ming ignored him and approached his cutting machine. The bald man followed. "There's something good to share, new guy. Eating alone could choke you." Lu Ming halted and turned to him. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Just a reminder, standing out too much here is unwise. You saw how Iron Hammer left. So." The bald man leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Next time you find something good, remember to call the brothers. Sharing brings safety." Lu Ming stared at him for 2 seconds before resuming his walk. The bald man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Once work commenced, Lu Ming chose a relatively secluded area. His condition was mediocre today. Although the wound on his left arm had scabbed over, it still ached when he exerted himself. He had not donned the exoskeleton, as it had been too conspicuous yesterday. And he could not afford to take further risks today. He activated the cutting machine, and the beam illuminated. The first steel plate was cut smoothly, with an estimated integrity exceeding 90%. However, just as he finished, the overseer approached. 0715, the old man said, holding a data pad. "The military supply department wishes to see you about yesterday's module." Lu Ming felt a tightening in his chest. "What do they want with me?" "Routine questioning." The old man replied. "Your discovery process needs to be documented. Follow me." Lu Ming switched off the cutting machine and followed the old man to the lift at the edge of the platform. Descending 2 levels, they stopped in front of a corridor flanked by offices, each door marked with various functions: safety management, material dispatch, human resources. The old man paused before a door labeled Military Supply Recovery, knocking lightly. "Come in." A low voice responded from within. Lu Ming entered. The office was modest. About 10 square meters, featuring a metal table, 2 chairs, and walls adorned with imperial star charts and diagrams of warships. Behind the desk sat a man in military attire, formal deep blue imperial uniform, adorned with a silver star on his shoulder. A second lieutenant. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his demeanor serious, as he scrutinized the countermeasure module in his hands. "You are 0715? He asked without looking up. "Yes. Sit." Lu Ming took a seat. The man set down the module and retrieved a form from the drawer. Name, employee ID, discovery time, discovery location, discovery process. "Elaborate," he instructed. Lu Ming recounted the events as they occurred. He heard a sound, discovered a new opening, requested entry, and found the module within the chamber, omitting details about the data storage disk and the badge. The man took notes, occasionally glancing up at him. "Is that all?" After finishing his notes, the man inquired. "That is all. Did you not see anything else? Documents? Data? Personal belongings?" There were a few skeletal remains and some scattered documents, but they were severely damaged. Lu Ming replied. "I took the module and left." The man scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Chapter 59. Leaving the medical station, then he nodded, signing the form. "That will suffice. The module will be allocated to the military supply depot. 400 points will be credited to your employee badge. You may leave." Lu Ming stood up. As he approached the doorway, the man suddenly said, "Wait." Lu Ming halted. "Do you still remember the location of that chamber?" The man inquired. "I do," Lu Ming replied. "Draw it out." The man handed him a piece of paper and a pen. Lu Ming accepted them and sketched a rough diagram from memory: the position of the platform, the opening, the passageway, the chamber, and the internal layout. The man scrutinized the drawing and nodded. This area was previously undetected, perhaps due to the deformation of the vessel. It has only recently come to light. He tucked the paper away and looked at Lu Ming. "You are fortunate. Although the ECM-7 is an older model, the Empire still employs similar principles. This module is highly intact and will be valuable to the technical department." Lu Ming remained silent. Next time you discover something similar. The man instructed, report it directly to the military supply office without going through the foreman. Do you understand? Understood. You may go. As Lu Ming exited the office, a cold sweat broke out on his back. The man's gaze had seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. He surely suspected Lu Ming of hoarding something, yet lacked evidence. By the time he returned to the platform, half an hour had passed. Old Chin cast a glance his way. Everything all right? Yes, Lu Ming replied. What did the military supply personnel ask? Just about the discovery process. Old Chin nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Lu Ming returned to his cutting station and restarted the cutting machine. However, his hands trembled slightly, causing the beam to trace a crooked line across the hull. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. Upon finishing the third steel plate, Shaolin approached him. Lu Ming, someone was looking for you, he whispered. Who? I don't know. They weren't in work attire, more like an administrator. Shaolin continued. They asked where you usually hang out, who you associate with, and if you've exhibited any unusual behavior. A heaviness settled in Lu Ming's heart. What did you say? I told them you typically work on the platform with our group and that I hadn't noticed anything unusual, Shaolin replied. They asked and then left. What did they look like? Tall and thin, wearing glasses, with a mole on their left cheek, Shaolin recalled. They spoke very politely, but their gaze was unsettling. Lu Ming noted this description. An administrator, not someone from the military supply office. Who could it be? The security department? Or some other agency? He recalled Old Chin's words. Here, any anomaly will be observed. He had already exhibited too many irregularities, the sudden increase in cutting efficiency, the discovery of a high-value module, and the courage to enter the dangerous chamber yesterday. All of these would attract attention, and attention often heralds danger. At 4 in the afternoon, an unexpected incident occurred. Not on Lu Ming's side, but with Shaolin. While cutting a steel plate with pipes, the pipes suddenly ruptured, releasing a burst of high-temperature steam. Caught off guard, Shaolin's left arm was scalded, and his work attire was instantly burned through. A cry of agony erupted. Lu Ming and Old Chun rushed over simultaneously. Shaolin's left arm bore a large red area, blisters forming on his skin. He was in excruciating pain, his face pale, tears streaming down. Medical team, Old Chun shouted. The hoverboard arrived swiftly, and the medical personnel secured Shaolin and transported him away in haste. Silence once again enveloped the platform. The foreman approached to document the incident. His brow furrowed tightly. Another pipe rupture. The internal systems of the vessel have succumbed to decay, poised to falter at any moment. He turned his gaze toward Lu Ming and Old Chun. You two can wrap up early today. He added, Shaolin needs at least 3 days of rest. You both shall continue tomorrow. Old Chun nodded in agreement. After the supervisor departed, Old Chun fixated on the spot where Shaolin had been working, suddenly remarking, the pipe should not have ruptured at this time. Lu Ming inquired, what do you mean? That particular pipe was part of the coolant delivery system, operating under low pressure. Even if it were to rupture, it ought to merely leak rather than burst forth. Old Chin approached the fractured pipe's opening, crouching down to inspect it. The break appeared recent, with sharp metallic edges. As he brushed his finger across the fracture, his expression darkened. What's wrong? Lu Ming asked. The cut, Old Chin replied. This is not a natural break. The fracture bore faint signs of being sliced, deliberately left with just a tenuous connection. Designed to snap once the pressure reached a certain threshold. Intentional? Indeed. Old Chin rose, surveying the surroundings. A few other workers from different teams were scattered across the platform. Engrossed in their tasks, none casting a glance in their direction. Who did this? Lu Ming queried. I do not know, Old Chin responded. But the target is either Shaolin or our team. It is hard to say. Lu Ming recalled the bald man from the morning, along with the administrator who had questioned Shaolin. Was it a warning directed at me? He murmured. It is a possibility, Old Chin stated, gathering his tools. You attracted too much attention yesterday, encroaching on someone else's territory. Some individuals prefer not to see you ascend further. But why target Shaolin? Because he is the weakest link, Old Chin replied calmly. Injuring him delivers a message to you without stirring significant unrest. If it were you or I who were harmed, the supervisor would undoubtedly pursue the matter. But Shaolin is merely a newcomer. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Pack your things. We should return, Old Chin advised. Do not linger on the platform today. The two gathered their tools and proceeded toward the lift. Halfway there, Lu Ming halted. I need to check on Shaolin. The medical station is in Zone B. It requires authorization. I have it. Lu Ming displayed his work badge, revealing that his access level had increased by 1 tier after receiving 400 points yesterday, enabling him to enter certain restricted areas. Old Chin nodded. I will wait for you in the metal shed. The medical station was situated within the dismantling yard Zone B, a 3-story white building. Lu Ming swiped his badge to enter the lobby, where a middle-aged woman clad in nurse's attire manned the reception. I am looking for 0720, Shaolin, Lu Ming stated. Third floor, room 307, the woman replied without raising her eyes. Ascending to the third floor, he located room 307. The room was small, containing only a bed. Shaolin lay upon it, his left arm swathed in thick bandages, traces of tears still visible on his face. Brother Lu. Upon seeing Lu Ming enter, he struggled to sit up. Stay lying down, Lu Ming urged, pressing him back. How are you? The doctor said it's a second-degree burn. I need at least a week to recuperate. Shaolin's voice trembled. Am I useless? I always hold you back. It is not your fault, Lu Ming reassured him. The pipe was tampered with. Shaolin stared blankly. What? Someone deliberately cut the pipe, causing it to rupture when you were working, Lu Ming explained. It was to send me a warning. A warning to you? Lu Ming nodded. I found the module yesterday and earned points. Someone is displeased. Xiaolin fell into a long silence before softly suggesting, Brother Lu Ming, perhaps you should transfer me out of your team. My presence will only burden you. Do not speak foolishly. Lu Ming replied, retrieving 2 vials of nutrient solution from his pocket, his allotment for the day, untouched. Take this. Focus on your recovery and do not dwell on negative thoughts. As Xiaolin accepted the nutrient solution, tears streamed down his face once more. Lu Ming, at a loss for words, could only pat his shoulder. By the time they departed the medical station, twilight had almost descended. Chapter 60. A tightening web. The overhead simulation system of the shipbreaking yard shifted to dusk mode, casting a dark crimson hue upon the metallic structures, resembling a layer of blood. Lu Ming walked slowly, his mind a tumultuous mess. Xiaolin's injury, the severed pipeline, the inquiries from the military supply office, and the administrator. He felt ensnared in a tightening web, with himself at its center. Upon returning to the corrugated iron shack, Old Chin was already there. He sat on the bed, diligently polishing his mechanical left hand, its joints rusted and in need of oil. How is Xiaolin? Old Chin inquired. Second-degree burns. He'll need a week to recuperate. Old Chin continued to tend to his mechanical hand. The medical expenses will be deducted from his credits. Likely around 100. He hardly has any credits left, which makes it all the more difficult. Once he returns, his balance will be in the negative, and he'll have to start from scratch. If his mindset falters, he may succumb to despair. Lu Ming remained silent. This is the shipbreaking yard, Old Chin remarked, setting down his mechanical hand and gazing at Lu Ming. Here, the injuries themselves are not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lies in discovering, after being wounded, that one possesses nothing and subsequently loses the will to fight. He paused for a moment. You cannot save everyone. First, save yourself. Lu Ming lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He recalled a saying from his childhood, uttered by his father. When you wish to assist others, first ensure that you stand firm yourself. Was he standing firm now? At 11 o'clock that night, Lu Ming awoke, not from natural slumber, but startled by a sound. Someone was attempting to pry open his door lock. The noise was faint yet persistent. The metallic tool turning in the keyhole resonated distinctly in the silence. Lu Ming immediately sat up, stealthily climbed out of bed, and pressed himself against the door. The prying ceased, followed by soft footsteps that gradually receded. After a minute, he cautiously opened the door a crack. The corridor was deserted, illuminated only by the emergency lights. He closed the door and locked it, despite the lock being nearly compromised. Returning to bed, sleep eluded him. Who was it? A bald intruder? The administrator? Or someone else entirely? What was their objective? The exoskeleton? The data storage disks? Or merely a desire to teach him a lesson? He was uncertain. Lying back down, he reached beneath the bed and felt the compartment. The anti-jamming module and data storage disks were still there. He needed to dispatch them without delay. He retrieved the iron ball. The sphere felt frigid, and the starlight within the glass beads revolved slowly. The charging progress might still be lacking, but he could not afford to wait any longer. Clenching the iron ball, he concentrated all his mental energy. A portal of light began to manifest. Initially, it glimmered faintly, then gradually expanded, yet at a sluggish pace, akin to a stalled machine. When the portal reached the size of a bowl's opening, it began to flicker violently, its edges unstable. The energy was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming pressed on, maintaining focus. The luminous gate struggled to expand to the size of a basin, yet it had become as transparent as a thin film of water, poised to shatter at any moment. He swiftly retrieved 2 items from the compartment, wrapped them in cloth, and hurled them towards the gate. The package passed through the luminous threshold, vanishing into the laboratory. Simultaneously, the gate collapsed, dissipating into specks of light. The iron sphere dimmed completely, and the starlight within the glass orb nearly ceased its rotation. This time, it would take at least 3 days to restore. Lu Ming slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He had succeeded. The items had been sent away. However, The cost was that the iron sphere was temporarily rendered unusable. In the ensuing days, he found himself unable to contact his homeland, receive supplies, or transmit new discoveries. He had to rely solely on himself to endure. He lay back on the bed, closing his eyes, the sound of the lock being pried replaying incessantly in his mind. On the third day of deep charging for the iron sphere, Lu Ming began to experience nightmares. The same scene recurred. He found himself in the electronic warfare chamber, surrounded by the skeletons of Imperial soldiers. Those skeletal figures slowly rose, their hollow eye sockets fixed upon him, bony fingers pointing towards the location where he had hidden the data storage disk. Then, the corpses of the insectoid creatures also stirred, their shriveled exoskeletons crackling as they crawled towards him. Each time he awoke, drenched in cold sweat. In these days, the atmosphere on the platform grew increasingly eerie. Xiao Lin was still recuperating in the medical station, leaving Lu Ming and Old Chun to shoulder the workload of 3 individuals. Although the foreman had adjusted the daily basic quota back to 15 units, he insisted that the quality must not diminish, with the completeness remaining above 90%. This was nearly impossible. 2 people, 30 sheets of material, while ensuring high quality. Old Chun, working desperately, could manage 14 sheets in a day, while Lu Ming could barely push to 12. Together, they produced 26 sheets, leaving a deficit of 4. The shortfall could only be compensated by working overtime. Thus, each day after work, Lu Ming and Old Chun would stay an additional 2 hours to continue cutting. There were no extra points awarded. It was purely to avoid penalties. The intense workload exacerbated Lu Ming's old injury in his left arm. The burned site began to itch and redden, occasionally waking him in pain during the night. He secretly used the ointment sent by his homeland, which was effective, but he dared not use it excessively, for it was contained in a small tube, and he was uncertain when he could procure more. The iron sphere remained in a deep slumber, and the starlight within the glass orb turned as sluggishly as a snail's crawl. On the morning of the 4th day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the platform. A man clad in a black uniform, around 40 years of age, stood tall, his expression devoid of emotion. A badge adorned his chest, depicting not the mechanical hand emblem of the shipyard, but rather a sword piercing through a gear. He was from the Imperial Security Department, accompanied by the foreman. The man approached the center of the platform. He spoke not a word, merely surveying each worker present with his gray eyes. When his gaze fell upon Lu Ming, it lingered for a brief second. Just 1 second, yet Lu Ming felt as though he had been pricked by a needle. Routine security inspection, the man finally spoke. His voice flat and measured, as if dictated by a ruler. All personnel, please present your identification badges. The workers formed a line, presenting their badges one by one. When it was Lu Ming's turn, the man scrutinized the information on the data board. 0715, he read aloud, noting Lu Ming's employee number. Your recent performance has been commendable. Have you located the ECM-7 module? Yes. Where was it found? In a newly exposed chamber. Did 1 individual enter? Yes. The man nodded slightly and jotted down a few notes on the data board, quite bold. Have you received military training in the past? No. Then how do you dare to venture alone into uncharted territory? Lu Ming fell silent for a couple of seconds before replying. I need the points. The man glanced at him, seemingly either satisfied or dissatisfied with the answer, yet unable to pinpoint any faults. He resumed his tasks, waving his hand dismissively. The safety inspection persisted throughout the morning. The man examined the tool cabinets, energy interfaces, and safety equipment, and randomly audited several workers' operational procedures. No one dared to slack off. The entire platform was enveloped in a silence punctuated only by the sound of cutting. During the lunch break, the man departed. The foreman, an elderly gentleman, watched his figure vanish into the lift before exhaling a sigh of relief and quietly advising Lu Ming. The safety department seldom visits the shipyard. You should be cautious. Why did they come? I don't know. The old man shook his head, but it was evident that something was amiss. People from the safety department do not appear without reason. In the afternoon, Lu Ming's cutting slowed considerably. Chapter 61, Overwhelming Pressure. It was not a matter of physical endurance, but rather psychological strain. The gaze of the safety department man lingered in his mind like a brand, accompanied by those probing questions. Have you received military training? How do you dare to venture alone into uncharted territory? What was the other party suspecting? Did they believe he was a spy? Did they suspect he had a special background? Or did they simply think his performance as a level 1 worker was too exceptional? He was uncertain. As he commenced cutting the 7th steel plate, the beam veered off once more. This time, it was his own fault. His hands trembled, and his concentration faltered. The cut resembled something a dog had gnawed at, and its integrity was estimated to be barely 60%. He switched off the cutting machine and took a deep breath. This could not continue. He glanced towards Old Chun's side. Old Chun was also underperforming today, cutting slower than usual, yet his quality remained stable. Lu Ming approached the platform's edge and splashed cold water from the trough onto his face. The icy water sent a shiver down his spine. He stared at his reflection in the trough. His hair had grown long and disheveled. The scar on his face had faded into a light pink mark. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles adorned his face, resembling that of a refugee. He shut his eyes and reopened them. The reflection remained unchanged. Yet, a shadow now loomed in the water. Lu Ming abruptly turned his head. It was the bald man's former lackey, who had stealthily positioned himself less than a meter away. The newcomer grinned, albeit looking rather unwell. Lu Ming remained silent. I heard the safety department was looking for you. The bald man lowered his voice. Did they ask you a lot of questions? What is it to you? Just concerned for you. The bald man took a step forward. I advise you, those from the safety department, once they set their sights on someone, that person is doomed. At best, they'll be reassigned to the furnace workshop. At worst, they simply vanish. Lu Ming glared at him. What do you want to say? I want to say, the bald man leaned in closer, his breath reeking of smoke. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to reach out to me. I know people who can assist you. What are the conditions? Clever. The bald man chuckled. The conditions are simple. If you discover something valuable next time, share half with me. Points or physical items will suffice. And what if I refuse? The smile vanished from the bald man's face. Then do not blame me for being unable to help you. I happen to have acquaintances in the safety department as well. He finished speaking, patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, and turned away. Lu Ming stood rooted to the spot, his hand gradually forming a fist. After work, he did not immediately return to the tin house. Instead, he went to the medical station to visit Xiaolin. Xiaolin's burn was healing well. The bandages on his left arm had been replaced with a thin layer of dressing. However, his spirit was low, lying motionless on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Brother Lu Ming, he managed to sit up with difficulty upon seeing Lu Ming enter. How are you feeling? Much better, Xiaolin replied. The doctor said I could be discharged tomorrow, but I can't do heavy work for now. Then take a few more days to rest. Xiaolin shook his head. My score has already dropped to -102. If I rest any longer, it will worsen. I have to return to work. Lu Ming refrained from offering counterarguments, knowing what negative scores entailed. Every meal and accommodation would incur deductions, and the larger the negative figure, the greater the pressure. Many succumbed to despair due to overwhelming negative scores. This is for you. Lu Ming pulled out a 50-point value card from his pocket. A portion of his wages from that day. Xiaolin was taken aback. Brother Lu Ming. I. Take it, Lu Ming insisted, pressing the card into his hand. It's a partial repayment. It will ease your burden. But you. I have enough, Lu Ming assured him. Focus on your recovery and don't overthink it. Xiaolin clutched the card tightly, his eyes reddening. Brother Lu Ming, thank you. Truly, thank you. Lu Ming patted his shoulder and turned to leave. As he exited the medical station, night had fully descended. The shipyard's nighttime mode was activated, with only a few blue navigation lights illuminating the darkness. The vast space was enveloped in a deep blue gloom, and the distant glow of the furnace resembled the eyes of a subterranean demon. Lu Ming walked slowly, replaying the events of the day in his mind. The inquiries from the safety department, the bald man as threats, the helpless gaze of Xiaolin, and his own deteriorating cutting skills. The pressure bore down on him like an invisible wall, closing in from all sides. He needed to vent, to find an outlet. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered beneath the Nanminia-class destroyer. From this angle, the ship resembled a colossal, lifeless beast. The fractured hull appeared as a gaping wound, with exposed pipelines resembling veins. The scars on the ship's shell looked like dark marks etched into the night. He recalled the awe he felt upon first seeing the vessel. Now, that awe had transformed into oppression. This ship had consumed too many lives, crew members from centuries past, and workers from recent years. Meanwhile, it was slowly being dismantled, transformed into ingots of metal, converted into points, and serving as stepping stones for others' promotions. Can't sleep either? A voice emerged from the shadows. Lu Ming spun around abruptly, his hand instinctively reaching for the utility knife at his waist, a gift from Old Chun that he always carried. A figure stepped out from the shadows. It was the foreman. He carried a flask, swaying slightly as he walked, evidently having indulged in drink. Foreman, Lu Ming relaxed his grip on the knife. Just call me Old Zhao, the old man said, leaning against the railing and taking a swig from his flask. No need for so many formalities here. Lu Ming remained silent. Feeling the pressure? Old Zhao took another sip. When the safety department arrives, everyone's on edge. Those guys suspect everyone of being a spy. Why are they here? Who knows? Old Zhao shook his head, pondering the possible reasons behind the inspection, be it routine checks, a whistleblower, or mere random sampling. The Imperial Security Department operates without the need for justification. He passed the flask to Lu Ming. Care for a drink? Lu Ming hesitated briefly before accepting and taking a sip. The liquor was potent, igniting a fiery trail from his throat to his stomach. Cough, cough. Is this your first time drinking? Old Zhao chuckled. Take it easy. Lu Ming returned the flask to him. Youth, Old Zhao remarked, gazing at the distant hulls of ships. I have spent 2 decades in this shipyard. I have encountered no fewer than 8,000 workers. Some are desperately climbing the ranks. Some are merely biding their time. A few have fled after a few days, and then there are individuals like you. What am I like? Lu Ming inquired. It's hard to articulate. Old Zhao took another swig. You did not come here merely to pass the time. You possess ambition, determination, and secrets. A tightening sensation gripped Lu Ming's heart. Don't be alarmed. Old Zhao waved his hand dismissively. I am not concerned about your secrets. As long as you can work diligently and avoid causing trouble, I will consider you a good worker. However, he paused and turned to Lu Ming. The security department has set its sights on you. The bald-headed lot is also keeping an eye on you. Your current situation is precarious. I am aware. Good to know. Old Zhao stored the flask away. Here is a piece of advice. Keep a low profile. Don't be overly efficient in your cutting and allow for some minor mistakes. Make it seem as though your success is merely due to luck rather than genuine skill. Why? Because here, being too exceptional is a liability, Old Zhao explained. Do you know how the hammer fell? It was not solely due to violations. It was because he stood out too much, posing a threat to the interests of certain individuals. You are in the same boat. Lu Ming fell silent. Also, Old Zhao lowered his voice. Be cautious of that new administrator, the one with glasses and a mole on his face. He has been inquiring about you. Who is he? Officially, he is from the Human Resources Department, but I suspect there is more to him than meets the eye, Old Zhao replied. His questions have been quite detailed. When did you arrive at the shipyard? Where have you worked before? Who do you associate with? His inquiries do not resemble a standard personnel investigation. Lu Ming recalled what Xiao Lin had mentioned about that administrator. Is he investigating me? Perhaps. Old Zhao patted Lu Ming's shoulder. In any case, exercise caution. For the time being, keep your head down. After saying this, he staggered away. Lu Ming remained rooted to the spot, watching as Old Zhao's figure faded into the darkness. Keep my head down? He found that notion impossible. He required points, a promotion, and access to the depths of the hulls to unearth more technology to bring back to his homeland. His homeland was at war, awaiting the treasures he would return with. He had no time to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 62. The Iron Ball responds. On the 5th day, the Iron Ball finally exhibited signs of reaction. At 4 a.m. Upon awakening, Lu Ming discovered that the iron ball nestled in his arms was gently radiating warmth. He took it out to observe that the starlight within the glass orb was rotating at an accelerated pace, although it had yet to return to its normal state. At least there was some activity. The charging progress stood at approximately 50%. It might require another day or two. He pressed the iron ball against his heart, savoring the warmth it emitted. At the very least, there remained a flicker of hope. After commencing work in the morning, Lu Ming deliberately slowed his pace, adhering to Old Zhao's counsel. While cutting, he allowed his hands to tremble slightly, causing the beam to deviate just a bit. The steel plate that had been cut bore jagged edges, with a completeness hovering around 80%. It was neither poor nor particularly commendable. The foreman, an elderly gentleman, cast a fleeting glance at him during his inspection, but uttered no words. Lao Chen noticed this exchange, but refrained from inquiring. At noon, the bald man approached again. The newcomer, I heard you visited Xiao Lin yesterday? He held a bowl of synthetic meat paste, a meal typically reserved for those of second-level rank or above. It was unclear how he had procured it. Yes. Did you give him any points? The bald man stirred the paste with his spoon, incredulous at the generosity. Not even enough for yourself, yet you lend a hand to others. Lu Ming chose to ignore him. However, your goodwill may be misplaced. The bald man lowered his voice. That kid Xiao Lin isn't worth your effort. Lu Ming looked up, perplexed. What do you mean? The bald man grinned. I heard that on the day of his injury, someone saw him conversing with that bespectacled administrator. What they discussed is unknown, but their chat lasted quite a while. Lu Ming felt a weight settle in his chest. Moreover, the bald man continued, the incident with the ruptured pipe was deemed an accident by the foreman, but I suspect it is more complicated than that. Xiao Lin appears timid. But who can say if he is merely feigning? He could very well have intentionally injured himself to elicit sympathy and drag your group down with him. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? What evidence is necessary? The bald man shrugged. I merely caution you not to place your trust in others. Here, no one is truly trustworthy. With that, he departed, carrying his bowl of meat paste. Lu Ming remained seated, his mind a tumult of confusion. Xiao Lin conversing with the administrator? Was it true? If so, what was said? If false, why would the bald man fabricate such a tale? He felt lost in whom to trust. In the afternoon, misfortune struck once more. This time, it was Lao Chen. While cutting a steel plate with a porthole, The reinforced glass suddenly shattered. It was not a natural break, but an explosive shattering, with shards flying like bullets. Lao Chun reacted swiftly, using his mechanical left hand to shield his face, yet his right arm and chest were still lacerated with several deep cuts. The most severe wound was on his right arm, slicing through his work attire, blood flowing incessantly. Medical team. Lu Ming rushed over, applying a tourniquet to staunch the bleeding. The hoverboard arrived promptly to transport Lao Chun away. Silence enveloped the platform. The foreman examined the shattered porthole. His face ashen. The glass had been subjected to rapid cooling after heating, resulting in internal stress fractures. Someone has tampered with it. He turned to the assembled workers. Who did this? No one spoke. Choosing silence, are we? The foreman sneered. Then all shall bear the consequences. Today, everyone's points will be reduced by 20%. An uproar ensued. On what grounds? We didn't do it. This is unjust. Unjust? The foreman raised his voice. To perpetrate such a stunt beneath my very nose, and yet speak of fairness? Today serves merely as a warning. Should this occur again, 50% will be deducted. The workers simmered with indignation, yet remained silent. Lu Ming stood rooted in place, gazing at the shattered porthole. The glass shards glimmered ominously under the sunlight. First Shaolin, now Lao Chun. He feared he might be next. That evening, Lu Ming visited the medical station. Lao Chun's injuries were more severe than Shaolin's. His right arm had received 12 stitches, and his chest bore several lacerations, though fortunately, none had penetrated the bone. The doctor advised a week of rest. I am fine. Lao Chun lay on the hospital bed, his complexion pale, yet his tone serene, having endured worse injuries in the past. Who did this? Lu Ming inquired. I don't know. Lao Chun shook his head, but I can make an educated guess. The bald man. Perhaps, Lao Chun replied, but it could be someone else. You've been quite prominent lately, and you've likely offended many. Lu Ming fell silent. Listen, Lao Chun gazed at him. In the coming days, you will have to bear this alone. Shaolin will be discharged tomorrow, but he cannot handle heavy tasks. The output from our team largely depends on you. I understand. Don't overexert yourself, Lao Chun cautioned. If you cannot complete it, then so be it. Deductions can be earned back, but life is singular. Lu Ming nodded, emerging from the medical station. He did not return to the tin shack, but instead headed to the tool room. The hour was late, and the tool room door was locked. However, Lu Ming possessed the key that Lao Chun had given him before his injury, in case of needing spare tools. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was cluttered with various equipment, cutting machines, welding guns, hydraulic pliers, along with assorted parts and supplies. The air was infused with the scent of machine oil and metal. He made his way to the innermost storage shelf, where some specialized tools were kept, non-standard issue, modified or hoarded by the workers. Lao Chun had mentioned that some items here could prove life-saving in critical moments. Lu Ming began to rummage through the collection. He discovered a modified cutting machine with a power output 30 higher than the standard model, albeit with greater energy consumption. He also found a foldable alloy crowbar, heavy yet sturdy, and several pairs of reinforced gloves with a non-slip grip. Finally, on the bottom shelf, he unearthed an iron box. It was unlocked, and upon opening it, he found several items. A small signal jammer, similar yet older than the one Lao Chun had, a spring-loaded knife with a dull blade, and a personal shield generator. Lu Ming picked up the shield generator, palm-sized, resembling a pocket watch, its surface cracked, but the indicator light still gleaming. He pressed the switch, and a faint blue energy barrier unfolded before him, approximately 1 meter in diameter, lasting 3 seconds before dissipating. It was still functional, although outdated and brief in duration. It could deflect an attack at a critical juncture. He tucked the shield generator into his pocket, taking little else as it would only weigh him down. As he exited the tool room, it was already 1 in the morning. The corridor was deserted, with only the echo of his footsteps reverberating. Upon reaching the door of the tin shack, he paused. The lock had been tampered with again. This time, the cylinder was nearly hollowed out, with fresh tool scratches on the doorknob. Yet the door remained shut, for Lu Ming had replaced the lock with a new, sturdier one from the tool room yesterday. He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and immediately locked it behind him. Everything appeared normal, no one had intruded. He sat on the bed, retrieving the iron ball from his pocket. The starlight within the glass orb spun more rapidly, approaching its normal velocity. The charging progress was approximately 80. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, he would be able to reopen the light gate. He needed to contact his homeland, secure supplies, and acquire new equipment. Above all, he required a plan, a strategy for retaliation. He could no longer afford to be on the defensive, bald-headed, the administrator, and those who lurk in the shadows. He intends to unearth them one by one. He wants them to understand that Lu Ming is not a meek sheep to be slaughtered at will. He is a survivor who has emerged from the refuse, the one who retrieved data disks from the corpses of the insectoid creatures, and the individual who dares to venture into the unknown chambers for the sake of his homeland. He clenches the iron ball in his hand, his gaze shining in the darkness like that of a wolf. Chapter 63. A silent confrontation on the morning of the 6th day. Lu Ming stood at the edge of the platform, gazing at the Nanminia-class destroyer. The morning light streamed through the simulated windows of the shipyard, casting stark contrasts upon the hull. The scars appeared even deeper in the illumination, like wounds that would never heal. His hand rested in the pocket of his work uniform, gripping the personal shield generator. The cold metallic surface was adorned with fine anti-slip patterns. He had tested it 3 times, each time successfully deploying a 1-meter diameter energy barrier that lasted 3 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown period. 3 seconds, sufficient to thwart a fatal assault, yet merely 3 seconds. Taking a deep breath, he approached the tool cabinet. Today he was alone, although Xiao Lin had been discharged from the hospital. The doctor forbade him from engaging in cutting operations, relegating him to auxiliary tasks such as checking tools, clearing debris, and labeling. Old Chun remained at the medical station, needing at least 3 days to recuperate. Lu Ming was the sole effective laborer in their team. The foreman ambled over, a data tablet tucked under his arm. 0715. Today's basic quota is 10 plates, with unchanged quality requirements. Can you manage it? 10 plates. Typically, 2 people would complete 15. Now, with 1 person tasked with 10. It was already a concession. Yet, Lu Ming understood that this leniency carried implicit pressure. If he could not accomplish even 10, his previous performance would be questioned as mere luck. I can, he replied. The old man nodded, jotting down a few notes on the data tablet before departing. Lu Ming opened the tool cabinet and retrieved his cutting machine, checking that the energy was fully charged, the barrel clean, and the cable connections undamaged. He slung the cutting machine over his shoulder and stuffed several spare energy packs into his work uniform pocket before making his way to the cutting area. The section he chose today was near the platform's edge, relatively secluded, yet with a broad view, allowing him to detect any approaching figures in advance. For the first steel plate, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the beam to linger on the metal longer than usual, resulting in a smoother cut. The integrity estimate stood at over 95, intended to demonstrate his stable condition to the foreman. Upon completion, he dragged it to the collection area and affixed a label. The foreman watched from a distance and nodded his approval. For the second plate, he increased his speed slightly while maintaining neat cuts. The third and fourth plates followed suit. By 10 in the morning, he had finished 6 steel plates, all meeting the quality standards. Although his efficiency was lower than usual, given that he was alone, it was still commendable. When the brake whistle sounded, Lu Ming walked to the sink to wash his face. The icy water splashed against his skin, invigorating him slightly. Lu Ming ji, a voice called from behind. It was Xiao Lin. His left hand was still wrapped in bandages, while his right hand clutched a small toolbox containing labels and a scanner. How did you manage to come up here? Lu Ming inquired. Did the doctor not advise you to rest? I couldn't stay still, Xiao Lin murmured. My points are dwindling rapidly. I thought at least I could engage in some light tasks to earn a little. Lu Ming glanced at his pale face, but said nothing. The two found a corner to sit in and took out their nutritional supplements. How is old Chen? Xiao Lin asked. He has stitches and needs to recuperate for a week. Xiao Lin lowered his head. This is all my fault. If I hadn't gotten injured, old Chen wouldn't have had to work so hard. It's not your fault, Lu Ming interrupted. Someone is deliberately sabotaging us, and their target is me. Xiao Lin's head snapped up. Deliberately? Who? I don't know, Lu Ming replied. It could be the bald man or someone else. Regardless of who it is, they will return. What should we do then? Be cautious, Lu Ming advised. Very cautious. In the afternoon, Lu Ming resumed cutting. The 7th piece, the 8th piece. As he began on the 9th piece, he sensed a gaze upon him. It wasn't he the foreman or Xiao Lin. The sensation felt like needles pricking his back, causing his hairs to stand on end. He halted the cutting machine and turned around. The other workers were engrossed in their tasks, none of them looking in his direction. Yet in the distance, within the shadow at the platform entrance, a figure seemed to linger. The figure quickly vanished. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the cutting machine and continued working, but his focus was irrevocably shattered. An accident occurred while he was cutting the 10th steel plate. It was not aimed at him, but rather at Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was labeling in the collection area when suddenly his foot slipped on a patch of machine oil that had spilled unnoticed. With his left arm injured and his balance compromised, he fell backward, the back of his head heading straight for the sharp edge of a stacked steel plate. Xiao Lin. Lu Ming dropped the cutting machine and dashed over. But the distance was too great. He could not reach him in time. Just as Xiao Lin's head was about to collide with the steel plate, a figure leapt in from the side, pushing him aside. Bang! The two tumbled to the ground, rolling twice. It was the foreman. He shielded Xiao Lin with his own body, his shoulder colliding with the stack of steel plates, producing a dull thud. Foreman. Lu Ming rushed over to assist him. The old man waved him off and stood up on his own, his face ashen. He examined Xiao Lin's injuries, which were merely abrasions, then turned to survey the patch of oil. The oil glistened with a dark yellow sheen, clearly having been spilled not long ago. Who did this? The foreman's tone was as frigid as ice. No one spoke. No one will speak, I see. The foreman strode to the center of the platform and pressed the alarm button. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the area. All workers halted their tasks, turning to face him. From this moment on, everyone is to cease work. The foreman's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Until someone owns up. For every hour of work stoppage, everyone will lose 10 points. A wave of uproar ensued. On what grounds? We didn't do anything. I want to file a complaint. A complaint? The foreman sneered. Go ahead. Let us see if the higher-ups believe you or me. The workers bristled with indignation but remained silent. Lu Ming helped Xiao Lin to his feet. Xiao Lin trembled with fear, his lips turning pale. Lu Ming, have I caused trouble again? It's none of your concern. Lu Ming remarked. Someone is trying to pressure us. Pressuring the foreman, pressuring everyone. He glanced at the puddle of oil, artfully spilled just along the path that Xiao Lin frequented, yet inconspicuous. Had it not been for the foreman being nearby, Xiao Lin might have suffered serious harm. How vicious. Too cruel. The work stoppage lasted 2 hours. The atmosphere on the platform was so tense it felt ready to explode. Workers huddled in clusters, murmuring quietly, their eyes filled with discontent and anger. Yet, no one stepped forward to acknowledge it, nor did anyone report it. The consequences of reporting could be far graver. Who knows if the one who spilled the oil had accomplices? Who knows if there would be retaliation? Lu Ming sat in a corner, observing each individual. In the distance, the bald man laughed with a few subordinates, seemingly unaffected by the situation. The bespectacled administrator was absent, perhaps not on the platform. The old foreman sat in his chair, eyes closed, as if resting, yet his right hand remained firmly on the electric baton at his waist, his issued weapon seldom drawn. As the third hour approached, someone could no longer bear the tension. A slight worker stepped forward, his voice trembling. Foreman, I know who it is. All eyes turned toward him. Speak. The old man opened his eyes. It's 0721, the slight worker stammered. I saw him come up this morning with a small bucket of oil, acting suspiciously. Lu Ming recalled that employee number. A man in his 30s, usually reticent, diligent in his work, yet always solitary. 0721, the old man commanded, step forward. The crowd parted, and a man emerged. He kept his head down, obscuring his expression. Did you spill the oil? The old man asked. No, the man replied in a low voice. Someone saw you bring the oil up. I did bring oil. The man raised his head, his face calm, but it was for the maintenance of my cutting machine. I placed the oil bucket beside the toolbox, and it disappeared afterward. Disappeared? Yes, the man said. It was there during the lunch break, but gone by the afternoon shift. I thought perhaps a colleague borrowed it, so I didn't raise any concerns. The old man scrutinized him for several seconds before turning to the reporting slight worker. Did you see him spill the oil with your own eyes? I saw him bring the oil up, but then I just saw the oil on the ground. So, you did not witness him spill it, the old man stated. The slight worker lowered his head. Why did you report him? The old man inquired. I guessed. Guessed? The old man's voice rose. You halted work for 3 hours based solely on your guess, resulting in a 30-point deduction? The slight worker fell silent. The old man took a deep breath and stood up. Enough. I have my suspicions about who spilled the oil. However, without evidence, I will not pursue it. He scanned the crowd. But I warn some of you, do not attempt such tricks under my watch. Should a similar incident occur again, regardless of evidence, all suspects will be transferred to the furnace workshop, never to return. The furnace workshop, the most arduous and grueling place in the shipyard, characterized by extreme heat, deafening noise, and peril, with almost no opportunity for advancement. To go there is akin to the end of a lifetime. The workers lowered their heads. Now, get back to work. The old man declared. Today, all deductions for everyone are canceled. I shall bear the cost. The crowd dispersed, returning to their respective posts. Lu Ming watched the old man's retreating figure. This stern and seemingly harsh overseer was, at a critical moment, clearer-minded than anyone else. He was not oblivious to the perpetrator's identity. He merely refrained from raising alarm. He was waiting, biding his time for the other party to reveal a more significant blunder. After the work shift, Lu Ming did not leave immediately. He waited until the platform was deserted before approaching the old overseer. Foreman, he said, thank you. The old man glanced at him. For what? Thank you for saving Xiao Lin. The foreman waved his hand dismissively. I am the overseer. Ensuring the worker's safety is my duty. He paused, looking intently at Lu Ming. However, I cannot guarantee your safety. Some have already set their sights on you. and their methods are becoming increasingly ruthless. I understand. Lu Ming replied. Good, the old man said, pulling a small object from his pocket and handing it to Lu Ming. Take this. It was a miniature camera. No larger than a button. Attach it to your work attire, facing backward, the old man instructed. Next time someone tries any underhanded tactics, capture it on film. With evidence. I can take action. Lu Ming accepted the camera, its weight reassuring in his palm. Also, the foreman lowered his voice. Be cautious of 0721. Lu Ming was taken aback. Wasn't he wrongfully accused? Perhaps, or perhaps not, the old man replied. But I observed his demeanor this afternoon. It was unsettlingly calm. Typically, someone wrongfully accused would express anger, would argue, would seek to identify the true culprit. Yet he did none of that, as if he had long anticipated this turn of events. Lu Ming felt a tightening in his chest. In any case, stay vigilant, the old man said, patting Lu Ming's shoulder. Return home. We have work tomorrow. Back in the tin shack, Lu Ming secured the door and drew the curtains. He retrieved the iron ball from his pocket. The starlight within the glass sphere had resumed its normal rotation, the sphere warm to the touch. The charging was complete. He clenched the iron ball, focusing his concentration. The light portal manifested, stable and approximately half a meter in diameter. On the other side of the portal, Professor Zhang Jingguo was slumped over the laboratory table, asleep. His glasses askew and a pen clutched in his hand. Professor, Lu Ming whispered. Zhang Jingguo jolted awake, immediately rushing toward the portal upon seeing it. Lu Ming, you're unharmed. I am fine, Lu Ming quickly replied. Professor, have you received the anti-jamming module and the data disk? Yes, we have received everything, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. We have already decrypted 70 of the anti-jamming module. Lu Ming, do you know what the data disk contains? What does it hold? It contains the complete operational logs of the Naninia-class destroyer, Zhang Jingguo proclaimed. From its production to the final battle, all the data, including detailed records of its engagements with the Zerg, weapon performance parameters, and the tactical database of the Imperial fleet. Lu Ming was taken aback. This was of immense significance. Zhang Jingguo continued. With this data, we can analyze the Zerg's combat patterns, identify the technical weaknesses of the Imperial fleet, and even trace their technological development. This is more critical than any single piece of technology. Will this aid the front lines? Indeed, it will be of tremendous assistance. Zhang Jingguo stated that our military experts are diligently analyzing this data to formulate new tactics. Moreover, Lu Ming, we have also examined the badge you sent back. The badge? Lu Ming recalled that he indeed had forwarded the insignia of 2nd Lieutenant King. What of the badge? It is far more than a mere insignia. Zhang Jingguo's tone grew grave. Embedded within it is a micro-data chip. Upon decryption, we discovered it contained 2nd Lieutenant Kane's personal log, including accounts of his final moments in combat, along with a set of coordinates. Coordinates? A star map coordinate, Zhang Jingguo elaborated. In his log, 2nd Lieutenant Kane expressed his suspicion that the Zerg's assault was not a mere coincidence, but rather a calculated scheme. During a reconnaissance mission, he detected an anomalous signal source, which he suspected to be the Zerg's hive or command node. He recorded the coordinates with the intention of reporting them. Yet he perished aboard that vessel before he could do so. Lu Ming's heart raced. Where are those coordinates? They lie not far from your location at the C-12B-93 refuse star, approximately 3 light years away, Zhang Jingguo informed him. However, Lu Ming, you must heed my warning. This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with at present. Those coordinates are exceedingly perilous. The Zerg may still be active in that vicinity. You cannot go. I have no intention of going, Lu Ming replied. I merely wish to know. That is for the best, Zhang Jingguo sighed with relief. Lu Ming, your foremost task now is to ensure your own safety and continue gathering technology at the shipyard. Here at home, we will utilize the resources you send back to secure victory in this war. He paused, his voice softening. Every item you return to us is saving countless lives. Lu Ming, you are a hero of our nation. Lu Ming felt a wave of emotion wash over him. I have simply done what was necessary. No, you have accomplished far more than anyone else. Zhang Jingguo retrieved a box from beneath the workstation. Here, this is your new supply. The medical kit has been upgraded, now containing specialized burn ointments and anti-infectives, along with enhanced exoskeleton components featuring a more powerful core and extended endurance. Catch. The box was pushed through the light gate, larger and heavier than the last. Chapter 65, The Weight of the Gun. And this, Zhang Jingguo presented a small box, a personal communicator, short range. Its effective range is 1 kilometer, utilizing encrypted channels. Should you find yourself in peril, you may use it to call for help. Though it is possible that no one will be able to rescue you, at the very least, we wish to provide you with a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming accepted the communicator, the cool metallic exterior feeling feverishly warm in his grasp. "Professor," he inquired, "how fares the front line?" Zhang Jingguo remained silent for several seconds. "Not well," he finally replied. "The coalition fleet has breached the second island chain and bombarded one of our coastal cities yesterday. The casualties are significant." Lu Ming clenched his fists. "Yet we are retaliating." Zhang Jingguo's voice was resolute. "Based on the technology you provided, we have launched 3 new warships, which will be ready for combat next month. Lu Ming, every item you have sent back is shortening the gap between us and the enemy." The light gate began to flicker. "The energy is depleting," Zhang Jingguo urged. "Lu Ming, take care. You must survive. Your country needs you." "I will." The light gate closed. The iron sphere dimmed, yet this time it did not fall into complete slumber. The starlight within the glass orb continued to swirl slowly. Lu Ming sat in the darkness, cradling a box and a small case for an eternity before he finally opened the box. Inside lay an orderly array of supplies: ointments, bandages, syringes, nutritional supplements, exoskeleton components, and a firearm, not a cutting tool, but a genuine gun. Its compact form was shrouded in black, adorned with a scope and a folding stock. Beside it rested a magazine filled with slender bullets. A note from Zhang Jingguo was affixed to the gun: "For self-defense. Use only if necessary." Lu Ming picked up the weapon. It was heavy, yet it felt robust in his grasp. He inspected it. The safety was engaged, and the magazine was full. He returned the gun to the box and closed it. Next, he took hold of the individual communicator. Pressing the switch, the screen illuminated, revealing a solitary channel labeled 001, with the name Homecoming. Homecoming, the path back home. He held the communicator to his ear and pressed the call button. "Hello?" he whispered. There was no reply, only the static hum of electricity. Yet, he knew that somewhere distant, in a laboratory within his homeland, someone would be attuned to this frequency. Someone would know he was still alive, still fighting. That was enough. He tucked the communicator away and lay back on the bed. Outside, the ship dismantling yard had fully descended into darkness, but Lu Ming lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling, clutching the shield generator. 3 seconds, sufficient to deflect a single attack, and ample time for him to retaliate. The weight of the gun in his hand was formidable, even heavier than the cutting tool. Seated on the metal bed in the tin-roofed shelter, Lu Ming meticulously examined the self-defense weapon bestowed upon him by his country, illuminated by the faint light seeping through the curtain's gap. The gun, entirely matte black, reflected little light in the dimness. It measured approximately 60 centimeters in length, featuring a collapsible stock and a simplistic telescoping barrel. The red dot sight, when activated, revealed a minuscule red point at the center of his field of vision. As he pulled back the bolt, the motion was smooth, the sound of metal against metal barely audible. The magazine contained 20 bullets, each with a slender, streamlined head. The material indiscernible. He removed one and weighed it in his palm. It felt significantly heavier than a conventional rifle bullet, at least twice its weight. The adjacent box held 4 spare magazines, each sealed in protective bags, totaling 100 rounds. A note from Professor Zhang Jingguo was affixed to the inside of the box. Electromagnetic accelerator pistol, initial velocity 1,200 meters per second. Armor-piercing capability equivalent to 20 millimeters of steel. Non-lethal danger, do not use. Lu Ming regarded the note with a wry smile. In the ship dismantling yard, what constituted a lethal threat? Would being crushed by steel count? Would being scalded by pipes qualify? Would being thrust into a furnace be deemed a danger? He was uncertain. He disassembled the gun and reassembled it, familiarizing himself with each component. After reloading the magazine, engaging the safety, he stowed it away in a compartment beneath the bed alongside the exoskeleton, too conspicuous to carry openly. However, the shield generator was portable. He placed the palm-sized metallic disc into the inner pocket of his work attire, positioning it against his chest. Pressing the test button, a pale blue energy barrier unfolded before him, lasting 3 seconds before dissipating. The cooldown period was 5 minutes. 3 seconds, a 5-meter radius. He prepared to thwart a sudden ambush. He inspected the miniature camera provided by the foreman, a mere button-sized device with adhesive on the back. After a moment of contemplation, he affixed it to the inner side of his work uniform's left shoulder, positioning the lens to face diagonally backward. This arrangement would capture the situation behind him while remaining inconspicuous. With all preparations complete, dawn was approaching. Lu Ming reclined in bed and closed his eyes. Yet sleep eluded him. His mind replayed the events of the previous day, the oil trap, the foreman rescuing Xiao Lin, the tranquility of 0721, and the data disk containing a comprehensive operational log from the motherland, along with coordinates of the Zerg mother nest. The Zerg mother nest, 3 light years away. If the motherland required intelligence on that coordinate, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Professor Zhang Jingguo was right. That was not his concern at the moment. What he needed to focus on was surviving at the shipyard, gathering more technology to send back home. However, survival was becoming increasingly difficult. The atmosphere on the platform the next morning was even more ominous. The foreman announced the implementation of a mutual inspection system. Each group would randomly audit the work quality of another group daily. Any issues discovered could be reported, with verified reports earning points, while the reported group would incur a double-point deduction. This was ostensibly to promote mutual oversight and enhance overall efficiency. The foreman spoke in an official tone, but the workers understood that this was a strategy for division. Mutual suspicion and surveillance meant that no one dared to engage in any underhanded activity, as one could never tell whether the person watching was a friend or foe. Lu Ming's group was assigned to inspect Group 3 today. The leader of Group 3 was a middle-aged woman, employee number 0617, whom everyone referred to as Hongjia. She had worked at the shipbreaking yard for 8 years, possessing solid skills and a reputation for fairness. Lu Ming and Xiao Lin, along with Lao Chun, were at the medical station with a data tablet and scanner, making their way to the cutting area of Group 3. Hongjia, Lu Ming greeted. Adhering to the routine inspection protocol. Hongjia nodded, continuing her work. Go ahead. We cut 6 pieces today, they are over there. Lu Ming approached the collection area and began inspecting the steel plates. The quality was commendable, the cuts were neat, with completeness above 85%. And 2 pieces even reached 92%. While documenting the findings, he utilized the scanner to capture the data. Xiao Lin followed closely behind, responsible for affixing inspection labels. Upon examining the 4th plate, Lu Ming paused. Something was amiss with this particular piece. The cut was pristine, yet the edges exhibited fine cracks not attributable to cutting, as if the metal itself bore a defect. He magnified the cracks with the scanner and discovered dark spots within the fissures, corrosion. This plate had been contaminated by the acidic spores of the Zerg. Although the surface had been treated, the interior had deteriorated. According to regulations, such a plate could not be reclaimed as a qualified product. It required separate marking for special handling. This plate is problematic, Lu Ming informed Hongjia. Hongjia approached, glancing at the scanning data, her expression shifting. How is this possible? I checked before cutting. There were no signs of corrosion on the surface. Internal corrosion. Lu Ming pointed to the cracks. The Zerg spores must have penetrated, initiating corrosion from within. Hongjia fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Mark it. It was my oversight. Lu Ming recorded on the data board. A piece of corroded plate was discovered and handled according to regulations. The inspection continued. Chapter 66. Integrity at 78%. After a thorough examination of the 8 plates from the 3rd group, it was found that 2 were non-compliant. In addition to the corroded plate, there was another with a crooked cut, its integrity only at 78. Hongjia's expression was grim, yet she remained silent. Upon returning to his Group S area, Lu Ming commenced today's cutting tasks. He selected a relatively simple plate and activated the cutting machine. As the beam illuminated, a quarrel erupted nearby between the 5th and 7th groups. The leader of the 5th group pointed at a steel plate cut by the 7th group. How can you submit this with such a crooked edge? The 7th group retorted defiantly. What's wrong with a slight deviation? It's usable. Usable? Its integrity is below 80. According to regulations, it must be redone. Redo it yourself. Who do you think you are? Both sides began to shove each other. The supervisor rushed over, striking the metal floor twice with an electric baton. What is happening? The argument ceased. The old man examined the steel plate, his brow furrowing. Indeed non-compliant. 7th group. This plate will not count towards today's output, and you will incur a 5-point deduction. The 7th group members turned pale, but dared not argue. The old man then addressed the leader of the 5th group. Issues can be reported, but be mindful of your approach. If this continues, both sides will face deductions. He departed, leaving the 2 groups glaring at one another. Lu Ming returned his focus to cutting. The mutual inspection system proved effective, at least reducing overt violations. However, the underlying competition may have only just begun. At 10 in the morning, an unexpected event occurred. This time, it was not directed at a particular group, but rather the entire platform. The hull suddenly trembled violently, more intensely than ever before. It was not an explosion, but rather a low-frequency resonance that sent hearts racing. Everyone evacuate. The supervisor's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, repeating the command. All personnel, evacuate the platform immediately. Workers dropped their tools and rushed towards the lift. Lu Ming switched off the cutting machine and was about to flee when a deafening sound of metal tearing echoed from deep within the ship. Boom. A large section of the hull fell from above, tumbling toward the platform. Get down. Lu Ming lunged forward. The steel plate crashed where he had just stood, its edge mere centimeters from his feet. The shockwave knocked him over, rolling him twice, his head striking the metal railing. Darkness enveloped him. The sound of twisted metal filled his ears, accompanied by screams. Struggling to rise, he beheld a massive crater in the center of the platform, the metal flooring completely deformed. Two workers lay motionless, struck by debris, as a medical hoverboard with flashing red lights rushed to the scene. The hull continued to shudder. Lu Ming looked up at the Nanminia-class destroyer. In the middle of the hull, around the gaping hole created by the insectoid assault, a longer fissure had torn open. The darkness within revealed the internal structure, slowly distorting. The structure is collapsing. Someone shouted. Hurry, move. The lift was overcrowded, accommodating only a handful at a time. Those who could not wait began to climb the maintenance ladder, creating chaos. Lu Ming opted not to crowd the lift. He sprinted towards the edge of the platform, where the emergency descent line, typically secured, could be released in times of crisis. He lifted the protective cover and pressed the unlock button. With a click, the cable was freed. Grasping the descent handle, he flipped and leapt off the platform. His body plummeted through the air, the friction of the cable scorching his palms. Moments later, he landed on the lower platform, rolling to dissipate the force of impact. Looking up, he beheld the chaos still unfolding above. The vibrations of the vessel had finally ceased, yet the newly torn gash in its hull mocked all, resembling a gaping mouth. 20 minutes later, the platform was vacated. All workers had retreated to the safety zone below, while the foreman meticulously counted heads. 0715, present. Here. 0720, present. 0617, here. Midway through the count, the man from the safety department arrived once more. This time, he was accompanied by two subordinates clad in identical black uniforms. Together with the foreman, they inspected the damage on the platform and examined the detached hull section. The man then approached the area where the workers were gathered. Was anyone injured in the recent incident? He inquired. The foreman reported, 2 individuals sustained minor injuries and have been sent to the medical station. There is no threat to life. The man nodded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Preliminary assessments suggest the cause of the accident was structural fatigue of the vessel. Though human factors cannot be ruled out, the mention of human factors caused the workers to exchange glances. From today onwards, the man raised his voice. Operations in Workshop 7 will be suspended for 3 days to conduct a comprehensive safety evaluation. All workers will undergo background checks, particularly those who have displayed unusual behavior recently. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally lingered on Lu Ming. Lu Ming lowered his head, his heart racing. Background checks. What would they investigate? His origins? His uncanny ability to discover high-value items? His audacity to enter hazardous zones alone? He was uncertain, yet he knew the scrutiny would not be easy. In the afternoon, the investigations commenced. It was not a collective process, but rather conducted in batches. 5 individuals were called in at a time, with questioning lasting anywhere from half an hour to an hour. Lu Ming was part of the second group. The interrogation room, located within the administrative area, was a small chamber devoid of windows. It contained a table and 2 chairs, with a slogan on the wall proclaiming that honesty is the only way forward. Seated opposite him were the man from the safety department and a recorder. 0715, Lu Ming, the man stated as he opened the file. You were summoned to the shipbreaking yard 3 months ago, having previously worked at Garbage Station 1. That is correct. What prompted your transfer to the shipbreaking yard? My former supervisor claimed I performed well, yet there was no opportunity for advancement at the garbage station, so I came here. Performed well? The man scrutinized the file, which revealed multiple violations during Lu Ming's tenure at the garbage station, including an incident that led to a minor fire. Lu Ming felt a weight in his chest. That old bastard had certainly not spoken favorably of him. That was an accident, he argued. I was in the process of learning to operate the equipment. Learning? The man's brow raised. According to the records, you spent only 15 days at the garbage station, 10 of which were for recuperation, leaving you with merely 5 days of actual work. What could you possibly learn in such a brief period? Lu Ming fell silent. Moreover, the man continued. Your performance at the shipyard has seen a remarkable surge since your arrival. The cutting efficiency has escalated from a mere 10 plates on the first day to over 15 now, with the quality remaining at an exceptionally high standard. Such a pace of progress is quite extraordinary. I am striving diligently. Striving? The man chuckled, yet his gaze was icy. Do you know how long it takes for the Imperial Army to cultivate a competent dismantler? 3 months of foundational training, followed by 6 months of practical experience, to reach your current level. Yet, you have achieved this in merely half a month. He leaned forward, fixing his stare on Lu Ming's eyes. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? The pressure bore down on Lu Ming like a tangible weight. His palms were slick with sweat. He could not divulge the truth. He could not reveal the assistance of the exoskeleton, nor the support from his homeland, nor the iron ball. He could only fabricate a lie. I previously engaged in similar work on Earth, he concocted, dismantling obsolete machinery and repairing equipment. I possess a foundation. Earth? The man noted something in the file. That primitive civilization on the fringe planet? You still rely on fossil fuels, I presume? Indeed. Then where did you acquire your skills? I am self-taught, Lu Ming replied. I have a passion for machinery, have read extensively, and have also engaged in hands-on practice. The man scrutinized him for a prolonged moment. Then he nodded. Closing the file, very well. You may leave. As Lu Ming rose and approached the door, the man suddenly called out, 0715. Lu Ming turned back. Remember, the man said. Here, standing out is not advantageous. Exercise restraint. It is for the benefit of both you and me. Chapter 67. Anomalous performance emerging from the interrogation room. Lu Ming's back was drenched. He returned to the makeshift shelter in the workers' break area, where long benches were scattered, and the workers sat or reclined, the atmosphere stifling. Xiaolin spotted him and hurried over. Brother Lu Ming, how did it go? Nothing to worry about. Lu Ming sat down and inquired about the basic situation. I heard, Xiaolin whispered, that the security department is investigating everyone's background, especially those with anomalous performances. Some have already been flagged. Flagged? Yes, Xiaolin nodded. Those who are flagged will be under heightened scrutiny. If any further anomalies arise, they might. He did not finish, but Lu Ming understood. They would be dealt with. The death of a worker at the shipyard is akin to the death of an ant. Brother Lu Ming. Xiaolin's voice dropped even lower. Do you think we might be flagged? Lu Ming remained silent. He was well aware that he had most likely already been marked. The cutting efficiency, discovery of modules, entering dangerous zones. Each of these was sufficient to be deemed anomalous. He now felt as though he were walking a tightrope, with an abyss beneath him. That evening, Lu Ming returned to the metal shack. He secured the door, drew the curtains, and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling a box from under it. The gun was still there. He grasped it tightly. The cold metallic texture offered him a modicum of reassurance. Yet, mere possession of the gun was insufficient. He needed a plan. The scrutiny from the security department would not be a singular occurrence. There would likely be deeper investigations to follow. He had to be prepared. First, the cutting efficiency must be reduced. He could not be too conspicuous. But neither could he perform poorly, as that would raise another form of suspicion. He needed to find a balance. Secondly, he must minimize his visits to the hazardous zones. The next time he discovers something valuable, he must not bear the burden alone. It is imperative to enlist others to share in both the risks and the accolades. Ultimately, he must ascertain who is orchestrating events from the shadows. Is it the bald-headed figure, the administrator, 0721, or perhaps the security department itself? He is uncertain. Yet an investigation is essential. He recalls the miniature camera. Beginning tomorrow, he intends to keep the camera perpetually recording, capturing all suspicious individuals and occurrences. Additionally, he must carry the shield generator with him, ever ready for activation. Resorting to his firearm is a last resort. He must avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. However, should that moment arise, he would not falter. In the dead of night, Lu Ming is roused by the vibration of his communicator. It is the individual communication device given to him by his homeland. He hastily retrieves it and presses the answer button. Silence greets him. Only a rhythmic series of beeps, 3 short, 3 long, and then 3 short again, reaches his ears. Morse code. Lu Ming studied it briefly during his time on Blue Star. Having participated in a craft class where the basics were taught, he listens intently. Beep, 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 beep. SOS. A distress signal. Yet, the frequency is not channel 001. It is an unfamiliar channel. He tunes into that frequency and lowers his voice. Who is this? Lu Ming Ji. It is Xiaolin's voice, trembling and laced with tears. Xiaolin, how did you get this? I found it in the tool room today. Xiaolin stammers. Someone is chasing me. They want to kill me. Where are you? In the B-zone maintenance passage. A piercing scream erupts, and the communication abruptly ceases. Lu Ming leaps to his feet. Glancing at the clock, it is 2 in the morning. At this hour, Xiaolin is in the maintenance passage, being pursued. There is no time for contemplation. He dons his work uniform, shoving the shield generator into his inner pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieves the firearm from the box and stows it in a canvas tool bag. Then, he pushes open the door and dashes into the dark corridor. The iron door to the B-zone maintenance passage stands ajar, resembling a gaping maw. Lu Ming halts before the entrance, withdrawing his gun from the tool bag and gripping it tightly. The weapon feels icy, yet his palms are slick with sweat. He checks the shield generator. Its energy is fully charged, ready for activation at a moment's notice. The passage is enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of a distant emergency light. He activates the lighting on his helmet, a feature of the exoskeleton he usually hesitates to wear. Now, he has no time for reservations. The beam slices through the darkness, revealing the complexity of the passage. The corridor spans approximately 2 meters in width, flanked by thick pipelines and bundles of cables, some of which dangle down like the tentacles of a monstrous creature. The ground is slick with standing water, producing a soft splashing sound as he treads. He lowers his voice, speaking into the communicator. Shaolin, if you can hear me, please respond. There is no answer, only the crackling of electrical currents. He continues forward, each step taken with utmost caution, his ears attuned for any sounds. After traversing around 50 meters, he spots bloodstains. Dark red droplets cascade onto the waterlogged ground, spreading into irregular blotches. The blood appears fresh, not yet fully congealed. Lu Ming crouches down, dipping his finger to sample it. The metallic scent confirms it is human blood. Shaolin's blood. A weight drops in his chest as he tightens his grip on the gun and quickens his pace. The blood trails intermittently, leading leftward down the passage. As he turned the corner, the passage narrowed considerably, allowing only one person to pass through. The pipelines became denser, with some sections of insulation damaged, exposing live wires that flickered with tiny arcs of electricity. He cautiously maneuvered around them. After walking another 20 meters, he encountered a fork in the path. The bloodstains vanished at the junction, possibly having been cleaned up, or perhaps Shaolin had taken another route. Lu Ming halted, straining to listen. The left passage was accompanied by the sound of wind, indicative of a leak in the ventilation duct, while the right passage was eerily silent, save for a faint metallic scraping sound, as if something was being dragged. He opted for the right. This corridor was dimmer, with emergency lights spaced further apart. Lu Ming adjusted the brightness of his helmet light, the beam slicing through the darkness like a sword. There were no signs of blood on the ground, but some dragging marks disturbed the water, leaving long streaks behind. He followed these traces. The passage began to slope downward. The incline was gentle, yet it was evident he was descending underground. The air grew more humid, carrying a musty scent. Suddenly, a muffled groan echoed ahead. It was Shaolin's voice. Lu Ming dashed forward. At the end of the corridor was a small room, presumably a maintenance station, equipped with a tool rack and workbench, yet long abandoned. In the center of the room, Shaolin was kneeling on the ground, his hands bound behind him. He bore bruises on his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his work attire was torn in several places. Before him stood 3 individuals, a bald man and his 2 henchmen. "Oh, you've arrived," the bald man remarked, turning at the sound of footsteps. Upon seeing the gun in Lu Ming's hand, he paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, adding with a grin, "Brought a toy with you? New guy, do you know what the penalty for possessing illegal firearms is?" Lu Ming ignored him, scanning the room. Aside from the bald man and his 2 accomplices, there was no one else present. The administrator was absent. The security personnel were nowhere to be found, nor was 0721. "Release him," Lu Ming commanded, aiming his gun at the bald man. The bald man laughed heartily. "Release him? On what grounds? This kid was sneaking around the corridors at night. I suspect he has been stealing. Is it wrong to bring him in for questioning? Do we need to tie him up for that? If he is uncooperative, we must employ some measures." The bald man stepped forward. "New guy? I advise you not to meddle. Lower your weapon, and I might pretend I didn't see anything." Lu Ming remained motionless. He glanced at Shaolin, whose face was ashen, eyes filled with dread, yet upon seeing Lu Ming, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. "Lu Ming, they want to kill me." Shaolin's voice trembled. "Shut up." The bald man kicked Shaolin in the back. Shaolin gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground. Lu Ming's finger tightened on the trigger. "Don't be rash." The bald man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "New guy, think this through. If you pull that trigger, you'll be committing murder. The security personnel have been looking for a reason to apprehend you. One shot from you would deliver you right into their hands." What he said was true. In the shipyard, workers faced point deductions for fighting, but the use of firearms, especially military-grade weapons, was an entirely different matter. The security personnel could shoot on sight or detain you for interrogation, which often resulted in disappearance. Lu Ming's hand trembled, yet he could not lower his weapon. "What do you want?" Lu Ming inquired. "Simple." The bald man grinned widely, "Urging you to divulge your secrets. How have your cutting skills improved so rapidly? Where did you acquire your equipment? And what about those valuable items you've discovered? Where are they concealed?" "I have no secrets. None." The bald man produced a small object from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. It was a miniature camera, identical to the one the foreman had given to Lu Ming. "This was confiscated from Shaolin. He claims you provided it to him to monitor us. Newcomer, you truly are something else. Unable to face the challenge yourself, you send an injured man to take the risk on your behalf." Lu Ming cast a glance at Shaolin, who lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. "It wasn't me," Lu Ming insisted. "Then who was it? The foreman?" The bald man scoffed, unfazed. "Regardless, the camera is here, and the person is here. Who do you think the security department will believe? He was applying pressure. Lu Ming's mind raced. The bald man's target was not Xiao Lin, it was him. Xiao Lin was merely bait to lure him into the trap. Now that he was here, he had fallen into the snare. But he had a gun. The bald man hesitated to force Lu Ming to draw it, as the consequences of gunfire were uncontrollable. It was a stalemate. Listen, the bald man suddenly altered his tone. Newcomer, I do not wish to escalate this matter. Lower your weapon, and let us discuss. Discuss what? Collaboration, the bald man replied. I know you possess considerable skills in locating valuable items. I have connections to sell them at a premium. Let us join forces and split the profits evenly. And if I refuse? Then you shall not walk out of this corridor today. The smile vanished from his face, and he continued, Xiao Lin will unexpectedly perish. You will flee in guilt, only to stumble into the furnace. When the security department investigates, it will merely be recorded as a scuffle between two workers, both meeting their demise. His tone was eerily calm, as if discussing the evening meal. Lu Ming recognized the seriousness of his words. Such individuals were plentiful in the shipyard, willing to do anything for points. Give me time to consider. Lu Ming replied. No time. The bald man shook his head. The decision is now, cooperate or die. His two subordinates took a step forward, brandishing not guns, but high-energy cutting blades, their edges sharp as knives. Lu Ming inhaled deeply, his fingers tightening around the trigger. The shield generator switch was to his left, easily activated with a gentle press of his thumb. 3 seconds. Would that be enough for him to fire a few shots? He was uncertain, but he had to take the gamble. Just as he prepared to activate the shield generator, footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Heavy, rhythmic. And not just one person. Everyone turned to look. A beam of light pierced the darkness, blinding them momentarily. Once their eyes adjusted, Lu Ming saw that it was the security department approaching. A man with gray eyes led the group, followed by 4 fully armed soldiers clad in black tactical gear, wielding pulse rifles with red targeting lasers cutting through the darkness like ominous lines. Lower your weapons, the man commanded, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. The bald man's expression shifted, but he quickly forced a smile. Commander, we have a minor disagreement that we are currently mediating. The man disregarded him, his gaze fixated on the firearm in Lu Ming's hand. 0715, he stated, possessing military firearms is a grave offense. Lu Ming remained silent, lowering the weapon as he clasped his hands atop his head upon the man's command. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming gradually bent down, placing the gun on the ground before raising his hands. A soldier approached, retrieved the firearm, inspected it, and nodded to the man, declaring, electromagnetic accelerator pistol. Standard issue of the Imperial Army, serial number has been ground off. The man turned his attention to Lu Ming, inquiring, where did you acquire the weapon? I found it. Lu Ming replied. Where did you find it? Inside the hull. Specify the location. I can't recall. The man scrutinized him for several seconds before addressing the bald-headed one. What about you? What transpired? Sir, we discovered this fellow sneaking about in the dead of night. The bald man pointed to Xiao Lin, so we apprehended him for questioning. Consequently, 0715 barged in with a gun, intent on silencing him. Is that so? The man queried Lu Ming. They were tormenting Xiao Lin, Lu Ming asserted. I came upon hearing a cry for help. A cry for help? The man raised an eyebrow. What sort of help? Lu Ming felt a tightening in his chest. A communicator. Xiao Lin used the communicator to call for help, but that device was provided by the homeland, and I can't disclose it. I happened to pass by and heard the noise, Lu Ming amended. The man, clearly skeptical, refrained from pressing further, instructing the soldiers, take everyone away. Separate them for interrogation. The soldiers advanced, fastening magnetic handcuffs onto Lu Ming, the bald man, and Xiao Lin, binding their wrists firmly together, rendering escape impossible. Lu Ming was escorted outside. As he passed the bald man, he whispered, Newcomer, you're finished. Lu Ming ignored him. The interrogation room was even smaller than the last, devoid of chairs. Lu Ming was secured to an iron ring affixed to the wall, standing upright. Before him loomed a one-way mirror. He was aware that someone was observing him from behind. After approximately 10 minutes, the door swung open. The gray-eyed man entered, holding Lu Ming's gun. 0715. He placed the firearm on the table. Though the serial number has been ground off, our technical department managed to restore part of it. The results indicate that it belongs to the Imperial Army's 7th Mechanized Infantry Division, lost 3 years ago during the Serpent's battle. He paused, fixing his gaze on Lu Ming. Do you know where that is? Lu Ming shook his head. It is one of the primary battlefields between the Empire and the insectoid race. This gun should have been lost on the battlefield. However, the conundrum lies in how it ended up in the wreckage of a 300-year-old destroyer. A jolt of realization struck Lu Ming. He had not considered that aspect. The gun was provided by the homeland, which claimed it was a replica. Yet, If this weapon truly belonged to the Imperial military and originated from a battlefield 3 years prior, it implied that the homeland had engaged with the Empire's active forces. Or worse, that this gun had been captured. I don't know, Lu Ming admitted. I merely found it. Found it, the man echoed. You stumbled upon a weapon from 3 years ago within the hull of a vessel that sank 3 centuries prior. Do you believe that to be plausible? Lu Ming remained silent. There is another possibility. The man stepped closer, lowering his voice. That this gun was given to you by someone who possesses the means to acquire Imperial active equipment. Lu Ming's heart raced as though it might leap from his chest. 0715. The man's voice lowered. I know you are no ordinary individual. Your performance, your skills, your audacity surpass the realm of typical workers. Who do you serve? The rebels? A smuggling ring? Or some other faction? I have not. Do not be hasty to deny, the man interjected. I offer you a chance. Reveal the truth to me, and I can ensure your safety. Otherwise, when the security department officially intervenes, your opportunity will vanish. Ensure my safety? Lu Ming gazed into the man's eyes. Those gray depths betrayed no emotion, leaving him uncertain whom to trust. Chapter 69. The unshackling yet. If the man truly possessed sincerity, why employ such an approach for interrogation? Why confine him in handcuffs? Sir, Lu Ming implored, I genuinely found it. If you doubt my word, you may verify my identification records. My daily movements are logged on the platform, leaving no chance for external contact. The man scrutinized him for an extended moment before sighing and stepping back. Very well. Since you refuse to speak, I shall proceed with protocol. He pressed a button on the communicator mounted on the wall. Isolate 0715 in the confinement room until further investigation. The door swung open, and 2 soldiers entered, unshackling Lu Ming's hands only to restrain him once more as they led him outside. The confinement room, located in the underground management area, was a cramped enclosure of less than 3 square meters, devoid of windows, its only entry a heavy metal door. Inside, there was merely a steel bed and a bucket. Lu Ming was thrust inside, and the door slammed shut behind him with a resounding clang. The metallic sound echoed within the confined space as he seated himself on the bed, still shackled, making movement exceedingly difficult. Silence enveloped him. Only the faint rush of air from the ventilation duct broke the stillness. He pondered his friend's fates, uncertain of how the bald man would respond, or how the security department would proceed with their inquiries. Most troubling was the confiscation of his firearm, a weapon bestowed by his homeland. Now in the hands of the security department, should the technical division conduct a thorough analysis, they might uncover more troubling issues, such as material composition or manufacturing processes, which could potentially expose the existence of his homeland. Lu Ming closed his eyes, compelling himself to maintain composure. Panic was not an option. To succumb to fear would signify defeat. He needed to devise a plan. First, they must present a unified front. His and Xiao Lin's accounts must align. The gun was found. There were no accomplices, no underlying forces. Secondly, he could exploit the bald man's contradictions. The bald man was no saint. The security department undoubtedly harbored suspicions about him. If Lu Ming could latch onto the bald man's mistreatment of Xiao Lin, perhaps attention could be diverted. Finally, should all else fail, he possessed one last card, the iron ball, though it remained in the process of charging. It might create chaos in a critical moment, providing an opportunity for escape. However, that was a last resort. Once employed, there would be no turning back. He inhaled deeply, once, twice, thrice. His heartbeat gradually steadied as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. He noticed etchings on the wall, marks left by previous captives. Dates, names, and brief messages were inscribed there. 3 days, and no one has come. I have done nothing. Save me. The final message was inscribed in blood, now darkened with age. Lu Ming averted his gaze. He could not allow himself to become like that. He must survive and find a way out. Continue gathering technology and return it to the homeland. Continue to fight. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the door creaked open. Instead of the gray-eyed man, a young security officer entered, holding a tray of food. He placed the tray on the ground and turned to leave. Wait, Lu Ming called out. What about my companion? 0720. The officer glanced at him briefly. He is under investigation. He is injured and requires treatment. The medical team will handle it. With that, the officer closed the door. The tray contained a nutrient supplement and a cup of water. The supplement was scant, just a single tube, less than usual. With his hands shackled, Lu Ming struggled to grasp the nutrient, squeezing it into his mouth. Its taste was inferior, gritty, as though mixed with sand. After finishing, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Time trickled by. There was no clock, no light, only the passage of sensation. Perhaps an hour, perhaps 3. The door swung open once more. This time, it was the gray-eyed man. He entered, clutching a data pad. 0715. He stated, the bald man has confessed. Lu Ming's heart tightened. He said the gun is yours, that you threatened to kill them. The man scrutinized the datapad further. He also claimed you and Xiao Lin are in cahoots, frequently operating at night to steal parts from the ship and sell them on the black market. He is lying. Lu Ming thought. I know it. The man set down the datapad, but the issue lies in the fact that we possess evidence. He extracted a small bag from his pocket, opened it, and poured out several items, electronic components, a high-purity energy chip, and a communication device. It was not the one provided by the homeland, but a more rudimentary version. These parts were confiscated from Xiao Lin's work attire, the man explained. These components are strictly prohibited from being disassembled aboard the ship. The communication device is contraband. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. 0715, the man continued. The situation is quite unfavorable for you. The bald man accuses you. The evidence points to Xiao Lin, and you possess the gun. Under Imperial law, I could send you all directly to prison, or worse. He paused, but I do not wish to do so. Lu Ming looked up. I need talent, the man stated. Talent like yours. You are audacious, meticulous, skilled, and able to remain composed in dire circumstances. The security department requires individuals like you. You want me to join the security department? Lu Ming inquired. Not to join, but to collaborate, the man clarified. You will continue working at the shipyard, but you must report to me regularly. Your reports will include any unusual behavior from the workers, any special items discovered, and any intelligence that may pose a threat to the Empire's security. In exchange? Lu Ming asked. In exchange, I can suppress this incident. As for the gun, I will dispose of it and will not pursue its origin. I can ensure Xiao Lin remains safe. You and your team can continue your work as usual. The terms were enticing, yet the price was to become an informant, betraying others. What if I refuse? Lu Ming questioned. Then the three of you will disappear. The man replied calmly. People die at the shipyard every day. 3 more would not be missed. Lu Ming fell silent. He understood the man was not jesting. The security department wielded such power. I need time to consider, he stated. There is no time. The man shook his head. The decision must be made now. Cooperate or perish. The words echoed those spoken by the bald man. Yet this time, Lu Ming was devoid of a weapon and without an escape route. He gazed into the man's eyes, those gray orbs devoid of emotion, solely fixated on calculations of self-interest. This man required no loyalty, only those who could prove useful, and Lu Ming, at this moment, happened to be of service. I agree, Lu Ming declared. The man nodded. As though he had anticipated this response, he pressed a communicator. Bring in 0720. Moments later, Xiao Lin was ushered in, his complexion even more pallid, limping, yet thankfully still alive. 0720. The man stated, 0715 has consented to collaborate. Everything you have seen and heard today is to be forgotten. Do you understand? Xiao Lin nodded. Bewildered. You are free to leave. The man unclasped Lu Ming's handcuffs, adding, remember, do not speak of today to anyone. Not to the overseer, nor to Lao Chun. This is our secret. Lu Ming flexed his wrist and nodded. Once a week, I will reach out to you, the man continued. I will notify you of the time and place. In case of an emergency, use this to contact me. He handed Lu Ming a compact communicator, smaller than the one his homeland had provided, featuring a single button. Press once, and I will receive your location. Press twice to signal danger. Press 3 times to indicate the completion of a task. Lu Ming accepted the communicator and tucked it into his pocket. Now, go, the man gestured, supporting Xiao Lin. Lu Ming exited the isolation chamber. The corridor stretched long before them, the lights glaring. Each step felt as though it were taken upon the edge of a blade. Yet he understood that the most perilous moments were just beginning. Chapter 70. The informant emerging from the security department building. Dawn was approaching. The shipyard's ceiling simulation had just transitioned to dawn mode, casting a dark blue light from above, bathing the metallic structures as if submerged in the cold depths of the ocean. The air bore the scent of morning humidity mingled with the tang of rusting metal. Xiao Lin walked slowly, his left leg still somewhat limping. Lu Ming supported him as they silently traversed the desolate factory grounds. No words were exchanged. Lu Ming's mind replayed every detail from the isolation chamber, the gray-eyed man's stipulations, the diminutive communicator, and the phrase, "This is our secret." A secret. He was now an informant for the security department. What was the role of an informant? Reporting on workers' anomalies? Alerting potential dissenters? Or monitoring others possibly sent by the homeland? He was uncertain, yet he recognized that from this day forth, he must tread with utmost caution. Lu Mingji, Xiao Lin suddenly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. Lu Ming glanced at him. Why apologize? If it weren't for me, if I hadn't been wandering at night, you wouldn't be. Xiao Lin lowered his head. Now you are under the watch of the security department, all because of me. This is not your fault. Lu Ming replied. They are targeting me. You are merely a pretext. But, no buts, Lu Ming interjected. Listen, Shaolin, forget about today. Forget the security department. Forget what the bald man said. Pretend as though nothing has transpired. But they need you. I know, Lu Ming whispered, but you cannot know. The more you understand, the greater the danger. Do you comprehend? Shaolin bit his lip and nodded. Upon their return to Platform 7, the workers had already gathered. Upon seeing Lu Ming and Shaolin together, with Shaolin bearing injuries on his face, many cast curious glances their way. The group, led by the bald man, was also present. Upon noticing Lu Ming, the bald man grinned widely, his expression replete with arrogance and provocation. Yet, he refrained from speaking, merely gesturing with a hand across his throat. Lu Ming chose to ignore him. The foreman approached, scrutinizing Shaolin's face. What happened? He inquired. He fell, Lu Ming replied. Fell. The foreman raised an eyebrow. Fell and acquired such symmetrical bruises? He rolled down the stairs, Lu Ming explained. The foreman fixed him with a gaze for several seconds before refraining from further questions, simply stating, Old Chun can be discharged today, but the doctor recommends an additional 2 days of rest. Your group still consists of only 2 members, with a basic quota of 10 units. Is that acceptable? No problem. Lu Ming assured him. Very well, the foreman said, turning to leave, then paused to add, by the way, we have new personnel today. The safety department has sent technical advisors to enhance the operational standards across the workshop. Technical advisors? A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ming. The safety department's personnel had arrived so swiftly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the newcomers arrived, not 1, but 2. Both were clad in dark gray uniforms, of superior fabric and a more tailored fit than those of the workers. Instead of the shipyard's mechanical logo, their attire bore the emblem of the safety department, featuring a sword and gear. Leading the pair was a middle-aged man, around 40, slender in build, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, presenting the appearance of a desk worker. He held a data board, documenting observations as he walked. Following him was a young woman, likely in her mid-20s, with short hair and piercing eyes. Her posture as straight as a soldier's. The foreman guided them to the center of the platform and clapped his hands, calling for everyone's attention. Gather around, everyone, he commanded. The workers congregated. Let me introduce, the foreman began. These 2 are technical advisors sent by the safety department, tasked with overseeing and optimizing our operational processes. This is Advisor Li, and this is Advisor Wang. He continued, for the time being, they will be working alongside all of you, and I hope you will cooperate. Advisor Li, the bespectacled middle-aged man, adjusted his glasses and offered a professional smile. Greetings, everyone. The safety department has recently received reports indicating a high accident rate in Workshop 7, hence our presence for evaluation and guidance. This is not aimed at any individual, but rather for the safety of all. His tone was courteous, yet the underlying message was unmistakable. The safety department was asserting its authority. Advisor Wang, the young woman, remained silent, merely surveying each worker with her keen gaze. When her eyes briefly met Lu Ming's, they lingered for a second before moving on. All right, disperse and resume your work. The foreman waved his hand. The workers returned to their stations, yet the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. No one dared to speak loudly. Even the cutting motions were deliberately slowed, each individual wary of drawing scrutiny. Lu Ming activated the cutting machine, the beam illuminating his workspace. He worked diligently, though part of his attention remained fixated on the 2 advisors. Advisor Li paced the platform, recording each person's operational procedures on his data board. From time to time, he would pause to converse with the workers, pointing out certain irregularities, incorrect grip positions, unsafe stances, and deviations in cutting angles. These were minor issues that the usual overseer typically overlooked. However, Supervisor Li was meticulous, documenting each concern meticulously. Supervisor Wang, on the other hand, was far more direct. Approaching a worker, she observed for a moment before abruptly placing her hand on the cutting machine, commanding it to stop. The worker, startled, shut off the machine. The cutting power you just used exceeded the safety standard by 15. Supervisor Wang's voice was frigid. Why? The board was thick, the worker stammered. Thick boards should first have pressure relief holes drilled, rather than simply increasing the power, she stated, retrieving a safety manual from her toolbox and flipping to a specific page. Article 37. Read it carefully. The worker lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. This is your first warning. If you err again, points will be deducted, Supervisor Wang concluded. Moving on to the next worker. Lu Ming watched her retreating figure, sensing her formidable presence. She observed with keen detail and possessed an intimate understanding of safety regulations. With her around, many flexible practices would no longer be feasible. As Lu Ming cut into the 3rd steel plate, Supervisor Li approached him. 0715, he inquired, glancing at the data board. Lu Ming? Yes, I've reviewed your records. Supervisor Lee adjusted his glasses. Your recent performance has been commendable. High cutting efficiency and stable quality. Any secrets? None, Lu Ming replied. Just practice. Is that so? Supervisor Lee smiled, though the warmth was absent. I have noticed, however, that your rate of improvement is rather unusual. From your first day until now, efficiency has surged by 80 and quality by 30. Statistically, this is a rare occurrence. Lu Ming felt a tightness in his chest. I have studied a bit of machinery, he admitted. A bit? Supervisor Lee tapped the data board. According to the records, you hail from Earth, a marginal world that barely qualifies as a planetary civilization. Such advanced cutting technology training is unlikely to be found there. I taught myself. Self-taught. Supervisor Lee echoed, not pursuing the matter further. Continue, but prioritize safety. He departed. Lu Ming resumed cutting, though his palms had begun to sweat. Chapter 71, Nutritional Supplements? This Supervisor Lee was proving to be more formidable than the gray-eyed man. The latter resorted to overt threats, while Supervisor Lee was methodically closing in on the truth through data and analysis. He had to exercise greater caution. During the lunch break, Lu Ming and Xiao Lin sat in a corner. Other workers gathered in small clusters, speaking in hushed tones while occasionally stealing glances at the two supervisors seated at the center of the platform. Supervisor Lee was consuming a nutritional supplement, a more sophisticated synthetic food presented in a metallic container, unlike the standard fare of the workers. Supervisor Wang, however, merely sipped water from her flask, her gaze still scanning the surroundings. Lu Ming, that female supervisor has been watching you, Xiao Lin whispered. Lu Ming looked up, locking eyes with Supervisor Wang. She did not avert her gaze but instead strode directly towards him. 0715, she announced, halting in front of Lu Ming. This afternoon, you will be in my group. Lu Ming was taken aback. What? I need to observe your operational process. Director Wang stated that Director Lee would be responsible for theoretical analysis while he would oversee practical evaluations. You have been selected. Why me? Because your data is the most anomalous. Director Wang spoke plainly, expressing a desire to discern whether you possess genuine capability or have employed some extraordinary means. Extraordinary means. Lu Ming recalled the exoskeleton hidden beneath his bed. I understand now, he remarked. Director Wang nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Lin, observing her retreating figure, whispered, Lu Ming. Does she suspect you? Perhaps. What should we do? We must act according to the situation, Lu Ming replied. When work commenced in the afternoon, Director Wang indeed stood beside Lu Ming. She did not interfere with his cutting but observed quietly, holding a data pad and occasionally jotting down notes. The pressure was immense. Lu Ming felt as though he were under a microscope, every movement, every detail susceptible to scrutiny, analysis, and doubt. He deliberately slowed his pace, making his actions appear more methodical, albeit clumsier. After finishing a piece, Director Wang suddenly spoke. Your stance just now deviated from the standard position by 15 centimeters. Lu Ming looked down, did it? Indeed, Director Wang pointed to the reference line on the ground. The standard position requires your toes to align with this line. You stood too far back. I thought that angle was better for cutting. Your intuition is irrelevant, Director Wang asserted. Rules are rules. Return to the standard position and cut again. Lu Ming took a deep breath and returned to the designated spot. Restarting the cutting machine, he adjusted the angle, directing the beam toward the weld seam. This time, he adhered strictly to the protocols, setting the power to standard values, adjusting the cutting speed accordingly, and even controlling his breathing rhythm. The result was a drop in efficiency to 60 of his usual performance, and the quality of the cuts declined as well. Director Wang observed the data pad, her brow furrowing. After completing 3 pieces, she commanded, Stop. Lu Ming powered down the machine. Your standard operation is too inefficient, Director Wang stated, but your free operation poses safety risks. I need you to find a balance. How do I find it? Explore on your own, she replied, putting away the data pad. I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, I expect to see you ensuring both safety and efficiency. Otherwise, I will recommend you for a different position. A different position. It could be in the furnace workshop, the waste disposal station, or perhaps somewhere worse. I will do my best, Lu Ming vowed. Director Wang nodded and departed. Lu Ming remained in place, watching her silhouette vanish at the far end of the platform. This woman was more perilous than Director Lee. Director Lee demanded data and logic, whereas Director Wang sought tangible performance. She needed to see Lu Ming normalize, either confess to his use of extraordinary means or prove himself an ordinary worker. Yet, Lu Ming could accomplish neither. He had indeed utilized the exoskeleton, but that must remain concealed. He was also not an ordinary worker, yet that too must remain hidden. He needed to perform a flawless act within 3 days. After work, Lu Ming did not immediately return to the tin house. He visited the medical station to see old Chun. Old Chun was now able to get out of bed and walk. The wound on his right arm had healed well, but the doctor still advised an additional day of rest. I will return tomorrow. Old Chun inquired about their recent days. Lu Ming briefly recounted the guidance matter. After listening, Old Chun fell silent for a considerable time. The arrival of the security department's guidance was not a good omen. He eventually remarked, "This has happened before. Each time, someone seems to vanish." Vanish? Lu Ming echoed. "Indeed," Old Chun said, gazing out the window. "They are either reassigned or they perish. The security department always finds a justification." Lu Ming clenched his fists. "What about that Wong guidance?" Old Chun asked. "Has she set her sights on you?" "To some extent," Lu Ming replied. "Then you are in trouble," Old Chun warned. "Her name is Wong Lin. I've heard of her. She was formerly with the Imperial Army Special Forces, later transferred to the security department, specifically responsible for evaluating exceptional talents. Those who attract her attention either get recruited or eliminated." "Special Forces," Lu Ming mused. "No wonder her gait and gaze are so military-like. What does she want?" "I don't know," Old Chun shook his head. "Perhaps she's noticed your outstanding performance and wishes to assess your potential for the security department. Alternatively, she might suspect you of harboring issues and is gathering evidence." "What should I do?" Lu Ming asked. "Act," Old Chun advised. "Portray yourself as a competent yet unremarkable worker. Make her perceive you as useful but not intimidating. Then wait for her interest to wane." "Wane?" Lu Ming grimaced. "Someone like Wong Lin, once she fixates on a person, won't relent until she uncovers something. Moreover," Old Chun lowered his voice, "be cautious of Baldy. I've heard he's been getting chummy with the security department." "Baldy?" Lu Ming recalled the gray-eyed man in the isolation room mentioning Baldy's confession. It indeed seemed Baldy might have struck some deal with the security department. "I understand," Lu Ming replied. As he departed the medical station, night had fully descended. Walking back to the tin hut, Lu Ming's mind was a tumult of thoughts. The scrutiny from the guidance, the threat posed by Baldy, the control of the security department, and the expectations from the homeland. All these pressures ensnared him like a web, tightening around him. He needed a breakthrough. In the dead of night, the communicator vibrated. It was not the one given by the homeland, but a small communicator from the gray-eyed man. Lu Ming retrieved it and pressed the answer button. Silence enveloped him, save for a line of text displayed on the miniature screen. "Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Tool Room B. Come alone." Then the connection was severed. Tool Room B, where he had clashed with Baldy. Was the gray-eyed man's choice of location a coincidence or intentional? Lu Ming could not discern. However, he knew he had to go. He stowed away the communicator and lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling for a long time. It was not until the changing of the guard's whistle echoed outside that he finally managed to drift into a fitful sleep. Chapter 72. Supervision of cutting the following morning. Lu Ming continued to cut under Wong's watchful eye. He deliberately adjusted his performance to be slightly better than the previous day, yet still below his usual standard. Efficiency improved by 20 and quality by 10, all within reasonable limits. Wong Lin observed the data board, remaining silent, though her brow relaxed somewhat. During the lunchtime break, Guidance Li summoned Lu Ming. 0715. "I reviewed your data from the morning." Li adjusted his glasses. "There is progress, but it remains insufficient. I will strive harder." Lu Ming replied earnestly. "Indeed," Li acknowledged. Li guided the data board with a few strokes, "and I observe that you possess a commendable understanding of the hull structure. You can accurately identify the welding seams and weak points during cutting. This ability is cultivated through experience. However, you have only been here for half a month." He began again. Lu Ming maintained his composure. "I have dismantled many old machines before. I have a sense of touch." "A sense of touch?" Li chuckled, finding the remark amusing. "However, the sense of touch is subjective. We require objective data." He retrieved a helmet-like scanner from his toolbox, appearing quite sophisticated. "Wear this," Li instructed. "It will record your eye movements, muscle tension, and brainwave variations during the cutting process this afternoon. I wish to ascertain the nature of your sense of touch." Lu Ming felt a weight in his heart. The scanner would document eye movements, muscle tension, and brainwaves. If he donned the exoskeleton, the scanner would undoubtedly detect abnormal muscle exertion patterns and eye-tracking speeds beyond the norm. Yet, refusing it would raise suspicion. Very well. He accepted the scanner, which was quite heavy, at least 5 kilograms. He put it on and adjusted the fit. A semi-transparent data interface appeared before him, displaying various parameters. "Let us commence work," Li said. Lu Ming returned to the cutting station. He could no longer use the exoskeleton, at least not this afternoon. He activated the cutting machine, and the beam illuminated. Without the exoskeleton's assistance, the cutting machine felt cumbersome, and his arms grew weary quickly. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain steady. His eyes had to move naturally, not too swiftly. His muscles needed to be adequately tense, but not overly so. He could not control his brain waves. He could only strive to clear his mind. After cutting through a piece of metal, he exhaled and glanced at the data board. His efficiency had dropped another 10% compared to the morning. Wang Lin approached. Glancing at the scanning data, muscle load is elevated, eye tracking speed is normal, and the brainwaves appear somewhat chaotic. I'm anxious, Lu Ming admitted. Anxiety can affect judgment. Wang Lin replied, relax. Lu Ming took a deep breath and continued cutting. Throughout the afternoon, he managed to cut 5 pieces, barely meeting quality standards. While his efficiency was lamentably low. As they concluded for the day, Li approached and removed the scanner. I will analyze the data later, he remarked. We shall continue tomorrow. Lu Ming nodded, feeling as though his body was in disarray. Without the exoskeleton, the high-intensity cutting had drained his stamina significantly. He trudged toward the elevator. At 3 in the afternoon, in Zone B's tool room, Lu Ming arrived punctually. The door was ajar. He pushed it open. The gray-eyed man was already there, seated at the workbench, fiddling with a small component. Right on time. The man glanced at him. Sit down. Lu Ming took a seat across from him. How have the past 2 days been? The man inquired. The supervisor has been monitoring. I am aware, the man replied. Wang Lin is under my purview. Lu Ming was taken aback. She was once my subordinate. The man continued. She possesses strong capabilities, but tends to be overly serious. I brought her in to assess your true level. Why? Because I need to determine whether you are worth preserving. The man set down the component, 0715. There are factions within the safety department as well. Supporting you entails a risk on my part. If you lack sufficient value, I can relinquish you at any moment. A straightforward transaction. What must I do? Lu Ming inquired. First, demonstrate your capabilities, the man replied. Wang Lin's evaluation report will determine your worth in the eyes of the security department. I need you to pass her assessment, but do not appear overly impressive, merely adequate. Next, the man extracted a small storage device from his pocket, containing technical information regarding the weapon systems of the Nanomia-class destroyer. I need you to identify a portion of this and report back. Lu Ming accepted the device, its surface cool to the touch. This is a test, the man continued. If you can successfully identify these technologies without arousing suspicion, it will prove your capability to work for me. If you fail, he left the statement hanging. But the implication was unmistakable. Finally, the man rose, casting a glance at the bald-headed individual. He is also working for me, but I do not trust him. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, report immediately. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the storage device. Understood. Now go. The man waved his hand. Remember, report weekly. In case of emergencies, use the communicator. As Lu Ming exited the tool room, the harsh light outside was blinding. He looked down at the storage device in his hand, technical data from the security department. He was to feign a discovery and subsequently report it. Was this a test of his loyalty or a measure of his capabilities? Perhaps both. He was uncertain. However, he understood that from this day forth, he was tasked not only with gathering technology for his homeland, but also with fabricating discoveries for the security department, a double agent. Each step grew increasingly perilous. Chapter 73, Dual Responsibilities. The storage device felt like a hot potato in Lu Ming's hand. Upon returning to the tin shack, his first action was to lock the door and draw the curtains tightly. He sat on the edge of his bed, placing the small metallic cube in his palm and gazing intently at it. Inside lay the technical information provided by the security department regarding the weapon systems of the Nanomia-class destroyer. The gray-eyed man had instructed him to uncover this information and report it. It was a test, one that assessed his abilities, his loyalty, and his potential to slip up. Lu Ming clenched the storage device, his mind racing. He could not directly approach the overseer or the supervisor with the device, as its origins would be impossible to justify. He needed to fabricate a discovery scene, making everything appear natural. But how to create such a scenario? He could not access the interior of the hull, being merely a first-level worker. The wreckage on the platform consisted mainly of shells and structural components, with few complete weapon system parts. Unless, he recalled the large hole in the middle of the hull, punctured by the insectoid creatures. Although the area surrounding the opening was hazardous, internal components occasionally dislodged due to vibrations and fell onto the platform. He could search there. Yet, that location posed risks, radiation, remnants of the insectoid presence, and possibly a still-functioning defense system. Moreover, Wang Lin and Supervisor Li were watching him closely. He could not act too deliberately. He needed to wait for an opportunity. The following morning, the opportunity presented itself. A piercing alarm suddenly blared across the platform, not an evacuation alarm, but a structural integrity warning. This indicated that a component was about to detach from some part of the hull, necessitating all workers to steer clear of the danger zone. Lu Ming raised his gaze and beheld a large, twisted metal plate high on the ship's hull, slowly contorting and emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. Everyone, retreat to the safety line. The foreman's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. The workers hastily withdrew. Lu Ming stood at the edge of the safety line. His eyes fixated on the loose metal plate. Behind it, something appeared to be wedged, black, angular, and unlike the typical hull of a ship. Moments later, the metal plate completely detached, tumbling down to crash onto the platform with a thunderous roar. Dust enveloped the area. As the haze settled, Lu Ming discerned that it was not merely the metal plate that had fallen. Several black metal boxes lay scattered around the steel surface. One of the boxes bore a striking resemblance to the storage device in his hand, stirring an instinctive response within him. The foreman approached to inspect. He swept a scanner over the boxes, and his expression shifted dramatically. These are components of a weapon system, he informed Wang Lin and Supervisor Li, who had rushed over. They must have been dislodged from within. Wang Lin crouched to examine the boxes. The surfaces bore scorch marks, yet remained intact. She attempted to unlock one, but it was secured. Professional tools are required to open this, she remarked. Supervisor Li adjusted his glasses, for now. Let us secure them and send them to the technical department for analysis. The foreman nodded and summoned 2 workers to remove the boxes. As Lu Ming watched the boxes being taken away, a plan began to form in his mind. During the midday break, he concocted an excuse to leave the platform and made his way to the medical station. Old Chun had already been discharged and was packing his belongings, ready to return to work the following day. How have you all fared these past couple of days? Old Chun inquired. Lu Ming recounted the morning's events and then lowered his voice. Old Chun, I need your assistance. Old Chun scrutinized him. What kind of help? Tonight. The platform will be unmonitored. I wish to go up. To do what? To find something, Lu Ming replied. One of those boxes that fell this morning is of great importance to me. Old Chun fell silent for a few moments. The security personnel are keeping watch. I know. Lu Ming said. That's why I need you to divert their attention. How? Lu Ming produced a small object from his pocket, an ID badge that the bald worker had dropped in the tool room the previous day. Place this at the ventilation duct entrance in Zone B, he instructed. Then, anonymously report that you saw the bald worker lurking around the platform at midnight. The security team will certainly investigate. Old Chun took the badge and examined it. You intend to shift the focus onto the bald worker? Indeed, Lu Ming affirmed. He nearly caused harm to Xiao Lin last time, and the security department already harbors suspicions about him. If he is discovered on the platform again at night, his guilt will be amplified. And you? I will seize the opportunity to search while they investigate the bald worker, Lu Ming declared. I'll find what I need and leave without a trace. Old Chun regarded him for a long moment. You are increasingly reminiscent of my younger self, he finally said. Very well, I will assist you, but only this once. Thank you. Don't mention it. Old Chun tucked the badge away. If caught, I want to admit to anything. Understood. At 11 o'clock that night, the ship dismantling yard entered a deep rest mode. Most areas dimmed their lighting. With only the patrolling robots and a few security personnel remaining active, Lu Ming donned a pair of black overalls, deliberately selecting a darker hue to obscure the exoskeleton he wore beneath. Eschewing the helmet for its conspicuousness, he opted instead for night vision goggles. A communicator nestled behind his ear, tuned to the security department's channel. Half an hour prior, Old Chun had set his plan into motion, anonymously reporting the bald man via a public communication terminal before retreating to the metal shack, feigning slumber. Now, the security channel buzzed with activity. Suspicious individuals were detected in the B district ventilation ducts, with identities suspected to be 0712, the bald man, prompting an investigation led by Director Wang. Director Li was reviewing footage in the monitoring room. Excellent. Lu Ming slipped out through the rear window of the metal shack, moving stealthily along the shadowed wall. He circumvented the main thoroughfare, opting for the maintenance passageway. Although devoid of illumination, the night vision goggles cast an eerie green hue over his surroundings. 10 minutes later, he arrived beneath the platform. Security personnel were stationed at the entrance, their attention diverted by the incident in the B district. Lu Ming ascended the maintenance ladder from the side. The exoskeleton facilitated his effortless leap over the railing, landing upon the platform. The platform lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few blue navigation lights. Boxes that had fallen during the day were temporarily stacked in a corner, covered by a waterproof tarp. Lu Ming hastened over. Lifting the tarp, 5 black metal boxes of varying sizes awaited him. He retrieved the storage device, given to him by the man with gray eyes for comparison. The third box bore the closest resemblance. He crouched down to inspect it. The lock featured a mechanical combination, the code unknown to him. Nevertheless, he did not need to unlock it. He merely needed to tamper with this box. From his toolkit, he procured a small device, a universal key. As Old Chun had described it, though it was, in truth, a high-precision vibration unlocker. He affixed the device to the lock and activated it. A faint buzzing filled the air. 5 seconds later, with a click, the lock released. Chapter 74. For the Motherland. For survival, Lu Ming opened the box, revealing its emptiness. Perfect. He placed the storage device inside, then withdrew another item from his pocket. A small chip salvaged from a discarded circuit board, seemingly antiquated yet with its interface intact. He positioned the chip beside the storage device within the box, then closed and relocked it. Completing these tasks, he replaced the waterproof tarp and erased any trace of his presence, swiftly making his exit. The entire operation consumed less than 3 minutes. The following morning, the foreman discovered the anomaly concerning the boxes. Someone had tampered with them the previous night. He pointed to the third box, noting signs of forced entry. Wang Lin approached to investigate. She opened the box and beheld the storage device and chip within. What is this? She inquired, lifting the storage device. Director Li took it from her, connecting it to the data panel. Moments later, he raised his head, his expression complex. These are technical documents for the weapon system, along with a backup control chip. Who placed these here? Wang Lin asked. Unknown, Director Li replied, adjusting his glasses. However, the documents are complete. Not indicative of a natural drop. It appears someone intentionally placed them here. The foreman's countenance darkened. Investigate. Determine who accessed the platform last night. Security reviewed the footage. But the maintenance passage lacked surveillance cameras. Only a shadow was captured near the ventilation duct in Area B, resembling a bald man, but his face was not recorded. The bald man was summoned. Where were you last night? Wang Lin inquired. I was asleep in the dormitory. The bald man exclaimed, I lost my ID badge. How could I possibly access the platform? Lost your ID badge? Li instructed, raising an eyebrow. When did you lose it? It went missing yesterday afternoon. The bald man replied. Someone must have stolen it and framed me. Who stole it? How would I know? The bald man glared at Lu Ming, his eyes fierce. It could be certain individuals trying to set me up. Lu Ming remained expressionless. Wang Lin glanced at the bald man, then at Lu Ming, and finally stated, let us detain the bald man for now and await further investigation. These materials and chips should be sent to the technical department for analysis. The turmoil subsided for the time being, but Lu Ming understood this was merely the beginning. In the afternoon, the iron ball was fully charged. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Ming pretended to go to the restroom and activated the iron ball in the stall. A shimmering portal appeared. This time, not only Professor Zhang Jingguo was present on the other side, but also several individuals in military uniforms, adorned with high insignia. Lu Ming, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed upon seeing him, his eyes lighting up. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Ming replied swiftly. Professor, I have new findings. He briefly described the contents of the third box. Of course modified to conceal the involvement of the security department. Zhang Jingguo listened intently, his hands trembling with excitement. Weapon system data? Lu Ming, this is critically important. If we can decipher it, the firepower of the new generation of warships could be elevated to a whole new level. A middle-aged man in military attire stepped forward and saluted the portal. Comrade Lu Ming, I am Zhao Jinhua, commander of the East China Sea Fleet. On behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you. Lu Ming was taken aback. Commander? Everything you have returned to us, Zhao's voice was deep, is changing the battlefield. Yesterday, based on the technology you previously provided, we repelled a large-scale assault by the coalition. Casualties were reduced by 70 compared to expectations. Lu Ming felt a lump in his throat. However, Zhao's tone shifted. The enemy is also advancing. They have acquired new energy weapon technology from some alien relic. Our shields are barely holding up. Lu Ming, we need more advanced defensive technology or offensive capabilities that can decisively strike the enemy. Lu Ming clenched his fists. I will do my utmost. Don't overexert yourself, Zhang Jingguo interjected quickly. Safety is paramount. Lu Ming, our country needs you to return alive, not as a martyr. I understand. The portal began to flicker. Time was running short. Zhang Jingguo moved a box from the side. This is a new supply. An upgraded exoskeleton with a 50 increase in endurance and a new firearm. He opened the box to reveal a more streamlined rifle, entirely silver gray in color. An electromagnetic assault rifle with a faster rate of fire and enhanced armor-piercing capability. Zhang Jingguo cautioned, but Lu Ming, remember, do not use it unless absolutely necessary. I comprehend. The box was pushed through the portal. Lu Ming caught it. It was heavy. Take care. Zhang Jingguo called out as the portal closed. The iron ball dimmed. Lu Ming sat in the stall, holding the box, motionless for a long time. The new gun inside was cold, yet felt burning in his hand. His country awaited him. The front lines awaited him. He needed to move faster. Upon returning to the platform, the atmosphere had shifted. The foreman summoned Lu Ming aside. 0715, he whispered. There's news from the technical department. The information you uncovered holds significant value. The safety department has decided to commend you with a reward of 500 credits. 500 credits, an amount many workers would struggle to earn in an entire year. Thank you, Foreman, Lu Ming replied. Don't thank me, the old man said, fixing his gaze upon him. I must remind you, the reward from the safety department does not come without strings attached. They seek more. More? Lu Ming inquired. The old man nodded. Director Li approached me just now, expressing a desire for you to participate in the preliminary assessment for Level 2 workers. Preliminary assessment for Level 2 workers? Lu Ming felt a stir within. If successful, he would gain access to the ship's interior and engage with more critical technologies. However, this also implied heightened scrutiny from the safety department. When is the assessment? He asked. 3 days from now, the old man replied. The evaluation will involve entering the ship's interior and disassembling a designated piece of equipment, then bringing it back intact. What equipment? That remains unknown, the old man said. But it certainly won't be simple. The safety department wants to gauge your true capabilities. Lu Ming fell silent, recognizing the opportunity as well as the peril. If he excelled, the safety department would likely seek to exert greater control over him. Conversely, if he performed poorly, he risked losing his value and facing elimination. He needed to strike a delicate balance. I will participate, he declared. The old man nodded, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Prepare well. If you pass the assessment, you will attain Level 2 status. Failure may prevent you from even achieving Level 1. That evening, Lu Ming tested the new equipment within the metal shelter. The upgraded exoskeleton was indeed more formidable, with joints exhibiting greater flexibility, enhanced power, and a display indicating an operational duration of 8 hours. He practiced throwing punches, the air slicing with a sharp whistle. The new firearm was also of exceptional quality, utilizing electromagnetic acceleration with virtually no recoil. And the scope integrated thermal imaging and night vision capabilities. Yet, he could not take it outside. It was far too conspicuous. He could only don the exoskeleton beneath his work attire, concealing the gun temporarily under his bed. He then began to study the materials provided by the safety department, discreetly accessing them via his datapad. The documentation was thorough, detailing the main and secondary artillery systems of the Nanomania-class destroyer, missile launch silos, and shield generators. However, he noted a critical section was conspicuously absent. Information regarding the energy core and the jump engine had been deliberately omitted. Did the safety department not wish for him to know these details? Or were these components too sensitive, lacking even complete data within the safety department itself? He was uncertain. What he did know was that his homeland required this knowledge. He needed to delve into the ship's depths to uncover the omitted information. The assessment in 3 days would be crucial. The day before the assessment, Wang Lin sought out Lu Ming. 0715. She stood at the platform's edge, gazing at the distant hull. I will supervise the assessment in its entirety tomorrow. Lu Ming nodded. The assessment will involve entering the third electronic warfare compartment on the starboard side of the ship and disassembling the power supply unit of the ECM-7 anti-jamming module. Wang Lin explained. We have previously surveyed that compartment. There are no living threats, but residual defense systems may still be operational. The mention of ECM-7 tightened Lu Ming's chest. Isn't that the model of the module he discovered earlier? Was the security department being deliberate? Were they testing whether his discovery was indeed by chance? I will do my utmost, he declared. Not just your utmost. Wang Lin turned to him. It is imperative to complete this task. Should you pass the evaluation, the security department will provide you with additional resources. If you fail, she did not finish her sentence, but the implication was unmistakable. I understand. Wang Lin replied before departing. Lu Ming remained in place, gazing at the dark, gaping entrance of the hull, the third electronic warfare compartment on the starboard side. He knew that location was not far from the chamber he had previously entered. What lay inside? He was uncertain. Yet, he had to proceed. For the sake of his country, and for his own survival. Chapter 75. Evaluation Day. On the day of the assessment, the atmosphere on the platform was more oppressive than ever before. The overseer, an elderly man, rarely donned his formal deep blue uniform, adorned with the shipyard's mechanical arm insignia. Wang Lin and Supervisor Li stood beside him, both clad in the security department's gray uniforms, their expressions grave. The other workers were permitted to observe from beyond the safety line, a notion proposed by the overseer, claiming it would encourage everyone to strive for improvement. However, Lu Ming understood that this was intended to place him under the scrutiny of all, with no avenue for retreat. 0715, step forward. The overseer bellowed. Lu Ming emerged from the crowd, positioning himself at the center of the platform. Today marks your secondary worker assessment day, the elder's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. The evaluation task: to enter the starboard third electronic warfare compartment, dismantle the ECM-7 anti-jamming module's power supply unit, and return it intact. Time limit, 2 hours. Scoring criteria: completion, time taken, and safety. He paused, directing his gaze at Lu Ming. Any questions? None, Lu Ming responded. Good. The elder stepped aside, indicating that Supervisor Wang would oversee the entire process, while Supervisor Li would be responsible for technical evaluation. Now, check your equipment. Wang Lin approached, presenting Lu Ming with a set of gear, an enhanced helmet equipped with communication and recording capabilities, a protective suit, thicker than standard work attire, offering basic radiation and shrapnel protection, a toolkit containing various sizes of wrenches, pliers, and cutters, and an emergency signal device that would alert the platform when activated. All equipment was equipped with positioning and recording functions. We will monitor your location, vital signs, and operational procedures in real time, Wang Lin explained. Any violations will result in immediate termination of the assessment. Lu Ming donned the gear. The protective suit felt a bit snug, but movement remained relatively convenient. The helmet provided an excellent field of vision, with the inner visor displaying projections of time, radiation levels, and remaining oxygen supply. Ready, he announced. Wang Lin glanced at the time, 9 o'clock sharp. The evaluation begins. Lu Ming advanced toward the hull. The entrance to the starboard third electronic warfare compartment was located on the side of the hull, approximately 15 meters above the platform. A temporary scaffold had been erected, allowing access. He grasped the scaffold and commenced his ascent. The exoskeleton was fitted beneath the protective suit, yet he consciously moderated his strength, presenting himself as merely an ordinary individual with commendable physical prowess. His climbing pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, perfectly reflecting his trained capabilities. Upon reaching the entrance, he checked the time, 9:07. The entrance was a circular hatch approximately 1 meter in diameter, already warped and jammed, leaving only a narrow gap. He produced a hydraulic expander, wedging it into the gap and activating it. With a creak, the metal emitted a mournful groan as the hatch was forced open to a width sufficient for passage. He sidled in. Inside lay a maintenance corridor, narrow enough that he had to stoop to progress. The beam from his helmet illuminated the darkness, revealing dust-laden metal walls. An acrid odor pervaded the air, a mixture of stale air, machine oil, and some pungent chemical scent. Radiation levels were within safe limits, but the oxygen content was alarmingly low, at only 70 of normal. Entering the corridor, Lu Ming reported via his communicator. Acknowledged. Wang Lin's voice resonated through his helmet, instructing him to proceed while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Lu Ming advanced cautiously. Scattered throughout the corridor were various debris, severed cables, shattered instrument panels, and several skeletal remains clad in Imperial military uniforms, now weathered to mere frameworks. Judging by their positions, they had succumbed abruptly, some leaning against the walls, others sprawled on the ground. A tightening sensation gripped Lu Ming's heart as he recalled the scene he had witnessed in the electronic warfare chamber. These individuals had perished here during the Tyranid boarding. He skirted around the remains and continued onward. At the corridor's end stood an airtight door, marked with the number E37. The third electronic warfare chamber. The door was locked, yet the control panel lay in ruins. Lu Ming retrieved a thermal cutting tool from his toolkit, specifically designed for severing locks. He positioned the cutting head against the lock cylinder and initiated the device. A blue-white arc flickered. With a crack, the lock melted away. He pushed the door with force. It was heavy, but aided by his exoskeleton, it yielded. The interior of the chamber unfolded before him, larger than anticipated, approximately 50 square meters. Against the wall stood 3 rows of control consoles, their screens dark. The floor was littered with documents and parts, alongside more skeletal remains, at least 10, with some still poised as if operating instruments. In the center of the chamber rested a cylindrical equipment base, atop which was affixed a black metal box. The ECM-7 anti-jamming module. Adjacent to the module was a smaller box connected by lines, presumably the energy supply unit. The target had been located. However, Lu Ming refrained from immediate approach, opting first to survey his surroundings. Shadows lurked behind the control consoles, obscuring their contents. Ventilation ducts crisscrossed the ceiling, one grate having fallen away, revealing a dark pipe that resembled an eye. Fresh drag marks marred the floor. Had someone been here? Or had something passed through? Clutching the cutter tightly within his toolkit, Lu Ming cautiously approached the central base. The energy supply unit was roughly the size of a basketball, its silver-gray casing adorned with heat sinks. It was connected to the anti-jamming module by 4 thick cables, with 2 slender tubes linking it to the power source beneath the base. He needed to disconnect the connections before dismantling the unit. It appeared straightforward. Yet each step bore its risks. Improper handling could trigger residual electricity or damage the unit itself. He began by inspecting the connection points. The cable interface is equipped with a locking mechanism that necessitates a specialized tool for release. He produced the accompanying unlocking pliers and grasped the first lock. With a click, The lock released. Cautiously, he extracted the cable and wrapped the severed end in insulating tape. Then he proceeded to the second and third cables. Upon reaching the fourth, he was suddenly alerted by a sound, a faint crack emanating from behind the console, as if something were stirring. Lu Ming halted his actions and slowly turned his head. In the shadows behind the console, something glimmered. Gripping the cutter tightly, he advanced cautiously, one step, then two. The beam from his helmet illuminated the scene, revealing a robot. No. To be precise, merely the upper half of a robot. Its lower half was absent, leaving only a torso and two mechanical arms. It lay on the ground. Its head turned towards Lu Ming, two red sensor lights glowing in its eye sockets. A remnant guardian. A weight settled in Lu Ming's chest. He had encountered such entities in his readings. Light maintenance robots equipped on the Narnian-class destroyers, typically tasked with equipment upkeep, but capable of being repurposed as defensive units during wartime. Though this one was but a fragment of its former self, who could ascertain its remaining combat capabilities? The robot remained motionless, fixated on him with its crimson gaze. Lu Ming gradually retreated, returning to the base. The communicator crackled to life with Wang Lin's voice. 0715. What have you discovered? A remnant guardian. Lu Ming replied in a hushed tone. Severely damaged, yet it may retain residual functionality. Maintain your distance and continue disassembly. Wang Lin instructed, if it exhibits any hostile intent. You are permitted to employ defensive tools. Defensive tools. Chapter 76. Complex gazes. Lu Ming glanced at the toolkit. Noting the presence of an electric baton capable of incapacitating an adult, though its efficacy against a robot would be limited. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his task of dismantling the fourth cable. With a click, the cable severed. Only the power lines remained, two conduits linked to the ship's main electrical grid. Although currently devoid of power, one could never know if residual charges lingered within. Lu Ming retrieved a voltage tester and clamped it onto the lines. The reading displayed 0.02 volts, nearly negligible. Safe. He produced a pair of insulated scissors, preparing to sever the lines. At that moment, the remnant guardian stirred. It propped itself up on its mechanical arms, resembling a limping dog, crawling towards Lu Ming. Its pace was slow but resolute. Lu Ming stepped back, brandishing the electric baton. The guardian halted 2 meters before him, raising its head, the red sensor lights flickering intermittently. Then it spoke, not through voice, but via an electronic tone transmitted directly from its helmet communicator, identifying Imperial Soldier ID. The voice was fragmented, reminiscent of a malfunctioning tape. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. The guardian's mechanical arm lifted, pointing towards the identification badge affixed to Lu Ming's chest, declaring, ID 0715, identity, disassembly operator authorization confirmed. Was it attempting to read his badge's information? Mission report, the guardian continued. E-37 cabin last duty record date, star calendar year 4592, 7th hour, observed boarding. Lu Ming's heart raced. This robot retained records from that time? Continue report, he attempted to say. The guard's sensor light flickered with increasing urgency. The emergency measures for the cabin's impending breach were initiated, and the energy core isolation code Alpha 7 Gamma 9 was announced. Repeat. Lu Ming hastily responded, Alpha 7 Gamma 9. The guard echoed, energy core isolation chamber located at starboard lower coordinates. Before the coordinates were fully articulated, the guard suddenly convulsed violently. The sensor lights flashing erratically, warning, system failure imminent. A piercing electric hum ensued. The crimson light in the guard's eyes extinguished. It collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lu Ming stood rooted in place, his mind rapidly cataloging the information he had just received. Energy core isolation chamber. Code, Alpha 7 Gamma 9. Location, starboard lower. This could potentially be one of the vessel's most crucial secrets. The isolation chamber of the energy core. Typically activated only when the ship is on the brink of capture or destruction, sealing the core within the thickest armor to prevent enemy acquisition. If he could locate that isolation chamber. The communicator crackled to life with the voice of Instructor Lee. 0715. We overheard the earlier exchange. Did you note the code and coordinates? A pang of anxiety struck Lu Ming. The security team had also heard. I've taken note, he replied. Excellent, Lee instructed. Continue with your assessment task. Report the information in detail after the evaluation is complete. Lu Ming nodded and turned back to address the power lines. He severed the first line, insulating and securing it. However, as he cut the second line, an unexpected incident occurred. The moment the line was disconnected, the base trembled, emitting a series of mechanical clicks. Subsequently, the emergency lights within the cabin flickered to life. Not all, but a few, casting a dim red glow. Then, a more terrifying development unfolded. The control panels began to flicker, not in normal operation, but with garbled displays and wildly oscillating indicator lights. Simultaneously, a low hum of mechanical operation resonated from the ventilation ducts overhead. 0715. Report. Wang Lin's voice was urgent. The base still has residual energy, Lu Ming quickly stated. I triggered something when I cut the lines. Before he could finish, 2 additional remnants of guards rose from behind the control panel. These 2 were more intact than the previous one, at least possessing their lower halves. They wielded tools instead of weapons, but the rapidly spinning cutting heads were lethal enough. Unauthorized disassembly detected. 1 guard emitted electronically, initiating elimination protocol. They approached Lu Ming, moving at a steady but unhurried pace. Lu Ming retreated, electric baton in hand. Yet, against 2 guards, a single baton might not suffice. He glanced at the energy supply unit, just a step away from being dismantled. But time was of the essence. 0715. Abandon the mission, Wang Lin commanded. Immediate evacuation. Abandon? That would mean failure in the assessment. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He could not concede. His homeland required expertise. And he sought advancement. As the guards drew nearer, a sudden idea struck him. The base continued to tremble, indicating that residual energy was still being output. If he could induce a short circuit in the energy supply, perhaps he could incapacitate these guards. However, it could also potentially trigger an explosion. Taking a gamble, he extracted 2 conductive probes from his toolkit and swiftly inserted them into the crevices of the base's circuit board. He then aimed the other ends of the probes at the ground between the 2 guards. What are you doing? Director Li exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Ming remained silent as he used insulated scissors to sever the final connecting wire. Zing! An electric arc erupted. A muffled thud resonated from within the base, followed by a plume of black smoke. Simultaneously, the 2 guards abruptly halted, their bodies beginning to shake uncontrollably, and the indicator lights flickered erratically. System error. Power interruption. Moments later, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. The emergency lights in the chamber extinguished, plunging it back into darkness. Save for the beam of Lu Ming's helmet that still illuminated the surroundings. He panted heavily, gazing at the still smoking base on the floor. Success. Yet, it had nearly cost him his life. 0715. Report status. Wang Lin's voice carried an unusual urgency. I'm fine, Lu Ming replied. The guards are incapacitated. Evacuate immediately. The chamber may be unstable. Give me 1 more minute. Lu Ming crouched down, hastily dismantling the energy supply unit. Once he loosened the last few securing bolts, the unit detached from the base. He lifted it, weighing approximately 20 kilograms. Mission accomplished, he declared. Evacuate at once. Clutching the unit, Lu Ming turned and ran. As he passed the console, he caught sight of a logbook on the floor, its cover inscribed with E-37 duty records. He picked it up and tucked it into his toolkit. Bursting out of the chamber, he raced through the corridor and crawled out of the hatch. Upon standing on the platform once more, the time read 9:58. He had completed the task in 58 minutes, ahead of schedule. The platform was eerily silent. All the workers gazed at him, observing the silver-gray energy supply unit cradled in his arms and the dust and scuffs on his protective suit. Wang Lin approached, inspecting the unit and then assessing Lu Ming's condition. Integrity? She inquired. Lu Ming set down the unit. The casing is intact, the interfaces are complete, but the internal condition requires examination. Wang Lin scanned it, nodding. Preliminary assessment indicates an integrity above 90. Director Li approached, connecting a data line to inspect the internal circuitry. Minutes later, he raised his head. The circuitry is sound, and the energy storage unit retains residual energy, making it reparable and usable. Assessment passed. A low murmur of awe rippled through the crowd. Lu Ming exhaled in relief. The overseer approached, patting his shoulder. Well done. From today, you are a second-level worker. A second-level worker. This signified that he could access the ship's interior, engage with more equipment, and acquire advanced technology. However, it also meant that the security department would tighten their control over him. Wang Lin regarded Lu Ming with a complex expression. Your actions were quite reckless, she remarked. Had the base exploded, you would be dead by now. I am aware, Lu Ming replied. But the mission had to be accomplished. Wang Lin fell silent for a few seconds before saying, Come to my office this afternoon. We need to discuss some matters. She departed. Director Li followed suit, taking the energy supply unit with him. The workers gathered around, chattering excitedly. Impressive, Lu Ming. How did you accomplish that? Those guards, was it sheer luck? Lu Ming was preoccupied with thoughts of another matter while he engaged in conversation. That password, Alpha 7 Gamma 9er, the energy core isolation chamber. He had to locate it, for the sake of his homeland, and to uncover the final secrets this vessel concealed. In the afternoon, Lu Ming visited Wang Lin's office. Situated on the 3rd floor of the security department building, it was small yet impeccably tidy. Star charts and blueprints of warships adorned the walls, while on the desk, alongside a data tablet, was a framed photograph of Wang Lin in military attire, set against the backdrop of a battlefield. Please, have a seat. Wang Lin gestured toward the chair. Lu Ming complied. Your performance in today's assessment was commendable overall, she stated, sitting across from him. However, that last maneuver was rather reckless. Had I been the examiner, I might have deducted points. Nonetheless, the task was accomplished. Completing the mission is the fundamental requirement, she continued. But more importantly, is survival. If one is dead, nothing can be achieved. Lu Ming remained silent. The password and coordinates you overheard. Wang Lin fixed her gaze upon him. Elaborate on that. Lu Ming recounted the details once more. Wang Lin took notes on her data tablet, then called up the structural diagram of the ship. Enlarging the image of the lower starboard section, she remarked, we have scanned this area previously, but found nothing unusual. If an isolation chamber does exist, it may have been buried by collapsed structures. Should we excavate? Lu Ming inquired. Not for now, Wang Lin replied. The isolation chamber involves core military secrets and requires approval from superiors. Until then, do not mention this matter to anyone, including the overseers. Understood. Wang Lin set aside her tablet and regarded Lu Ming. 0715, your performance today has demonstrated your capabilities. The security department is willing to grant you further opportunities. What opportunities? He asked. Opportunities for advancement, Wang Lin informed him. If you are willing, I can include you in the selection for the Special Operations Team. Upon succeeding, you would become a direct member of the security department, with greater authority and access to more resources. The concept of the Special Operations Team and direct affiliation with the security department sounded enticing. Yet, what would the cost be? What would I need to do? Lu Ming queried. Carry out specific tasks, Wang Lin clarified, exploring hazardous areas, recovering high-value items, and sometimes, you may need to address certain issues. Her words were veiled. Yet Lu Ming grasped the implication. Exploring perilous regions could entail entering Zerg-controlled territories. Recovering high-value items might involve theft, and addressing issues could mean taking lives. I need time to consider, he said. Of course, Wang Lin nodded, but do not take too long. Opportunities do not wait. She retrieved a small box from her drawer and pushed it towards Lu Ming. This is your reward, a level 2 access card, allowing entry to most areas of the ship. And this. Inside the box, alongside the access card, lay a metallic bracelet. An emergency communication bracelet, Wang Lin explained. Press the button to contact me directly. In the event of danger or significant discoveries, you may use it at any time. Lu Ming accepted the bracelet, feeling its weight in his hand. Thank you. No need for thanks. Wang Lin rose from her seat. You have proven your worth. This is what you deserve. But remember, with greater ability comes greater responsibility and greater peril. She moved to the window, gazing out at the immense vessel. This ship harbors many secrets yet to be unveiled. She remarked that certain secrets possess the power to alter one's destiny, expressing her hope that he would make the right choice. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the bracelet and gazed out the window. The hull glimmered with a deep crimson hue under the setting sun, resembling a slumbering behemoth. He had just ventured into its maw. What lay ahead would be fraught with peril, yet he must advance, for his motherland and for the sake of returning home. The access card for secondary workers was a silver gray, exuding a more refined quality than the deeper gray badge of primary workers. Lu Ming affixed it to the chest of his work uniform, the metallic surface reflecting the cold light of the platform. From this day forth, he would be permitted to enter the interior of the vessel. However, his first task was not exploration, but rather a meeting. At 8 in the morning, all secondary workers were summoned to a rudimentary conference room within the management area, its walls adorned with safety regulations and diagrams of the ship's structure. Approximately 30 individuals were present, most of whom were middle-aged, with Lu Ming being the only one who appeared to be under 30. The foreman, an elderly man, stood at the front, clutching a data tablet. Once everyone had arrived, he surveyed the room and announced that today marked the official promotion of Lu Ming to secondary worker. Number 0715. As per protocol, newcomers were to be grouped with seasoned workers for guidance. He turned his gaze to a middle-aged woman seated in the corner. Hong Jia. You will mentor him. Hong Jia was the third group leader whom Lu Ming had encountered during his previous inspection. She nodded, her expression neutral. The foreman continued. For the rest, your tasks remain unchanged. However, be advised that the safety department has intensified inspections. All operations conducted within the vessel must be reported in advance. And full protective gear, along with positioning and recording devices, must be worn. Violations will result in immediate demotion. Low murmurs of discussion arose from the crowd. Silence. The foreman commanded, rapping his knuckles on the table. There is one more matter. The structural integrity of the vessel has recently been compromised, particularly in the lower starboard region. No one is permitted to enter without special authorization. Is that understood? Understood, came the reply, and the meeting was adjourned. As the crowd dispersed, Hong Jia approached Lu Ming, appraising him from head to toe. Follow me, she instructed, turning on her heel. Lu Ming trailed behind her as they departed the management area and made their way toward the hull. Along the journey, Hong Jia maintained her silence, and Lu Ming refrained from inquiring. Upon reaching the entrance on the side of the hull, which was not the same as during the assessment, they halted before a larger hatch. The duties of secondary workers are divided into two categories, she finally spoke. The first involves disassembling fixed equipment, such as control panels, communication devices, and environmental controllers. The second entails retrieving scattered components, like weapon modules, energy cells, and data cores that may have fallen in the corridors. She retrieved a small booklet from her toolkit and tossed it to Lu Ming. This is the standard operating procedure. Today, you will observe me, and starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for a designated area. Lu Ming flipped through the booklet, which contained detailed illustrations and steps for disassembling various devices. Thank you, Hong Jia, he expressed. Do not mention it, she replied. I am merely following orders. To be frank, I would prefer not to mentor newcomers, especially someone as conspicuous as you. She pushed open the hatch, and Lu Ming followed her inside. The interior revealed a spacious corridor, significantly larger than the maintenance passage encountered during the assessment. Although half of the lights were malfunctioning, the illumination was sufficient to navigate. The air still carried a stale odor, albeit improved from before. This passage led to the B-12 zone, primarily consisting of living quarters and storage areas. As Hong Jia walked, she remarked that the equipment in that area was highly complete and relatively safe. Our objective for today is to dismantle 3 environmental controllers. Her pace was brisk, and Lu Ming had to nearly jog to keep up. The efficiency of the secondary worker directly impacts the team's performance. Hong Jia continued, stating that each day, one must disassemble at least 5 standard devices or recover 10 high-value components. Failure to meet these targets would result in penalties, while exemplary performance would be rewarded. What constitutes a standard device? The list is available on the data board. Without glancing back, Hong Jia reached their destination. At the end of the corridor was a fork. To the left lay the living quarters, while to the right was the storage area. Hong Jia turned left. The living quarters resembled a labyrinth, with narrow corridors flanked by numerous cabin doors. Some doors stood ajar, revealing small living units furnished with a bed, storage lockers, and a washstand, all quite rudimentary. Many cabins contained remnants of the past, photographs, personal belongings, and even unfinished packs of nutritional supplements. Lu Ming gazed at those cabins, pondering the lives of the individuals who had once inhabited this space 3 centuries ago. Soldiers? Officers? Technicians? They were all gone. Chapter 78. The first day of the secondary worker, don't dawdle, came Hong Jia's voice. Over here. She halted before a door marked Environmental Control 07. The door was locked, but the control panel was devoid of power. Hong Jia produced an electric arc cutter and swiftly severed the lock, pushing the door open. Inside was a small room, its walls lined with pipes and instruments. At the center stood a square metal box, roughly the size of a washing machine, adorned with a display screen and various interfaces. This was the environmental controller. Hong Jia pointed to the box, explaining that it regulated the temperature, humidity, and air composition of this small area. Now, we shall dismantle it. She began to demonstrate. First, she cut the power by locating the distribution box on the wall and pulling down the circuit breaker. Next, she disconnected the lines from the controller, which were connected to 4 pipes of varying diameters: supply water, return water, supply air, and exhaust. She then removed the securing bolts that fixed the controller to the wall bracket using 8 large bolts. Pay attention to the order, she cautioned, twisting the bolts as she spoke. Remove the top ones first, then the bottom. If you remove the bottom ones first, the controller could topple and injure someone. Lu Ming observed intently. Hong Jia moved with practiced ease, executing each step with precision. 20 minutes later, the controller was completely detached from the bracket. All right. She clapped her hands. Now, let's move it onto the cart outside and return it to the platform. The controller was heavy, making it a struggle for one person to lift. Lu Ming stepped forward to assist, and together they hoisted it onto the cart in the corridor. First one completed. Hong Jia glanced at the time. Now, on to the next. Our goal today is 3, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The second environmental controller was located in another corridor, and the process was similar. However, midway through the disassembly, Lu Ming heard an unusual sound. It was neither mechanical nor the distortion of metal. Was it the sound of dripping water? Hong Jia, he whispered, do you hear that? Hong Jia paused, listening intently. The rhythmic sound of dripping water emanated from behind the wall. It could be a pipe leak, she said. Ignore it, and continued dismantling. Lu Ming nodded, but a sense of unease lingered in his mind. The dripping grew more frequent, transforming from a mere drip to a steady patter. Soon, water began to seep through the wall. It was not clear water, but a viscous liquid of a dark green hue. Alarmed, Hongjie's expression shifted. It was a rupture in the coolant pipeline. Quick, retreat. The duo cast aside their tools and dashed towards the exit. Just as they emerged from the room, a resounding pop echoed behind them, as cracks in the wall burst forth, unleashing a torrent of green liquid. The fluid splashed onto the metallic floor, instantly generating white smoke and corroding pockmarks. Damn it, Hongjie cursed. Wasn't this pipeline supposed to be drained already? Lu Ming inquired. Has this happened before? Yes, she replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. The systems on this vessel are aging and could fail at any moment. That's why the safety department mandated protective gear. She inspected Lu Ming's protective suit to ensure he hadn't been splashed before letting out a sigh of relief. We'll report our findings back at the platform first, she stated, and then decide whether to proceed this afternoon. Pushing the cart containing the first controller, they made their way back to the platform. Along the route, Lu Ming asked, Hongjie, how long have you been working at the shipyard? 8 years, she replied. I progressed from a level 1 worker to a level 2. I had a chance to advance to level 3, but she paused. Some things aren't as simple as you wish them to be. What things? Lu Ming probed. Hongjie glanced at him, but chose not to answer. Upon returning to the platform, the foreman was waiting. Noticing the controller on the cart, he nodded. Good efficiency. What about the second one? The coolant pipeline ruptured, halting operations. Hongjie reported. We require the hazard response team to handle it. The foreman jotted down a few notes on his data pad. All right. You two take a break. You'll receive further instructions for the afternoon tasks. Lu Ming returned the tools to the cabinet while Hongjie submitted her report. During the midday break, Lu Ming opted not to join the others in the cafeteria. Although level 2 workers had access, he preferred solitude. He settled in a corner of the platform, gazing at the ship. On his very first day as a level 2 worker, he had encountered danger. What lay ahead? He recalled Wang Lin speaking of the special operations team. If he were to join, he would face even greater peril, yet he would also engage with more pivotal technologies. His country required such expertise. He was at a crossroads. Lu Ming, a voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Shaolin approaching with 2 lunchboxes in hand. I brought you something. She offered him one of the containers. The meals for level 2 workers were indeed superior to those of level 1. Inside was a synthetic meat patty, vegetable puree, and a small piece of bread, far more substantial than the nutrient paste. Thank you, Lu Ming said as he accepted it. Shaolin sat beside him, quietly remarking, Lu Ming, I heard you were paired with Hongjie today? Yes, he replied. Be cautious, she whispered. Hongjie can be difficult to deal with, and she is quite close with the safety department personnel. Intrigued, Lu Ming asked, how do you know? I saw her speaking with Supervisor Li in the corridor while I was submitting my report yesterday, Shaolin said. They seemed quite familiar. Hongjie and Supervisor Li? Lu Ming recalled the hesitance in Hongjie's expression earlier. I understand, he said. Thank you for the heads up. Shaolin nodded and focused on her meal. In the afternoon, the tasks were adjusted. The foreman announced that due to the coolant leak, Zone B12 was temporarily sealed off. All level 2 workers were reassigned to Zone C08, which served as a recreational and fitness area, featuring relatively simple equipment and a lower risk factor. However, it is important to note that the old man emphasized the instability of the structure in the C08 area, located near the starboard lower level. One must remain vigilant to the surrounding sounds during operations and withdraw immediately if any issues arise. The C08 area is considerably more spacious than the B12 area, featuring expansive open spaces that once served as a recreational area for the crew, complete with fitness equipment, a billiards table, and even a small holographic cinema, albeit with equipment long since rendered inoperative. The task was straightforward. Recover usable parts, such as the motor from the fitness equipment, the projection module from the cinema, and the metal frame of the billiards table. Sister Hong assigned Lu Ming a specific section, work independently. Follow the list, dismantle what can be taken, and mark what cannot. After she concluded her instructions, she moved on to her designated area. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, which were eerily quiet, marked only by the sound of his own breathing. He commenced his work, targeting the treadmill as his first objective. Though its casing was corroded, the internal drive motor appeared intact. He proceeded according to protocol, disconnecting the power, dismantling the casing, and extracting the motor. It was not large, yet quite heavy, and he placed it into a recovery bag, affixing a label to it. Next, he turned to the cinema's sound system. The speaker casing was damaged, but the diaphragm and coil remained functional, which he carefully disassembled. Upon reaching his third target, he heard footsteps, distinctly lighter than Sister Hong's heavy tread. He paused and turned around to find Wang Lin standing at the corridor entrance. She was not clad in the safety department uniform, but wore a secondary protective suit akin to Lu Ming's, lacking a helmet. With her short hair neatly tucked behind her ears. Director Wang? Lu Ming rose to his feet. No need to be nervous, she replied as she stepped inside. I am here to inspect the progress of your work and see how well you are adapting. As she surveyed the area, her gaze fell upon the components in Lu Ming's recovery bag. Your efficiency is commendable, she remarked, faster than many seasoned secondary workers. Sister Hong has taught me well. Lu Ming responded. Wang Lin echoed the name, acknowledging her as a competent worker, though overly cautious, always confined to her duties without daring to take risks. She turned her attention back to Lu Ming. You are different. You are willing to take risks, and fortune seems to favor you. Lu Ming remained silent. Wang Lin abruptly shifted to the subject of the password and coordinates from the assessment. The security department's technical unit has analyzed them. The coordinates point to an area in the starboard lower level marked as an abandoned energy storage zone. However, we've previously scanned it and found nothing. It might be buried, Lu Ming suggested. Perhaps, Wang Lin nodded, which is why the security department has decided to organize a small-scale exploration, scheduled for 3 days from now. Lu Ming felt a tightness in his chest. Do you wish to participate? Wang Lin inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Me? Yes, she affirmed. You are the discoverer of the password and thus entitled to join. Moreover, this exploration requires someone with technical knowledge, making you quite suitable. And the others? He asked. The security department will dispatch a small team, along with a few experienced secondary workers, Wang Lin explained, and Sister Hong is also on the list. Sister Hong is going too? Lu Ming recalled Xiao Lin's earlier warning. I need to think it over, he replied. That's fine, Wang Lin said. But time is of the essence. Please give me your answer by tomorrow. She turned to leave, but hesitated. Oh, she looked back, if you decide to participate. The security department will provide you with additional equipment and training. This is an opportunity for you. Opportunity. That word again. Lu Ming gazed at her retreating silhouette, his heart in disarray. Explore the lower starboard. There might be a chance to locate the energy core isolation chamber. Yet it could also lead to encountering far more perilous entities. After work, Lu Ming did not return immediately. Instead, he ventured to the tool room, not the one on the platform, but a more concealed one, a private workshop located underground in the administrative area. It was a place old Chun had told him about, recommending it for solitude. The tool room was small, cluttered with various old parts and tools. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and metal. Lu Ming locked the door and retrieved an iron sphere from his pocket. The charging had been completed, and the starlight within the glass orb slowly rotated. He gripped the iron sphere tightly, focusing his mind. The light gate manifested. On the other side of the door, Professor Zhang Jingguo was working at the lab bench, accompanied by several researchers in white lab coats. Upon seeing the light gate, everyone gathered around. Lu Ming. Professor Zhang exclaimed excitedly. You've been promoted to level 2 engineer? Yes, Lu Ming nodded. Professor, I have new information. He quickly recounted the password, the coordinates, and the exploration organized by the security department. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingguo's expression turned grave. If the energy core isolation chamber can indeed be located, it would represent a monumental breakthrough. The Nanomania class energy core, though outdated, holds significant technological principles that are of great reference value to us. However, it is fraught with danger. Lu Ming added, the security department is monitoring it, and the structural integrity of the vessel is unstable. There may also be unknown defense systems. Safety first. Zhang Jingguo immediately asserted, if the risks are too great, do not participate. The motherland needs you alive, not as a martyr. But if we can obtain the energy core technology, Lu Ming argued, the front lines could be equipped with far more formidable resources. Zhang Jingguo fell silent, and the surrounding researchers shared the same silence. Comrade Lu Ming, an older researcher, finally spoke. I am Lu, the head of the energy group. From a technical standpoint, although the Nanomania class fusion core is old, its energy stabilization technology and miniaturization design hold immense value for us. Our current greatest bottleneck is the instability and excessive size of our energy systems. He paused, looking at Lu Ming. However, your safety is paramount. If you decide to proceed, we will prepare new equipment for you. What equipment? Lu pulled a box from beneath the lab bench and opened it. Inside lay a set of black tactical suits, the fabric glimmering with a metallic sheen. This is a stealth combat suit, Lu explained, based on the exoskeleton technology you previously returned, combined with our latest advancements in material science. It is lightweight, yet its defensive capabilities are 3 times stronger than the previous exoskeleton. It features built-in temperature control, oxygen supply, and a short-term invisibility function that can last for 30 seconds, crucial for survival in critical moments. 30 seconds of invisibility. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. And this? Zhang Jingguo handed over a small box, a mini scanner capable of penetrating 3 meters of metal to detect internal structures. It also had an energy detection function, allowing for the early identification of hazardous energy sources. Lu Ming accepted the box, feeling its weight in his hands. These pieces of equipment will be sent over, Zhang Jingguo stated. However, Lu Ming, remember that equipment is merely an auxiliary. The true essence lies in your judgment. If something feels amiss, withdraw immediately. Surviving is paramount for a future. I understand. The light gate began to flicker. Time is of the essence, Zhang Jingguo continued, regardless of the decisions you make. The motherland will support you, but you must come back alive. I will. The light gate closed, the iron sphere dimmed. Lu Ming sat in the tool room, gazing at the stealth combat suit and scanner inside the box. 30 seconds of invisibility, the ability to penetrate 3 meters of metal. With these, the odds of survival during the reconnaissance would significantly increase. Yet he hesitated, not out of fear of death, but because joining the security department's exploration team would mean being irrevocably tied to their vessel. Escaping later would be challenging. Conversely, if he chose not to go, he might miss the singular opportunity to approach the energy core. He needed to weigh his options. That evening, upon returning to the tin house, Lu Ming discovered a note slipped beneath the door. Picking it up, he recognized it was in Hong Jie's handwriting. Tomorrow morning at 6, Tool Room B District. Come alone. We have matters to discuss. Hong Jie, what does she want from me? Lu Ming burned the note and lay on his bed, his mind oscillating between choices. To go, or not to go? The security department, or the motherland? To live, or to take risks? He closed his eyes, yet the answer seemed preordained. For the motherland. He must go. But before he did, he needed to gather more information, such as Hong Jie's true stance, the actual intentions of the security department, and what secrets this vessel ultimately concealed. Outside, the night was profound. The shipyard had entered its late-night mode, enveloped in utter darkness. Only the distant glow of the furnace flickered like an unblinking eye, observing all. Lu Ming clenched the iron sphere, feeling its familiar warmth. 3 days later, in the lower starboard section, energy core isolation chamber. He would go, but not as a pawn of the security department. He would go as a warrior of the motherland. Chapter 80. Hong Jie's secret. At 6 in the morning, the tool room in District B was shrouded in the deep blue light of dawn. When Lu Ming entered, Hong Jie was already present, her back turned to the door as she stood at the workbench, meticulously examining a circuit board. Upon hearing his entrance, she did not turn around, simply stating, "The door is locked." Lu Ming turned the lock, the sound of metal clashing resonating sharply in the silence. The tool room was cluttered with various discarded parts and tools, the air thick with the smell of machine oil. The sole source of illumination was an old desk lamp on the workbench, its dim yellow glow barely lighting a 2-meter radius. "Sit." Hong Jie finally turned around, gesturing towards a nearby iron stool. Lu Ming complied, remaining silent as he awaited her words. Hong Jie set down the circuit board and retrieved a cigarette from her workwear pocket. Not a chemical stick, but genuine tobacco, a rarity in the shipyard. She lit it, taking a deep drag and exhaling a cloud of grayish smoke. "Do you know why I called you here?" she inquired. "I do not," he replied. "Because you are a newcomer, and," she paused, "you remind me too much of my younger self." Lu Ming gazed at her intently. Beneath the dim glow of the table lamp, the wrinkles on Hong Jie's face appeared more pronounced. She seemed to be in her 40s. Yet her eyes retained a sharpness that spoke of a life filled with experiences. 8 years ago, I too was a junior technician. Hong Jie recounted. Like you, I excelled and caught the attention of the security department. They granted me the opportunity to participate in a special exploration mission to the depths of the hull. In search of a sealed laboratory, Lu Ming felt a stir within him. At that time, I was young and naive. She continued, flicking the ash from her cigarette, believing it to be a chance for advancement. I accepted. She fell silent for a few moments, the glowing ember of her cigarette flickering in the shadows. There were 6 of us on that expedition, she resumed, 3 from the security department and 3 junior technicians. The target area was marked as a biological research zone on the port side S midsection. The term biological research zone piqued Lu Ming's curiosity. After all, the Nanyinia class was a destroyer. Why would there be such a zone? Upon entering, we discovered that it was no ordinary laboratory. Hong Jie's voice dropped to a whisper. It was a secret facility of the Imperial military dedicated to researching the insectoid species. Inside, we found live specimens of the insectoids, various experimental data, and failed test subjects. Failed test subjects? Lu Ming inquired. Hybrids of humans and insectoids, Hong Jie explained. Some were still alive, confined within cultivation tanks, while others had perished, their decaying bodies trapped in cages. A wave of nausea washed over Lu Ming. The security personnel were exhilarated. They were driven by the prospect of these findings. Hongjia extinguished her cigarette, but the trouble arose during our retreat. We triggered an alarm, and the laboratory's self-destruct system activated. She lifted her gaze to meet Lu Ming's. Do you know what we did when the self-destruct was initiated? Lu Ming shook his head. The security personnel took the most critical data samples and fled first. Her tone was calm, yet Lu Ming could detect a suppressed rage beneath the surface. They locked me and 2 other junior technicians inside the laboratory, claiming it was to prevent contamination. Lu Ming clenched his fists. We were trapped inside, with only 5 minutes remaining on the countdown. It was an old technician named Wang who managed to cut a hole through the wall with a grinder. When we crawled out, the laboratory exploded. Old Wang lost a leg in the blast, and another technician was crushed by a falling metal plate. I survived. The tool room fell into a prolonged silence. The hum of the lamp's current, the only sound. After surviving, I confronted the security department. Hongjia continued. They offered me 500 points as compensation for the work-related injury and warned me that if I dared to speak of the incident, the next casualty would not be just one. She exhaled a plume of smoke. Since then, I have understood. Here, in the eyes of the security department, we workers are merely tools, utilized when needed, disposable when not. Tools do not require excessive knowledge or contemplation. Lu Ming regarded her thoughtfully. Then why are you telling me all this? Because I see it in you. Hongjia fixed her gaze upon him. You possess the same vigor and aspirations I once had. Unwilling to resign to a life of cutting steel plates. Yet, like me, you remain unaware of the depths of this murky water. Rising from her seat, she crossed to the other side of the workbench, retrieving an object from a drawer and tossing it to Lu Ming. What is this? He asked, catching it. It was a data storage device, reminiscent of the one the man with gray eyes had given him. The security department provided you with a task list. Hongjia remarked. Do you truly believe they merely intend for you to conduct reconnaissance? Take a look inside. Lu Ming inserted the storage device into the data panel. The screen illuminated, revealing a detailed task list. 1. Locate and enter the energy core isolation chamber. 2. Acquire core data, priority 3. If feasible, dismantle core components, secondary 4. Document all anomalous biological or mechanical activities 5. In the event of resistance, all necessary measures may be taken. A note beneath all necessary measures indicated, including the use of lethal force. Lu Ming's heart sank. For this exploration, the security department dispatched 4 personnel. Hongjia mentioned they were all armed, clad in powered armor, and equipped with heavy weaponry. There are 6 of you secondary workers, including you and me. What is our task? Do you know what the list states? She brought up another page. Secondary worker tasks. 1. Carry equipment and supplies. 2. Provide technical support. 3. Serve as bait or a barrier when necessary. 4. In the face of uncontrollable danger, may be abandoned. Bait? Barrier? Abandoned? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. Indeed, Hongjia nodded. That is the reality. We are not explorers. We are expendables. The security department personnel will be at the forefront. We will be in the middle. And there may be more secondary workers at the rear as backup. If danger arises, they will retreat first, leaving us behind. Lu Ming turned off the data panel, his fingers tightening. Do you still wish to go? Hongjia inquired. Lu Ming remained silent for a long time. Then he replied, yes. Hongjia was taken aback. Why? Because the energy core is crucial, Lu Ming stated. It is vital to me. More important than your life. There are some things that surpass life. Hongjia stared at him for a long while, then suddenly laughed, though her smile lacked warmth. You are indeed as foolish as I was in my youth. She retrieved another item from the drawer, a metallic wristband resembling the one Wang Lin had given, but older. This is for you, she said. A communication wristband I modified myself, on an independent channel, encrypted. The security department's surveillance cannot intercept it. If we get separated or you encounter danger, use this to contact me. Lu Ming accepted the wristband. Why are you helping me? I am not helping you, Hongjia replied. I am helping myself. During the last exploration, I survived alone while the other 2 perished. This time, I do not wish to witness another death. She extinguished her second cigarette. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you some skills. How to survive within the vessel, how to identify traps, how to escape when necessary. Escape? Yes. Hongjia's gaze sharpened. If the situation turns dire, disregard the mission, disregard others, and run. Survival is paramount for the future. She approached the door, resting her hand on the doorknob. Glancing back at Lu Ming. Remember, in this place, trust is a luxury. Yet sometimes, one must take a gamble. The door opened, and the pale light of dawn seeped in. Hongjia departed. Chapter 81. The exploration. 3 days later, Lu Ming sat alone in the tool room, contemplating the 2 wristbands in his hands, the one from Wang Lin and the one from Hongjia. One represented the control of the security department. while the other symbolized the solidarity of the workers. Whom should he trust? He did not know. Yet he understood that the exploration 3 days hence would determine many outcomes. The subsequent 3 days were filled with purpose for Lu Ming. During daylight hours, he learned survival techniques within the ship's hull from Hong Jie. The first lesson, as Hong Jie spoke while traversing a corridor, was to never walk in a straight line. The internal structure of the vessel was intricate. Linear pathways often concealed traps, such as automated turrets, pressure plates, or falling debris. She guided Lu Ming along a meandering route, leading him from the living quarters to the storage area, and then to the maintenance passage. The second lesson emphasized the importance of observing the ground and walls. Pointing to a section of the floor, Hong Jie remarked on the differing metallic hue, indicating a hollow space beneath, possibly a conduit or a trap. She then gestured towards a wall, noting the recent scratches, suggesting that something had recently passed, be it an animal, a robot, or something else entirely. Lu Ming diligently took notes. The third lesson was to always carry 3 essential items: a cutting tool, a source of illumination, and an escape route. From her toolkit, Hong Jie produced a collapsible grappling gun, which she had crafted herself, capable of shooting up to 30 meters and supporting a weight of 200 kilograms. Should the passage collapse or become obstructed, this will be your sole means of escape. She instructed Lu Ming on the operation of the grappling gun, including how to assess the shooting angle and secure the rope. By nightfall, Lu Ming tested the new equipment sent by his homeland within the metal shelter. The stealth combat suit was indeed remarkable. It felt almost weightless, yet offered formidable protection. During defense tests, when he grazed his arm with the cutting tool at its lowest setting, it left only a faint white mark. The invisibility feature was even more astonishing. By pressing a button, he became semi-transparent within 30 seconds, blending seamlessly into the environment. However, he was cautious to limit its use due to its significant energy consumption. Fully charged, it could only be utilized 3 times. The miniature scanner proved highly effective as well. When aimed at a wall, it clearly revealed the layout of underlying conduits and structural supports. Its energy detection capability was particularly practical, identifying any active energy sources within 3 meters, such as operational machinery or residual energy weapons. Lu Ming carefully packed these 2 pieces of equipment alongside the grappling gun into a specially designed toolkit, which was shockproof and waterproof, with padded dividers to prevent any collisions between the gear. On the evening of the 3rd day, the iron sphere was fully charged. Lu Ming re-established contact with his homeland. This time, Professor Zhang Jingguo arrived with a team of weapons specialists, energy experts, structural engineers, and 2 individuals clad in military attire. Comrade Lu Ming began a middle-aged man in uniform, adorned with 2 stars on his epaulets. I am Chun Jigua, Deputy Minister of the General Staff Department. On behalf of the Military Commission, I extend our gratitude for your contributions to the nation. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. The General Staff Department? The technology you returned has already had a monumental impact on the front lines, Deputy Minister Chen continued. With the ECM-7 module-based anti-jamming system, we have decrypted 1/3 of the coalition's electronic warfare equipment. Thanks to improvements based on the weapon system data, our missile accuracy has increased by 45. You may be but one individual, yet you are altering the course of a war. Lu Ming felt a swell of emotion. I understand you are to participate in a perilous exploration, Deputy Minister Chen added. The Military Commission has decided to provide you with the highest level of support. He gestured for those beside him to open a box. Inside were neither weapons nor equipment. A meticulously folded flag, the 5-star red flag, lay beside a medal, a golden 5-pointed star, inscribed with the words Defend the Nation. This is the Medal of the Defender of the Nation, one of the highest military honors in the Republic. Deputy Minister Chun held the medal with both hands, facing the light gate. A grand ceremony was warranted. Yet due to exceptional circumstances, this was the only way to bestow it. Comrade Lu Ming, the motherland and its people will forever remember your sacrifice and dedication. Trembling, Lu Ming received the medal. The medal felt cold, yet in his grasp, it burned with fervor. Additionally, Professor Zhang Jingguo presented a small box, an emergency medical kit containing 3 nano-repair syringes. When injected during severe injury, they can temporarily stabilize the condition, buying time for rescue. However, the side effects are significant. They can only be used once. Thank you, Lu Ming's voice trembled. Zhang Jingguo looked at him, his eyes reddening. You must return alive. We await your triumphant return, to celebrate your valor, to welcome you home. I will, Lu Ming assured. Before the light gate closed, everyone saluted Lu Ming. Standing in the metal shelter, clutching the medal and flag, tears finally streamed down his face. He was not alone. Behind him stood the entire nation. The day before the exploration, the security department convened a mobilization meeting. The venue was the underground conference room in the administrative area, attended by the 4-member security department team. 6 secondary workers, including Lu Ming and Hongjia, as well as Foreman Lao Tu, Wang Lin, and Director Li, the team leader of the security department. A burly bald man with a scar across his face was codenamed Iron Shield, clad in black-powered armor. He stood at the front of the conference room like a formidable wall. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, assemble on the platform. Iron Shield's voice was deep and resonant. Equipment will be uniformly issued by the security department: protective suits, helmets, weapons, and supplies. The secondary workers are responsible for carrying additional tools and sample boxes. He activated a projection displaying the ship's structural diagram. The target area is here. He indicated a red-marked zone on the lower starboard side, approximately 80 meters vertically and 300 meters horizontally from the platform. We need to traverse 3 main corridors and 2 hazardous zones. Enlarging the image, he described, the first corridor, B7 maintenance passage, is relatively safe. The second, C12 storage area, may pose a risk of collapse. The third, D3 energy pipeline level, is the most dangerous. Residual high-pressure energy may still be present, and we might encounter unclean defense robots. He glanced at the secondary workers. U6 will split into 2 groups of 3. One group will lead, carrying scanning equipment to scout the path. The second group will follow with tools and supplies. The 4 members of the security department will provide protection in the middle. Protection? Lu Ming recalled Hongjia mentioning bait and barriers. The mission objectives were crystal clear. Iron Shield continued. Upon entering the isolation chamber, gather data. If conditions permit, dismantle core components. However, safety is paramount. If faced with uncontrollable danger, prioritize evacuation. He paused. One last point. This mission is classified. Anyone who leaks mission details will be treated as a traitor. Understood? Understood. Dismissed. Tomorrow at 6, do not be late. As the crowd dispersed, Wang Lin called out to Lu Ming, 0715, stay behind. Once everyone had left, Wang Lin closed the door. You are pivotal to this exploration. She gazed at Lu Ming, stating that the password was discovered by him, and he was most familiar with the ship's interior. The security department required his expertise. I will do my utmost, he replied. Not merely your utmost, Wang Lin insisted, lowering her voice. That person, Iron Shield, only values results, not individuals. If the mission succeeds, you will be rewarded. If it fails, your well-being will be of no concern to him. Lu Ming nodded. Here, take this. Wang Lin handed him a small object, a syringe filled with a blue liquid. What is this? He inquired. A military stimulant, she explained. Inject it at a critical moment. It will enhance your reaction speed and endurance for 10 minutes. However, it will result in severe exhaustion afterward and can only be used once. Lu Ming accepted the syringe, feeling its coldness. Why give this to me? Because I believe in you, Wang Lin replied. I do not wish for you to perish there. She turned to leave, but paused, adding, be cautious of Sister Hong. She harbors resentment towards the security department. Do not trust her entirely. Lu Ming watched her retreating figure, gripping the syringe tightly. Wang Lin had cautioned him about Sister Hong, while Sister Hong had warned him about the security department. Who should he trust? Perhaps no one could be completely trusted. Chapter 82. The night before exploration that evening, Lu Ming conducted a final inspection of his gear. He donned his stealth combat suit beneath everything else. A miniature scanner hung at his waist, and the communication wristband given by Sister Hong adorned his left hand. The syringe provided by Wang Lin was concealed in a hidden pocket of his right arm. He kept the medal and flag from his homeland close to him. After some contemplation, he decided to bring along the iron ball, uncertain of its utility during the exploration. Yet it represented his sole connection to his country. With all preparations complete, he lay on his bed, closing his eyes. His mind played like a film, rehearsing each step for the following day: departure, entering the passage, traversing the danger zone, reaching the isolation chamber, obtaining data, and evacuation. Each phase held the potential for failure, and every mistake could prove fatal. Yet, he must proceed, for the technology his country requires, for the soldiers bleeding and sacrificing on the front lines, and for the day he could return home. Outside, the night enveloped the shipyard like ink. The distant glow of the furnace flickered, resembling eyes that would never extinguish in the darkness. Lu Ming grasped the metal against his chest, the metallic edges pressing into his palm, instilling a sense of tangible pain. This pain reminded him that he was still alive, and he must continue to live, for all those awaiting his return. Wait for me, he whispered into the darkness. I shall return with something. At 5 o'clock in the morning, before dawn had broken, the shipyard's dawn mode had just commenced. A dark blue light pouring from the simulated ceiling, saturating the entire space as if immersed in the depths of the ocean. Lu Ming stood at the window of the metal shed, observing the gradually clarifying silhouette of the ship outside. Today marked the 5th day of his survival training. Sister Hong had mentioned yesterday that she would teach him the final lesson on how to survive in the darkness. The door to the tool room was ajar. As Lu Ming entered, Sister Hong awaited him. She had not turned on the lights. Only a single candle flickered on the workbench, its wax dripping onto the metal surface, solidifying into irregular patches. Close the door, Sister Hong instructed. Lu Ming complied, plunging the tool room into deeper shadows. The candlelight flickered on Hong Jie's face, rendering her expression elusive and ever-changing. Sit, she instructed, gesturing towards the stool across from her. Today, I will not teach you how to walk or evade. Instead, I shall teach you how to listen. Listen? Indeed. From beneath the table, Hong Jie retrieved a metallic box and opened it to reveal a row of devices resembling headphones. These are sound wave detectors, a personal modification of mine. They can amplify ambient sounds, filter out noise, and analyze the type and distance of sound sources. She picked one up and handed it to Lu Ming. Put this on. Lu Ming complied, donning the lightweight headset, almost imperceptible in weight. Upon pressing the switch, the world erupted into a cacophony, the distant roar of a furnace, the metallic creaking of expanding and contracting structures, and the rush of air through ventilation ducts. All these sounds converged like a tidal wave. Adjust to it, Hong Jie advised, do not be frightened. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm as he gradually deciphered the myriad of sounds. 30 meters to his left, a rhythmic thudding, likely from a moving crane. 50 meters to his right, a persistent hissing, possibly indicating a pipe leak, and 20 meters overhead, a faint cracking, reminiscent of metal fatigue. Now, listen to this. Hong Jie's voice resonated through the headset as she tapped the metal surface of the workbench. The sound was subtle, yet amplified dozens of times within the device. What is that sound? She inquired. Metal striking metal. Listen again. She tapped once more, this time varying her force and the point of contact. The sound altered slightly, becoming more muffled. This is hollow metal, Hong Jie explained. There is emptiness beneath. She then picked up a circuit board and gently snapped it in two. Crack. The sound was crisp and brief. This is the fracture of brittle material, she elaborated. If you hear this sound within the hull, it signifies that something is on the verge of failure, perhaps the floor, the walls, or even structural components above. Setting down the circuit board, she procured a small electric motor from her pocket, no larger than a thumb. Activating the motor, it emitted a faint buzzing. This is the sound of machinery in operation, Hong Jie noted. Within the hull, any machinery still in motion warrants caution. It could be a residual defense system, a maintenance robot left running, or something else entirely. Lu Ming listened intently. The most perilous, she continued, deactivating the motor and retrieving another headset with a small screen. Is this sound? She played a recording that began with a crackling electrical noise, transitioning into a clattering reminiscent of bones grinding together, culminating in a high-pitched, nearly inaudible shriek. What is that? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Xenomorphs, Hong Jie clarified. More precisely, the activity of worker drones. Their exoskeletons produce that clattering sound, while the high-frequency shriek is their means of communication through pheromones. She stopped the recording. Although the xenomorphs aboard this vessel should all be deceased, some corpses may still exhibit bioelectrical activity, or there might be unhatched eggs. If you hear a sound like this within the hull, run immediately and do not look back. Lu Ming nodded. The effective range of the sound wave detector is 50 meters. Hong Jie remarked that, in practical application, a distance of 30 meters is deemed safe. Beyond this range, sound may be obstructed by structures or interfered with by other noises. She produced a diminutive display screen from her box and connected it to Lu Ming's headphones. The screen illuminated, revealing a waveform graph. Sounds of varying frequencies were represented by distinct colored ripples, accompanied by annotations of distance and direction. In real combat scenarios, it is impractical to wear such a device continuously, Hong Jie stated, as it consumes excessive power and can easily distract one's attention. It is most crucial to utilize it in pivotal moments, such as prior to entering unfamiliar territories or when danger is suspected. She paused. Tomorrow we commence our exploration. At that time, the security department will provide standardized equipment, yet they will not supply this personal device. If you carry it discreetly, it may very well save your life in critical moments. Lu Ming removed his headphones and asked, Hong Jie, why are you assisting me so much? After a brief silence, the flickering candlelight danced in her eyes. I have mentioned that you remind me of my younger self, she finally replied, but what I have not disclosed is that I have a son. If he were alive, he would be around your age. Lu Ming was taken aback. His name was Xiao Hui. Hong Jie spoke softly. 8 years ago, he worked in the furnace workshop. One unfortunate incident led him to fall into the furnace. By the time I arrived, there was nothing left but ash. The tool room was so quiet that one could hear the crackling of the candle's flame. Since then, I have been alone. Hong Jie gazed at the flickering flame, reflecting on her time at the shipyard, watching countless young individuals arrive, only to see them leave or perish. Most did not concern her, but occasionally, she would encounter one or two who resembled Xiao Hui. She lifted her gaze to Lu Ming. You are not like Xiao Hui. He lacked your audacity. Yet, there is something about you that reminds me of the light in his eyes when he first arrived, believing that hard work could affect change. She extinguished the candle, plunging the tool room into complete darkness. After tomorrow, you may no longer be the person you are now, her voice echoed in the void. Exploration will alter you, either fortifying your strength or leading you to utter collapse. I hope for the former. The door opened, allowing the faint light of dawn to spill inside. Chapter 83. Biological signals. Hong Jie had departed. Lu Ming sat in the darkness, holding the waveform detector. It was light, yet it felt burdensome. In the afternoon, the security department conducted a final equipment check at the warehouse adjacent to the platform. Iron Shield stood before a stack of equipment cases, while 4 soldiers from the security department distributed supplies. The second-level workers formed a line to collect their gear. The equipment Lu Ming received included enhanced protective suit, thicker than the standard version for second-level workers, featuring additional layers for radiation and shrapnel protection. Fully enclosed helmet, equipped with built-in communication, lighting, air filtration, and basic data display. Multifunctional toolkit, containing various sizes of tools, along with a small cutting device. Sample box, made of metal, lined with shock-absorbing padding for storing recovered items. Energy pistol, a very basic model, limited to 10 energy rounds, with just enough power to penetrate thin steel plates. Attention, Iron Shield announced at the front of the line, all equipment is equipped with tracking and recording functionalities. Unauthorized disassembly or modification is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified immediately. Lu Ming examined the energy pistol in his hand. The object was remarkably lightweight, exuding a pronounced plasticity, and was of an entirely different caliber compared to the electromagnetic pistol bestowed upon him by his homeland, which lay concealed beneath the bed. Weapons, after all, were merely a last resort. Iron Shield continued, stating that in the face of danger, the priority should be to utilize the communicator for assistance or to retreat. Discharging a firearm would expose their location and could potentially trigger a chain reaction, such as igniting residual energy or activating additional defense systems. He cast a glance over the secondary technicians. Remember, you are not warriors, you are technicians. Your role is to provide support, not to engage in combat. Lu Ming secured the pistol into the holster at his waist, acutely aware that it was likely only suitable for dispatching any rodents that might still inhabit the vessel. Following the distribution of equipment, Iron Shield proceeded to organize the groups. 6 secondary technicians were divided into 2 teams. He pointed to the roster. The first group comprised 0715 Lu Ming, 0617 Hongjia, and 0632 Old Zhao. Your responsibilities are to scout and scan. The second group consisted of 0641 Lu, 0655 Xiao Li, and 0669 A Ming. You are tasked with carrying the primary tools and supplies. Lu Ming regarded his teammates. He was familiar with Hongjia, while Old Zhao was a man in his 50s, having worked at the shipyard for 12 years, possessing considerable experience, yet reputed to be exceedingly cautious, never daring to take risks. The second group was to follow the first at a distance of 20 meters. Iron Shield instructed that the 4 members of the safety department would position themselves in the middle. In the event of an incident, the first group would report. The safety department would assess, and the second group would remain on standby. Do you understand? Understood. Good. This afternoon, we will conduct the final simulation drill. The location is in Area C08, and the task flow will replicate tomorrow's exploration entirely. Now, let us proceed. The simulation did not unfold smoothly. Although Area C08 was relatively safe, being an ancient vessel of 3 centuries, it was fraught with unforeseen hazards. As the first group entered the corridor, Old Zhao inadvertently stepped on a rotting floorboard, causing his leg to become ensnared. It took 10 minutes to extricate him. They pressed on, but at a corner, Hongjia's scanner abruptly alerted them to high-energy readings ahead. However, when the safety personnel arrived to investigate, it turned out to be a malfunctioning lighting circuit leaking electricity, merely a false alarm. More troublesome were the communication issues. The internal metallic structure of the ship severely interfered with signals, resulting in frequent disruptions. On 2 occasions, the first and second groups lost contact for over 5 minutes, infuriating Iron Shield to the point where he nearly canceled the drill. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the drill finally concluded. Iron Shield assembled everyone, his expression grim. If tomorrow's performance mirrored today's, the mission would be rendered moot. He coldly remarked that the first group was too slow in scouting and demonstrated poor judgment regarding hazards. The second group failed to maintain an adequate distance and was sluggish in their responses. He turned his gaze to Lu Ming, 0715, as the code discoverer. You should theoretically be the most familiar with the vessel. Yet, today your performance was rather mediocre. Lu Ming remained silent. He had indeed not exerted himself. Hongjie had advised him beforehand to conceal his true abilities during the drill. Otherwise, during the exploration tomorrow, the safety department would rely on him as a primary asset, which would be exceedingly perilous. However, Iron Shield shifted his tone. At least you did not incur any casualties. That can be considered the sole piece of good news. He glanced at the time. Today, as proceedings conclude here, everyone is to return, rest, and check their equipment. Tomorrow morning at 6, we will convene at the platform. Being 1 minute late results in disqualification. The crowd dispersed. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave, Tai Dun called out to him. 0715, please stay a moment. Once everyone else had departed, Tai Dun approached Lu Ming, his gaze penetrating through the visor of his powered armor. I know you did not give your all today, he stated. Was it Hongjie who taught you this? To conceal your capabilities and avoid drawing attention? Lu Ming felt a tightening in his chest. I do not blame you, Tai Dun continued. If I were in your position, I would act similarly. In the shipyard, those who stand out tend to meet with swift demise. He retrieved a small object from the compartment of his armor and handed it to Lu Ming. What is this? Lu Ming inquired. It is a schematic of the internal structure of the isolation chamber, Tai Dun replied. The technical department of the Security Bureau generated it using deep scanning technology based on the password and coordinates. Although it is not complete, it is far more useful than fumbling around aimlessly. Lu Ming accepted the storage device. But this diagram is solely in your possession. Tai Dun lowered his voice. Do not disclose this to anyone else, including Hongjie. I wish to avoid unnecessary competition. Competition? Lu Ming grasped the implication. In the eyes of the Security Bureau, these secondary workers were not merely tools, but also pawns in a competitive game. Those who performed well would be rewarded with greater resources. By providing Lu Ming with the map, Tai Dun sought to enable him to achieve merit, thereby gaining better control over him. Thank you, Captain, Lu Ming said. No need for thanks, Tai Dun patted his shoulder. Tomorrow, perform well. If you can bring back something of value, the Security Bureau will not neglect you. With that, he departed. Lu Ming remained rooted in place, clutching the storage device. Another instance of special consideration, this time from the Security Bureau. Yet, what he truly required was not this. That night, Lu Ming studied the structural diagram in his metal shed. He inserted the storage device into the data panel, and a three-dimensional projection unfurled in the air. The structure of the isolation chamber was intricate. It was not located within the conventional hull layers, but rather in a sublayer on the starboard side, encased in thick armor, accessible only through a narrow maintenance passage. The entrance to the passage was a hermetically sealed door disguised as an ordinary hatch, which required the password Alpha 7 Gamma 9 to unlock. Upon entering, one would find a sloping corridor approximately 50 meters long leading to the main body of the isolation chamber. The interior of the chamber was divided into 3 distinct areas. Area 1, the buffer zone, equipped with disinfection and purification facilities. Area 2, the control room, housing monitoring equipment and data interfaces. Area 3, the core area, where the energy core is stored. The schematic marked Area 3 in red, accompanied by a note indicating internal conditions unknown, residual energy or defensive systems may be present. Lu Ming scrutinized every detail of the passage. Midway through, he noticed a triangular warning symbol with the words pressure trap inscribed nearby. A pressure trap? He magnified that section. From the structure, it appeared that intricate mechanical devices lay beneath the floor, resembling some form of triggering mechanism. Stepping in the wrong place could potentially activate something, though the schematic did not specify what. Continuing to examine the diagram, he found another marking at the entrance to the control room, a radiation symbol. Radiation? The Naninia-class energy core operated as a fusion reactor, and under normal conditions, the radiation shielding was highly effective. However, if the core sustains damage, or if the isolation chamber fails to maintain its seal, radiation leakage could occur. Lu Ming noted these perilous points. He then activated the miniature scanner provided by his homeland, endeavoring to scan the structural diagram. The scanner emitted a faint hum, and the screen displayed more intricate data regarding metal thickness, residual energy, and even biological signals. In Zone 3, the scanner detected a feeble biological signal. Chapter 84. Into the depths of danger. It was neither human nor of the insectoid variety. The signal was weak and intermittent, reminiscent of a dormant entity. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. In a vessel that had been adrift for 3 centuries, was there truly a biological signal emanating from the energy core's isolation chamber? Was it a false alarm, or was there indeed something within? He recalled what Hong Jie had mentioned about the insectoid laboratory. Could there be something similar concealed within the isolation chamber? He could not ascertain. However, tomorrow's exploration would demand utmost caution. In the dead of night, the communicator vibrated. It was neither from the security department nor from Hong Jie. It was the device provided by his homeland. Lu Ming hastily answered. Lu Ming, please respond. Came the voice of Professor Zhang Jingguo, soft and cautious, as if fearful of being overheard. Professor, I'm here. We have received the latest intelligence, Zhang Jingguo continued. The 9-nation allied forces have acquired jump interference technology from an extraterrestrial relic and are currently deploying it. Once completed, our fleet will be unable to perform space jumps, effectively trapping us within the solar system. Lu Ming's heart sank. The only means of countering this predicament would be to obtain more advanced jump technology or energy field technology capable of negating the interference. Zhang Jingguo added, while the Nanomania-class energy core may be outdated, its stable energy field technology could prove beneficial to us. He paused, then said, Lu Ming, I am aware that this exploration is fraught with danger. However, if possible, please strive to acquire the technical data of the energy core. Our homeland needs it. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the communicator. I will do my utmost. There's one more thing. Zhang Jingguo's voice lowered further. We have intercepted some communications from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They seem to be discussing anomalous signals from the C-12B-93 planet. They may have discovered your presence. A chill ran down Lu Ming's spine. But it's still uncertain, Zhang Jingguo hastened to add. It could be a misjudgment or something else entirely. In any case, you must exercise greater caution. If you sense exposure, evacuate immediately without hesitation. I understand, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming, Zhang Jingguo's voice cracked slightly. You must return safely. We are waiting for you. The communication was severed. Lu Ming remained motionless in the darkness for an extended period. Jump interference technology. The Empire might have uncovered something. Tomorrow's exploration would not only confront the dangers within the vessel, but also the potential threats from the outside. He glanced out the window, where the night was deep and foreboding. Tomorrow, all would be revealed. At 3 a.m, Lu Ming conducted a final check of his equipment. He donned the stealth combat suit, ensured the miniature scanner was fully charged, placed the sonar detector in the outermost layer of his toolkit, and equipped the communication wristband given by Hong Jie on his left wrist. The stimulant syringe provided by Wang Lin was concealed within his right arm, and the energy pistol from the security department was secured at his waist. The medal and national flag from his homeland were kept close to his person. The iron ball hesitated for a moment, yet he decided to wear it. Although uncertain of its utility during the exploration, it remained his sole connection to his homeland. Once all preparations were in place, he reclined on his bed and closed his eyes. In his mind, a cinematic reel played out, rehearsing every step for the morrow. Gathering at 6, departing at 6:30, entering the passage, traversing the danger zone, reaching the isolation chamber, inputting the password, accessing the interior, and retrieving the data. Each phase held the potential for error. Each mistake could prove fatal. Nonetheless, he knew he must proceed, for the technology his nation required, for the soldiers on the front lines who bled and sacrificed, and for the day he could return home. Outside, the night enveloped the shipyard like ink. The distant glow of a furnace flickered like an unquenchable eye in the darkness. Lu Ming clenched the metal against his chest. The sharp edges of the metal pressed into his palm, delivering a tangible reminder of his existence. This sensation urged him to persevere, for all those who awaited his return. Wait for me, he whispered into the void. I shall return with something. Then, he closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep, for tomorrow demanded all his energy. In the dark, time slipped away gradually. At 5:30 in the morning, the searchlights on the platform illuminated, casting the wreckage of the Naninia-class destroyer in stark light, resembling a corpse laid bare on an operating table. By the time Lu Ming arrived, most of the exploration team had gathered. Hong Jie leaned against the railing, smoking, while old Zhao squatted on the ground, inspecting the toolkit. 3 secondary workers from the second group conversed in hushed tones. For members of the safety department stood at the center of the platform, the iron shield's powered armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the lights. 0715, over here. Iron Shield beckoned to Lu Ming. He approached and was handed a palm-sized metallic box. This is the terminal for the deep penetration scanner. Your task is to record all scanning data, particularly energy responses and structural anomalies. Lu Ming accepted the box. It felt weighty in his grasp. Hong Jie would lead the way, while old Zhao would mark the safe route. Iron Shield continued. You are the technical support. All data must be transmitted back to me in real time. Do you understand? Understood. Iron Shield lowered his voice. If you encounter anything out of the ordinary, such as living entities or anomalous energy sources, Report immediately without taking any action on your own. Lu Ming nodded. At 6 o'clock sharp, Iron Shield checked everyone's equipment, ensuring that the communicators were operational, the locators functional, and the vital sign monitors were in working order. Let us move out. The first group will lead. Hong Jie took the lead, followed by Old Zhao, and Lu Ming brought up the rear. They descended from the platform and entered the maintenance passage on the side of the vessel. The corridor was darker than anticipated. The helmet's light illuminated only 10 meters ahead. Beyond that, darkness consumed all. A heavy metallic scent permeated the air, mingled with a cloying odor of decay. Watch your step. Hong Jie's calm voice echoed through the communicator. There's standing water on the ground. It may be conductive. Lu Ming looked down and indeed found a thin layer of liquid glistening with an oily sheen in the light. He scanned the substance, revealing a complex composition, residual coolant, engine oil, and microbial metabolites. Suddenly, Old Zhao halted in his tracks. What's wrong? Hong Jie inquired. There's something ahead. Old Zhao's voice trembled slightly. Lu Ming looked up and noticed a shadow lying across the ground 20 meters ahead in the corridor. From its outline, it resembled a person. The three individuals gradually approached. And upon closer inspection, it was indeed a person, or rather, what once was a person. Now, it lay as a skeletal remains clad in imperial military garb, having weathered to a pale ash color. Beside the skeleton lay a scattered energy rifle and a small backpack, remnants of a crew member from long ago. Hong Jie crouched to examine the remains, determining that the death had occurred at least 3 centuries prior. She retrieved a metallic nameplate from the skeletal hand, engraved with a name and number, Sergeant Kess, Marine Corps of the 7th Fleet. How did he meet his end here? Old Zhao inquired. Hong Jie gestured towards the corridor wall, where a large expanse of charred marks and a multitude of bullet holes were evident. Evidence of a firefight, she remarked. The Zerg attacked from this direction. He must have been holding them off until he ran out of ammunition. Lu Ming gazed at the skeleton, noting that Sergeant Kess had died in a shooting stance, a hole in the skull indicating a Zerg's acidic spore had penetrated. Let us not dwell on this. We should move on, Hong Jie stated, rising to her feet. This event occurred 3 centuries ago. They proceeded, sidestepping the remains. Lu Ming glanced back, observing the hollow eye sockets of Sergeant Kess facing the depths of the corridor, as if issuing a warning to those who would follow. Danger lies ahead. An hour later, they reached the first hazardous zone, the C-12 storage area. Chapter 85, The Cacophony ceased. This location had once served as a repository for supplies and parts, but now it lay in ruins. Shelves had collapsed, crates were splintered, and various debris littered the ground. Compounding their troubles, the ceiling had partially caved in, with massive metal components jutting into the ground like a forest of steel. Commence scanning, Hong Jie instructed. Lu Ming activated the deep scan apparatus. The screen displayed a 3-dimensional map of the storage area, resembling a labyrinth, fraught with obstacles and traps. Several sections of the floor had collapsed, revealing an abyss of conduits below. Take the left path, Hong Jie directed, pointing towards a relatively intact corridor. Stick close to the wall and mind your head. The trio arranged themselves in a line, advancing cautiously. The corridor was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Lu Ming found himself in the center, his breaths reverberating within his helmet. Each step crunched upon debris, echoing with a crackling sound. After traversing approximately 50 meters, a thunderous roar erupted ahead. What is happening? Iron Shield's voice crackled through the communicator. Uncertain, Hong Jie replied, halting. The sound had emanated from approximately 100 meters ahead. Second team, halt. Security team, proceed. Iron Shield commanded. First team, continue reconnaissance, but remain vigilant. Hong Jie signaled, and they pressed on, having moved an additional 30 meters. They located the source of the sound. A substantial section of the ceiling had collapsed, obstructing the corridor. Behind the fallen metal sheets, a vast space was faintly visible. It was the main warehouse of the storage area. We cannot circumvent this, Old Zhao assessed. It must be cleared. Too perilous, Hong Jie countered, shaking her head. The collapse may still be ongoing. Lu Ming utilized the scanner to probe the collapsed structure. The data indicated that the metal sheet was merely a superficial layer, with more unstable components beneath. If they recklessly attempted to clear it, a chain reaction of collapses could ensue. Is there an alternative route? He inquired. Hong Jie retrieved the map. Yes, but it requires an additional 2 kilometers detour and necessitates traversing the D3 energy pipeline layer. The energy pipeline layer is the most perilous zone, as Iron Shield had remarked. Silence enveloped the communicator for several seconds. Clear, Iron Shield eventually declared. The second team is coming up to assist. The security department will provide support. 10 minutes later, the second team and personnel from the security department arrived. Iron Shield surveyed the collapse, extracted 2 retractable supports from behind his powered armor. and secured them against the sides of the passageway. He utilized hydraulic pliers to sever the structure. He commanded the workers to first cut the upper connection points, followed by the lower ones. For secondary workers commenced their tasks. Liu and Xiaoli employed hydraulic pliers to slice through the metal plates, while Amin and Lao Zhao cleared away debris. Two members of the security department raised energy shields, guarding against any potential falling debris. Lu Ming and Hongjie stood vigilant at the rear. As the cutting progressed to the halfway mark, Lu Ming's scanner suddenly emitted an alarm. Energy response detected, he whispered, behind the collapse. All activity ceased. Iron Shield took the scanner, examining the screen. Approximately 20 meters behind the collapsed metal plates, a red light pulsated, with energy readings rising rapidly. What is happening? Hongjie inquired. It could be a residual energy battery, Iron Shield began, but the unspoken conclusion lingered in the air, or perhaps a still operational defense system. Shall we proceed? Liu asked. Iron Shield hesitated, glancing at the time. They were already half an hour behind schedule. Proceed, he finally decided, but expedite the process. If the energy readings surpass the warning threshold, retreat immediately. The cutting resumed. Lu Ming remained fixated on the scanner's display. The red light persisted, with energy readings stabilizing at a moderate level, not escalating further. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding gnawed at him. Lu Ming, Hongjie nudged his arm. Do you hear anything? Lu Ming donned a sonic detector. Various sounds filled his ears, the sizzling of metal being cut, the buzzing of hydraulic pliers, and the distant rush of air through ventilation ducts. But beneath these noises, another sound emerged, faint, reminiscent of something crawling. Something was moving. Lu Ming whispered, behind the collapse. Iron Shield heard it too. He signaled for silence, and everyone halted. In the stillness, the crawling sound grew clearer, a rustling, like numerous legs scraping against the ground. Insectoid? Lao Zhao's voice trembled. Impossible, Iron Shield replied. The insectoid life forms aboard this vessel perished 3 centuries ago. Yet the crawling noise drew closer. Lu Ming gripped his energy pistol tightly, fully aware of its likely ineffectiveness. Suddenly, the crawling ceased, just beyond the collapsed metal plate. Everyone held their breath. Moments later, a soft thud resonated from behind the plate, as if something had struck against it. Retreat, Iron Shield commanded decisively, backtrack, quickly. But it was too late. The metal plate began to tremble violently. Thud, thud, thud. The impacts intensified, growing more rapid. The surface of the metal began to distort, bulging with fist-sized protrusions. What is colliding? Liu exclaimed, retreating in fear. Prepare for combat. The Iron Shield raised his energy rifle, and the 4 soldiers from the security department swiftly formed a defensive formation. The secondary workers hid behind them, tightly gripping their tools, for they possessed little else. Crack! A fissure appeared in the metal panel. A black, claw-like appendage, resembling that of an arthropod, emerged from the crevice, its tips gleaming with a metallic sheen. It's a robot, Lu Ming exclaimed, a maintenance robot. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a robot, or rather, what it once was. Now it lay severely damaged. Its casing fractured, exposing the intricate circuitry and mechanical structures within. Yet, it remained animated, exuding an intimidating aggression. Open fire, the Iron Shield commanded. The energy rifles discharged, sending blue beams of energy striking the robot, producing a shower of sparks. However, the robot merely swayed, continuing its relentless assault against the metal panel. The firepower is insufficient. A soldier from the security department shouted, use armor-piercing rounds. The Iron Shield swiftly switched ammunition, and the launchers on his powered armor's shoulders opened, firing 2 small armor-piercing projectiles. Boom, boom. The explosions blew a larger gap in the metal panel, sending the robot flying back, motionless upon impact. Yet, before they could exhale in relief, more shadows emerged behind the breach. 3, 5, 10, at least a dozen damaged maintenance robots crawled forth from the depths of the warehouse. Damn! The Iron Shield cursed. Is this place a robot graveyard? It was likely a maintenance station in its heyday, Hongjie remarked. When the Zerg invaded, these robots were activated for defense, but they were damaged. 300 years have passed, and their systems might have gone haywire, mistaking us for invaders. How do we resolve this? Lu inquired. We either eliminate them all, or flee. The Iron Shield assessed their ammunition reserves. We did not bring enough ammunition to deal with a dozen robots. Then we run. Lao Zhao had already turned to leave. Wait, Lu Ming suddenly interjected. Observe their movement patterns. He pointed at the robots. They crawled sluggishly, their movements uncoordinated. Some had their left legs moving faster than their right, while others dragged along the ground. They are severely damaged, with limited mobility, Lu Ming concluded. We can circumvent them. How do we bypass them? The Iron Shield asked. Lu Ming brought up a scanning map. indicating a route marked as a ventilation duct. We can go this way. The duct has a diameter of 1 meter, sufficient for crawling. The exit is on the other side of the warehouse, circumventing the robot congregation. How do you know the duct is passable? The scan indicates that the duct structure is intact, with no collapses. The Iron Shield scrutinized the map for several seconds before glancing at the approaching robots. Let us take the duct. He finally decided. Hong Jie will lead, and Lu Ming will bring up the rear. Move quickly. Hong Jie was the first to squeeze into the duct, which was a maintenance access point on the wall, barely accommodating one person at a time. The others followed suit. With Lu Ming entering last, he glanced back, observing the robots had reached the gap, their red sensors flickering ominously in the darkness. He shut the great door of the maintenance hatch. While it might not hold them back for long, it would at least buy some time. Chapter 86. Between two worlds inside the duct, darkness enveloped them, relying solely on helmet illumination. The space was cramped, necessitating a crawling motion to advance. The duct walls were encrusted with thick layers of dust, which billowed into the air with the slightest touch. Mind your breathing, Hong Jie cautioned from the front. The dust could be harmful. Everyone activated their air filters. After climbing approximately 50 meters, the pipe began to slope downwards. The angle was slight, yet the ascent became increasingly arduous. Stop, Hong Jie suddenly commanded. What's wrong? There's light ahead. Lu Ming looked up and noticed a faint green glow filtering through the pipe about 20 meters ahead. It was dim, but indeed flickering. Scan, Iron Shield ordered. Lu Ming activated the scanner. The data indicated a larger space ahead with anomalous energy readings. High energy response, he reported, but it doesn't resemble that of a robot. It appears more like biological energy. Biological? Iron Shield's voice deepened. It was implausible that any living organisms remained aboard the ship. It could be the remains of the insectoid species, Hong Jie suggested. Certain organs can retain bioelectrical activity long after death. Proceed with caution, Iron Shield instructed. They continued their ascent. As they drew closer to the illuminated space, Lu Ming detected a scent. It was neither metallic rust nor the stench of decay. Rather, it was sweet. Reminiscent of overripe fruit, excessively cloying. What is that smell? Old Zhao inquired. I'm not sure, Hong Jie replied, but I dislike it. They finally reached the pipe's exit, which was a vent grill leading into the luminous space. Hong Jie cautiously pried open the grill and peered outside. Moments later, she recoiled, her face pale. What is it? Iron Shield asked. You should see for yourself. Her voice trembled. Iron Shield leaned in for a look, and he too fell silent. Lu Ming was the third to gaze outside, and the sight before him made him gasp. It was a small chamber, roughly 30 square meters in size. The walls, ceiling, and floor were enveloped in a thick layer of grotesque, tumor-like organic tissue, secreting a viscous liquid that glowed with a dark green luminescence. At the center of the chamber lay a cocoon, approximately 2 meters tall and semi-transparent, resembling a gigantic insect egg. Through the cocoon's wall, he could faintly discern something writhing within. More alarmingly, several robust, vein-like flesh tubes connected to the cocoon, their other ends affixed to the organic tissue on the walls. As the cocoon undulated, the tubes pulsated rhythmically, as if nourishing it. Lu Ming was rendered speechless. The hatching mechanism of the insectoid species, Iron Shield's voice was icy. It has remained alive since 300 years ago. Impossible, Old Zhao protested. How could it still be? Before he could finish, the cocoon suddenly convulsed violently. The surface bulged with protrusions, as if whatever was inside was struggling to emerge. Simultaneously, a sound resonated within the chamber. It was neither mechanical nor metallic. It was the sound of a heartbeat, thud, 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 heavy and forceful, echoing in the confined space. All their faces turned ashen. Retreat, Iron Shield ordered decisively. Backtrack immediately. However, as they turned, a sharp crack echoed behind them. The grill at the pipe entrance was abruptly covered by something from the outside. Then, more organic tissue began to creep in from the edges of the vent like tendrils, rapidly enveloping the inner walls of the pipe. It's blocking our escape. Daliu shouted in terror. Cut! Iron Shield withdrew the thermal blade from his powered armor, striking at the encroaching tissue. The organic matter was severed, oozing a dark green fluid. Yet, more tissue surged forth from behind, growing at a pace surpassing the cuts. Burn it, commanded Hong Jie. The security soldiers switched their weapon modes, unleashing searing flames. The fire proved effective. The tissue rapidly withered and carbonized under the intense heat. However, the flames ignited the dust in the pipes, filling the air with smoke. Cough, cough. This smoke is unbearable. Little Li gasped, choking on the fumes. Lu Ming cast a glance towards the cocoon. It continued to convulse, the heartbeat quickening. He recalled the biological signals detected by the scanner. It was indeed this entity, A 300-year-old Zerg incubation device, somehow still operational. Captain, a soldier from the security team shouted. There's more behind us. Lu Ming turned to see that organic matter had also appeared from the direction they had come, sprouting from the cracks in the pipe walls, swiftly blocking their escape route. They were surrounded. Break through the wall. Iron Shield commanded. Exit from the side. Two soldiers activated the impact drills of their powered armor, beginning to bore through the pipe wall. Yet, the wall was thick, composed of multi-layered composite armor, and progress was slow. Time was running out. Lu Ming observed the cocoon. Through the translucent wall, he could discern that something within had taken shape, possessing limbs, a torso, and even the outline of a head, though its identity remained unclear. It was undoubtedly a malevolent presence. He contemplated the equipment provided by his homeland. The stealth function of the infiltration suit might allow him to approach the cocoon unnoticed. But the risk was considerable. And what about the others? WVE breached through. A soldier shouted. A large hole, the size of a basin, had been drilled into the pipe wall, leading to another passageway. Quickly, one by one, Iron Shield directed. Hong Jia was the first to crawl through, followed by Lao Zhao, Lu, Little Li, and Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn, he cast a final glance at the cocoon. Suddenly, it split open, and a pale, humanoid hand emerged from the fissure. The fingers were elongated, with sharp nails, and the skin surface was etched with intricate black vascular patterns. The hand grasped at the air before seizing the edge of the cocoon and tearing it apart with force. With a tearing sound, the cocoon was completely ripped open. The entity within stood upright amidst the shattered organic material. Lu Ming beheld its entire form and then understood why the scanner had detected biological signals. It was neither Zerg nor human, but something that existed between the two. Chapter 87. The being within the cocoon lay completely torn apart. The entity stood at the center of the fragmented organic matter, entirely nude, its skin a sickly pale hue, covered in a network of intricate black veins. Resembling a spider's web, it bore the fundamental contours of a human: skull, torso, limbs, yet many details were utterly incorrect. The skull was devoid of hair, with arthropod-like antennae quivering on either side of the head. Its eyes were compound, dozens of minute crystalline facets reflecting the light from the helmet. The mouth was not formed of lips, but rather a four-part mandible capable of opening and closing, its edges lined with fine serrations. Its arms were 1/3 longer than those of a human, with 6 fingers, each fingertip adorned with sharp, black bony spurs. The structure of the lower limb joints is entirely inconsistent with human anatomy. The knees bend in reverse, and the feet resemble the claws of some reptilian creature. Most terrifying is its back. Along the spine, a row of bony protrusions juts out from beneath the skin, interconnected by a translucent membrane that subtly undulates with each breath. What in the world is that? Old Zhao's voice trembles through the communicator. No one responds. The creature swivels its head, its compound eyes sweeping over every individual in the conduit. As its gaze passes, Lu Ming feels as though pierced by icy needles. Then it opens its mouth, not to speak, but to emit a series of high-pitched shrieks, reminiscent of metal scraping and insect chirping. The sound reverberates in the narrow passage, painfully assaulting the eardrums. It is calling for its kind. Hong Jie shouts, "Let us get out of here." But it is already too late. The organic material surrounding the conduit suddenly convulses violently. More fleshy growths emerging from the cracks in the walls, rapidly expanding and extending, like countless tentacles lunging toward the exploratory team. Open fire. Iron Shield commands. Energy rifles discharge in unison. Blue beams intertwine within the conduit, scorching the organic matter and creating charred holes. Yet there is simply too much of it. As one section is obliterated, new growths immediately take their place. The creature is on the move, not walking, but crawling on all fours, scuttling across the conduit walls like a spider. Its claws easily pierce the metal surface, leaving deep punctures in their wake. It's coming for us. Lu retreats in terror. Don't panic. Focus your fire. Iron Shield switches weapon modes, and the shoulder-mounted launchers of the powered armor fire 2 high-explosive rounds. Boom, boom. The explosions generate shockwaves within the conduit, sending debris and slime flying. The creature is hit by the blast, tumbling from the wall. But it quickly regains its footing, its skin singed but not fatally wounded. Armor-piercing rounds can't kill it? A soldier from the security team is astounded. Its exterior possesses energy protection. Lu Ming stares at the scanner data. The bioenergy field is impressively strong. The creature appears enraged. It throws back its head and emits an even more piercing shriek, then lunges at the closest person. Xiao Li, paralyzed by fear, stands frozen. Move. Hong Jie rushes forward, shoving him aside. But the creature's claws are already swinging toward them. Hong Jie raises a cutting machine in defense. Clang. The sound of metal colliding. The cutting machine is severed by the sharp talons, and a gash opens on Hong Jia's arm, blood pouring forth. Hong Jia. Lu Ming rushes over. The creature turns its gaze toward Lu Ming, its compound eyes reflecting his figure. In the next moment, it lunges at him. Instinctively, Lu Ming presses the invisibility button on his stealth combat suit. A 30-second countdown begins. To the others, Lu Ming suddenly vanishes from sight. The creature lunges at empty space, crashing against the conduit wall with a confused shriek. Whereas Lu Ming, Iron Shield is astonished. He has cloaking equipment. Hong Jia presses on her wound. Forget about that. We need to move now. In his invisible state, Lu Ming adheres to the conduit wall, catching sight of the creature merely 2 meters away, scanning with its compound eyes. The scanner displays that the creature's bioenergy field is concentrated in its chest, where a fist-sized glowing core resides. A weak point? Lu Ming discreetly withdrew the electromagnetic pistol bestowed by his homeland, a genuine military-grade weapon rather than the energy sidearms issued by the safety department. He switched to single-shot mode, aiming at the luminous core. However, only 15 seconds remained of his cloaking ability. 10 seconds. That entity seemed to sense something, turning its gaze towards Lu Ming. 5 seconds. Lu Ming squeezed the trigger. There was no thunderous crack typical of conventional firearms, only a faint hum. The bullet, traveling at an imperceptible speed, struck the glowing core with precision. With a soft thud, the projectile pierced the skin and penetrated deep within. The creature emitted a harrowing shriek, its body convulsing violently. Black blood spewed from the wound, carrying a pungent, acrid scent. Yet it did not perish. It pivoted, frantically slashing with its claws, clawing through the pipes. Although invisible to Lu Ming, its area attack still grazed him. With a sharp rip, the stealth combat suit's left shoulder was torn apart, revealing 3 deep wounds that exposed bone. The searing pain elicited a muffled grunt from Lu Ming, causing his cloaking to dissipate. There, the Iron Shield had spotted him. The creature had also caught sight of him, disregarding its chest wound as it lunged toward Lu Ming once more. Cover, Iron Shield commanded. The safety soldiers concentrated their fire, striking the creature and momentarily hindering its advance. However, standard energy weapons proved to be of limited efficacy against it. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming retrieved the stimulant syringe gifted by Wang Lin from his toolkit, plunging it into his right arm. The icy liquid coursed through his veins, and in an instant, the world transformed. Pain dulled, senses sharpened, and time seemed to slow. He could discern every nuance of the creature's movements, hearing his heartbeat thrum like a drum. With 20 seconds of cloaking time remaining, the stimulant reduced the energy consumption of his stealth suit, extending the duration of his invisibility. He activated the cloaking once more. This time, he did not create distance but charged directly toward the creature. At the moment it lunged at him, Lu Ming sidestepped, simultaneously adjusting the electromagnetic pistol to rapid-fire mode, pressing the muzzle against its chest wound. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 consecutive shots erupted, all striking the same spot. The creature's chest was obliterated, the luminous core shattering, black blood and visceral fragments erupting forth. It let out one final, anguished cry before collapsing, twitching a few times, and then lay still. The cloaking time expired. Lu Ming revealed himself, gasping for breath. The side effects of the stimulant began to manifest. His heart raced. The edges of his vision darkened, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably. Are you all right? Hong Jia rushed over. I'm fine, Lu Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. Iron Shield approached, glancing at the creature's corpse on the ground, and then at the firearm in Lu Ming's hand. That is not equipment issued by the safety department. Possessing military arms privately is a violation, he stated coldly. But it saved us, Hong Jia interposed, standing protectively in front of Lu Ming. Iron Shield scrutinized Lu Ming for several seconds before finally waving his hand dismissively. We shall discuss this later. For now, we must leave this place. The organic matter within the pipes continued to grow, albeit at a significantly slower pace, likely linked to the creature's demise. There's a tunnel over there. Old Zhao pointed to the side. The group swiftly traversed through the opening, arriving at another corridor. This passage was relatively clean, devoid of any organic matter. Yet the sweet, cloying scent lingered in the air. We cannot linger here. Iron Shield examined the map. How far were we from the target area? Lu Ming called up the scanning data. A vertical distance of 40 meters and a horizontal distance of 150 meters. However, we must traverse through the D3 energy conduit layer. The expression on Iron Shield's face darkened. Chapter 88, the energy conduit layer. Is there no other route? None. This is the only passage. Silence enveloped the communicator for a few seconds. Proceed. Iron Shield finally commanded, but everyone must remain vigilant. That creature we encountered may not be alone. The path ahead was more treacherous than anticipated. The corridor grew narrower, and the slope became steeper. In some places, we were required to climb vertical ladders, while in others, we had to wriggle through tight crevices barely wide enough for a single person. Sister Hong's wound was hastily bandaged but continued to seep blood. Old Zhao, being advanced in years, clearly struggled to keep pace. The 3 level 2 workers from the second group were equally exhausted. Only the 4 from the security department, aided by their powered armor, managed to remain relatively untroubled. Let us rest for 5 minutes. Iron Shield halted on a relatively spacious platform. Everyone either sat or lay down, gasping for breath. Lu Ming examined his wound. The injury on his left shoulder was deep, yet the stealth combat suit possessed hemostatic properties, temporarily averting any life-threatening risk. He applied the medical spray provided by his homeland, alleviating some of the pain. That creature, Lu whispered, what exactly was it? It could be a subject of the Empire's military experiments. Sister Hong leaned against the wall. I've heard of such things. In the late stages of the war, the Empire was researching biological weaponry, blending the genes of the insectoid race with human soldiers to create super warriors. Then why is it aboard this vessel? I don't know. Sister Hong shook her head. Perhaps this ship is not merely a destroyer, but also a mobile laboratory, where the subject was brought on later. Iron Shield approached and handed Lu Ming a bottle of water. Where did you get your gun? He inquired. Lu Ming had long prepared his response. I found it within the ship's hull. It was discovered during the last assessment. Found it. Iron Shield clearly doubted him. That model of electromagnetic pistol is standard issue for the Empire's special forces. How could it be aboard a vessel from 300 years ago? Perhaps it was brought in later, Lu Ming suggested, by an exploration team or grave robbers. This explanation was tenuous at best. Indeed, there are many scavengers within the Empire who specifically explore ancient battlefield remnants. They sometimes enter derelict warships in search of valuables. Iron Shield ceased his inquiries. Yet his gaze held deeper skepticism. Rest concluded, we pressed onward. The corridor began to descend, and the temperature noticeably rose. The scanner indicated intense energy radiation. We were nearing the energy conduit layer. Pay attention to the radiation readings of your protective suits, Iron Shield reminded. Report immediately if they exceed the safety threshold. The further we descended, the more hostile the environment became. The walls bore signs of melting, and the floor was dotted with solidified metallic blobs from cooling. The air was searing. Even with the temperature control system of the protective suits, one could feel the heat waves crashing upon them. Severe explosions had occurred here. Sister Hong inspected a section of the wall. Energy core leakage? Or was it a weapons detonation? The scan revealed a high-energy reaction ahead. Lu Ming scrutinized the data, but it appeared stable, unlike the remnants of an explosion. As they turned a corner, they beheld the energy pipeline layer. It was an immense space, soaring over 20 meters in height, with its breadth stretching into the unknown. The expanse was crisscrossed with thick pipes, some exceeding 3 meters in diameter, while others were no thicker than a wrist. These conduits intertwined like the veins of a colossal beast. Most of the pipes were damaged, their fractured ends revealing charred interiors. Yet a few remained intact, their surfaces glimmering with a dark red light, a sign of residual energy still coursing through. These pipelines connected to the ship's main energy core. Iron Shield scrutinized the scanning data. Although the core had long since shut down, residual energy lingered within the pipes. Be careful not to touch anything, he warned. In the center of the space lay a metal walkway, barely passable. Guardrails flanked either side, though many sections had already broken away. Proceed there, Iron Shield directed, indicating the walkway. One at a time, maintain your distance. Watch your step. Red Sister was the first to venture forth. She moved swiftly yet steadily, each step landing on structurally sound portions. Old Zhao followed, his legs trembling slightly. He advanced slowly but steadily. When it was Lu Ming's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the walkway. To his dismay, the walkway was less stable than he had anticipated. With each step, the metal plates groaned ominously beneath him, as if they might collapse at any moment. Darkness yawned on either side, illuminated only by the faint, dark red glow of the pipes below, barely lighting the surroundings. Halfway across, disaster struck, not the walkway collapsing, but a pipe. A 2-meter diameter energy conduit suddenly ruptured. Boom. Scalding energy surged forth like a fire-breathing dragon sweeping across the expanse. The shockwave struck the walkway, causing it to sway violently. Hold on, Iron Shield bellowed. Lu Ming clung desperately to the guardrail, but it was already loose. With his forceful grip, it snapped. He lost his balance and began to tilt sideways, teetering over the boiling energy pipes below. Lu Ming, Red Sister cried out in alarm. In that fleeting moment before plummeting, Lu Ming instinctively activated the last vestige of his stealth combat suit, knowing full well that invisibility would not shield him from the searing heat. But it was a reflexive response. Then he felt a tight grip around his waist. It was Iron Shield, the arm of the powered armor extended. Mechanical fingers clasping Lu Ming's belt and yanking him back with force. "Thank you," Lu Ming gasped, shaken. "Don't thank me," Iron Shield replied coldly. "If you die, we lose a skilled technician." He released his hold. Lu Ming regained his footing, noticing that the left leg of his protective suit had been singed by the energy flow. Though fortunately, his skin remained unharmed. The ruptured pipe continued to spew energy, albeit with diminishing force. The dark red energy flowed like blood, coursing through the pipes before finally seeping into the abyss below. "Hurry across," Iron Shield urged, prompting the others to quicken their pace. As the last security soldier traversed the walkway, it could no longer bear the strain. Boom! The entire walkway shattered in the middle, plummeting into the darkness below, the echo of its fall lingering for a long while. "That was close." Old Zhao wiped his brow. "Let us keep moving." Iron Shield glanced at the time. "We are already 2 hours behind schedule." After passing through the energy pipeline layer, the path ahead became comparatively easier to navigate. The corridor began to ascend, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. According to the map, they should now be quite close to the isolation chamber. "Halt!" Iron Shield suddenly raised his hand. Everyone came to a standstill. "Scan," he commanded. Lu Ming activated the scanner. The screen displayed a heavy airtight door 50 meters ahead. Behind it lay the entrance to the isolation chamber. Yet, something obstructed the door. It was neither a monster nor a robot. It was human, or rather, the remains of a human. 3 skeletal figures clad in Imperial uniforms sat against the airtight door, forming a circle. They clutched energy rifles, their muzzles directed towards the passage, maintaining a combat stance even after 3 centuries of death. Before them, on the ground, a line of blood had inscribed a warning: "Do not enter. Demons within." The ink had darkened, yet the message remained legible. Silence enveloped the group. The trembling voice of Demon Lu queried, "Is it referring to those things?" "Perhaps." Iron Shield stepped forward to examine the skeletal remains. The bones were remarkably preserved, devoid of visible injuries. Judging by their posture, they had chosen to perish here. Perhaps due to oxygen depletion or some other cause. Iron Shield retrieved an object from one of the skeletal hands. It was a data pad. Despite the passage of 300 years, the pad possessed an independent power source and astonishingly powered on. The screen illuminated, revealing the last recorded message: Stellar Year 4592. Day 147. An unknown leak occurred in the isolation chamber, resulting in abnormal biological reactions. Lieutenant Kane ordered the chamber sealed, with myself, Sergeant Harris, and Corporal Chun remaining behind. Should anyone see this message, heed the warning: do not open this door. The entities within are neither human nor insect, but the result of forbidden experiments. If they escape, great calamity will ensue. May the Empire endure. The message abruptly ended. Lieutenant Lu Ming recalled the emblem. It belonged to him. "Forbidden experiments," murmured Red Sister. "The Empire is indeed conducting human experiments." Iron Shield set the data pad aside, gazing at the airtight door. The door bore a keypad. 0715. He looked at Lu Ming. The code. Lu Ming approached and entered the sequence. Alpha 7 Gamma 9er. Beep. The panel lit up with a green light. The code was correct. The airtight lock disengaged. Warning: abnormal biological signals detected within. Do you confirm to open? All eyes turned to Iron Shield. He paused for several seconds before responding. Open. Lu Ming pressed the confirmation button. With a hiss, the airtight door slowly slid open. A rush of cold, stale air surged forth, carrying the heavy scent of disinfectant mingled with some form of biological tissue. Behind the door lay a sloping corridor, its lighting dim yet operational, indicating that the isolation chamber possessed its own independent energy source, still functioning after 3 centuries. At the end of the corridor stood another door. However, that door was marred by deep, dense scratch marks, as if something had once desperately attempted to break free from within. Dark green slime lingered amidst the scratches. "Prepare your weapons." Iron Shield's voice grew serious. There might still be living creatures inside. The security soldiers raised their rifles, while the technicians gripped their tools tightly. Lu Ming checked the magazine of his electromagnetic pistol. 6 rounds remained. He inhaled deeply, following the procession as he stepped into the corridor. Behind him, the airtight door slowly sealed shut with a definitive click, locking him in. Chapter 89. The Terror of the Energy Core Zone. The sound of the door locking echoed ominously, resonating in the hearts of all present. The air in the corridor was frigid and biting, laden with the sharp scent of disinfectant and an unsettlingly sweet odor that evoked memories of the insectoid incubation chamber, albeit more potent, nearly inducing nausea. "Illumination," murmured Iron Shield. The security soldiers activated the powerful floodlights mounted on their helmets. for beams of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The sloping corridor stretched approximately 50 meters. Its walls adorned with strange markings, less like claw marks and more akin to dark green stains left by some viscous liquid that had splattered and dried, faintly glowing under the lights. The floor bore similar stains, and visible drag marks extended from the depths. What transpired here? Delia's voice trembled. No one responded. The group advanced cautiously, each step deliberate. Lu Ming walked in the center, gripping the energy pistol openly in his left hand, while his right concealed the grip of the electromagnetic pistol within his sleeve. The earlier encounter with the experimental subject had revealed this weapon, yet Iron Shield had not probed further. There were more pressing concerns at hand. The scanner indicated a strong energy response emanating from the depths of the corridor. Is the energy core still operational? Hongjia observed the data on her terminal, incredulous. 300 years have passed. The design lifespan of the Imperial Warship's energy core was 500 years. Iron Shield replied, if it hasn't been damaged, it theoretically could still be functioning. He paused. However, if the energy core is operational, why is the entire ship's power system incapacitated? That is an excellent question. As they neared the end of the corridor, the door marked with claw marks loomed closer. Only upon approach did the true horror of the scratches become apparent. These were no ordinary marks. Each incision penetrated 2 centimeters deep, with sharp edges resembling those made by an exceptionally hard metallic instrument repeatedly cutting into the surface. The scratches crisscrossed one another, densely littering the door, and in the most concentrated area, the panel even displayed slight indentations. What could be so formidable? A security soldier whispered. Iron Shield approached the door, reaching out to touch the edge of a scratch. This is not the work of metallic tools, he stated gravely. It appears to be biological in nature. Likely claws. Claws. Lu Ming recalled the experimental subject he had just dispatched. Those claws were indeed sharp. But could they penetrate such military-grade armored plating of an airtight door? Iron Shield began to operate the keypad on the side of the door. Remarkably, it still had power. A faint blue light flickering. Password. He glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming recollected the information embedded in Lieutenant Kane's badge. Alpha 7 Gamma 9er. Iron Shield input the code. Password confirmed. Warning. Internal quarantine has been maintained for 289 years. Environmental parameters are abnormal. It is advised to don level 3 or higher biological protection gear. Do you confirm to proceed? Level 3 biological protection? Only the security soldiers' powered armor met that standard. Lu Ming and his companions were equipped with only level 2 suits. Confirm. Iron Shield declared without hesitation. Command confirmed. Lifting final lockdown. With a resounding thud, the heavy door began to slide open, emitting a jarring metallic screech. The darkness beyond the door surged forth like a tangible entity, accompanied by an intensified, cloying aroma and a subtle, rhythmic sound. Thump, thump, akin to a heartbeat. Slow yet ponderous. As the door fully opened, the beam of a searchlight illuminated the scene within, causing everyone to hold their breath. What lay beyond was an immense spherical chamber, exceeding 30 meters in diameter. At the center of this space hovered a 3-meter-tall cylindrical apparatus, presumably the energy core. The surface of the cylinder was adorned with intricate piping and heat sinks, emanating a soft blue luminescence that pulsed rhythmically, akin to breathing. The energy readings soared. It's still operational, murmured Lao Zhao. However, what was even more chilling were the other entities within the chamber. Surrounding the energy core were a number of cylindrical incubation pods, each standing 2 meters tall with a diameter of 1 meter, crafted from transparent reinforced glass. Most of these pods lay shattered, their glass fragments strewn across the floor, leaving them utterly vacant. Yet 3 pods remained intact, and inside them, something stirred. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the nearest pod. Suspended in a pale green liquid was a being strikingly similar to the experimental subject they had just destroyed. Its skin was pallid, with a network of black veins and compound eyes. Yet, it appeared more complete, its stature nearly reaching 2 meters. Its limbs were secured to the inner walls of the pod by metallic clasps, with several tubes inserted into its chest, connecting to the apparatus at the bottom of the pod. It lay with its eyes closed, as if in slumber. Yet the rise and fall of its chest indicated it was very much alive. The slow, rhythmic thumping emanated from these pods. Step back, urged the still calm voice of Iron Shield. Scanning for vital signs. The security soldiers initiated the scan. Report. The beings within the 3 pods are in a state of deep hibernation. Vital signs are weak, yet stable. What about the energy supply? Lu Ming inquired. The pods are independently powered by the energy core. For 3 centuries, it has sustained their lives. Iron Shield paused for a moment before continuing. Record all data. Shall we? Proceed to the energy core to collect samples. The rest of you, maintain vigilance and closely monitor the incubation pods. The technician, named Xiao Li, gulped nervously but cautiously approached the central energy core. Lu Ming remained rooted in place, his gaze sweeping across the entire chamber. Aside from the incubation pods and the energy core, the spherical space was dotted with workbenches and experimental equipment. Several skeletal figures clad in lab coats lay sprawled beside the workbenches, their postures grotesquely contorted, as if they had endured immense suffering before death. On the innermost wall, a large observation window revealed another small room, where more sophisticated instruments and additional incubation pods were visible through the glass. This must be the main laboratory. Captain, there's a record here, one soldier announced, having discovered a data panel on the workbench. Iron Shield approached and activated the panel. The screen flickered to life, displaying the last recorded entry, Galactic Year 4592, Day 147, 0417. Experimental subjects E7 to E12 exhibited uncontrollable mutations. The neural system has been entirely transformed into a swarm, with aggression surging dramatically. An emergency protocol for enforced hibernation has been initiated. However, E9 and E11 have resisted, breaching their incubation chambers. Lieutenant Kane has ordered the sealing of the chambers. We have chosen to remain in the outer corridor to prevent any potential leakage. Yet, I must leave this record. Should anyone discover it, please remember, the Empire's biological weapons program, designated as the River of Hades, was misguided from its inception. The genes of humanity and the swarm cannot be harmoniously fused. All experimental subjects ultimately spiral out of control. We have birthed demons that we cannot govern. The energy core must be annihilated. If these subjects are allowed to harness sufficient energy, they may awaken, threatening not only this vessel but the entire star system. The record abruptly halts. The program of the River of Hades repeats in a low voice. Lu Ming's heart races. He quietly activates the recording function of his stealth combat suit. This intelligence must be transmitted back to headquarters. Captain, collection is complete. Xiao Li returns from the energy core, holding several sample containers. The core's integrity remains high, with energy output stabilized at 37. It would be impossible to transport the entire core. Iron Shield shakes his head. It is too large. Collecting sufficient data is sufficient. Just then, the scanner emits a sharp alarm. Warning, biological signal enhancement detected. Everyone turns to the 3 incubation chambers. Within one of the chambers, the experimental subject's fingers twitch slightly, barely perceptible, yet undeniably a movement. Subsequently, its compound eyelids begin to tremble, as if stirring from slumber. Chapter 90. The cries of the experimental subjects grow increasingly nearer. The enforced hibernation protocol is on the verge of failure. Hong Jie gazes at the control terminal on the workbench. The energy fluctuations from the core are disrupting the maintenance system. If we continue to collect, it may exacerbate the situation. Iron Shield states coldly, we need that data. Everyone, prepare for battle. Should they awaken, eliminate them on the spot. The security soldiers raise their weapons, aiming at the 3 incubation chambers. Lu Ming grips his pistol tightly, his palms slick with sweat. The subject in the second chamber also begins to stir. Its claws bend, etching faint marks on the inner wall of the glass. Captain, 2 more minutes. Xiao Li shouts near the energy core. Hurry up. Time ticks by agonizingly. The subject in the first chamber opens its eyes. Dozens of tiny crystalline facets reflect the light of the floodlights, appearing eerily within the pale green liquid. It slowly turns its head, its compound eyes scanning each person in the vicinity. Then, its gaze settles on Xiao Li, who stands beside the energy core. Thump, thump, heartbeats quicken. It has awakened. A soldier exclaims. Iron Shield does not hesitate. Fire. Energy beams shoot towards the incubation chamber. However, the reinforced glass possesses a protective capacity far beyond expectation. The beams strike, leaving only faint scorch marks. Use armor-piercing rounds. Iron Shield switches weapons. But it is too late. The experimental subject within the chamber opens its mouth, its 4-lobed orifice writhing, emitting a soundless shriek. Then, the conduits in its chest begin to flicker with red light, a sign of energy absorption. It is siphoning energy from the core. Hong Jie exclaims in horror. The black vascular patterns on the surface of the experimental subject's body began to glow, transforming from a dark crimson to a vivid scarlet, reminiscent of molten lava coursing beneath its skin. Its muscles swelled, claws elongated, and its physique expanded at an alarming rate. Bang! The first crack appeared in the glass of the incubation chamber. Fall back. Concentrate fire on the crack. Iron Shield commanded. All firepower was directed at the initial fissure. The fracture spread, resembling a web of spider silk. But it was too late. Boom. The incubation chamber exploded, scattering pale green nutrient fluid and shards of glass. The experimental subject emerged from the shattered chamber, drenched and with an increasingly radiant red glow emanating from its skin. It raised its head, its compound eyes locking onto the nearest target, the soldier from the security department. In the next instant, it moved. Its speed was astonishing, almost becoming a mere crimson blur. The soldier had no time to react before the claws pierced through his chest. A scream echoed throughout the spherical space. The powered armor crumpled before the experimental subject's claws as if it were made of paper. The soldier was flung against the wall, creating a dent, before sliding to the ground, motionless. Concentrate fire. Iron Shield bellowed. Energy beams and live ammunition simultaneously rained down upon the experimental subject. Yet it was far too agile, swiftly navigating the walls and ceiling, evading most of the onslaught. Occasionally, a few shots found their mark, leaving only charred marks on its skin, incapable of inflicting fatal wounds. Its protective field had strengthened. Lu Ming observed the data from the scanner. The energy core was recharging it. The second incubation chamber exploded. Another experimental subject awoke. The situation deteriorated instantaneously. Xiaoli, how long? Iron Shield shouted while firing. 30 seconds. Everyone cover him. Hold for 30 seconds. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and raised his energy pistol to shoot. However, his weapon was nearly ineffective against the experimental subject. The beams dissipated upon striking its protective field. He had to use the electromagnetic pistol, but using it now would mean complete exposure. Though Iron Shield did not press further, it did not signify indifference. As he hesitated, the third incubation chamber detonated. 3 experimental subjects awakened, each taking a different course of action. One entangled Iron Shield and the soldiers. Another lunged towards Hong Jie and Lao Zhao, while the last charged directly toward Xiaoli, who was near the energy core. Watch out, Lu Ming shouted. Xiaoli looked up, paralyzed with fear upon seeing the advancing experimental subject. The claws were already swinging towards him. In that moment, Lu Ming made a decision. He activated his stealth combat suit. Although the shoulder was damaged and the invisibility function was compromised, the speed enhancement remained intact. His body shot forward like an arrow. Raising the electromagnetic pistol in front of Xiaoli, buzz. A single shot was fired. The bullet struck the glowing core of the experimental subject's chest, precisely in the same location as before. Splatter. Black blood sprayed forth. The experimental subject let out a piercing scream, momentarily halting its movements. Yet, this shot was not fatal. Its core was more resilient than the previous one. The experimental subject turned to face Lu Ming, rage evident in its compound eyes. It abandoned Xiaoli and lunged towards the human who had wounded it. Lu Ming rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the first strike. The claws grazed his helmet, leaving 3 deep scratches on the visor. Lu Ming. Hong Jie intended to assist, but was ensnared by another experimental subject. Lu Ming rolled on the ground, firing his electromagnetic pistol at the subject, unleashing 3 shots in quick succession. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All shots found their mark, creating a gaping wound in the creature's chest. Yet it remained unvanquished, becoming even more frenzied in its assault. The magazine was empty. Lu Ming discarded the gun and drew forth the sole remaining tool from his waist, a laser cutter. As the experimental subject lunged towards him, its claws slashing down, Lu Ming raised the cutter in defense. Clang! The cutter was severed in half by the tremendous force, sending a jolt through his arm and propelling him backward to crash against the workbench. Pain coursed through his spine, and darkness encroached upon his vision. The experimental subject offered no respite, charging at him once more. The shadow of death loomed ominously. In that fleeting moment, boom, a massive energy beam descended from above, piercing through the experimental subject's form. It was not a weapon of the security department. Lu Ming looked up to see an automated defense turret at the apex of the spherical space, adjusting its angle. This was the original defense system of the isolation chamber, now activated by the chaos of battle. There's still a defense system. Iron Shield shouted, cover Lu Ming. The security soldiers concentrated their fire, coordinating with the automated turret, ultimately managing to suppress the 3 experimental subjects. However, it was merely suppression, not extermination. Their regenerative capabilities were formidable, and their wounds began to close slowly. Captain, collection complete. Xiaoli exclaimed, returning with a sample container. Retreat. Iron Shield commanded, signaling for a return to their original path. Yet, the door was locked tight. The Lu pointed at the entrance they had come through. It can only be opened from the outside. Blow it open. A soldier produced explosives and affixed them to the door. Everyone back. Boom. The airtight door erupted with a blast, creating a hole, albeit insufficiently large. Continue. The second detonation ensued, enlarging the opening just enough for a single person to squeeze through. Hong Jie, take the second-level workers and go first. The security department will cover the rear. Hong Jie gritted her teeth, pulling Lu Ming along. Let's go. Enduring excruciating pain, Lu Ming crawled through the breach. Lao Zhao de Lu. and Xiaoli followed closely behind. In the corridor, the automated turret continued to fire, but its energy reserves were dwindling, and it began to flicker. "Captain, the turret is running out of power," a soldier shouted. "Withdraw. All retreat." Iron Shield and the remaining 3 soldiers fired while retreating, the last one barely escaping through the opening. Behind them, 3 experimental subjects reached the entrance, momentarily hindered by the small size of the hole, requiring time to widen it. "Run fast," Iron Shield bellowed. The group raced along the sloped passageway, the sound of the experimental subjects tearing through metal echoing ominously as they enlarged the opening. Midway through their escape, Lu Ming suddenly halted. "Lu Ming, hurry up," Hongjie urged him. "Wait." Lu Ming gazed at a maintenance panel on the corridor wall. There was something there. It was a concealed data interface he had overlooked earlier, connected to the internal network of the main laboratory. If he could access it, perhaps he could download the complete experimental data. "There's no time," Iron Shield shouted. "They are closing in." Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Retrieving a miniature data extractor from his toolkit, a gift from his homeland that he had yet to utilize, he pried open the panel and inserted the extractor into the interface. The connection was established, and the download commenced. Too slow. Behind them, the metallic sound of the experiments tearing through the opening grew increasingly near. "Lu Ming," Hongjie exclaimed, her eyes reddening with urgency. "Just a little longer." The data bar flickered sluggishly at 510. "They are emerging." A soldier at the rear fired his weapon. Lu Ming turned to see the first experiment crawling out of the opening, swiftly advancing down the corridor. 1520. There's no time left. Iron Shield raised his gun. "I'll cover you for at most 10 seconds. The security soldiers formed a defensive line in the narrow passage, firing at the pursuing experiment. Lu Ming focused on the data bar, 2530. The experiment pressed forward under the hail of gunfire, bullets ricocheting off the protective field, sparking wildly. 4045. The first soldier was pierced through the shoulder by a claw, collapsing with a scream. 50. Lu Ming, Iron Shield roared. 5560. The second soldier fell. 6570. The experiment surged closer, now just 5 meters away. 7580. Iron Shield changed his magazine, but the experiment lunged. 85. Claws swung down. 90. Lu Ming abruptly drew the data extractor. "Go." Hongjie yanked him, and they sprinted away. Iron Shield tossed the last grenade, using the explosion as cover to retreat. The group burst out of the corridor and into the hall outside the airtight door. "Close the door," Iron Shield shouted. But the door was already damaged and would not close. The experiment pursued them. "Into the pipeline. Take the other side." Hongjie pointed towards another fork in the energy conduit. With no choice left, everyone dashed into the unknown passage. Behind them, the experiment's shrieks grew ever nearer. Darkness once more engulfed them. Chapter 91. The Life and Death Assessment. The dark pipe resembled the intestines of a colossal beast, narrow, damp, and fraught with uncertainty. Lu Ming was dragged by Hongjie, stumbling and running in a passage where he could only proceed by bending over. Behind them were the heavy footsteps of security soldiers and the jarring sound of the experiment's claws scraping against metal, drawing ever closer. "This way." Iron Shield's voice called from ahead, his helmet's spotlight illuminating a fork in the path. The left passage was wider, but showed signs of collapse. The right was narrower, yet seemed structurally sound. "Take the right," Hongjie decisively commanded. The group squeezed into the right passage. Lu Ming nearly crawled into the tunnel, which was only 1.2 meters high, forcing him to crouch as he moved. His left shoulder wound tore open again from the exertion, blood soaking through the bandage. Each movement sending waves of pain that clouded his vision. "They're coming in," the soldier at the rear shouted in terror. Lu Ming turned back and, in the dim light of the spotlight, saw the head of an experiment peering into the tunnel's entrance. Its multifaceted eyes glimmered coldly in the darkness, mandibles clicking with a ravenous hiss. Bang! Bang! Iron Shield fired twice, momentarily driving the experiment back, but it was only a temporary reprieve. There was no room to form a line in the tunnel, nor to shoot effectively. Once caught, they would be like fish in a barrel. "Keep moving. Hurry," Iron Shield urged. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and crawled forward. The passage seemed endless, and time blurred in the darkness. All he could hear was his own heavy breathing, his heartbeat, and the increasingly close sounds of crawling behind him. Suddenly, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. It was not the beam of a searchlight, but rather the pale moonlight cast by the 3 moons of the garbage star, filtering through the crevices of the pipeline. "Exit," Old Zhao exclaimed with fervor. The group hastened their pace. At the end of the pipeline lay a grid exhaust vent, revealing the familiar sight of refuse. They had returned to the periphery of the ship-breaking yard. Tai Dun struck the grating of the vent forcefully with the butt of his gun. After several blows, the grating loosened and was kicked open. "Out! Quickly!" Hong Jie was the first to squeeze through, then turned to pull Lu Ming along. Lu Ming nearly tumbled out, landing amidst a heap of metal debris, his wound colliding painfully with the ground, almost rendering him unconscious. One by one, the others crawled out. The last to emerge was Tai Dun. Just as he managed to get half of his body through, a claw shot from the pipeline, seizing his ankle. Captain! Tai Dun reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's head while drawing his dagger to strike at the claw. Clang! The dagger clashed against the claw, sending sparks flying. The creature's claw was as hard as metal, leaving only a shallow mark, but it recoiled in pain and released its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Dun rolled out, shouting, "Seal the opening." A soldier produced the last high-explosive grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the pipeline. Down! Everyone threw themselves to the ground. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion erupted from the vent, scattering metal shards and dust. A thunderous collapse echoed within the pipeline, followed by the creature's furious yet fading shriek. The passage had been obliterated. They were momentarily safe. Lu Ming lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. The moonlight washed over his face, cold yet tangible. They were still alive. Tai Dun was the first to rise, assessing the casualties. The exploration team had set out with 12 members. Now only 8 remained. 4 security soldiers had perished, 2 were dead, and 1 severely injured. All 4 secondary workers had survived, albeit wounded. Lu Ming bore the gravest injuries, followed closely by Hong Jie, whose arm bore a deep gash. Report the location. Tai Dun activated the communicator. After a brief crackle of static, a response came through. This is the ground command. Please proceed. Exploration mission completed. We encountered high-threat biological entities and request urgent medical assistance. I will send the coordinates. Received. The medical team will arrive in 20 minutes. Please maintain your position and do not move. The communication ended. Tai Dun glanced at the remaining team members, his gaze ultimately settling on Lu Ming. The gun you used earlier, he said slowly, was not issued by the shipbreaking yard. A tightness gripped Lu Ming's heart, but he maintained a facade of calm. I told you, I found it on the ship. An electromagnetic pistol capable of penetrating the creature's protective field is not something one merely stumbles upon. Tai Dun approached, looking down at him. Moreover, your movements were far too swift. Not typical of an ordinary secondary worker. Hong Jie struggled to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Ming. Captain Tai Dun, this is not the time for such inquiries. We are all injured and in need of treatment. Tai Dun scrutinized Hong Jie for several seconds before nodding. You are right. We will discuss this later. Yet, the suspicion in his eyes lingered. Lu Ming knew this matter was far from over. 20 minutes later, the medical aircraft arrived. Personnel clad in white protective suits disembarked and began to assess the injured. The severely injured soldier was prioritized for evacuation onto the aircraft, followed by Lu Ming and Hong Jie. As he lay on the stretcher, Lu Ming discreetly felt within his bosom. The data extractor remained intact. Although the download had been interrupted, it had already acquired experimental data from the Nether River project, ranging from 65 to 90. If he could transmit it back to the homeland, the aircraft ascended, heading towards the medical center at the shipbreaking yard. Through the porthole, Lu Ming gazed at the diminishing heaps of debris below and the massive wreckage of the Naninia-class destroyer. The secrets within that vessel were far more profound than he had anticipated. 3 days later, in the medical center on the 3rd floor, Lu Ming lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The wound on his left shoulder had been sutured, treated with nanomedication to promote healing, yet full recovery would require several more days. The doctor had remarked that if the injury had penetrated another centimeter, it would have damaged the bone. Indeed, he was fortunate. The door to the ward slid open, and Hong Jie entered. Her arm was bandaged, but her complexion had improved significantly. How are you feeling? She inquired as she pulled up a chair. Not too bad. Lu Ming replied, sitting up. What about the others? Lao Zhao and De Lu had sustained minor injuries and had already been discharged. Xiaoli was quite shaken and had requested a transfer from the exploration team, which was approved. Hong Jie hesitated momentarily, the severely injured soldier. He didn't make it. He passed away last night. Lu Ming fell silent. Another life lost. What about Iron Shield? He asked. They are drafting a report. Hong Jie lowered her voice. He asked me many questions about you. Where you came from, your usual behavior, whether you exhibited any unusual actions. What did you say? Lu Ming queried. I told him you are a diligent young man, quick to learn the technical skills, and willing to endure hardship. Hong Jie regarded Lu Ming. However, I did not mention your specialized equipment. Everyone has their secrets. As long as they do not harm others, I remain indifferent. Thank you, Hong Jie. No need to thank me. She shook her head, but you must exercise caution. Iron Shield is from the security department. If he harbors suspicions about you, he will not easily relent. She hesitated again. Moreover what? I've heard that someone higher up is interested in you. Hong Jia lowered her voice further. Not from the security department, but from above that. The management of the shipbreaking yard, possibly even individuals from the Empire. A chill ran through Lu Ming. Was it due to the transmission incident? Or because of his performance during the mission? In any case, it would be prudent to keep a low profile for the time being. Hong Jia stood. Take care of your injuries. The monthly assessment for Level 2 workers is approaching. If you can pass, your authority will be elevated, granting you more leverage for self-preservation. She moved to the door, but turned back. By the way, you should dispose of whatever is in that data extractor. If it gets discovered, it will be troublesome. The door closed behind her. Lu Ming lay back down. Retrieving the data extractor from beneath his pillow, the thumb-sized metallic device indicated that its storage was full. Within it lay data from the Empire's forbidden experiments. If his homeland were to acquire it, they might be able to preemptively guard against similar biological weapons or perhaps even reverse-engineer technology to counter the insectoids. It must be returned. He glanced at the clock. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. He was alone in the ward, the adjacent bed vacant. It was time. Lu Ming carefully descended from the bed and made his way to the restroom, locking the door behind him. From the concealed pocket of his clothing, he extracted the metallic sphere. The iron sphere radiated a gentle warmth, while the starlight within the glass orb spun at a normal velocity, indicating that it was fully charged. Transmit this data extractor to Professor Zhang Jingguo, he murmured. The iron sphere trembled as the familiar light portal unfolded in the confined space of the restroom. Lu Ming carefully placed the data extractor inside and hastily penned a note. Professor, this contains partial experimental data from the Empire's River of Hades project. The subjects are biological weapons formed from the fusion of human and insect genes, extremely perilous. I have sustained injuries, but they are not grave. Our nation must exercise caution regarding similar biological weapons. Additionally, the security department has begun to harbor suspicions about me. The light portal vanished, and the iron sphere dimmed. Lu Ming exhaled in relief, yet a deeper concern surged within him. The security department's suspicions, the management's scrutiny, and the potential secrets still lurking aboard this vessel. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face, and gazed into the mirror. His visage remained the same, but his eyes had transformed. The confusion and fear of his recent journey had been replaced with a steely resolve and weariness. Just a few months had elapsed. He vowed to himself that he must survive, to witness the day of his nation's triumph. Meanwhile, at the Northwest Military Research Institute of Longxiao Nation, the clock struck 2 in the morning, and the laboratory was ablaze with light. Professor Zhang Jingguo had dozed off at the workstation, clutching the analysis report of the star-pattern steel sample that Lu Ming had previously transmitted. For 3 consecutive days, the entire team had scarcely rested as the conflict in the East China Sea reached a fever pitch. The new type jump interference devices of the Allied forces were proving effective, severely restraining Longxiao Nation's fleet and inflicting heavy losses. A technological breakthrough was urgently needed. Professor! Professor! Li Wei's exclamation startled Zhang Jingguo awake. He abruptly lifted his head. What is it? Has Comrade Lu Ming transmitted again? No. Li Wei pointed to the center of the laboratory. It's a communication request. A two-way communication request. Zhang Jingguo instantly became alert. In the center of the laboratory, the air was warping, not forming a portal, but rather a projection. Points of light coalesced, taking the shape of a humanoid silhouette. It was hazy, details indiscernible, yet it was evident that it depicted a young man clad in work attire. Moments later, a voice emerged, intermittent and crackling, yet distinct. Professor, can you hear me? It was Lu Ming's voice. Zhang Jingguo rushed to the projection, his voice trembling with emotion. Comrade Lu Ming? Is that you? We can hear you. Wonderful. Lu Ming's visage appeared to relax. The iron sphere's new functionality allowed for brief communication, but time was limited. You must listen. I have transmitted the data extractor containing vital intelligence. The Empire's biological weapons are extremely dangerous. Our nation must be cautious. We have received it. We are in the process of analysis. Zhang Jingguo's eyes brimmed with tears. Comrade Lu Ming, are you injured? Is it serious? Just minor injuries. Nothing to worry about. Lu Ming's projection began to flicker. Communication can only be maintained for 30 seconds. Listen carefully. The security department is suspicious of me. I may be exposed. If one day I go missing, do not give up on the research I have sent back. Never. Our nation will not abandon you. Zhang Jingguo nearly shouted. Comrade Lu Ming, hang in there. We are developing new technologies that will soon assist you. I have faith in our nation. The projection grew increasingly faint. Tell my parents I am well. Do not worry. As time ran out, he added, Professor, take care. Lu Ming. Comrade Lu Ming. The projection vanished entirely. In the laboratory, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped the room. All the researchers stood motionless, their eyes rimmed with red. They had heard the voice of a compatriot, thousands of light years away, resonating with strength yet tinged with concealed fear. Li Wei and Zhang Jingguo turned, their voices hoarse but resolute, to notify the General Staff Headquarters to convene an emergency meeting. The biological weapon data transmitted by Comrade Lu Ming must be analyzed with utmost priority. He inhaled deeply, initiating the homecoming plan. Should Comrade Lu Ming indeed be compromised, we must devise a means to retrieve him, regardless of the resources required. However, Professor, Li Wei hesitated, our current technology is insufficient. We must be prepared to sacrifice our lives if necessary. Zhang Jingguo enunciated each word with conviction. He would fight valiantly for his homeland in the future, and the nation must safeguard him in the present. This is both a duty and a vow. At the Shipbreaking Yards Medical Center, Lu Ming sat on the cold bathroom floor, leaning against the frigid wall. The communication had ended. The Iron Sphere's new function of bidirectional short-term communication had been unlocked after the last recharge, but the toll was steep. This exchange had drained 80% of its energy, meaning he could not transmit items for the next few days. Furthermore, he had revealed more than intended. During the communication, the sphere emitted faint temporal and spatial fluctuations that could be detected by nearby high-precision sensors. Yet, Lu Ming harbored no regrets. He had heard Professor Zhang Jingguo's voice, felt the promise of his homeland. That was sufficient. Struggling to rise, he opened the bathroom door, preparing to return to his sickbed, only to freeze in place. In the ward stood two individuals. One was the Iron Shield, and the other, an unfamiliar figure clad in a deep blue uniform adorned with the insignia of the Shipbreaking Yards Management, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a formulaic smile. Lu Ming, employee number 0731, the bespectacled man began, his tone gentle yet unyielding. I am Inspector Chen from the Personnel Monitoring Department of the Shipbreaking Yard. There are certain inquiries regarding your performance during this exploration mission that require your cooperation. The Iron Shield stood expressionless behind him. Lu Ming's heart sank. The inevitable had come to pass.